But he quickly came back to his senses. He said with a smile, "It's indeed my first time here. By the way, boss, what kind of currency do you use here?" Ling Yuan took the opportunity to start a topic. "It seems that the little brother is from another country. Well, it's like this. If you don't have it, you can use silver. I can find it." The boss took out a yellow and black copper plate with a small square hole in the middle of the copper plate, and 4 words were engraved around it: reverse tilde Y and copper coin. Ling Yuan took the copper coin and looked at it. Fortunately, it was Chinese characters. Otherwise, I would have to find a way to learn the characters of this world again, which would be troublesome. The 2 words Huayan must be the name of this dynasty. Ling Yuan's heart moved. Then he returned the copper coin to the boss. "Boss, can I borrow some silver?" Ling Yuan pretended to be confused and embarrassed and touched his head with his right hand. The boss felt a little strange. This currency is different. It is understandable if he has never seen it before, but this silver has never been seen before. What's going on? Okay. After a little thought, the boss suppressed his doubts and handed over a piece of silver. "Look at this little brother. He is white and tender, and he has a rich family. In addition, there is a clear look in his eyes. You shouldn't take my silver and run away, right? Thank you." Seeing that the plan succeeded, Ling Yuan hurriedly thanked him. This boss is really nice, he thought, touched it, and pretended to look at it. And Ling Yuan returned the silver. At this moment, he didn't have to worry about money, and he felt his back straighter. "Thank you, boss, for borrowing the currency." Ling Yuan laughed. "Nothing, just a small matter." The boss waved his hand and said indifferently. Ling Yuan decided to start by asking the boss for information first. Give him some benefits to get closer to him. Then Ling Yuan took out a bag of freshly copied 1-star style long spicy strips from a white plastic bag and handed it to the boss. "This is a specialty of my hometown, called spicy strips, so I'll give you a bag. This thing is very delicious. Don't underestimate it." The boss thought he didn't help much, and he didn't want to receive the reward without merit, but looking at this exquisite item he had never seen before, he wanted to explore it again. "Okay, then I'll take it." After a struggle in his heart, he chose to accept Ling Yuan's kindness, and then give this guy some fruits. After the boss took the spicy strips, he looked at it, then turned the packaging bag back and forth, and shook it again, with a puzzled look on his face, as if he was asking how to eat this thing. Ling Yuan explained with a smile, "There is a small opening on the side of the bag. Tear it open, and you can taste the delicious food inside." Hearing this, the boss looked for the small opening, and after finding it, he tore it open from here. Suddenly, a fragrance that he had never smelled before came to his nose, and the smell was a little spicy, which made people's appetite grow. The boss suddenly felt a stream of saliva secreted in his mouth. Swallowing his saliva, the boss began to taste the first spicy strip in his life. "I have never tasted such delicious food." The boss widened his eyes and looked at Ling Yuan, then lowered his head and showed off quickly. "As long as you like it." Ling Yuan smiled and nodded, feeling that another person joined my spicy strips cult, and my cult is not alone. "By the way, my surname is Ling, and my given name is Yuan. I haven't asked the boss for your full name yet." Ling Yuan asked the boss with both hands clasped. "Hey, what's the respect or not? My name is Li Tianle, and I'm just a fruit seller." Li Tianle waved his hand. "Good fellow, your name is Tianle too. So it's brotherly. I'm new here. Could you introduce Qing and City to me?" Sure. Li Tianle said vaguely while chewing spicy noodles. "The first time I saw a student was a big mistake. Brain storage. In a 200 square meter building." Ling Yuan sat in an ergonomic chair at the table, looking at the screen loading on the computer with a little nervousness. Just because today was the day to check the college entrance examination scores. After a moment, the rotating circle on the computer page suddenly disappeared, and a transcript appeared. "It's out, 621 points." Ling Yuan's tone was full of surprise, and at the same time there was a sense of relief. "I didn't expect it to be 30 points more than expected. This score can go to a good university." Looking at the scores of each subject and the total score displayed in front of the computer, Ling Yuan felt extremely comfortable in his heart. 3 years of hard work finally came to a perfect end at this moment. It's a pity that he didn't have parents who could share his joy. That's right. Ling Yuan lost both his parents when he was young. Both died in a car accident. Fortunately, his parents left a lot of assets. This 200 square meter house is one of them, in addition to more than 10 million in savings, plus a hotel. As long as he doesn't start a business and just lies down, he can live a carefree life. After checking the results, Ling Yuan closed the query page, opened his brother group chat, and his fingers quickly clattered on the keyboard. "The god of origin, Ling Yuan, dear Taoist friends, how did you do in the exam?" Someone replied to the message not long after I sent it. "I am the real evil king. Not bad. More than 10 points higher than expected. Smiley face. Transcendent Tao. Ha ha ha. Holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. How can a small college entrance examination block my mortal path? Outer demon lord. Hee hee hee. How can the questions asked by mortals stump us?" A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and the group of 4 people suddenly becomes lively. "It seems that you all did well in the exam." Looking at the messages in front of him, Ling Yuan smiled unconsciously. Then he continued to type in the chat box. "Origin god. Then come to the void battlefield tonight." Referring to playing LOL all night. Transcendent Tao. "Good. I am the real evil king. Yes, outer demon lord. We have waited too long for this moment. We must kill to our heart's content today." After chatting for a while, Ling Yuan closed the chat box, stood up and stretched out. "Ha, long yawn. Let's go buy some snacks and coke. Today will be a long night." Ling Yuan came to a nearby large supermarket and picked out his favorite snacks such as spicy strips and potato chips, and of course the most important fat house happy water. Ling Yuan bought a medium bottle of happy water, mainly because he couldn't finish the large bottle. Selection completed. Pay the bill. Run away. All in one go. Ling Yuan, carrying a white supermarket plastic bag, strolled on the way home. His handsome face, like the readers, attracted the girls, queens, and ants on the road to look sideways and look back frequently. People can't help but sigh, "What a handsome young man." However, Ling Yuan has long been accustomed to it. He ignored these eyes and began to imagine the good times tonight. "I must go to Diamond tonight." Ling Yuan thought to himself. Then his pace couldn't help but speed up a few points. But the next moment, Ling Yuan opened and closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the tall buildings, asphalt roads, people and noisy vehicles in front of him disappeared. Instead, a scene that had only been seen in movies appeared. Simple wooden Chinese houses and pavilions, people wearing ancient Chinese costumes, and some shouting and selling. What the hell? Traveled through time. Ling Yuan, holding a bag of snacks, looked at the scene in front of him with a confused face. His head, full of doubts, kept turning and looking around. After a while, Ling Yuan, who realized that he had really traveled through time, slowly took out the happy water from the bag. "Never mind, let's have a mouthful of coke to calm down." Squeaked the sound of carbon dioxide being discharged, turning off the red lid. Ling Yuan raised his head and took a big sip. Gulp, gulp, ha, so cool. Ling Yuan exhaled a breath of cool air, and his face was refreshed. "Don't panic if you encounter time travel. We definitely have a system." Ling Yuan is very confident. After all, the more than 1,000 novels he has read are all written in this way. What if there is really no system? Of course, he believes that if he works hard, he can still be a brother in the 10,000 souls banner. "System, come out." Ling Yuan called in his heart. Ding. Hearing Thieves, a crisp bell rang, and Ling Yuan's face showed JOY. As expected. "I knew it." Ding. Another crisp bell rang. "Come, take a look, take a look. You are not allowed to ask for money." An old Taoist shook the bell in his hand and shouted while walking. Ling Yuan, looking at the fortune-telling Taoist priest who suddenly passed by. Ling Yuan was in a mess in the wind. Well, he was happy in vain. Then he got anxious and began to call in his heart. "System? Grandpa? The Lord God is also okay." "Bah, forget about this. Don't hide. Come out quickly." After a while, Ling Yuan finally recognized the reality. His eyes gradually lost their brilliance, and his body was shaky. He had nothing, only a bag of snacks. Wait, holding a bag. He looked at his black and orange short-sleeved shirt and black trousers again. Why does this scene look so familiar? Oh, that's the show. The way of traveling through time is the same. Did I get the ability to go back in time like 486? No way. Is it a mainstream script? Then I'll just start. Just when Ling Yuan was doubting his life, he suddenly found a golden ball of light in his mind. Could this be the golden finger? Ling Yuan's heart was rekindled with hope. With a hint of doubt and surprise, he immersed his mind into the ball of light. The next moment, he was ecstatic and couldn't help but raise his mouth. The doubts and depression in his heart disappeared. Ha ha ha. It's really a village after a dark period. That's right. This ball of light is indeed his golden finger, or his superpower core. When his mind sank into the ball of light gave information feedback. He obtained the two superpowers of infinite replication and infinite fusion. Infinite. These two words represent Yo 13. Any item he touched could be copied, which meant that he could have unlimited resources, fuse items, and obtain higher level materials, and he didn't need to consume anything to use his abilities. Simply invincible. After glancing around, Ling Yuan ran to an empty alley and began to test his abilities. He reached into the plastic bag and touched the Xiaolong spicy strips, and then he had an idea copy. A pack of identical Xiaolong spicy strips suddenly appeared in the white plastic bag. Not bad, not bad. This copy is really useful. I won't have to worry about not having spicy strips to eat in the future. Try fusion again. Ling Yuan took the two packs of identical spicy strips as the target, and his mind moved fusion, without gorgeous special effects and glare. The two packs of identical spicy strips suddenly became one pack. Then the golden ball in his mind fed back information about the fusion product, just like a data panel. Item: 1-star Xiaolong spicy strips description. More delicious. Eating can restore a small amount of physical strength. After fusion, you can also know the detailed information of the item, saving the trouble of groping. After tearing open the package, Ling Yuan took out a spicy strip and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. It is indeed more delicious than the original. Well, another 1. As time went by, the spicy strips in the bag decreased 1 by 1. After a while, they were all gone. Hiss. The 1-star Xiaolong spicy strips are so scary. Ling Yuan took a breath of cold air. The more he ate the fused Xiaolong spicy strips, the more he got addicted. He couldn't imagine what kind of delicacy the higher star spicy strips would be. Finding a garbage dump, Ling Yuan threw the empty package into it, showing the good personal qualities of the 9-year compulsory education in modern society. With the ability to copy, it will be much easier for him to survive, Ling Yuan thought to himself. Returning to the original street, Ling Yuan began to look at the street carefully. The road in the middle was built with gray stones. It stretched far at a glance, with some shops and houses on both sides. There are also some scattered stalls. Ling Yuan found a fruit stall and pretended to buy something, touching the stall here and there. While touching, he began to think about his future development plan. First of all, he must explore the information of this world. The owner of the stall has dark skin and a tough face. He looks like he is in his 30s, a middle-aged man. The boss noticed this young man with distinctive clothes just now, although he didn't know what kind of clothes it was. But he understood that the world is big, and there are many strange things. He even saw immortals come to their town to recruit disciples. What's the big deal about clothes that I haven't seen before? Thinking of this, the boss spoke to Ling Yuan. Little brother, is this your first time in Qingyan City? The fruits here are the freshest and most delicious in the whole street. Since you are here for the first time, I can give you a discount. Ling Yuan looked up at the boss after hearing this. He was just thinking about his own development plan. I didn't look at the boss. I didn't know until I saw it. I was shocked. Gu Tianwan. Ling Yuan was a little confused when he saw the boss opposite him, who looked 70% like Gu Tianwan in real life. After eating the spicy noodles, the food was very delicious. Li Tianla quickly finished showing off the spicy noodles in his mouth, smacked his lips, and then stretched out his tongue to swirl around his mouth, swallowing the chili oil at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked like he was reminiscing and said lightly, "This Qingyan City is just a small town in our Huayan dynasty. I have lived in Qingyan City since I was a child, and now it has been more than 30 years, so I know a little about the big and small things in the city. The best restaurant here is Tianfu Restaurant, but the consumption inside is relatively expensive, and I have only been there once by chance, but the wine and food inside are really unique. If you want to drink flower wine, go to Yanhonglu." When Li Tianla said this, he showed an expression that you know. Ling Yuan smiled, pretending to be a fellow traveler. Just kidding. How could a man like him with such good looks go to such a place? And he just turned 18. But in order to get information, Ling Yuan had to pretend to be nice. As a righteous man, Ling Yuan felt that such a place must be severely hit. Brotherly, tell me more about Yanhonglu. As the saying goes, if you want to defeat the enemy, you must first thoroughly understand the enemy. So Ling Yuan asked some details, which is reasonable. Hiki. Li Tianla's expression gradually became obscene, and he began to tell the mystery. Ling Yuan listened carefully, nodding in agreement for a while, and then couldn't help but marvel at it. Obviously, he didn't expect the ancient's tricks. No, wisdom is so deep. Looking at Ling Yuan, who was stunned by himself, Li Tianla nodded with satisfaction. Ahem. He almost forgot that he still had to get information. Ling Yuan came back to his senses and interrupted. Brotherly, let's talk about this topic later. Then he pondered for a while and continued. What big families are there in Qingyan City? Please tell me in advance, so that I won't accidentally offend them in the future. The forces in the city must be understood first. He is a weak chicken now, and understanding the forces can avoid risks. Second, he can find a way to contact them to get more information about this world. As a big family in the city, he must know more than a peddler. Now he doesn't know if there's any extraordinary power in this world. Does he know whether it is a fantasy or a mortal world, or just an ordinary ancient world? Li Tianla replied, "Oh, you are talking about this. Our Wang family and Yu family are the largest, but don't worry, the people of their two families are pretty good. They're also quite prestigious in our Qingyan City and have done a lot of good things. Wang family and Yu family. Are there any sects around here?" Ling Yuan asked. Yes, and there is a sect full of immortals. When Li Tianla mentioned the sect, he paused, his face showing memories. Immortals? Is it the world of immortals? Ling Yuan's heart moved just as he was about to ask for more details. He heard Li Tianla continue. I remember when I was about 13 or 14 years old, I was selling buns with my father, and suddenly a few bright streams of light appeared in the sky and flew towards us. The streams of light fell to the ground and turned into several immortals wearing gorgeous feather clothes. From Li Tianla, I learned that there is an immortal sect hundreds of miles away from Qingyan City, called the Sunset Sect, which recruits a group of disciples every 18 years. At that time, those immortals will come to the city to select people with spiritual roots and under the age of 18 to go to the sect. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't measure my spiritual roots, otherwise I would be an immortal now. Li Tianla couldn't help beating his chest and stamping his feet, as if he hated his body for not growing spiritual roots. Ling Yuan lowered his head and pondered. Based on his many years of experience reading novels, it is very likely that there are immortal cultivators in the Wang and Yu families, and some of their children have joined the Sunset Sect. After all, there are only two big families in this town. It may be because someone in the family has joined the sect that they can dominate here. Of course, this is all his guess now. We have to wait and see what happens. Brotherly, do you remember how many people were taken away at that time? Ling Yuan looked up at Li Tianla and said, I remember. There were only 2 people from the Wang and Yu families. At that time, their 2 families were not as prosperous as they are now. Li Tianla blurted out, showing that the experience at that time impressed him deeply. It is true. Guessed it right. It is worthy of me. Excuse me, brotherly, how old are you this year? 31. What's wrong? Li Tianla looked at Ling Yuan in confusion. 31 years old. It seems that almost 18 years have passed. I hope I didn't miss it. Ling Yuan tried to ask. In other words, the Sunset Sect will come to recruit new disciples this year? Yes, there are about 3 months left. Li Tianla nodded, then stretched out 3 fingers to gesture. Nice. There is a chance. Ling Yuan breathed a sigh of relief to embark on the immortal road. It is definitely safer and more efficient to directly join the sect than to look for opportunities. Since I have come to the world of immortal cultivation, of course I have to cultivate immortality. I will set a small goal first and wait until the Sunset Sect recruits people. As long as I touch the spirit stone at that time, I will have unlimited spirit stones. Then I will enter the Sutra Pavilion and copy, merge and upgrade all the skills. The same operation is also done for the magic tools. Get rich directly. It should be possible. It is impossible that a demon cultivator suddenly appears before leaving the novice village, and everyone in the city will die with a banner. Ling Yuan hurriedly shook his head and threw this bad idea out of his head. However, there is still a key problem. That is, he doesn't know whether he has spiritual roots. If he finds out that he doesn't have spiritual roots after a test, it will be embarrassing. Moreover, the Sunset Sect only recruits people under the age of 18, and he just turned 18 and Doesn't know if he can do it. If he fails to join the sect, he will have to look for other opportunities. After that, Ling Yuan asked some questions about the Huayan dynasty, but because the dynasty is too big, he doesn't know much. Seeing that he had drained away the knowledge he had accumulated over the years, Ling Yuan decided to leave first. Thank you very much, Brotherly. I have some other food here. Although it is not as good as spicy strips, it is also quite flavorful. I will give it to Brotherly. Ling Yuan reached into the bag and touched all the snacks, then took out the happy water and handed the remaining bag of snacks to Li Tianla. Well, after all, he would have to eat in the future, so he touched them first, so that he could copy them when he wanted to eat later. The happy water would not be given to him, and he would drink while walking. No, how can I do this, little brother? Li Tianla waved his hand and refused. However, Ling Yuan did not give him a chance to refuse and put it directly on his stall. Without storage equipment, Ling Yuan's hands were still tired of holding such a big bag, so he simply gave it all to him. Don't refuse, please accept it. I have something important to do, so I will leave first. After bowing, Ling Yuan turned and left. Hey, Li Tianla stretched out his hand to call Ling Yuan, but after thinking about it, he retracted his hand and fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up and looked in the direction where Ling Yuan left and sighed. This young man is quite nice. Then he started showing off the snacks he had just opened. After saying goodbye to Li Tianla, Ling Yuan came to Tianfulu, took out a handful of change from his pocket, and booked a good room. Ling Yuan lay quietly on the bed with his hands under his head. He began to think about how to get basic self-protection power. After all, this is a dangerous world of cultivating immortals. You may find yourself in the 10,000 souls banner when you open your eyes one day. First, you have to improve your defensibility. Thinking of this, Ling Yuan rolled over and got up, copied 2 sets of tops, and then after fusing them, I got a 1-star t-shirt item. 1-star t-shirt description. It can improve the wearer's charm, flexibility, and durability to a certain extent. Continue. Copy the 1-star t-shirt and then start the fusion item. 2-star t-shirt description. The charm is increased. Defense, toughness, and durability are improved. The defense field appears. Continue to fuse. I want to max out the defense. Ling Yuan repeated the operation until he became a 5-star. 2 5-star t-shirts did not become 6-star after fusion, but turned into a 5-star again item. 5-star t-shirt description. Defensibility greatly improved. Durability greatly improved. Toughness greatly improved. Charm improved based on the sensing ability of the light ball. Ling Yuan found that the strength of this new 5-star t-shirt has not been improved compared with the 5-star t-shirt before fusion. It seems that 5 stars are already the limit. Yes. After all, they are all synthesized from ordinary things. What else do you want? But he still has silver, which should be used to increase defensibility. Speaking of which, 5-star silver will what effect does it have? Try it. Copy. Fuse. Item. 1-star silver fragment description. Purity has been improved. This is 5-star silver 999 pure silver. Ling Yuan did not believe in evil and continued to try. Sure enough, after merging to 5 stars, Ling Yuan obtained a 9999 pure silver block. The refining technology in ancient times was not well developed, so the refined silver fragments often contained a lot of impurities. He roughly understood what this fusion skill was like. It seems that the fusion of the same items can only improve their original properties and will not produce any qualitative changes no matter how much an ordinary object is fused. It is still an ordinary object. Ling Yuan fused the 5-star silver and the 5-star t-shirt to get a 5-star silver silk soft armor. Item. 5-star silver silk soft armor. Description. Invulnerable to swords and guns, warm in winter and cool in summer. Charming. A good product. So handsome, so shiny. Ling Yuan took the soft armor in his hand and kept looking at it, put it on, took out his mobile phone, and took a selfie. Then he combined his underwear and trousers in this way. If he hadn't been wearing slippers, he would have melted his socks too. Then he put them all on and put on a layer of ordinary clothes. After all, wearing silver armor outside is still too eye-catching. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the value of this silver armor. It will only cause trouble. You have to be low-key when you should be low-key. Ling Yuan looked down at his mobile phone again. Then he started to copy and fuse. Soon after, he got a mobile phone with super long standby time, super chip, and the ability to crack walnuts. If I go to the fairyland in the future, I can feed some fairy tools to my phone, and maybe I can receive signals from other worlds. Alas, I finally started my happy college life, but how can I travel through time? Thinking of this, Ling Yuan shook his head helplessly. He put away his phone and planned to go to the blacksmith shop outside to buy a knife. As for why he didn't buy a sword, as a modern person, if I don't know how to use a sword, a knife is definitely more useful than a sword. In addition, in ancient times, soldiers also used knives when marching and fighting. From this point of view, knives are more practical than swords. The guests were sitting in the hall, and the guests were sitting in the hall. The guest rooms of this restaurant are on the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor is a private room, and the 1st floor is a few scattered tables. Ling Yuan walked out of the room on the 3rd floor and went down to the 1st floor. When he came to the 1st floor, Ling Yuan's eyes swept over the guests in the hall. Not many, only 7 or 8. There was no lively scene like in the novel where everyone drank and boasted together. On the contrary, the environment here was quiet, and the guests spoke in a low voice. For fear of disturbing others, he did not stop and continued to walk in the direction of the shopkeeper. Ling Yuan came to the shopkeeper's desk and was about to ask about the location of the iron shop when he saw the shopkeeper quickly stand up and bow to him with a smile. What can I do for you, sir? Ling Yuan clasped his fists and bowed back. Shopkeeper, how can I get to the blacksmith shop in town? Seeing Ling Yuan's return, the shopkeeper nodded secretly, thinking, although this young man is dressed in an odd way, he knows etiquette. Turn left after the guest leaves, go straight, and look to the right, and enter the 2nd alley. The shopkeeper recalled for a while. According to the shopkeeper's instructions, Ling Yuan soon arrived in front of the blacksmith shop. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of fine iron striking came out. Seeing a guest coming, the owner of the iron shop first wiped his sweat with the cloth around his neck. He was stunned at first when he saw the visitor, and then looked him up and down. It was obviously the first time he saw Ling Yuan dressed like this. What kind of weapon does this customer want to choose? I have knives, guns, swords, halberds, and hammers. The iron shop owner's deep voice came out. When people heard it, they couldn't help but outline the image of a strong man in their minds. That it's true that the voice is like the person. I want to buy your best knife. Ling Yuan said lightly. 8 taels of silver. Without saying much, the boss took out a long knife from the cabinet next to him and put it on the table in front of Ling Yuan. 8 taels. Not expensive. The appearance of this knife is more like the Tang sword in the world. The handle is dark copper, and it looks very handsome. Ling Yuan held the handle and picked it up. Then he staggered and almost didn't pick it up. WC. It's heavy, at least 7 or 8 pounds. He had bought some unopened sword collections on Earth before, most of which were about 3 pounds. That kind of Guangong broadsword is only 10 pounds. Of course, it can't be compared with the real Guangong sword. This knife weighs 7 or 8 pounds, and he can't swing it with one hand. Ahem, Ling Yuan coughed tactically. Shopkeeper, change to a lighter one. 3 or 4 pounds will do, but it has to be the best one here. Haha, okay. The iron shop owner chuckled twice. Then he rummaged around and took out another knife that looked similar to the previous one. While the boss was looking for a knife, Ling Yuan had already touched all the weapons on the iron shop. I didn't expect there was a flying knife, which just matched his ability and could be thrown infinitely. He was secretly surprised. Ling Yuan took the newly taken knife, immediately stepped back a few steps, and then began to test the knife in the open space using the chaotic cloak knife technique, also known as random chopping. Not bad, not bad. It fits the hand very well. Ling Yuan held the knife horizontally in front of him and observed it carefully. Shopkeeper, I want this one. How much is it? This one is 5 taels. Ling Yuan took out some silver coins, weighed it, and found it was about half a caddy, or 5 taels, and handed it to the boss. After paying the bill, Ling Yuan put the knife into the matching scabbard and turned to leave. Let's go around first and buy some clothes, by the way. Tonghulu, sweet Tonghulu. Dumplings, hot dumpling. Fellow villagers, break the big stone in your chest. On the street, listening to the various hawking sounds and people talking in his ears, Ling Yuan felt relaxed and comfortable. Looking at the knife on his waist, he felt a sense of boldness of traveling the world with a sword. Not long after, Ling Yuan bought a black suit with a little golden pattern from a store, which looked very domineering. ignoring the hairstyle. Ling Yuan has become the male protagonist in an ancient costume fairy drama. Let me go. Let me go. Lian, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you can marry Miss Wang? A young man in black was stopped at the door by several servants holding his hands. The young man's face was a little immature, and he looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. The leading servant kept belittling him. People passing by looked at him sideways. Ling Yuan also stopped and started to watch the show. Li Yan began to argue with them and told them about his relationship with Wang Yan's every detail. Listening to Li Yan's story, Ling Yuan exclaimed, "What the hell are you acting in? An idle drama here. Yenner and I are truly in love. Yenner, come out." Li Yan shouted loudly into the mansion. "Haha, just you." A cold voice came out that a handsome young man with a hint of dominance, wearing a blue and white robe, walked out slowly from the door. Wang Tung had actually been hiding and eavesdropping since just now, and the more he listened, the uglier his face looked. Damn it. What's the reason for this kid? Yenner had never been so kind to him, her elder brother, and he couldn't stand it, so he had to humiliate him severely. "Brother Wang, please let me see Yenner." Li Yan, right? Yenner has already detected her spiritual roots in advance and will soon join the Sunset Sect. From now on, you are from two different worlds, and even if there is no spiritual root, how can you, a small Li family, be qualified? Throw him out. After saying that, he turned back to the mansion without hesitation. The leading servant waved his hand, signaling the others to take action. The two people holding Li Yan's arms threw him back hard. Bang! Li Yan fell to the ground in embarrassment. Spiritual roots. Hearing that Wang Yan had detected her spiritual roots, Li Yan was very happy for her, but then his mood became depressed again and he lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Li Yan looked up at the backs of the Wang family members, and his eyes became firm. Don't look down on people. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. Everyone ignored his incompetent rage and turned around to close the door. Ling Yuan, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard what Li Yan said. Several thoughts came to his mind. My goodness, this line, is he the protagonist of this world? You are the protagonist, then what am I? Do you want to contact him first? Forget it, take care of yourself first. He is powerless now, and if he rashly contacts the protagonist of this world, he will not know how he died. As we all know, the protagonist is often surrounded by various crises. If it is not good, relatives and friends will sacrifice to the sky. Shaking his head, Ling Yuan stopped watching and prepared to go back to the guest room to fuse a new weapon. Back in the guest room, Ling Yuan couldn't wait to take out the long knife and quickly upgraded it to 5 stars. Then he tried its sharpness and found that cutting silver was like cutting tofu, which was extremely sharp. Then he copied and fused the black suit and new shoes on his body, and wore the silver silk soft armor as usual. Wearing the 5-star shoes on my feet, I felt lighter and stronger. What if I merged the flying knife and the long sword? Ling Yuan copied a small flying knife, upgraded the small flying knife to 5 stars, and then merged the two. Oh my god, it turned into this thing. Ling Yuan was a little surprised. The fused weapon still has the appearance of the previous long sword, but the handle is a little different that if you look closely, you can see that there is a small button on the handle. Ling Yuan pointed the handle at the wall in front of him. Then he gently pressed the button. With a whoosh, a small flying knife appeared on the wall in front of him. Half of the flying knife was actually submerged in it, which shows that its power is extraordinary. Ling Yuan stepped forward and pulled it with both hands, but the flying knife did not move at all. After a lot of trouble, Ling Yuan took out the flying knife. This is really powerful. It's really a weapon for assassination. When facing the enemy, you think I'm a swordsman, but I can fire a flying knife from the handle of the knife with my backhand. How should you deal with it? You can easily kill the enemy by taking them by surprise. Of course, this is the case when you don't encounter immortal cultivators. Later, Ling Yuan figured out some ways to use the copying ability as a means of attack. For example, he can copy countless flying knives from high altitude and give the enemy a rain of flying knives if there is a tungsten rod. He can directly transform into a humanoid space-based weapon. Or he can copy a few boulders above the enemy and smash them down. As for directly copying the knife into the enemy's body, I don't know if this works. I'll try it on animals when I have the chance. By the way, I suddenly have another bold idea. Ling Yuan's mind flashed with inspiration. The chef was busy cooking. Oh, I suddenly have another bold idea. Ling Yuan's mind flashed. Ling Yuan quickly went downstairs and slipped into the restaurant's kitchen to this time. The chef was concentrating on cooking. Ling Yuan first dipped his hands in some water, then walked to the stove and touched the burning fire at lightning speed. Hey, what are you doing, guest? The kitchen is a restricted area. Please do not enter at will. When the chef found out, Ling Yuan had already done it. Oh, I got lost, sorry. Ling Yuan pretended to apologize and left in a hurry. Back in the room, Ling Yuan began to test. He stretched out one hand, and a ball of flame appeared above his palm. However, the flame only lasted for a second before disappearing. This is normal, because there is no fuel to support it. Ling Yuan obviously thought of this. Whoosh, the flame appeared again and continued to burn. So there is no fuel, but I just need to keep copying it /O//. Ling Yuan was very smart. After dispersing the flame in his hand, Ling Yuan looked at the teapot on the table that he stretched out his palm towards it. Burn. Ling Yuan shouted. Orange-red flames appeared around the teapot and continued to burn. Ling Yuan stopped until the tea was boiled. Although it can be burned without extending your hand, it feels more handsome this way. There must be a sense of ritual in cultivating immortals. Not bad, not bad. From now on, this move will be called supernatural anger. The experiment was successful, and Ling Yuan was in a good mood. With this, mortals could no longer threaten him. Maybe he could even burn a low-level cultivator to death. This time, Ling Yuan slapped forward again, and a long flame quickly rushed forward. However, this was just the effect of replication. It seemed that the fire column was rushing forward, but in fact Ling Yuan could not add power to it. He just kept replicating the flame to control its position. Then Ling Yuan drew out the long sword again. By the way, this sword also needs a name. Let's call it 3000. Well, I'll take your life for 3000. Ling Yuan held the sword horizontally in front of him with one hand, and with a thought, a layer of bright flames quickly burst out of the sword. Flame slash. Ling Yuan swung the sword forward, and saw an arc of flame flashing 2 meters in front of him. People who didn't know thought it was the flame sword energy emitted by Ling Yuan. Change fist this time. Rubber, flame machine fist. Ling Yuan threw the knife aside, and began to punch forward. The fist-sized flames kept flickering in front of him, like gorgeous fireworks. Haha, I played with this flame. Ling Yuan couldn't help but smile. It's a pity that I can't control the details of the flame's appearance. I can only combine it into a rough shape. The next step is another experiment. Ling Yuan passed by the vegetable market before and touched all the vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish, and so on. In short, he touched whatever he felt useful along the way. With a thought, a chicken appeared on the table, but it was limp and motionless. No soul. Ling Yuan was not very surprised by this result. After all, he couldn't touch the soul. Being able to copy the body of a living creature is already amazing. If you reach a bottleneck after cultivating immortality and your lifespan is not enough, you can copy your previous body and then change the furnace and cauldron. If you continue to do this, wouldn't it be equivalent to immortality? You can also copy the body of a monster and then wholesale monster materials, and there will be no shortage of materials. Let's try to see if you can copy the knife directly into the chicken's stomach. Copy. After cutting open the chicken's stomach, there was no small flying knife inside. It seems that this idea won't work. Ling Yuan shook his head, a little disappointed. After using the chicken's body, Ling Yuan got supernaturally angry and roasted the chicken. It smells so good. It's just that the taste is a little light. I will make all the seasonings another day. This chicken is a little small. I'm not full yet. Let's go to the first floor to eat some more dishes and try the flavors of this restaurant. First floor waiter, bring 3 of your best dishes. Ling Yuan sat on the bench in front of the table and ordered the waiter, who came over. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. It will be here soon. The waiter left in a hurry. Ling Yuan took out the bottle of happy water that he had not finished drinking and poured a glass into the cup in front of him. Then he took a sip and waited quietly for the dishes to be served, a tea this time. Ling Yuan did not know that he had been targeted. Wang Teng threw that ignorant boy out of the door today, and he was in a good mood, so he came to Tianfu Tower to have a few drinks. Just as he was about to drink the wine in the cup, he heard a sizzling sound from the right. Wang Teng turned his head and saw a handsome young man in black and gold clothes. Seeing the young man's appearance, Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, this person's appearance can rival mine. When did such a person appear in the city? Moreover, this black wine has never been seen before, and the packaging is also very exquisite. Is it some pure wine? After seeing Ling Yuan's enjoyment after drinking, Wang Teng couldn't help it anymore, so he walked up and hugged him, saying, brother, I am Wang Teng. Can you tell me what kind of wine this is? Why is it so strange? Ling Yuan looked in the direction of the sound. Good fellow, isn't this the guy who threw the protagonist out of the door? Is he interested in my happy water? Haha. Ling Yuan stood up and gave him a fist bump. It turns out to be Brother Wang. I have heard of you for a long time. My name is Ling Yuan. Then he began to introduce the happy water to him. My drink is called Ligio, which is the best for cooling off in summer and will not make you drunk. Brother Wang, why don't you sit down and drink with me? Thank you, Brother Ling. I was envious of your drink just now, huh? The two sat opposite each other. Ling Yuan took out an empty glass and poured him a glass. Brother Wang, please. Wang Ting picked up the glass, took a sip tentatively at first, and then raised his head to drink it all. When the happy water entered his mouth, he felt a cool feeling bursting out of his mouth. After swallowing, the coolness gradually spread throughout his body, and the refreshing feeling of the bubble explosion lingered in his mouth for a long time. Ha, so cool. Wang Tong let out a long sigh, feeling the summer heat swept away at this moment. Then he looked eagerly at the bottle of happy water. Ling Yuan saw the expectation in his eyes and smiled lightly. Brother Wang, you can pour it yourself after drinking it. Ha ha, okay, Wang Tong, will make you my friend. The embarrassment on Wang Tong's face flashed after his thoughts were seen through. Then he took the bottle and started to pour another glass. Brother Ling, as far as I know, there is no such exotic wine in Tianfu Tower. Where did you buy it? Can you tell me? Oh, I'm afraid you can't buy this. This is the wine from my hometown, which is a million miles away from here. I just happened to pass by here when I was traveling. This bottle is the last one I have. Oh, that's a pity. Wang Tong's face couldn't help but darken a little when he heard this. Then Ling Yuan began to chat with Wang Tong. Ling Yuan, who has modern knowledge, he found a topic to stun Wang Tong, making him exclaim that it was wonderful. Wang Tong was shocked by Ling Yuan's profound knowledge. Compared with him, he seemed to be illiterate. It was after this thought that Wang Tong began to really pay attention to this new drinking buddy. Of course, Ling Yuan also got some information about the Wang family and learned that he had an uncle who was an inner disciple of the Sunset sect. Then Wang Tong kept talking about how good and beautiful his sister Wang Yan was, looking like a sister control. After waiting for a long time, the dishes were finally served. Ling Yuan tasted them and found that they tasted very good. It seems that the food in this world is also developing well. The meal with Wang Tong took about 2 hours. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Wang Tong was ready to say goodbye. Before leaving, he also said that he would invite Ling Yuan to his home tomorrow. Goodbye, Brother Wang. Goodbye, Brother Ling. Wang Tong bowed and turned away slowly. This guy is quite talkative. Ling Yuan took out his mobile phone and found that it was already 6 o'clock. In the Wang family mansion, a beautiful girl, wearing a silk dress with golden butterflies and flowery cloud satin, with a face like peach blossoms, lips like red dots, a pair of big eyes with a hint of charm, and the rest of her face is clear and beautiful, leaning against the window. This person is Wang Yan. Wang Yan stared blankly at the dim sky in front of the window, not knowing what she was thinking, until the cold moonlight appeared. She slowly came back to her senses. Her cherry-like mouth floated slowly, and she whispered in a low voice, Brother Lian. It was late at night. Ling Yuan was a little uncomfortable lying on the bed and had difficulty falling asleep. Sorry, children, we agreed to stay up all night today, but I broke my promise. Ling Yuan couldn't help but recall the agreement with his older children in his mind. Turned over, Ling Yuan continued to try to fall asleep. The next day, bang bang bang, there were bursts of knocks on the door outside the room. Who is it? It's so early in the morning. Ling Yuan looked at the phone on the bedside and found that it was only 8 o'clock. He fell asleep at about 1 or 2 o'clock last night. He was very sleepy at this time. With some doubts and irritability, Ling Yuan opened the door. Brother Ling, I came to see you, Wang Tong said with a smile on his face. It turned out to be Brother Wang. Seeing that the person coming was Wang Tong, he remembered that Wang Tong said he would invite him to his house yesterday. I thought it was a polite remark, but I didn't expect you to be serious. Brother Wang, wait a moment, let me wash up first. Okay, then I will wait for Brother Ling on the first floor. Ling Yuan took out the wooden toothbrush he copied from the street yesterday, dipped a little of the toothpaste made of pure Chinese medicine in the cup, and then started brushing his teeth. In fact, on Earth, toothbrushes and toothpaste made of Chinese medicine have existed since the Song dynasty, not to mention the world of immortal cultivation with extraordinary power. After a while, Ling Yuan, who had finished washing up, came to sit next to Wang Tong on the first floor. He took the kettle on the table, poured out a cup of hot tea, and took a sip. Brother Ling, I saw that you just got up, so I asked the waiter to serve some breakfast. You eat first, and I'll take you to my house after you finish eating. Wang Tong said when he saw him coming. Ling Yuan didn't bother to be polite with him and started eating directly. But seeing that Wang Tong had no intention of picking up his chopsticks, he thought he had already eaten at home. After 10 minutes to resolve the battlefield, Ling Yuan wiped his mouth and said, Let's go, Brother Wang. I can't wait to see your big house. This is the truth. After all, Ling Yuan has never seen such an ancient mansion. Haha, okay, let's go. My house is really big. Wang Ting laughed. Tea this time, outside the wall of the palace. Yenner's room should be in this position. Fatty, squat down quickly. Li Yan was a little anxious and wanted to see Wang Yan quickly. I know. I forget my friends when I see a beautiful woman. The fat man's name is Li Miao. He is Li Yan's cousin. He has been playing with Li Yan and Wang Yan since childhood. After saying that, he squatted down and let Li Yan ride on his neck. After he sat down, Li Miao slowly stood up. Good. I see it. When the height reached the height where he could see the environment inside the mansion, Li Yan was extremely happy. Looking closely, he saw a beautiful girl who made him very fond of her sitting in a small pavilion in the distance. The girl put her hands together on the table, supported her head with her hands, and was in a daze quietly. Looking very cute, Li Yan raised the small stone in his hand, controlled the strength, and threw it into the mansion. The stone fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This crisp sound interrupted the girl's wandering. Wang Yan couldn't help looking in the direction of the sound, but saw only a small stone, and couldn't help feeling strange. Just as she was about to turn back, another stone fell to the ground. Wang Yan was looking for the source of the stone, and unexpectedly saw a face she had been thinking about day and night on the wall. Suddenly, she was surprised. Brother Li Yan. The girl's voice was as clear and pleasant as an oriole. Then she quickly trotted to the wall. Yenner, I finally see you again. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with a layer of pink breath. I heard that you have detected your spiritual roots, and are about to join the Sunset sect. But don't worry, I will definitely detect your spiritual roots too. When the time comes, we will go to the Sunset sect together. Li Yan wanted to continue talking, and heard a loud shout from the left. Hey, what are you doing? You guys. Wang Tong and Ling Yuan were talking and laughing all the way, but they didn't expect to see this scene when they passed by their own wall. Suddenly, there was a roar, bang. Ouch. The two people who were frightened by the roar fell to the ground. It's Wang Tong, run. Seeing that the person coming was Wang Tong and an unknown man, they didn't have time to continue crying, and they quickly got up and ran away. Wang Tong was about to chase, but when he thought of Ling Yuan beside him, he gave up the idea. Humph, you are lucky. Brother Ling, don't worry, we are almost there. Ling Yuan nodded and didn't say much. Wang Yin inside the wall heard the noise and secretly thought that she was discovered. However, Wang Yin felt much better after seeing her lover. She believed that Li Yin would definitely detect the spiritual roots, and then they could continue to be together. The girl hoped so in her heart. Inside the palace, Ling Yuan and his friend met Wang Yin while strolling around. Wang Ting saw his sister and simply started to introduce her. "Oh, brother Ling, this is my younger sister Wang Yin." Then he stretched out a palm towards Ling Yuan and introduced to his sister. "Yinner, this is my friend who I met recently, Ling Yuan." Ling Yuan looked at her for a while and sighed that she was really beautiful. Even though he was used to seeing beauties in the 21st century, he couldn't help but be moved when he first saw Wang Yin. Of course, he didn't think much about it, but he thought she was pretty good. My brother's great cause of cultivating immortals has not yet been completed, so how can he spend his mind on these love affairs? "Hello, Miss Wang." Ling Yuan greeted her with a smile. Wang Yin was stunned when she saw Ling Yuan, and then she came back to her senses when she heard Ling Yuan greet him. "Hello, Mr. Ling." Wang Yin was also shocked by Ling Yuan's stunning appearance and couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a good-looking person in the world? Although you are handsome, brother Li Yin is my only one, Wang Yin thought to herself. After introducing each other, Ling Yuan and Wang Tung continued to stroll around. "By the way, brother Ling, in 3 months, the nearby Sunset sect will come to us to recruit disciples. You must go and try. If you have spiritual roots, you can cultivate immortals." Wang Ting also tested his spiritual roots in advance. A few days ago, his uncle Wang Tua came back and told them that he had become an inner disciple, and then helped the young men in the clan test their spiritual roots. He was also delighted to find that Wang Tung and Wang Yin both had spiritual roots. When Wang Yin saw that she had dual spiritual roots of water and wood, Wang Tua trembled with excitement. This complementary dual spiritual root can be said to become a golden elixir as long as it does not die and the practice is good. And when he found that Wang Ting's spiritual root was very similar to the single spiritual root of gold described in the book, he was so excited that he danced with joy and laughed at the sky. "Ha! My nephew Wang Tung has the talent of transformation." The transformation stage is also called the god. The strongest of their Sunset sect is only in the nascent soul stage. How could he not be excited? However, for the sake of safety, Wang Tua planned to ask the elders of the sect to come and take a look. Then he flew away with a sword without saying a word, laughing loudly. "Okay, I will." Ling Yuan nodded. After walking around the Wang family mansion, Ling Yuan sighed that rich people are extravagant. After rejecting Wang Ting's invitation to lunch, Ling Yuan came to a mountain forest alone. He was going to practice the accuracy of his flying knife in case of emergency. He found a tree as a target. First, he stood 10 meters away and started practicing. He took out the 3000 that will kill you, pointed the handle at the tree, and pressed the button. Swoosh. Boom. After a series of thumps hitting the tree, Ling Yuan successfully hit the target. The handle of the 3000 can only hold one flying knife, so Ling Yuan needs to manually add one to the 3000 after using it. After practicing with the 3000 for a while, he switched to hand shooting. Now there are more misses. Sometimes they don't hit the target at all, and sometimes the tail of the flying knife hits the tree and bounces off. In short, it's very bad. Forget it. It's okay. I want to cultivate immortality in the future anyway. Ling Yuan nodded and comforted himself. It's better not to practice this flying knife. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the right front. Brother in front, run. Ling Yuan turned his head and found that Li Yin was running towards him with a face full of fear. Roar. A deafening roar sounded, scaring away the birds around. Behind Li Yin, there was a big tiger chasing him. Seeing the several-meter-long big insect behind him, Ling Yuan felt a little shocked. It's definitely not a good thing to meet the protagonist. But saving his life while the protagonist is weak is also a good investment. This tiger is much bigger than the one he saw in the zoo in his previous life, but he was not panicked at all, because this is the time to show off. "Get out of the way." Ling Yuan called out to Li Yin and pulled out the 3000 swords, holding them upright in front of his chest. In an instant, a raging fire burst out from the blade. The firelight shone on Ling Yuan's face, adding a bit of domineering to his knife-like face. Li Yin, who ran away, was also staring at the flaming sword in amazement. The first move of the Burning Heaven Sword Sutra. Flame slash. Ling Yuan roared, and the flaming sword instantly slashed forward. An arc of flame suddenly appeared. The moment the flame hit the tiger in front, it quickly spread out and wrapped the tiger's whole body. Roar. The running tiger was burned and wailed, rolling on the ground. Unfortunately, this fire was destined to be something it could not extinguish. Not long after, the tiger was motionless, and it was obvious that its soul had flown away. Seeing this scene, how could Li Yin not know that he had met a master? He immediately bowed down. "Thank you for saving my life, master. I, Li Yin, beg you to accept me as your disciple." Ling Yuan couldn't handle this. It was a bit unexpected. How could this protagonist kneel down as soon as he was told to? And he was just immortal now. How could he accept the disciple? "Get up. Tell me how you met this big tiger." In this case, Ling Yuan guessed that he must have encountered some natural treasures, and this tiger was the guardian of the natural treasures. However, Li Yin still didn't get up and said quickly, "I came across a cave while strolling around. I read some stories about caves, and there might be some treasures, so I plan to try my luck in it. As soon as I entered a little, this big tiger rushed out and chased me all the way." "Oh, cave? Maybe there's an opportunity for this kid Li Yin inside. Come on, take me to see." Ling Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Helplessly, Li Yin wanted to continue to say some words about becoming a disciple, but he could only give up temporarily. After a while, the two came to the entrance of the cave. Walking into the cave, it was a little dark inside, and Ling Yuan rubbed a ball of fire on the top of his palm to illuminate. Li Yin looked at the flame in his palm with envy. He thought, "If I also have this ability, I think Yinner's parents will not stop us from being together." The cave was not very deep, and soon, the two walked to the end and found only some animal bones and some strange red fruits. The bone should be eaten by the big tiger. The fruit on the wall should be some kind of natural treasure. Ling Yuan picked one and quietly copied and fused it to get the information of the fruit. Item: red blood fruit. Description: eating it can enhance chi and blood, strengthen muscles and bones. The case is solved. This is why the tiger is so big. Generally speaking, the protagonist's first opportunity should be more than this, and there should often be some kind of inheritance of skills. There may be some traps in this cave. Ling Yuan thought to himself. Li Yin, look for ties. There any mechanism? "Oh, good immortal master, is there really a treasure here?" Li Yin expressed his doubts. "Maybe." Ling Yuan answered casually. "Immortal master, is this it?" After a while, Li Yin found an unusual place, so he looked at him with joy, as if to take credit. Ling Yuan was shocked, thinking that the protagonist was the protagonist. Walking to Li Yin's side, Ling Yuan carefully shone the firelight and found that there was a small square protrusion on the cave wall, which was only protruding a little, and it was difficult to see without careful observation. Finding the mechanism, Ling Yuan pressed it directly. With a strange sound, a huge stone next to the stone wall suddenly opened. A door appeared in front of the two. "Is this the hidden stone chamber?" Ling Yuan's face did not move, as if it was normal. Then he took the lead in stepping into the newly appeared cave, and Li Yin followed closely. When they came to the hidden cave, the first thing that caught their eyes was a sitting skeleton in the brand new and gorgeous clothes on him. This clothes is as new, without any dust, so magical. Li Yin thought. Ling Yuan took a quick look and saw a secret book next to the corpse and a storage ring in his hand. He picked up the secret book on the ground, patted the dust on it, and then took a closer look. Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. What a domineering name. Daring to call it Burning Heaven, and named it after Emperor. I think it must be a very powerful martial arts. Well, it is quite similar to the sword moves he had taken before. Now if I have spiritual roots, I should be able to practice in advance. Go back and try. Ling Yuan was ecstatic. Then he threw it to Li Yin. "Little Yinzi, take it. After all, it would be useless if he touched it, so it would be better to invest it in the protagonist who is still weak at this time. Maybe it will be a great help to him in the future." Oh. Li Yin hurriedly caught the secret book. When he looked at it carefully, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The four domineering characters of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra shocked his soul. "Master, this." Li Yin wanted to ask why he didn't keep such a precious thing for himself, but a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. The Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Why does it sound so familiar? Ah, I remember. It's the sword move of the master, the Burning Heaven Sword Sutra. Could this secret book belong to the master? I read a storybook before, and it was written that a powerful person could reincarnate with memories. Could it be that this corpse is the master's previous life? Yes, it must be like this. Doesn't the master pass on the skills to me mean that he is willing to accept me as a disciple? Thinking of this, Li Yin said no more and knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Well, not bad. You know how to be grateful. You are a good child. Unlike a certain protagonist, a sand. Seeing Li Yin kowtow, Ling Yuan nodded secretly to show his satisfaction, but he knew that Li Yin said directly after he kowtowed, "Thank you, master, for accepting me as your disciple." Ling Yuan. Hey, I didn't agree. Ling Yuan waved his hand quickly. Hearing this, Li Yin thought for a while, and then showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I understand, master. Li Yin showed a smug expression, indicating that he already understood. Ling Yuan, what did you understand, you beast? I know that you have just reincarnated and are still relatively weak, and there are many powerful enemies in the dark, and you certainly don't want to implicate me. Master, please rest assured that I will not reveal our relationship to the outside world. I will definitely practice diligently and realize master's revenge plan as soon as possible. Hiss. Hearing Li Yin's incredible speech, Ling Yuan took a breath of cold air and exclaimed, wow, what's in his head at such a young age? He can imagine so much. What a talent. How did I come back from reincarnation? Fortunately, Ling Yuan's imagination is not low. After thinking for a while, he probably understood the situation. I in this case, don't blame me for fooling you. Hey, get up, young man. You have a good understanding. Since you have discovered me, I, Ling Yuan, will accept you as a registered disciple first. Thank you, master. Li Yin kowtowed excitedly again. Looking at the protagonist kowtowed to him, Ling Yuan said that this feeling is quite good. But in the future, when you're outside, you must call me brother Ling, and never call me master. Remember. Finally, Ling Yuan gave another warning. Well, it was mainly because they were afraid that he would cause trouble and then all the trouble would come to him. Then Ling Yuan turned around and walked to the corpse, touched the corpse's gorgeous clothes, and then took off the ring on the bone finger. He used his mind to sense the ring and found that there was no reaction. Then he took out a dagger and put a drop of blood on the ring. The blood dripped on the ring and was quickly absorbed by the ring, and then Ling Yuan felt himself there was a strange connection between him and the ring. Success. Ling Yuan was delighted. He probed into it with his mind and found that there were only a few blue stones, a few weapons, a few spiritual herbs, and a purple light treasure book that could only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. The blue stones should be spiritual stones. Oh my, so poor? No, there is such an awesome emperor scripture, and this is all you have in your storage ring? Ling Yuan was speechless after sensing the items inside. I thought I could get a lot of money, but I met a poor guy in the world of immortal cultivation. It seems that I don't know where I got this emperor scripture by luck. I don't know why he died here, which was a bargain for him. He took the things in the ring and marked them one by one. Then he looked at Li Yin, hesitated for a while, and took out a silver storage ring from it, which Ling Yuan had fused with silver when he turned his back to Li Yin just now. He handed a dagger and a ring to Li Yin at the same time and said, drop a drop of blood on the ring. Yes. Li Yin nodded and followed Ling Yuan's instructions. Soon he found a connection with the ring, but he had some questions in his heart. Master, this is a storage ring. There is a space inside where objects can be stored. Just probe it with your mind. After saying that, Ling Yuan shook his right hand, and spiritual stones fell down, about 100 pieces, and then shook out a sword. These were all copied directly by him, pretending to make Li Yin think that they were shaken out of the storage ring. Take these in and try it. Seeing that the master gave so many treasures, Li Yin was very moved. At this moment, he didn't say much, but just kept his kindness firmly in his heart. Then he cast his eyes on the pile of spiritual stones on the ground, raised his hand, and with a thought, the spiritual stones, sword, and the skills in his hand quickly flew into the ring. After the matter was settled, Ling Yuan plucked all the red blood fruits on the cave wall and gave half to Li Yin before returning to the restaurant room. He was going to start practicing. After a while, the old man was very happy. Ling Yuan returned to the room and opened the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture that he had just copied. The page seemed to be made of the skin of some animal, and the words on it were golden. They were not Chinese characters, but they looked extremely mysterious. What kind of words are these? Damn, I can't understand them. Ling Yuan felt a headache, but soon, he remembered some plots in the novel. Is there any special way to comprehend it? Thinking of this, Ling Yuan took out a dagger again, pierced his finger skin, and dripped a drop of blood on the technique. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed, and nothing happened. This doesn't work. Try another method. Seeing that this method failed, Ling Yuan tried to put the technique on the center of his eyebrows. Buzz. Accompanied by a strange wave, the technique began to emit a faint golden light like ripples, and then rushed into Ling Yuan's eyebrows. Ling Yuan only felt a bang in his head, and then lost the perception of his body in the outside world, and his consciousness entered a strange chaotic space. Golden runes were floating in the space. Looking closely at the runes, it was found that they were exactly the same as the strange font written in the book. Runes began to constantly surround Ling Yuan's consciousness. He entered a mysterious state. After a long time, Ling Yuan opened his eyes and had already comprehended the first level of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Due to the restrictions in it, the remaining techniques must reach the corresponding realm before they can continue to be comprehended. This Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra is a technique that directly points to becoming immortal, and each level has its own special features. The first level of practice is to cultivate the body and spirit together. By visualizing an ancient rune, one enters a wonderful state of consciousness, absorbs spirit and refines it, and then communicates with the 3 fires hidden in the human body. The first one is the heart, which is the king fire, also known as the divine fire. The second one is the kidney, which is the minister fire, also known as the essence fire. The third one is the bladder, which is the sea of chi below the navel and the people's fire. The 3 combined into one can become the samadhi true fire, which can burn away the practitioner's own acquired dregs, temper the body, and become a pure young body when perfect, building a supreme foundation. After the great achievement, this true fire can also be used externally to defend against enemies, and it is invincible. At the same time, the first level also has 2 matching magical training methods. The first one is the divine fire golden pupil. After practicing it, wherever you stare at your eyes, fire will start, and it will burn spirit. The power of this fire is not comparable to ordinary fire. The temperature of the chi refining period can reach 10,000 degrees, and 3,000 degrees for ordinary fire is the limit. The second one is the sky fire armor, which is condensed with spiritual power, but it needs something called fire crystal sand to practice it, and Ling Yuan can't find it for the time being. Sure enough, this technique is amazing. Ling Yuan closed his eyes again and began to visualize the runes. Soon, all his distracting thoughts disappeared, and he entered a state of tranquility with a clear mind. Although he closed his eyes, he seemed to be able to see the surrounding scene vaguely. At this time, he looked inside his own spiritual roots. 1 red and 1 gold. It should be a dual spiritual root of fire and gold. It seems that my aptitude is not bad. After a while, strands of spiritual energy were constantly absorbed into Ling Yuan's body. The spiritual energy is absorbed into the dantian through the spiritual roots, and then the dantian is refined into spiritual power. The practitioner can use spiritual power to perform various wonderful magical skills. Refining chi level 1. An inexplicable momentum burst out from Ling Yuan. This is the power of a cultivator. Scientifically speaking, it is the evolution of life, and the biomagnetic field has been greatly enhanced. Like the temperament of a superior, the mighty momentum of a tiger, they're all biomagnetic fields, which are emitted and received and sensed by other creatures. At this time, Ling Yuan only felt that his whole body was warm, especially the dantian area, which was very comfortable. At the same time, he also saw the generation of spiritual power in the dantian area. He opened his eyes again, raised his right hand lightly, and the spiritual energy gathered in his hand. Copy. Ling Yuan copied a lot of spiritual energy around him, and then continued to practice. This thing is much more useful than the spirit gathering array. Continue to visualize the rune. That bit of spiritual power began to automatically travel around the acupuncture points of the body, and then return to the dantian to transform into the unique spiritual power of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. At the same time, the spiritual power in the air was absorbed into Ling Yuan's body faster. As time passed, the spiritual power in Ling Yuan's dantian accumulated more and more. and then began to move up to the Do channel behind him. Chi refining level 2. Success. The Chi refining stage is divided into 10 levels. The first level is to cultivate spiritual power in the Dantian. When the Dantian spiritual power is full and the governor vessel is opened, it is the second level. When all the 8 extraordinary meridians are opened, it reaches the 9th stage of Chi refining. The 10th level is to open the 12 serious, and then reach perfection. The more meridians are open, the stronger the spiritual power. After reaching the second level of Chi refining, Ling Yuan consolidated it again before sitting down. Oh, it's so cool to practice. I feel full of power now, and I didn't expect to reach the second level so quickly. The top level skills are awesome. He let out a long sigh and said lightly. He stretched out his hand and concentrated it, and a spiritual fire appeared. The fire generated by spiritual power seems to be no different from ordinary fire, except that this fire uses spiritual power as fuel. I still have to learn some basic attack spells. First arrange the divine fire golden eye, and then enter the sect to do some fireball magic or something like that. Is it that the awesome skills don't bother to record such small spells? Ling Yuan thought with a strange face. He spread his hands to disperse the flames. Ling Yuan used his spiritual power to suck the teacup on the table through the air, and the teacup quickly flew to his palm. Take things from a distance. Then he flicked the cup with his finger. The cup cracked instantly, and then turned into a ball of burnt black powder, and a burnt smell filled the air. Is the second level of Chi refining so strong? Ling Yuan was a little surprised. It's worthy of being a top-notch technique, and he felt that he had a very good control over his strength. Wait, I suddenly have a bold idea. Can I directly copy the spiritual power to my Dandian? Before, Ling Yuan could only copy within the range of vision, but now he can look inward. Can he copy the refined spiritual power directly in the body through inner vision? Inner vision is also considered within the range of vision, right? Try it. Attach the spiritual power to the hand and touch it, then look inward at the Dantian. Copy. In the inner vision, a small amount of spiritual power suddenly appeared in the Dantian, and then quickly merged with the surrounding spiritual power. It actually worked. Ling Yuan was extremely excited. This means that as long as he wants, he can directly refine Chi to perfection, or even rush to the perfection of foundation building, and because the copied spiritual power is exactly the same as his own, it can be said that there is no side effect. However, he soon gave up this idea, because he was fast, but his physical body was not trained. By then, he would have no chance of breaking through the foundation building and completely lost the chance of the pure yang body. Hold on, you must lay a supreme foundation, then you will be invincible at the same level, and challenging higher level opponents will be like eating and drinking water. Then he thought of Li Yin again. I wonder how my cheap apprentice is doing in cultivation. It shouldn't be a problem for the protagonist, right? I'm hungry after practicing for so long. It's dark. Let's go downstairs and eat. After eating, Ling Yuan came to the street to stroll and walk, focusing on a combination of work and rest. Qingyan City is still brightly lit at night. There are all kinds of stalls on the street. There are also many pedestrians on the road, and people's laughter comes one after another. Outsiders who saw the scene were all impressed by what a peaceful and prosperous town it was. The people of Qingyan City live a really good life. A pure-looking girl in a white and green dress said as she jumped, holding a candy hose in her hand. The girl had a small ball on her head, a light green jade hairpin through it, and some cute airbangs on her forehead swaying gently with the evening breeze. A small mole at the corner of her eye was a finishing touch, which raised her temperament to a higher level. Shawan, slow down. And the woman next to her was also a pure color in the world. The woman wore a water blue dress and a white veil. There was a small red lotus mark on her forehead. She looked cold and her eyebrows were just right, like a fairy who was high above. Lan Yudi and Li Qingwan were disciples of the Sunset Sect. Because a disciple reported that a genius with a single spiritual root was found, they came here in advance when they were supposed to come to Qingyan City to recruit people in March. They would start recruiting people tomorrow, and then take the genius away. The two sudden beautiful scenery attracted Ling Yuan's attention. According to his perception, these two people were obviously immortal cultivators. But he didn't know how high their cultivation was, and he couldn't sense it, so it should be much higher than his. Lan Yudi noticed the gaze of a cultivator and couldn't help looking at him. She was shocked by his beauty and opened her mouth slightly. She couldn't help looking at him for a while. The two looked at each other in the air for a while. Ling Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He could only nod and smile, then looked away and continued to stroll. Sister Lan, what's wrong? Li Qingwan jumped for a while, looked back and found that the senior sister was stunned and didn't know what she was looking at, so she asked curiously. It's okay, keep going. Lan Yudi calmed down. Strange, that person just now seemed familiar. Why is it like this? Lan Yudi was thinking about this question absent-mindedly along the way. Sister, Li Qingwan also noticed that she was different from usual. Think back to when the senior sister was like this. Li Qingwan's little head began to turn rapidly. After thinking for a while, got it. It seems that it was after meeting that handsome little brother. Is it possible that the iceberg of senior sister has also begun to melt? Here, Ling Yuan strolled for a while, bought some snacks, and then returned to the restaurant to continue his immortal cultivation plan. Oh, I almost forgot. Ling Yuan slapped his head hard. There are still some things that have not been upgraded. Copy the robe found in the cave and upgrade it to 1-star first. Item: 1-star middle grade spiritual tool flowing light robe description. It has the effect of avoiding dust, water, fire, and preventing spiritual consciousness from detecting. With spiritual power, the clothes are like flowing light, and the speed and defense ability are greatly increased, which can resist some attacks of foundation building cultivators. Not bad. It's actually a spiritual tool that can resist the attacks of foundation building cultivators. Ling Yuan quickly upgraded it to 5 stars, and then found that it could continue to fuse. After fusion, it was upgraded to a high-grade spiritual weapon. After further fusion, it was upgraded to a top-grade spiritual weapon. It could not be upgraded any further. Item: 5-star top-grade spiritual weapon, flowing light robe description. It has the effect of avoiding dust, water, fire, and preventing spiritual detection. With spiritual power, the robe is like flowing light, and the speed and defensibility are greatly increased, which can ignore the attacks of cultivators below the peak of foundation building. Invincible. It's stable. He is stable in the Chi refining period. Who can compete with him if he can't form a pill? After fusing with the clothes on his body again, he put them on directly, handsome and strong. Ling Yuan took out several weapons from the storage ring, 1 knife and 2 swords, except for a high-grade spiritual sword. The rest are medium-grade spiritual weapons. No nonsense. Directly upgrade them all to the level of top-grade spiritual weapons. Item: 5-star top-grade spiritual weapon, cold flame spirit knife description. Injecting spiritual power into the blade to produce an icy flame, which is quite powerful. Item: 5-star top-grade spiritual weapon thunder fire sword description. Thunder plus fire, double the power. Item: 5-star top-grade spiritual weapon 100 split flying sword description. It can split into hundreds of small flying swords, making the enemy defenseless. Take the cold flame spiritual knife and pour spiritual power into it. The blade is instantly wrapped in cold blue flames, and the chill is overwhelming. I tried the other two and felt good. After trying it, I put it in the storage ring, and Ling Yuan took out the Fun Tian Emperor Sutra and upgraded it to 5 stars. There is no doubt that the 5-star Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra is more powerful. The flame temperature of the Divine Fire Golden Eye becomes 15,000 degrees. The defense of the Skyfire armor is partially improved. What surprised him even more was the change of the Pure Yang body. The 5-star technique builds the Pure Yang holy body. It is a bit stronger than the Pure Yang body. Ling Yuan was extremely excited. This is a holy body. In many novels, the holy body is the standard equipment of the protagonist. After the Purple Light Treasure Book and the Burning Heaven Emperor Scripture were merged, it became the Purple Flame Emperor Scripture. Its effect is a little stronger than the 5-star Burning Heaven Emperor Scripture, and then the Pure Yang holy body disappeared and became a Purple Flame Demon body. Zhao. It turns out that this purple light book is a magic cultivation method. This is not a good way to practice. Huh? Ling Yuan mocked the rubbish of the purple light book. But what he didn't know was that the cultivation method that could be cultivated to the nascent soul stage was already very good in the outside world. Let's fuse the spirit stones and the red blood fruit, and then start practicing the new method. The spirit stones obtained from the cave were a few low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones. Ling Yuan fused and sublimated a piece of top-grade spirit stone, and then left it alone. The red blood fruit is the key, which can strengthen his physique. After swallowing a 5-star red blood fruit, Ling Yuan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to start practicing. The red blood fruit entered his stomach for only a moment before it turned into a burning medicinal power, spreading from the dantian to the whole body, and began to continuously strengthen his body. When the medicinal power was exhausted, he took out another one and swallowed it to continue practicing. Li Manchunli Yin was lying on the bed at this time, staring at the technique in his hand. After a long time, alas, I still don't understand. How about asking Master tomorrow? Li Yan was a little discouraged. No, I promised to practice hard and help Master to avenge in the future. It would be too embarrassing if I can't even comprehend this skill. Watch it again. Just watching it, a feeling of sleepiness began to sweep over him. His eyelids began to fight. With a snap, the skill fell on his face. Li Yan, who was originally dozing off, was awakened instantly. Before he could get up, the skill on his face emitted a faint golden light, and then flowed into his eyebrows. After a while, Li Yan opened his eyes and shouted happily, "Great! I understand. I finally understand." After venting his excitement, Li Yan began to cross his legs to practice. What he didn't notice during his practice was that the Tai Chi jade pendant on his chest began to emit a faint fluorescence. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yan slowly opened his eyes and said excitedly, "First level of Chi refining." He clenched his hands and felt his own strength. Have I really become a cultivator? Feeling the spiritual power in his body, Li Yan's expression was a little dazed, as if he was dreaming. What are you thinking about? A beautiful female voice suddenly sounded from his Li Yan instantly came to his senses. Who? Looking back, he was clearly the only one in the room. But what was that voice? He was sure that the voice came from his room. Could it be a ghost? Thinking of this, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Did I encounter a ghost just after embarking on the path of cultivation? But I am a cultivator. Hee. Is there a ghost as beautiful as me? With a silver bell-like laugh, a translucent, hot-bodied queen suddenly emerged from his jade pendant. This strange scene really scared Li Yan, but he quickly jumped away and distanced himself from the woman. After a careful look, he felt that she was pretty to know. Now is not the time to think about these things. Who are you? Why are you in my jade pendant? Li Yan frowned and asked seriously. Me? I'm your wife. The next morning, Ling Yuan successfully entered the 3rd level of Chi refining, and his physical strength also increased a lot. The speed of cultivation has slowed down a bit. It turns out that the further you practice, the harder it is to practice. If Ling Yuan said this, he would vomit blood if other immortal cultivators knew about it. It was estimated that it took only 1 day to cultivate. A dual system spiritual root only took 1 day to enter the 3rd level of Chi refining from immortal. If outside cultivators knew about it, they would probably be shocked. After that, he began to practice the divine fire golden eye, but found that the progress was slow. He estimated that it would take 8 or 9 days to achieve a small success. Bang, bang, bang. There was a familiar rhythm of knocking at the door. Brotherling, hurry up, the Sunset Sect is here to recruit people. Wang Ting's tone was a little anxious. What? So soon? Isn't there still 3 months? Ling Yuan's shocked voice came out before the door opened. After opening the door, before he could continue to speak, Wang Ting pulled him downstairs quickly, saying as he ran, hurry up, hurry up, the incident happened suddenly. There is no time to explain. I didn't see you at the scene, so I hurried to the restaurant to find you. Hearing this, Ling Yuan was a little moved. He didn't expect that this friend who had only known him for 2 days would care about him so much. Look, this is a good person. Don't worry, brother will take you to fly in the future. The two rushed to a small square, where a long queue had formed. They were all young children or teenagers, some 6 or 7 years old, and some more than 10 years old. Brother Ling, take your time to line up. I have been admitted. Wang Tung patted his chest proudly. Okay, I have to thank Brother Wang for reminding me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will miss this enrollment. If I can successfully enter the Sunset Sect, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Ling Yuan bowed to him and thanked him. Hey, what's the thank you? Brother Ling, and I hit it off at first sight. This is just a small matter. Wang Tung waved his hand and said indifferently. However, Ling Yuan has made up his mind and plans to give him some red blood fruit and spirit stones when he enters the sect. This red blood fruit is the foundation of the protagonist, so the effect must be good. Okay, I'll go back and pack my luggage first. I wish you good luck. Wang Tung sincerely hopes that Ling Yuan can join the sect with him. After all, it's rare to meet a friend who can talk so well. The road to cultivating immortals is long and difficult. If you can have a few confidants to conspire for immortality together, wouldn't it be great? After saying goodbye to Ling Yuan, Wang Tung walked towards the admission staff in front of the team. He walked up to a young man and said, Uncle, let's go. This man is his uncle from the clan, Wang Tua. Wang Tua has now been arranged as his exclusive bodyguard, and the sect has even sent a gene and elder.it is to ensure Wang Tung's personal safety. This is the privilege of genius. Hearing this, Wang Tua respectfully bowed to the beautiful woman sitting next to him. Elder Lu, we will be back later. Yeah, the beautiful woman responded casually. Her eyes stayed on Wang Tung from beginning to end. Wang Ting, who was standing aside, felt uncomfortable under the burning gaze and wanted to leave immediately. Okay, you were really lucky. There is a genius with a single spiritual root in the clan. No, I will have to rely on the elder's cultivation in the future. Wang Tua smiled. After saying that, he bowed to Wang Ting again and left. Ling Yuan saw all this. Although he was far away, the eyesight of the immortal cultivators was amazing. Ling Yuan clearly saw the facial expressions of several people. The woman sitting upright must be the biggest among them, and she seems to think highly of Wang Ting. I didn't expect Wang Tung to be so capable, and he lived up to his name. He nodded secretly. Then he began to carefully look for the people in line, but didn't see the figure of Li Yan. Huh? Li Yan didn't come? Or has he been admitted and went home to pack his luggage like Wang Tung? Forget it. Anyway, the protagonist is blessed with great fortune, so I don't need to worry about it at all. Shaking his head, Ling Yuan looked at the other cultivators who were recruiting. 1 man and 2 women. He had seen the 2 women before, and they were the 2 beautiful female cultivators he met while shopping last night. I don't know about the men. During the boring queue time, Ling Yuan had to look at the beautiful female cultivators from time to time to kill time. Speaking of which, there was also a Yu family whose situation was unknown, but it didn't matter to Ling Yuan, who was already at the 3rd level of Chi refining at this time. Ling Yuan doesn't eat beef. Xiaohua, no spiritual root. Out. The young man who was declared to have no spiritual root was immediately dejected and left in embarrassment with his head down. Emotsaiwan, no spiritual root. The young girl was sad when she saw the result, but she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Sister, without spiritual roots, is it really impossible to cultivate immortality? There was a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Looking at the girl's expectant eyes, Lan Yudi replied expressionlessly. No. The last glimmer of hope in her heart was shattered, and the girl cried and ran away. Wang Yin, dual spiritual roots of water and wood passed. Looking at the blue and green brilliance in the test spirit stone, Lan Yudi was a little surprised. In the Sunset Sect, the number of disciples with dual spiritual roots can be counted on 2 hands. In water and wood are mutually beneficial attributes. If there are some resources, it can be said that it is relatively easy to reach the golden elixir. Well, not bad. Little girl, you are also a member of the Wang family, right? Lu Ruyu, who was sitting upright, asked softly. Yes, senior. Wang Yin bowed to her respectfully. Haha, the Wang family is really lucky to have you too. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Well, go back and pack up your things. Kai Kun, no spiritual roots. Oh, why are you like this? A man in black and white clothes left in defeat. In the distance, Li Yin and the fat man Li Miao came late and rushed to the square. Unfortunately, my father came to call me, otherwise I would have missed it. Li Yin, who rushed over, breathed a sigh of relief. I understand the reason. Why did you drag me here? I just want to stay at home and wait for death. The fat man on the side panda.pa. Lian hit the fat man on the head. You talk as if you've already joined the sect. If you don't have spiritual roots, go back. Although Lian said this, he actually knew that Li Miao had spiritual roots. When he came in the morning, he secretly injected spiritual power into his body and simply checked it. The two came to the end of the long line to line up. Lian saw Ling Yuan in front of him at a glance, about the first 10 people. Master. Lian was surprised and happy when he saw his master. He didn't think about why Ling Yuan, the reincarnation of a great man, wanted to join the Sunset Sect. After all, the master must have his own plans. He just felt that with the master, he could have someone to rely on in the unfamiliar Sunset Sect, and he felt more at ease. Brother Ling. Lian waved his hand vigorously to greet Ling Yuan. Hearing the voice calling him from behind, Ling Yuan turned back subconsciously. Lian, this kid is finally here. I thought he was not going to the Sunset Sect. He also waved his hand and nodded with a smile, indicating that he knew. Huh? It's the handsome guy from that night. The somewhat bored Li Qiyuan found Ling Yuan. After all, his appearance is there. It's hard not to find him. Senior sister. It's him. Li Qiyuan gently pushed Lan Yuti with her hand. Him? Lan Yuti looked in the direction indicated by Li Qiyuan in confusion. Buzz. The moment she saw Ling Yuan, her pupil shrank slightly. At the same time, her right hand unconsciously pressed towards her chest. This inexplicably familiar feeling is here again. Lan Yuti was very confused. She was sure that she had never seen Ling Yuan before coming to Qingyan City. But why? Why did she have this feeling? Yuti? What's wrong? Lu Ruyu in the back saw that she had stopped testing for a while and was a little surprised. Lan Yuti was called back to her senses by this. No. Nothing. I was a little distracted. After that, she continued to test everyone's qualifications. Hee. As expected, Li Qiyuan, who was standing by, felt that she was ready when she saw her senior sister's appearance. The senior sister was clearly in love. After an unknown amount of time, the qualified Wang Ting and Wang Yin had packed their luggage and had been waiting for a while. During this time, Wang Yin chatted with Li Yin for a while Wang Tong stood by and looked at Li Yin with a bad face, as if to say, if you dare to do anything weird, you're done. Helplessly, the two could only simply reminisce about the past and then parted. It's finally my turn. When it was Ling Yuan's turn, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but sigh that queuing was really boring. Name. Lan Yuti's cold voice came out. Ling Yuan. He said lightly. Ling Yuan, the name is pretty nice. After asking the name, Lan Yuti stretched out two slender jade fingers and gently placed them on Ling Yuan's wrist. Your bone age is 18, but you have already cultivated, so you were still qualified. Next is the spiritual root test. Ling Yuan put his hand on the spiritual stone, and after a breath, the translucent stone shone with red and gold. Gold and fire dual spiritual roots. Lan Yuti was a little shocked, and for some reason, she felt a little happy. Oh. Lu Ruyu was also a little surprised, and couldn't help but sigh that the small Qingyan City is really full of talents. Now there is a single spiritual root and two double spiritual roots. Can you still give me surprises, Qingyan City? Wow. Brother Ling has double spiritual roots. Lian showed admiration. He himself has 3 spiritual roots. Have some potential, husband. As long as you practice the secret method, Butianju, I gave you well. The spiritual root is not a problem. The lazy voice of Negong Yin and Yuzhong came into Lian's mind. Well, I will. I must become a strong man. Lian clenched his fist excitedly. Since master has dual spiritual roots, I will copy a copy of Butianju for him. Lian thought he's a grateful person. Ling Yuan saved his life and taught him the way. Now he's his master. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. So when he has good things, he naturally wants to have Ling Yuan share. Han Feiyu for spiritual roots. Passed. Soon, another boy tested out his spiritual roots. The boy Han Feiyu was excited and immediately ran to his parents to tell them about his joy.love.it. Was Lian's turn. He passed the test with 3 spiritual roots: fire, wood, and water. Li Miao also passed the test with 3 spiritual roots: earth, wood, and water. Li Miao's face suddenly fell when he learned that he had spiritual roots. Damn it, I can't just eat and wait for death. What Wang Ting, who saw that Li Yin had spiritual roots, immediately showed an expression of disbelief, while Wang Yin jumped up happily. Yeah, brother, you won't stop us from being together now, right? This. Wang Ting hesitated, as if he wanted to find other reasons to oppose them. After the test, only 6 people passed. It seems that there is no surname Yi. Ling Yuan thought that someone from the Yi family would pass. After all, the surname Yi is the protagonist's surname, but it was none of his business. He was just a little curious. Those who passed, get ready and follow me on the Dharma ship. Lu Ruyu shouted loudly. With a wave of his jade hand, a huge ship appeared out of thin air, floating in the air, and at the same time, a staircase on the side of the ship slowly extended downwards. The people in the square immediately exclaimed, and were all amazed at the magical means of the immortal. The selected people said goodbye to their parents briefly and prepared to board the ship. Yin stared at the big ship curiously, until Ling Yuan called him, Little Yinzi. Let's go. Li Yin suddenly woke up, looking at the fairy-like ship and Ling Yuan calling him. He seemed to have some wonderful insights in the dark. It's hard to explain, but he knew that ahead of him would be the road to immortality. He grinned and said, here we go. The journey of the young people has set sail from now on. The boat was open, but the boat was still open. Everyone boarded the ship, and after Lu Ruyu confirmed that no one was left out, she started the ship. The ship quickly took off, and several people stood by the ship and looked down, only to see that all living beings were as small as ants. In the square, Li Yan's parents were extremely excited. See, that's my son, Li Yan, and my son Li Miao. Yes, and Li Miao. Haha, my Feiyu is going to become an immortal. Haha. One of the purple-clothed women stood there in a daze, muttering, Brother Yi, I can't go find you. No, there is still hope. As for that technique, I must embark on the path of cultivation, so that I can see him. The woman seemed to have thought of something. Her originally sad face became firm, and she quickly ran out of the square. The magic ship shuttled quickly between the clouds, like a swimming dragon on the deck. Lan Yuti secretly stared at Ling Yuan's handsome face for a while, and wanted to ask Ling Yuan some questions, such as, do you feel familiar when you see me? But as soon as this thought came up, she quickly threw it out of her mind. It's too strange to ask such questions when you're not familiar with him. Li Qiyuan, who was standing by, had actually been paying attention to her senior sister's situation. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw her secretly glancing at Ling Yuan and then shaking her head with a distressed look on her face. I've never seen a senior sister like this before. She's so cute. Oh, let me help you. Thinking of this, Li Qiyuan walked to Ling Yuan and coughed twice. Ahem, what's the matter with this senior sister? Ling Yuan said lightly. Seeing Ling Yuan's response, Li Qiyuan quickly pulled him aside. Yin. First puzzled, then shocked, feeling that the master is the master. Wang Ting? What's going on? Wang Yin, this senior sister is so bold. Li Miao? Han Feiyu? Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Qiyuan. Hello, my name is Ling Yuan. The one wearing the blue dress over there is my senior sister Lan Yuti. How about it? Pretty, right? Ling Yuan, no, what is this woman doing? Ling Yuan subconsciously glanced at Lan Yuti in the distance, very beautiful. Then he thought of something and smiled. Why? You want to introduce your senior sister to me? Hearing this, Li Qingwan's eyes turned and revealed a hint of cunning. Are you interested? 10 low-grade spirit stones. I will help you make a connection. How about it? Haha, just 10 low-grade spirit stones. Who are you looking down on? I'm interested. I am. Then, spirit stones. Li Qiyuan stretched out her hand to signal him to give money, but unexpectedly, Ling Yuan suddenly changed the subject. But, I refuse. Li Qiyuan's expectant face collapsed instantly. Why? Are you interested? Ling Yuan raised his head and looked at the horizon at a 45-degree angle. His eyes seemed to reveal boundless vicissitudes. His tone became a little low. Ling has been in the world for more than 20 years, and what matters is fate. Li Qiyuan was a little stunned, but suddenly felt something was wrong. But, isn't your bone age only 18 years old? Ahem, don't pay attention to these details. In the end, Li Qiyuan left, very frustrated. Lan Yuti saw Li Qiyuan walking back, turned her head in a hurry, and there was a faint blush on her face, but outsiders could not see it because of the veil. Then Ling Yuan saw that Li Qiyuan, the little girl, said something to Lan Yudi in his ear, and Lan Yudi actually walked towards him, and Ling Qiwan was looking at him with a smug look on her face. Ling Yuan? Junior brother Ling, I heard from my junior sister that you have some questions about cultivation that you want to ask me. Helpless, in order to avoid embarrassment, Ling Yuan had to ask a few questions symbolically, but as they chatted, the topic went off track. After the two of them started talking, Ling Yuan found that Lan Yudi was not as cold as she seemed, but somewhat cute. Seeing that his master was so awesome, Li Yin was not to be outdone, and chatted passionately with his sweetheart Wang Yin. Seeing this, Wang Teng's face darkened. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, so he had to attack Li Yin with his eyes. Honest Han Feiyu and Li Miao also chatted casually. The relationship between the two gradually became familiar, just when everyone was having fun. A strange laugh reached everyone's ears. Hee hee, Elder Lu, how are you? The two of them were very busy, Hee hee, Elder Lu, how are you? As soon as the voice fell, a somewhat eerie-looking magic ship appeared in front of everyone. Lu Ryu looked at the newcomers, and her face suddenly became gloomy. The Yin and Yang demons. They are from the demon summoning sect. Li Qiwan exclaimed. The Yin and Yang demons, one man and one woman, are both in the middle stage of the Golden Core, but their skills complement each other, and even Lu Ryu, who is in the late stage of the Golden Core, has a headache when they work together. Lu Ryu's spiritual sin swept over the people on the opposite side. In addition to the Yin Yang demons, there are 3 foundation establishment stage and 8 chi refining stage. The situation is not good. At the same time, she also noticed something wrong in her heart. The other party was obviously waiting for them here. It must have been premeditated. Could it be that they're targeting single spiritual roots? But this news should only be known by the sect master and the elders. First, Wang Tuo was ruled out. He couldn't be so stupid as to kill his chance of rising. Then there can only be a spy from the demon sect among our elders. Lu Ryu thought about it and quickly thought of this possibility. She felt a little sad in her heart. She didn't expect that the spy from the demon sect had mixed into a high-level position. She secretly used the sect's communication jade pendant to request support, and at the same time activated the defense barrier of the magic ship. Wang Tuo, you stay, and the rest of you will follow me to meet the enemy. Yes, several people said in unison, without any fear in their tone. When they flew out of the magic ship, a circular spiritual light shield appeared, protecting everyone on the ship. This barrier can block the attacks of the foundation building cultivators, so there shouldn't be any problems. When several people came to the front of the demon sect, the scene suddenly became solemn and murderous. Go. Lu Ryu took the initiative, and there was no need to talk about martial ethics with the demon sect. Lan Yudi and others also found their opponents and dispersed the battlefield. At this time, Lu Ryu was seen running spiritual power with both hands, and accompanied by magnificent thunder, 2 purple lightnings appeared in the palm of his hand. Pushing forward with force, the 2 purple lightnings merged into one and rushed towards the Yin and Yang demons. A trifling trick. The Yin and Yang demons were not afraid at all, sneered, and quickly pinched their hands to use a combined attack. A thick purple mist suddenly appeared in the air, and the mist condensed into a huge skull and rushed towards the thunder. Boom. The battle was about to break out, and various different lights collided in the air, making a series of explosions. The Jinan and Foundation builders here have already fought, and the 8 chi refining stage people have also come to the outside of the magic ship's barrier. As soon as they arrived, several people directly used their own magic to attack the shield, but after attacking for a long time, the barrier still did not move, which made them a little at a loss. Sister Wang Yin was a little scared when she saw them coming around at first, but she was relieved when she saw that they had attacked for a long time without any effect. He also made a face to mock them, which caused the disciples of the demon sect to be furious. The Yin and Yang demons on the side also noticed the situation of the barrier and cursed them inwardly for being useless. The Yang demon swung an attack towards the magic ship, trying to break the barrier. Seeing this, Lu Ryu quickly dodged and made a move to resist. However, what she didn't expect was that the Yang demon's move was just a cover. Haha, it worked. The Yin demon next to him seized this opportunity and quickly hit it. Not good. Lu Ryu was shocked. Bang, accompanied by a loud noise, the barrier was broken. Seeing this, the 8 chi refining monks immediately used the joint attack formation, and the 8 rays of light condensed into one and attacked everyone. Wang Tuo quickly stood in front of everyone and waved his hands to form a spiritual light shield. However, he had just entered the foundation building stage, and the opponents were almost all cultivators at the 10th level of chi refining, so he could only resist with difficulty. Wang Yin was frightened by the attack and hid in Li Yan's arms, her body trembling a little. Brother Li Yin, are we going to die? Looking at the lovely person in his arms, Li Yin whispered to comfort. Don't worry, it will be fine. At this time, Nangong Yin and the jade pendant transmitted a voice. Husband, if you can't hold on later, lend me your body. I can help you. Li Yin was stunned. Borrow a body. But if we can survive this crisis, anything is fine. Okay, he replied. In fact, he was not very worried. After all, he saw that Ling Yuan was still calm, so he thought that these enemies should not be a problem for Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan was naturally not worried about himself. After all, he was immune to attacks below the peak of foundation building, and the aura of these people did not threaten him. He was not aware of the intensity of these people's attacks. After responding, he found that it was nothing special. Although he was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, but with the power of the best spiritual weapon plus infinite spiritual power, he could kill them one by one. At this time, he was just thinking about how to deal with the enemy in the most impressive way. After a few breaths, Ling Yuan raised his hand, and a light blue longsword emerged. Injecting spiritual power, the blade instantly ignited blue ghost fire. Li Yin was a little excited when he saw this scene, and secretly said, is the master finally going to make a move? He was really looking forward to the reincarnation of the great power making a move again. The other people were also shocked when they saw this, especially Wang Ting. He didn't expect Ling Yuan to be a cultivator for a long time. Ling Yuan stretched out a finger and lightly touched the flame. The moment the tip of his finger touched the flame, a bone-chilling chill came. Hiss. It's so cold. Ling Yuan quickly used his spiritual power to resist the cold air. He looked at the ice crystals on his fingertips. Such a strong cold air. If it weren't for my special physique and skills, this one would be in big trouble. But next I can solve them with one move. That's right. He was going to make a lot of cold flames to carry out AoE damage. Spiritual weapons are generally fighting tools used by foundation building cultivators, and it is good enough for ordinary foundation building cultivators to have a medium-grade spiritual weapon, not to mention the best spiritual weapons. Ling Yuan's is an enhanced version of the best spiritual weapon. As long as the spiritual power can keep up, it is not impossible to kill the foundation building cultivator. This is certainly not a problem for Ling Yuan, who has unlimited spiritual power. What's more, he directly copied the attack of the spiritual weapon, and there is no consumption at all. One knife. I only use one knife. Ling Yuan used spiritual power to bless this sentence, and the sound sounded like it was ringing in his ears. The demon sect disciple opposite was stunned when he heard his words, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, is your brain okay? One more blow. I am dying of laughter. A chi refining level 3 dares to speak so arrogantly. Ling Yuan ignored the ridicule of the crowd, curled his lips, and showed a hint of disdain. How can a frog in a well know the vastness of the sky? He raised the cold flame spirit blade and swung it forward. Bang! In an instant, a huge blue flame exploded in the enemy crowd, and the flames rolled fiercely. The original laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by wails. The cold flame quickly invaded the bodies of the crowd. After a breath, the 8 living people had turned into lifelike ice sculptures, and then fell down quickly. One blow. He really only swung one blow. The people next to him all widened their eyes, as if they saw something incredible. So strong. Too strong. Wang Tuo looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. Nangong Yin and the jade pendant was also extremely shocked and said it was impossible. She knew that Ling Yuan had a top-grade spiritual weapon in his hand, but a 3rd level chi refining cultivator could only activate it once or twice at most. How could he kill 8 high-level chi refining cultivators in one move? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Nangong Yin scratched her head and doubted her life. Very good. This is the effect I want. Ling Yuan was secretly happy after seeing everyone's reactions. It's not over yet. It would be best to add another line at this time. The light of a firefly also wants to compete with the bright moon. Boom. When have the young men ever heard such pretentious words? It directly ignited the blood in their hearts on the spot. They all showed admiration and yearning. Wang Ting felt that a certain string in his heart was touched by the scene. He secretly vowed that one day he would also pretend like Brother Ling. No, domineering. Well, write down these 2 sentences from Brotherling first, and find an opportunity to use them later. Wang silently memorized Ling Yuan's quotations in his mind. The boat was already covered with snow, but the snow was still wet. Ling Yuan turned his spiritual power into a long rope and rolled the bodies of the 8 people onto the boat. Well, they all have storage rings, so they can't be wasted. With a wave of attack, Ling Yuan smashed all the ice sculptures and began to collect the spoils. Yang Emo sensed that almost all of his men had lost their breath at the same time, and he was immediately furious. Waste. All waste. Lu Ruyu was also very surprised by this. Seeing the Yin Yang demons getting angry, her originally depressed mood suddenly improved. Haha, you should take care of yourself first. After that, Lu Ruyu quickly pinched her fingers and shouted, 10,000 phoenixes facing thunder. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the originally clear sky suddenly became dim and covered with dark clouds. Purple lightning burst out from the dark clouds and condensed into countless thunder and lightning phoenixes. Go. The thunder and lightning phoenixes quickly attacked the Yin Yang demon. Seeing so many attacks, the 2 demons could not think of a way to break them for a while, and could only resist with difficulty. On the magic ship, Ling Yuan, who had finished cleaning up, felt that the fight was not enough, so he began to look for the next target. Soon, he found that Li Qiwan seemed to be gradually falling behind. Li Qiwan and her opponent were both in the early stage of foundation building. And in Ling Yuan's perception, she was the weakest of the 2. You should pick the softest persimmon. It's you. Ling Yuan selected the target and flew towards Li Qiwan. Li Qiwan, who was struggling to resist, was speechless when she saw Ling Yuan coming. Why are you here? We are all foundation building, and you are only in the 3rd level of chi refining. You can't help. Obviously, she didn't pay attention to the situation on the magic ship. If she knew that those people were killed by Ling Yuan, she wouldn't say so. The demon cultivator on the opposite side saw this and mocked directly. Haha, a small chi refining dares to interfere in the battle of the foundation building period. You really don't know how to write the word death. Haha. Ling Yuan chuckled and said, I really don't know, but you will know soon. How could the great foundation building master be mocked by a small chi refining cultivator? How could this demon cultivator bear it? He immediately became furious, looking for death. Look at my demon palm. A big palm formed by black spiritual power attacked the 2 people, and the palm radiated black air, which looked very strange at a glance. Be careful. Li Qiwan exclaimed. In the previous battle, the trick used by the demon cultivator made her suffer. Ling Yuan held the knife in one hand and slashed forward. A blue knife light slashed out. Bang. A loud noise. The knife light and the black palm collided head on, turning into a spiritual power shockwave that spread out. What? This is impossible. The demon cultivator couldn't believe it. A 3rd level chi training chicken actually blocked his attack. Li Qiwan also widened his eyes and opened his mouth into an O shape. Top grade spiritual weapon. You actually have a top grade spiritual weapon. Looking at Ling Yuan's knife, he suddenly realized it. Hearing the words of the demon cultivator, Li Qiwan also looked at the knife in Ling Yuan's hand that was still emitting blue fire. Hiss. After seeing it clearly, Li Qiwan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It's actually a top grade spiritual weapon. You know, the sword in her hand at this time is only a low grade spiritual weapon, and the demon cultivator on the opposite side is even with only 1 top grade magic weapon. If it weren't for the other party's weird palm method, she was confident that she would be able to defeat him. Brother Deheo, let's be friends. Li Qiwan immediately looked at the knife in Ling Yuan's hand with shining eyes. Humph. Even if it is a top grade spiritual weapon, how many times can you use it with your spiritual power? Thinking of this, the demon cultivator was no longer panicked. With the spiritual power of the 3rd level of chi refining, at most he could only cut 1 more knife. Yes, junior brotherling, but I'm building a foundation. Let me use it. Hee. Li Qiwan looked at Ling Yuan with expectation. Obviously, she was very greedy for Ling Yuan's top grade spiritual knife. Hee, it's okay to use it until you die. After saying that, Ling Yuan swung out 2 knife lights in succession. It's useless. Demon soul slash. The demon cultivator swung the magic weapon level magic knife in his hand and slashed twice. Relying on the blessing of the foundation building cultivation, he offset Ling Yuan slash. 2 more slashes. This kid's spiritual power should be exhausted now, right? The demon cultivator took it for granted that Ling Yuan's spiritual power had dried up and was about to make a sarcastic remark. The next moment, 3 more sword lights flew towards him. He hurriedly made a move to resist, and at the same time he was shocked. Impossible. How do you still have spiritual power? The demon cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. However, Ling Yuan did not intend to explain to him. Several consecutive moves were blocked by the demon cultivator. Shou blocked it. He was a little tired. No more playing. I'll finish you in 1 move. Ling Yuan stopped swinging the knife in his hand and gently clenched his right hand towards the demon cultivator. Destroy. Accompanied by this voice like the judgment of the god of death, balls of blue flames suddenly burst out from the demon cultivator's body. The coldness of the blue flame penetrated into the bone marrow, and this terrifying chill made the demon cultivator couldn't help but wail loudly. He tried his best to release spiritual power to resist the invasion of the cold flame, but the cold flame seemed to never go out, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Feeling that his vitality was getting weaker and weaker, he was completely panicked. No. I don't want to die, please. Let me go. Let me go. Ling Yuan looked at the demon cultivator's plea for mercy with cold eyes, unmoved. Speaking of which, this was only Ling Yuan's 2nd killing. Ling Yuan didn't feel much when he killed the 8 people for the first time. He waved his hand and they all died. Just like stepping on 8 ants. He did not have any of the vomiting and physical discomfort that the protagonist experienced when he killed an enemy for the first time in the novel. After a while, the demon cultivator followed the footsteps of the other 8 people and turned into a beautiful ice sculpture and fell from the sky. In order to prevent the body from hitting the flowers and plants below, Ling Yuan thoughtfully launched an attack to smash the ice sculpture and then sucked the demon cultivator's ring and magic knife into a storage ring. Foundation building demon cultivator. Fallen. At this time, Li Qiwan was completely dumbfounded. A 3rd level chi refining cultivator killed a foundation building cultivator. The genius is actually by my side. She didn't know how to describe the shock in her heart. She just stared blankly, looking at the back of the person holding the long knife. She was a little dazed for a while. In the distance, Lan Yudi and another sunset sect disciple Huang, he also saw the enemy one after another. So far, the plan of the summoning demon sect can be said to have completely failed. They're all a bunch of trash. Yang Emo shouted angrily. I didn't expect that the plan to kill the single spiritual root would fail like this. Especially the kid in the chi refining stage is particularly troublesome. That kid. I'll remember you. You better hide in the sunset sect forever. Inamo, let's retreat. After leaving a harsh word, the 2 retreated in embarrassment. Ling Yuan didn't take them seriously at all. After he forged the pure Yang Saint body and built the foundation, he directly copied the spiritual power and madly improved his cultivation. He didn't take 2 Jin and mid-stage people seriously. After defeating the demon cultivator, everyone returned to the magic ship. After solving the problem of the demon sect, Lu Ryu took out the communication jade pendant and said, the crisis has been resolved. At this time, almost everyone focused their attention on Ling Yuan. Lu Ryu looked at Ling Yuan with a strange expression. I didn't expect that you, a person at the 3rd level of chi refining, would have a top grade spiritual weapon. Many foundation building cultivators don't even have a top grade one. Li Qiwan felt offended. She had finally got a low grade spiritual weapon. In response, Ling Yuan started to talk nonsense. He raised the knife in his hand and looked at it in a confused manner. Is this knife rare? I picked it up in the mountains yesterday. I don't know what a spiritual weapon is. As soon as the voice fell, the scene fell silent. Lu Ryu, Li Qiwan, Lan Yudi, Wang Tua. Several old birds of immortal cultivation were speechless. There is such a good thing. They said they didn't believe it. But looking at Ling Yuan's innocent expression, it didn't seem fake. Only Li Yin knew that what Ling Yuan said was true. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, he immediately stood up as a witness. It's true. I was there yesterday. Everyone. There is really such a good thing. They couldn't believe that there were such lucky people in the world. A top-grade spiritual weapon that can be picked up just by walking around in the mountains. But the witnesses have come out. And even if it is outrageous, they have to accept this cruel reality. What cruel reality? That is Ling Yuan's incredible good luck. Some people are even thinking, I must go to the mountains more often in the future. Okay, everyone has their own opportunities. Yudi, you can tell these rookies what magic weapons and spiritual weapons are. Lu Ryu took the lead in breaking the silence at the scene, and after instructing Lan Yudi, he started the magic ship and continued sailing. Everyone also tacitly did not continue to ask questions, just felt that this person has excellent luck, and silently decided to find an opportunity to make friends with this person in the future. Yes, Elder. Lan Yudi first glanced at the new cultivators present, and then raised her voice slightly. Okay, let me introduce it to you. The grades of cultivators tools are divided into magic tools, spiritual tools, and magic treasures from low to high. Each grade is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. As for the best, they are very rare. Magic tools are generally used by chi refining cultivators. Spiritual tools are generally used by foundation building cultivators, and magic treasures are used by gene and cultivators. A good best spiritual tool is even better than an ordinary low-grade magic weapon. Listening to Lan Yudi's introduction, the rookie suddenly realized why the seniors were silent after listening to Ling Yuan's words just now. This would be confusing for anyone. Lin was a little happy in his heart, because he found that the sword Ling Yuan gave him was actually a high-grade spiritual tool. He couldn't help but sigh. The child of a master is really like a treasure. After this episode, Ling Yuan has begun to look forward to the various skills and magic treasures of the Sunset Sect. There are almost no offensive spells now, and the Golden Eye of Divine Fire has not been trained yet. The defensive Skyfire armor lacks fire crystal sand and cannot be practiced for the time being. In fact, he still thinks that playing with swords is the coolest, and he thinks that he must learn some sword skills after an unknown period of time. The scene below the ship gradually changed. We are here. Lu Ryu said lightly. In front of us, there are magnificent bell towers and mountains rising from the ground, surrounded by clouds and mist, cranes flying, and from time to time, there are practitioners flying with magic tools quickly across the sky. Looking at such a shocking scene in front of them, it goes without saying that everyone knows that this is the Sunset Sect. Where have the young men seen such a magnificent scene? They screamed with excitement. Lu Ryu took out a jade card and sacrificed a magic formula, and golden ripples suddenly appeared in the air. This is the Sunset Sect's protective formation. The ripples became larger and larger, forming a circular portal. The ship entered the gate, and it was considered to have truly entered the Sunset Sect. Lu Ryu drove the ship across the mountains and finally stopped in front of a magnificent hall. Everyone got off the ship, and there were already several elders waiting at the door. There was no doubt that they were all here to see the single spiritual route. Good, good, good. Come back safely, said one of the old men. The young man who was in the 3rd level of chi refining is Wang Tong, who has only one spiritual root. The one who said this was the 6th elder Lu Rushua, who was a sister of the 4th elder Lu Ryu. Oh, hearing this, the other elders also looked at Ling Yuan. Originally, they liked Ling Yuan because he was handsome, and now they liked him more and more. They couldn't help but nod their heads to show their satisfaction. Ling Yuan. Seeing that everyone misunderstood, Lu Ryu hurriedly explained. It's not him, this one is. She pointed at Wang Tong. The elders, him. Lu Rushua coughed awkwardly and glared at Lu Ryu at the same time. Okay, Wang Tong, and we will go to the hall to see the master first. As for the others, Yudi and Qingwan, you two take them to report. Lu Ryu ended the embarrassment. Okay, X2, let's go, elders. After that, several elders walked into the hall together. Before leaving, Lu Ryu glanced at Ling Yuan and thought that it would be better not to report him. He should be just a guy with good luck and strong spiritual power. I didn't expect that you, brother Wang Tong, are a single spiritual root. Nangang Yen taught him about spiritual roots and knew what a single spiritual root meant. So Li Yan was a little surprised. Humph. Seeing Li Yan's shocked expression, he was a little proud. This cold snort seemed to vent the depression in his heart before. Okay, brother, you are the best. Wang Yan saw that her brother was still dissatisfied with Li Yan, so she used her coquettish method and hugged Wang Tong's arm and shook it gently. Sure enough, Wang Tong, who was obsessed with his sister, couldn't hold back for 3 seconds before his mouth corners couldn't be suppressed anymore and began to rise wildly. Ha ha, of course, who am I? Wang Tong of the Wang family. Then you have to protect us in the future, brother. I'm your brother. If I don't protect you, who will? Wang Tong glared at her. Okay, I'm going to go into the hall with the elders. You go first. I'll find you after I'm done here. Yeah. After that, Lan Yudi and the others took Ling Yuan and the others to report and received outer disciples' uniforms, tokens, storage bags, 10 low-grade spirit stones, a chi gathering pill, a bottle of Bigu pills, and basic exercises. This basic exercise is the famous 5 elements breathing method in the novel, which can be practiced by all spiritual roots. Okay, the steward here will take you to your residence later. If there is anything you can't solve, you can come to me. I live in Shuiyu Peak. Lan Yudi said softly to everyone. You can also find me, although I just entered the inner gate. Li Qingwan on the side was not to be outdone. Senior sister Lan, how can I enter the inner gate? Ling Yuan asked curiously. The other people also pricked up their ears when they heard it. Just reach the foundation building stage. If you get good results in the inner gate competition, you can also worship the elder as your teacher. As expected, Tomato Wanjia is sincere and honest. This is the routine. Ling Yuan understood it in his heart. Oh, that's it. Li Yin and others were also thoughtful, as if they were considering something. In that case, then we will leave first. Your deacon will tell you the precautions at that time. Don't worry too much. Seeing that everyone had no other questions, she was also ready to say goodbye and go back to practice. Before leaving, Lan Yudi couldn't help but look at Ling Yuan a few times, which made Li Qingwan beside him laugh secretly. Ling Yuan also noticed Lan Yudi's gaze, but he didn't care too much. After all, he was too handsome, and it was normal for others to look at him a few more times. Thank you, senior sister. Goodbye, senior sister. After saying goodbye to the 2 senior sisters, the group waited for a while, and then saw an old man with a goatee and a sage-like appearance coming to them. New disciples, please follow me. I will tell you some precautions by the way. XXX. The old man's name is Lin Sanjian. From him, I learned that outer disciples must complete 3 sect tasks every year. The tasks can be difficult or easy. If they fail to complete them, they will be fined 100 spirit stones. Those who fail to complete them 3 times will be expelled from the sect directly. The supplies that outer disciples can receive every month include 10 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of fasting pills, and a gas-gathering pill. Completing the tasks will earn contributions to the sect, and the contributions can be used to exchange for corresponding resources at the Gongfa Pavilion, the refining pavilion, and the pill building. The deacon arranged the residences for the group, and each person had a pretty good cabin, which was only about 50 square meters as soon as he arrived at the residence. Ling Yuan copied and recorded the gas-gathering pills, fasting pills, and storage bags. Although these were of no use to him, they could be given to his friends. Then he began to cross his knees practice. He wanted to practice the Golden Eye of Divine Fire to a small degree first, then find out about the news of fire crystal sand, practice the Skyfire armor, and then earn some contributions to copy them in the Gongfa Pavilion, the refining pavilion, and the pill building. Practicing the Gongfa, the spiritual power quickly ran through the meridians around Ling Yuan's body, and then, gathered in his eyes, mysterious ancient runes appeared in the 2 eyeballs. If an outsider came to the room, he would see a faint golden light coming from Ling Yuan's eyelids. Ling Yuan didn't go out for several days. When he was hungry, he ate a Bigu pill. Except for sleeping, he practiced. Finally, 6 days later, he succeeded in practicing the Golden Eye of Divine Fire on the day of success. Ling Yuan opened his eyes and emitted golden light that shot several meters away with amazing power. The old man was very happy. Successful. The Golden Eye of Divine Fire has achieved minor success, and the cultivation has reached the 4th level of chi refining. Ling Yuan stood up and stretched, then walked out of the door to breathe in some fresh spiritual energy. Brother Ling, you finally came out. Li Yan, who was sitting on the side, stood up suddenly when he saw Ling Yuan finally come out. What are you doing? Go in and talk. Go in and talk. Li Yan smiled at him with a wink. Just like that, Ling Yuan, who had just come out, returned to his humble room to Li Yan, who came in later, first scanned the surroundings at the door, and then closed the door after confirming that there was no one. Seeing that he looked a little strange, Ling Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's the matter? You're so mysterious." He, Li Yan smiled and took out a book from his arms and handed it to Ling Yuan. The Secret of the Heaven Repairing Technique. Seeing the title of this awesome book, Ling Yuan was a little shocked and curiously flipped through the contents. Unexpectedly, the more he read, the more shocked he was. This turned out to be a secret method that could raise one's spiritual roots to the heavenly spiritual roots. Good boy. He actually obtained such a heaven-defying secret method. Although he was in a state of turmoil, his face was still as calm as water. After a while, Ling Yuan gently closed the page of the heaven-repairing technique and smiled. Well, you are thoughtful. Hee. Li Yan touched his head and smiled foolishly at the same time. He admired his master's state of mind. It seemed that no matter what he encountered, he could deal with it calmly, just like when he was attacked before. Calmly kill all the demon cultivators. This is the style of a strong man. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Nangong Yin did not object to Li Yan's behavior. After all, the other party saved Li Yan's life and passed on an emperor's scripture. Then master, I'll go first. Wait a minute. Seeing the other party turn around, Ling Yuan called him and took out a set of 5-star top-grade flowing robes from the ring. This set of clothes is called flowing robes. It can change its appearance at will. It can ignore the attacks below the peak of foundation building. It has infinite uses. It is a life-saving thing given to you by your master. Ignore the attacks below the peak of foundation building. Hearing this, Li Yan was extremely shocked, and his eyes kept shining as he looked at the flowing robe. Master, is this a top-grade spiritual weapon? He took the robe and sensed it. Ling Yuan nodded. Thank you, master. Li Yan bowed to him solemnly again. Well, by the way, there is one more thing. Ling Yuan took out another storage bag. There are many places to use spirit stones after entering the sect. You can spend these 10,000 low-grade spirit stones at will. Hiss. How much more? 10,000 spirit stones. Our monthly salary is only 10 yuan. Li Yan couldn't believe what he heard. He asked with a trembling body. How much more? Master, I didn't hear it clearly. 10,000. Ling Yuan raised his voice slightly. Pop. Li Yan sat on the ground with the buttocks. His eyes became a little stupid and said, I'm rich. I'm rich. Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan was speechless. His endurance was really a bit poor. Fortunately, he didn't take 10,000 top-grade spirit stones that he kicked Li Yan's buttocks with his big foot. What a waste. Get up. Li Yan finally came back to his senses after being kicked and slowly stood up, but he still felt a little dizzy, as if he was dreaming. After leaving Ling Yuan's house, Li Yan was still in a state of joy. Nangong Yan's voice came from the jade pendant. My husband, your master is quite rich. He has quite a few top-grade spiritual tools. Just give him 10,000 spiritual stones to spend. Of course, my master is an ancient great man. What's a few spiritual tools? 10,000 spiritual stones are just a drop in the bucket. Li Yan replied very proudly. I in the house. Ling Yuan was cleaning up the spoils of the last battle. 9 magical tools with a strong aura, some spiritual stones, some low-level spiritual herbs, and some basic elixirs, such as the rejuvenating pill and the rejuvenating pill. However, not even a single skill was dropped, although he didn't care about it. Regardless of whether these things are useful or not, just touch them first. While cleaning, he found a pill in a jade box. Foundation building pill. I didn't expect there is such a thing, but it's a pity that it's useless to me. The advanced technique that Ling Yuan practices matches his ability, so he doesn't need any foundation building pills at all, but it can be used to train his own people in the future. After the foundation building pills were fused and sublimated, they became 5-star top-grade foundation building pills, and their effect can increase the success rate of foundation building by 90%. Rate. Note that it is an improvement of 90%. This, coupled with the original breakthrough probability, should be able to build a foundation as long as an individual. First, I made a copy of 1,000 pieces and put them in a gift ring. It's nothing. I just think they look good. In a secret room, the sect leader Xinyang was sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. How's the check going? The black shadow in front of Xinyang replied. Now there is a suspect. Oh, 8th elder, grow up. Xinyang pondered for a moment and said, continue checking. Yes. The black shadow bowed respectfully and disappeared into the darkness. Wow, he is so handsome. Yes. When did such a handsome man come to our outer door? I can't stand it anymore. I want his summons token. TCH. A weakling at the 4th level of chi refining. What's the use of having a face? He has nothing but handsomeness. A male cultivator said with some jealousy. When the female cultivators heard this, they immediately looked at the speaker and found that he was only at the 5th level of chi refining. Then a female cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining choked directly. Hey, you are at the 5th level of chi refining. Your cultivation is not very good, and your appearance is not very good either. Who gave you the courage to be arrogant? The other female cultivators also agreed and began to ridicule him. You guys. Being ridiculed by so many girls, he felt a burst of anger in his chest. At the same time, he couldn't live with it, but seeing that some of them had higher cultivation than him, he had to endure it. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, he suddenly became extremely depressed and ran away dejectedly. Ling Yuan, who caused the commotion, was strolling around the sect without paying any attention to the eyes of the people around him in order to follow the local customs. He also used his spiritual power to stimulate the growth of his hair and styled his hair into a shawl, which also made his appearance even better as he walked. Ling Yuan came to a mountain called Shuyu Peak. Shui Yufeng. I remember Lan Yudi seems to live here. Junior brother Ling, you are finally out. Just then a familiar voice sounded. Senior sister Li? What a coincidence. The person coming was none other than Li Qingwan. I went to see you before, but you were in retreat. I originally wanted to take you to visit the sect. It's not too late now. Is it convenient now, senior sister? The territory of this sect is not generally large, so it would be great to have a leader. Okay, let's go, senior sister. I will take you for a walk. Li Qingwan was as happy as a child when he heard Ling Yuan's invitation. The two of them just walked side by side, and Li Qingwan's little mouth never stopped talking along the way. By the way, senior sister, didn't I kill some demon cultivators last time and see some magic weapons from them? There should be rewards for handing them over to the sect, right? These magic weapons are quite sinister, and they're all made with human life, which is very disgusting. Yes, you can get the mission hall to exchange for contribution points. Oh, then please ask senior sister to take me there. No problem. By the way, the Wang Tung who came with you is so powerful now. I heard that he was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master. That's it. I didn't expect him to be so valued. Ling Yuan was not too surprised. After all, he had seen some clues during the previous spiritual root test. No, he has a single spirit root of the gold system. Li Qingwan said with some envy, while chatting and walking. The two of them came to the door of the mission hall unknowingly. The two of them were very familiar with each other. We're here. This is it. Li Qingwan took Ling Yuan into the mission hall and came to a long table. This is Deacon Lin from the mission hall. An old man was sitting opposite the long table. He was originally reading some files. When he saw a disciple coming forward, he had to put down his work and looked at the two people. So it's Xiaowan. What do you want? It shows that the two are quite familiar with each other. Ling Yuan and the other person first bowed their hands and saluted. Then Ling Yuan replied, it's like this, Deacon Lin, I'm Ling Yuan. I killed several demon cultivators a few days ago, and I want to hand in a batch of demon weapons in exchange for contribution points. Magic weapons? How many? Lin Shinzong looked at Ling Yuan with some surprise. Ling Yuan took out the 9 magic weapons he had obtained and placed them on the table. That's all. He did not choose to copy the magic weapons to exchange for more contribution points, as this would easily give people clues. The old man looked at the magic weapons on the table and then slowly said, well, there are 2 top-grade magic weapons, and the rest are medium grade. One top-grade one is 500 contribution points, and the medium grade one is 200, a total of 2,400 contribution points. After speaking, the old man stretched out his palm. Take out your disciple token. Okay. Ling Yuan was a little confused, thinking that this contribution value was directly charged into the token. Handing the token to the old man, he saw that the old man took the token and took out a strange jade token. The old man pinched a spell with one hand and shot a stream of light into the jade token. Then, he aimed the jade token at Ling Yuan's disciple token. After a faint light flashed on the token, he threw it back to Ling Yuan. Your token has not been refined yet. You can use it after refining it. Through this detail, Lin Xianzong already knew that Ling Yuan was a pure newcomer, and his disciple token had not been refined yet. However, he was a little surprised that a newcomer at the 4th level of Qi refining could have such a record. Thank you. By the way, Deacon Lin, I want to exchange some natural treasures. I wonder if there is a material like fire crystal sand in the treasury. Fire crystal sand? Wait, let me check. After thinking for a while without any results, Lin Xianzong planned to check the treasury accounts. Li Qinwan, who was standing by, felt familiar with the name and thought, it sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? By the way, I heard from Senior Sister Lan that there is a monster called Earth Fire Lizard in the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, and the eggshell of the Earth Fire Lizard seems to be the source of fire crystal sand. At this time, Lin Xianzong had finished checking the accounts. He shook his head at Ling Yuan and said, you were late. The last portion of fire crystal sand was exchanged half a year ago. That's a pity. Ling Yuan sighed. Junior brother Ling, I know the news about fire crystal sand. Li Qinwan winked at him playfully. Hearing this, Ling Yuan, who was originally a little regretful, immediately cheered up again. Really? He asked in surprise. Of course. I don't say anything nonsense. Okay. Senior sister, let's find a place to talk in detail. Deacon Lin, then we'll leave first. Lin Xianzong nodded and then continued to do his own thing. After a long time, the two came to the tea house in the sect. Ling Yuan poured a cup of spiritual tea for Li Qinwan. Sister, this fire crystal sand. Wait. Li Qinwan interrupted Ling Yuan, then arranged a soundproof barrier with her fingers and said, this fire crystal sand is formed by the eggshell of a kind of earth fire lizard, which is relatively rare and belongs to the earth level material. Then Li Qinwan gave Ling Yuan some knowledge about natural materials and treasures, which is the old-fashioned heaven and earth, the highest heaven level. Then where can I find the eggshell of the earth fire lizard? Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Li Qinwan took out a map and pointed to the location. But it is more dangerous to find this kind of material, because only the earth fire lizard in the gene and stage can give birth to offspring. Yet on stage, that's a bit troublesome. Ling Yuan frowned slightly, thinking about the feasibility. If he encounters a gened monster, can he escape from it? I wonder if the self-detonation of a top-grade spiritual weapon can kill a gened on stage demon beast. It is still difficult to make a careful comparison. A top-grade spiritual weapon can be compared to a low-grade magic weapon of a lower grade. In other words, the self-detonation of a top-grade spiritual weapon is probably equivalent to an ordinary attack by a gened on stage master, but he can blow it up infinitely, so the feasibility is relatively high. If 1 doesn't work, he can blow up 10. If 10 doesn't work, then he can blow up 100 at the same time. Thinking of this, his brows relaxed. Sure enough, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. But we need to make more preparations. Ling Yuan thought. Ling Yuan touched the map and said, thank you for the news, senior sister. Then he took out the red blood fruit from the storage ring. As a reward, these 5 red blood fruits are given to senior sister. Red blood fruit. Good stuff. Then I won't be polite. Li Qinwan took the 5 red blood fruits and showed a beautiful smile on her face. With these red blood fruits to strengthen her body, her strength can be improved. Then, she thought of something and her face changed. Junior brother, don't go alone. The Spirit Beast Mountain Range is very dangerous. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a demon beast in the nascent soul stage. Senior sister, don't worry, I am not a reckless person. I will take a long-term view of this matter. That's good. Degree. Li Qinwan looked relieved. Ling Yuan glanced at the big sun outside. It's time for dinner. I'll treat you. Let's order some spiritual treasures to try. He has been in seclusion these days, eating only fasting pills, and his appetite has become tasteless. Now he can taste the delicacies of the cultivation world. Junior brother, do you have so many spiritual stones? The spiritual treasures here are very expensive. A meal costs dozens of low-grade spiritual stones. Li Qinwan has just become an inner disciple, and her salary is only 100 spiritual stones per month. She usually spends a lot of money on cultivation. If she needs to buy some materials, it will be a bit insufficient. She still has to take on tasks to earn some extra money. Don't worry about eating. We are not short of money. Li Qinwan was a little unconvinced. How could he, an outer disciple who had just joined the sect for a few days, get so many spiritual stones? But when she thought of Ling Yuan being able to take out such good things as top-grade spiritual tools and red blood fruits, her doubts were shaken again. Forget it. I'll pay for it at worst. Thinking of the pitiful spiritual stones she had left, her heart was bleeding. But it seems that it's not a bad deal to have junior brother Ling's red blood fruit. Ling Yuan took the menu and ordered a small stir-fried spiritual beef and a sauced feiha meat slice, then handed the menu to Li Qinwan. Senior sister, what do you want to eat? Let me see. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingjie saw that there were already 2 meat dishes, so she ordered a soup and vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, the spiritual treasure was ready. This is the speed of a cultivator. It smells so good. And there's even a trace of spiritual energy in this fragrance. Ling Yuan took a deep breath. Delicious. Li Qinwan ate big mouthfuls of food, not caring about her ladle-like image at all. Ling Yuan was not to be outdone and joined the ranks of dry eating. After the meal, Ling Yuan took out 50 spiritual stones and settled the bill in front of Li Qinwan's shocked eyes. She is now more and more curious about Ling Yuan. He always surprises her. This is a mysterious man. After a hearty meal, Ling Yuan planned to go to the sect's Gongfa Pavilion. He took Li Qinwan as a tour guide and took him to the Gongfa Pavilion again. The first floor of Gongfa is for those below the foundation building stage, 1,000 contributions per book, and the second floor is for the foundation building stage, 5,000 contributions per book. Which floor are you going to? Said the elder of the Gongfa Pavilion. Good guy. The second floor is 5,000 contributions per book. It seems that there is no way to empty the Gongfa Pavilion for the time being. He now has 2,400 points, which is only enough to go to the first floor. Go to the first floor and change one. Ling Yuan handed the disciple token to the elder, who pressed the token on a strange crystal stone, and the token's contribution points were -1,000. A blue light door suddenly appeared in the AIR.as. The light door appeared. The elder looked at Ling Yuan. Behind this door is the first floor of the Gongfa Pavilion. Go in. Remember, you can only take one. If you take more, you can't get out. The elder looked at Ling Yuan with a warning. Ling Yuan, what about the trust between people? We said that we can only take one. How can we take more? What? Copy? Can copying be considered taking? Isn't this something I made by myself? Ling Yuan nodded in response to the elder and gave him a reassuring look, and the elder then moved his warning eyes away. In fact, the elder was kind-hearted. Fearing that some disciples who had never seen the world would have bad thoughts after seeing so many Gongfa, this happened in previous years. A disciple secretly hid several books of martial arts on his body, but as soon as he stepped out of the light gate, he was forbidden to be teleported to a small dark room. The disciple in the small dark room did not know what he had experienced, and he was already half crazy when he came out. Some people who had some small ideas were completely extinguished. Ling Yuan stepped out and stepped into the light gate. After entering the light gate, the dazzling light stopped in front of his eyes for a moment, and then the vision was restored, and books and bookshelves came into view. Just at this time, a chain-like rune flashed on his storage ring. Huh? What's going on? Ling Yuan raised the ring on his finger and sensed it and found that his storage ring was locked. Sure enough, there are anti-theft measures. He had thought about how the sect would take anti-theft measures for the martial arts before, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. But it didn't bother him. After all, he didn't steal it. He just had to touch it and copy it back later. What will happen when all these secret books are integrated? Unable to suppress his excitement, Ling Yuan stretched out his hand and quickly slid across the rows of books on the bookshelf. In 20 seconds, more than 200 secret books of martial arts were recorded. But what if there is a cultivator with an excellent memory who can quickly memorize the martial arts? Ling Yuan suddenly thought of this loophole. You know, as the strength of the cultivator improves, the spirit will also improve. So the memory of the cultivators is the best. I think there should be restrictions on the martial arts. Thinking of this, Ling Yuan picked up a spell book called Golden Knife Slash with some curiosity and flipped through it. Sure enough, after reading only the introduction part, the rest of the content was covered by a layer of white light. Will it be like this after I copy it? Ling Yuan was a little distressed, because the things he copied were copied 1:1, and the original things were the same as the copies. But on second thought, this restriction should only be in the martial arts pavilion. Never mind, just copy it first. 5 elements techniques. Copy. Spiritual inspiration technique. Copy. Golden light escape. Copy. Sword control technique. Copy. After a long time, Ling Yuan finally finished copying everything. but so hard. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his head. This wave of harvest at least more than 10,000 secret books. There is no way to learn them all. There is no way to learn them all. After returning, he will immediately have a big fusion to see what good things can be exploded. Of course, the premise is that the restrictions on the skills will disappear as soon as they go out. Ling Yuan picked up a copy of Hunyuan's sword technique and walked towards the light gate at the exit. After crossing the light gate, he returned to the hall again, and the blockade of the storage ring also disappeared. Ling Yuan opened the Hunyuan sword technique in his hand. Sure enough, the restrictions on the skills were gone, and the subsequent content of Hunyuan's sword technique was clearly visible. It seems that there are only restrictions inside the light gate. He thought to himself that it was indeed so. After confirming this, Ling Yuan was delighted and smiled at Li Qiyuan. Senior sister, I have chosen it. I saw it. Hunyuan's sword, the law of immortality, but don't you use a knife? Oh, that's true. He used a knife several times. Oh, actually, I want to use a sword more than a knife. Haha. As a bookworm who has read immortal cultivation novels for many years, how can he not have a dream of becoming a sword immortal? With a wave of his hand, the sword energy crisscrossed 30,000 miles, and the sword light chilled 19 states, which was so cool. The two of them were very close. I think you look very cool with a knife. As she was saying this, she unconsciously thought of the previous battle. The tall figure holding a knife in one hand appeared in her mind, and he easily defeated the foundation building enemy, who was fighting her hard with his chi refining cultivation. Haha. Thank you for your compliment, senior sister. After finishing this topic, Ling Yuan wanted to ask some questions about spiritual weapons. By the way, senior sister, how many contribution points do I need to exchange a spiritual weapon in the refining pavilion? Spiritual weapon? 5,000 to start. Li Qingwan's tone was filled with a hint of resentment from the poor. After she was promoted to foundation building, she did tasks crazily for a while, and she spent all her savings before her contribution points were even warmed up to exchange for a low-grade spiritual weapon, starting at 5,000. It seems that I can't go for the time being. You already have a top-grade spiritual weapon. Why are you considering this? Li Qingwan asked with some doubt. Ling Yuan raised his mouth slightly. Well, as for spiritual weapons, the more the better. There are probably only a few top-grade spiritual weapons in the refining pavilion. This thing is very rare, and the price must be more expensive. It's good to have one. Haha, that's right. Let's talk about it later. The two chatted for a while, and then went back home. Ling Yuan flew in the air and returned to his residence quickly. He saw Wang Tong standing at his door while he was still in the air. When he landed, Wang Ting walked up quickly and greeted him. Brother Ling, I haven't seen you for a few days. I think your cultivation has made another step forward. Haha, it's true that there is a slight breakthrough. But Brother Wang, you have already reached the second level of chi refining. Ling Yuan was shocked and thought to himself that he was indeed a genius. This is the speed of cultivation of a single spiritual root. And I heard that you were accepted as a disciple by the sect master. You really have a bright future. I'm just lucky. I didn't expect that I have only one spiritual root. Are you free tonight? Let's get together in Tianxian building from Qingyan City. Wang Tong invited. Oh, of course, no problem. Then Ling Yuan took out 10 red blood fruits and handed them to Wang Tong. Brother Wang, thank you for your reminder that day. These red blood fruits are very good for the body. I'll give you some. This. Wang Tong wanted to refuse. Reminding is just a piece of cake, but seeing Ling Yuan's serious expression, he stopped talking. Okay, thank you very much. Haha, see you at Xinjin building tonight. Back in his cabin, Ling Yuan copied out 5 elements magic collection, golden light escape, sword control, basic barrier collection, and basic formation. Pick up one of them and turn to the back, and the content is revealed. The restriction has disappeared. Ling Yuan was delighted and immediately copied all the secret manuals. Swish. A large number of manual books filled the room in an instant. So full that Ling Yuan was buried. Fusion. Ling Yuan thought in his heart. Swish again, and a huge amount of books disappeared in an instant. Only one book was left, which was the fused manual. The Shang Jia Yao. Just looking at the name, it seems that there is nothing special about it. He picked it up and opened the first page. This manual combines the great achievements of various chi refining techniques, explains the shortcuts in essence, and allows scholars to master it quickly. It is very mysterious. As he read it, Ling Yuan couldn't help but indulge in it, and was deeply attracted by its wonderful explanation. He took out the original version for comparison and found that the Shang Jia Yao was indeed much better than the original version of the magic explanation. After understanding a few magic spells, he put down the book in his hand. Let's try it first. Golden light escape. Ling Yuan's figure turned into a golden light and disappeared quickly. When he appeared again, he didn't know where he was. He sensed the consumption of spiritual power and found that it was not much that he flew in the direction of escape, calculating the distance while flying. Soon he saw the house where he lived. Not bad. This time I escaped more than 10 miles. And the spiritual power consumption was relatively small. Next is the sword control technique. Ling Yuan took out a medium-grade 100-split flying sword and performed the sword control technique. The spiritual sword floated out of thin air and split into several identical swords. The long sword shuttled quickly in the air. The sword sounded continuously and left a trail of sword shadows. Pointing at the boulder in front of him, the sword shadow quickly cut through the stone, and in a breath, it turned into a pile of small gravel. Cool. Looking at the gravel, Ling Yuan showed a satisfied expression. Upgraded Deshang Jia Yao to 5 stars. Ling Yuan after checking the content again, he found some differences. According to the improvements, the power of the spells has increased a lot. Of course, the consumption has also increased, but it is not a big deal for him. On the contrary, the spells with high consumption are the most suitable for him. Then he was addicted to learning spells. From the most basic 5 elements spells to the barrier array, these immortal cultivation knowledge made him, as a modern man, very addicted and couldn't extricate himself. After an unknown period of time, the sky gradually darkened, and Ling Yuan withdrew from the state of learning. Is it dark so soon? The time for learning is always short. With a sigh, he got up and went out, and used the golden light to escape to the Xinjin building of the sect. If he hadn't made an appointment with Wang Tong, he would have watched it all night at least. This is the charm of cultivating immortals. The golden light appeared, and Ling Yuan came to the door of the Xinjin building, just in time to see Han Feiyu's figure. After sensing it, he found that he had not yet cultivated. It seems that the 4-element spiritual roots are really difficult to withstand. However, his name is very similar to the protagonist of a novel that Ling Yuan had read before, Han Feiyu, and that protagonist also had 4 spiritual roots, and then relied on his own step-by-step strategy to break through the siege and achieve the position of immortal venerable. He found that this world seemed to have the shadows of many protagonists, and as an old bookworm, he had certainly read such novels with multiple protagonists. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to Han Feiyu's future development. Brother Han, Ling Yuan called him. This voice is. Han Feiyu turned around and saw Ling Yuan's handsome smiling face. Senior brother Ling, it's you. Han Feiyu turned around and clasped his fists to him. Haha, I haven't seen you for a few days. Let's go. Let's go find Brother Wang for a banquet. Han Feiyu nodded and followed Ling Yuan into Xinjin building. After reporting Wang Tang's box number to the shopkeeper, the service staff led them to the place. In the box, Wang Tong, Wang Yin, Li Yin, and Li Miao were all there. Haha, Brother Wang, we are not late, are we? Ling Yuan joked that he arrived just after dark, so of course he couldn't be late. Haha, we just arrived too. Come and sit down. Wang Ting laughed proudly. Since everyone is here, let's serve the food. Okay, please wait. The waiter nodded and left the box. The two sat down. Soon, the atmosphere became lively, and several people began to chat about this and that. As the food and wine were served, and a few glasses of wine were drunk, the atmosphere reached a climax. This was Ling Yuan's first time drinking, but he was difficult to get drunk with his chi training. The food and wine in the Xinjin building all contain a trace of spiritual power, which is somewhat beneficial to low-level cultivators. Han Feiyu was the only one who fell at the scene, and he fell very quickly. Ling Yuan looked at Han Feiyu, whose face was red and drooling, and he silently took out his mobile phone to take a photo of him. Well, if Han Feiyu becomes an immortal in the future, this is the drunken immortal picture. Black History +1. Come on, let's take a group photo. After introducing the power of this magic weapon to everyone, Ling Yuan pulled the drunk Han Feiyu to stand with everyone, raised the phone, and said, "Read with me. Cheese, cheese, X5 click." A precious group photo was created. After the dinner, everyone went back to their houses. Ling Yuan returned to his room and opened the book to practice. This time he wanted to do some retreats to improve his strength as soon as possible, and then go to the Spirit Beast Mountain range to do some more. The focus of this practice was to continue to improve his physical body and to improve his cultivation. This burning Heaven Emperor scripture could train his physical body into a pure Yan holy body, and Ling Yuan used the enhanced, a version of the red blood fruit to practice. So his physical strength was already very impressive. There were also methods of physical training in the Daishang Jiayao that he had integrated this time, and he chose one called Sanyuan Body Forging Secret to practice. There are 3 levels in total. The first level is to refine the essence to replenish the body. The second level is to refine the qi to strengthen the body, and the third level is to refine the spirit to unite the body. The 3 levels return to 1, which means that the essence, qi, and spirit are integrated into one and can become indestructible. After the cultivation of qi, the cultivator can be invincible at the same level. No one can hit him when he stands. Moreover, after the cultivation, the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the stronger the physical body, because its strength is also determined by the cultivator's own essence, qi, and spirit. However, this original technique is not only obscure and difficult to understand, but also the first page shows that this technique is extremely difficult to practice, and only 1 in 10,000 can practice it. The most pitfall is that only the qi refining stage can practice it. The rest, whether it is foundation building or golden elixir, can't practice it. Therefore, this technique is useless in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, and it is better to practice spiritual power. Fortunately, it has been integrated and optimized, otherwise it may really be impossible to practice it. Such techniques are generally exclusive to the protagonist in the novel. Only the protagonist can comprehend and practice it, and then the protagonist practices both the law and the body to beat all those who don't obey. But who told Ling Yuan to have a cheat? He had a small technique under his control. 5-star version of free Yuan body refining art. Start practicing. Ling Yuan first swallowed 2 red blood fruits to assist in body refining. Then he opened his legs according to the description in the book, pierced a strange stake, put his hands in the lower dantian, closed his eyes, and began to enter the state of practice. The medicinal power of the red blood fruit was gradually released. With each breath, the medicinal power and blood surged, gathering in the lower dantian and blending with the spiritual power to slowly strengthen the body. The lower dantian is the place where essence is produced. The essence here is not the essence of giving birth to offspring, but refers to energy. The mystery of the 1 Yuan skill lies here. A day later, Ling Yuan had completed the first level, and his physical strength was strengthened again. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining and bright, but soon his face showed a strange look again. I didn't expect that there would be this function after refining the first level. He found that he could control the opening and closing of the gate of descendants at will. The legendary skill was accidentally cultivated, but he didn't feel much that he knew that with the improvement of cultivation, the immortal cultivator would definitely be able to fully control every part of the body. So he was just a small scenery on the road to immortality. Continue to the second level. The second level of Kung Fu requires a set of strange movements to practice. 2 days later, the second level was refined. This is not difficult. It's easy. Am I the protagonist? Shaking his head, Ling Yuan continued to practice the third level. The third level is the practice of the gods. Although there are no movements, it is many times more complicated than the first 2 levels. This last level is difficult. The last level of the original version only has a few mantras. Forget the form to nourish the qi. Forget the qi to nourish the spirit. Forget the spirit to nourish the void. The void to combine the 3 elements. The 3 elements combine to show the true form, and the golden body will be immortal for billions of years. This last sentence is very bluffing, and he dared to claim immortality. Ling Yuan didn't take it seriously. What's wrong with bragging? He often brags. Closing his eyes and meditating, Ling Yuan gradually entered a state of tranquility, and the sensation of the body gradually disappeared. Soon he completed the first step of forgetting the form. The form disappeared, and the feeling of qi began to become clear. Ling Yuan merged his consciousness into the qi and became one with the qi. Gradually, the feeling of qi also disappeared, leaving only a little consciousness. According to the detailed analysis of Daishang Jiayao, the step of forgetting the spirit is to forget the remaining consciousness. This step is more difficult, because when you forget this consciousness, you will experience a great terror of life and death. How did I come into being? In fact, it is this consciousness that produces it. Taking the initiative to forget this consciousness is equivalent to killing me. When taking this step, a huge sense of fear will arise in the consciousness. This is also the reason why this technique is difficult to practice. Even if a person with extraordinary talent has cultivated to this point, it is difficult to break through without guidance. Fortunately, Daishang Jiayao has pointed out the key points in detail. Continuing to practice, Ling Yuan only felt that his consciousness was getting weaker and weaker, and just when his consciousness was about to disappear, a sense of fear suddenly surged out. Ling Yuan didn't care and let it take effect. The fear came quickly and went away quickly. Quick. The last bit of fear disappeared. I disappeared. Who am I? Where am I? He no longer has the concept of I. He only felt a clear and bright, empty and silent, and one with nothingness. At this moment, infinite joy appeared, because there was no I. At this moment, it seemed that he was the joy itself, as boundless as nothingness. It was in this state that Ling Yuan's 3 elements of spirit, energy, and spirit mixed. Boom. I am. So that's it. The self without self is the true self. This is the real me. He finally understood why the last sentence was the golden body has been immortal for billions of years. The 3 elements mixed into one, and the true self appeared. As the saying goes, break through the void and chaos. Today I know that I am me. At this time, the essence of the 3 elements condensed into a pearl hanging in the void, and the purple gold divine light enveloped his body. This divine light is mysterious and extraordinary, and it can protect him from all evil. In reality, his body began to transform from head to toe. The transformation of the physical body and the prototype of the pure Yang holy body produced a wonderful reaction. The spiritual power from all around continued to pour in. Fortunately, Ling Yuan had arranged a huge amount of spiritual energy in advance and surrounded it with a formation. Otherwise, he might not be able to absorb enough spiritual energy to support his transformation. At this time, he was in a state of ecstasy and could not copy the spiritual power. Gradually, his bones became like jade, and his fascia became like dragons and gold, golden tendons and jade bones. Blood turned into white pulp. Pure Yang holy body. It's done. At this time, colorful auspicious clouds gathered in the sky thousands of meters above Ling Yuan's house, and invisible wonderful sounds kept ringing in the 10 directions of the void. No one in this world could hear such wonderful sounds. A round light bloomed behind Ling Yuan's head, illuminating the 10 directions of the void. This light was immeasurable and boundless, but no one in this world could see or perceive it. Somewhere in the universe, a great venerable was preaching. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the great way and saw the infinite light filling the void. He stopped preaching, stood up, looked in a certain direction in the void, and said, "Wonderful, wonderful." The disciples were a little confused when they saw this, but they knew that the venerable had great magical powers and must have seen something extraordinary with his divine eyes. At this time, Ling Yuan entered a new state. After realizing his true self, he felt that he was everywhere. He was a flower, a tree, a stone, the continent under his feet, and the heavens and the worlds. This feeling was like omniscience. He could know how many drops of rain fell in a distant plain. But soon this state disappeared, and he returned to the void again, with the pearl still hanging at the same time. He realized in his heart that this spiritual light was the indestructible spiritual light of the true self. And with this light he could indeed be immortal. That it is not really light. This light is invisible and intangible, so it is immortal. Even if the physical body is gone, it can be slowly restored with spiritual light. Ling Yuan opened his eyes and sat up. His heart was full of shock, and he shouted in his heart, "What kind of heaven-defying technique is this? Why do I feel like I have become an immortal?" After feeling the power in his body, the pure young saint body was formed. The physical body was extremely powerful, and the spiritual power cultivation reached the foundation building stage, but it felt that the physical body could only beat the golden elixir. It was limited in strength and did not have the power of an immortal. However, this time he really gained something extraordinary. The immortal spiritual light plus his physical body duplication can be said to be immortal. His cultivation also directly reached the foundation building stage, and the speed was against the sky. Moreover, he felt that the immortal spiritual light could continue to be cultivated until the state of breaking the unity of all things in the void appeared. That should be the perfect state. He only felt omniscience at that time, but he knew that the state could actually be almost omnipotent. My spiritual consciousness has also been sublimated, or rather, it has disappeared. Now, with the help of the immortal spiritual light, I can easily sense the entire Huayan dynasty. What is this heaven-defying skill? Is this also the original protagonist cheat? It's a bit outrageous. What are these villains doing? After a long time of studying, the dark life of the villains was finally revealed. After feeling the dark life of the villains in the future, Ling Yuan continued to practice the Emperor Sutra. He planned to directly build up his cultivation to the peak of the foundation building stage. Now the Samadhi true fire has also been completed. His eyes condensed, and a blazing flame suddenly burst out of the air. It was the Samadhi true fire. It can be emitted by the divine fire golden eyes. When facing the enemy, it can be unexpected and burn whatever it stares at. As Ling Yuan reached the foundation building stage, the next level of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra was also unlocked. In the second level, there is a set of sword techniques and body techniques. The sword technique is the Burning Heaven sword technique, and the body technique is called the 3000 illusion flame body. They are all very powerful techniques, which can be regarded as supplementing Ling Yuan's shortcomings. Next, let's break through the peak of foundation building in one go. Ling Yuan entered the state of cultivation again. In his inner vision, the spiritual power after foundation building turned into liquid and flowed in his body, covering the spiritual power on his hands. Ling Yuan began to copy it. Spiritual power appeared in the dantian out of thin air continuously, and Ling Yuan hurriedly practiced the second level of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Soon his aura began to rise steadily. Middle stage of foundation building, late stage of foundation building, peak of foundation building. In just 1 hour, Ling Yuan's cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building, and he is only one step away from the golden elixir. Cool. So cool. This is the refreshing feeling of rapid upgrade. Next is to prepare for the breakthrough of the golden elixir. The golden elixir is divided into the lower 3 grades of golden elixir, the middle 3 grades of golden elixir, the upper 3 grades of golden elixir, the flawless golden elixir, and the Tao elixir that only exists in legends. The so-called Tao elixir is the condensation of the Tao rhyme comprehended by the cultivator. This is a record in the Emperor's scripture. There will be no such record in any rubbish technique, because the creator of the technique may not know that there is such a thing as Tao Dan. Moreover, wanting to comprehend Tao Yun in the foundation building stage is simply a fantasy in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. This is something that you only start to touch in the nascent soul stage. You want to comprehend it when you're in the foundation building stage? What a joke. This is not metaphysics at all. With Ling Yuan's current foundation, pure young saint body plus Emperor's scripture plus infinite spiritual power, it is still no problem to form a flawless golden elixir. However, it is not easy to cultivate immortals, so you have to become the strongest and take every step to the extreme. Ling Yuan secretly made up his mind that he had to form a Dao Dan. The so-called Dao Yun is actually the initial law, and above the Dao Yun is the power of the law, and the cultivator who forms a Dao Dan will obtain a magical power related to his own Dao Yun. It just so happens that Ling Yuan has an immortal aura. How can he not know the many wonderful uses of this aura after experiencing omniscience? At the moment when the spiritual light was born, he saw the 3000 great Daos. And the immortal spiritual light also greatly improved his comprehension. It is so easy to comprehend the Dao rhyme with the spiritual light. It shouldn't take too long to break through the golden elixir. But the question is which rule to choose to comprehend. Time or space? Or can I comprehend more? After thinking for a long time, Ling Yuan always felt that it was not enough. He wanted to have them all, but that would undoubtedly slow down the progress of cultivation. Is there a rule that includes all the rules? Ling Yuan's light flashed, and he remembered a sentence in the Tao Te Ching. There is a thing that is mixed, born before heaven and earth. This is the mother of all things and the root of all laws. As long as you comprehend this fundamental avenue, aren't all the rules included in it? Finding the goal, Ling Yuan's originally frowned brows relaxed. A smile on his face. In the following days, Ling Yuan comprehended the fundamental avenue while practicing the Burning Heaven sword art and the 3000 illusion flame body. In the air, thousands of somewhat illusory figures kept flashing, and then countless fiery red sword chi burst out. The sword chi swept through, and the intense high temperature refracted the surrounding light, making it look like the space was distorted. With my current strength, the Yuaniing stage should not be my opponent. Ling Yuan put away his sword and stopped practicing. 10 days had passed, but he had already practiced the 2 spells to perfection, and it only took less than 10 minutes. This kind of comprehension talent is terrifying, but the comprehension of the fundamental avenue is a bit slow. After all, it is not like fire and water that has a direct form of expression. During this period, he tried to comprehend other laws, but it took him less than an hour to comprehend the 5 elements law, and he could already use the power of rules to release spells. This is the heaven-defying comprehension brought by the immortal aura. Ling Yuan, who found that the power of rules was useful, immediately spent some time to practice the 5 elements, time, and space laws to perfection, directly comparable to the incarnation of the spirit. Yuanian cultivators need to break through the incarnation of the spirit, comprehend the law. Only in the spiritualization stage can one truly practice the law. If the spiritualization stage does not come out, who can compete with me? Ling Yuan sighed. Who can understand the loneliness of invincibility? The sky is full of sunshine, and the sky is full of sunshine. Walking out of the door, the green mountains and clouds in the distance outline a leisurely fairyland. Ling Yuan stretched his body and took a deep breath of fresh spiritual energy, which made him feel extremely comfortable. Thinking of his own progress, he couldn't help but sigh that the world is so beautiful. This time, a bird was flying happily in the sky. Ling Yuan suddenly became playful and wanted to experiment with the power of the law. He thought about it and immediately used the law of time on the flying bird. In an instant, something strange happened. The bird's wings, which were originally flapping, stopped instantly, and the whole body was strangely fixed in the air. Its time stopped. Ling Yuan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be filled with joy. He had never thought that he could control the power of time in such a short time. Throughout the entire world of immortal cultivation novels, who can master the power of the law in the foundation building period? It seems that only Ling Yuan can do it. This time, the bird is like a beautiful sculpture, quietly staying in the air, motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Until 3 seconds, Ling Yuan's spiritual power is exhausted. Even with his vast spiritual power after practicing the Emperor Sutra and pure young saint body, he can only pause time in a small range for 3 seconds. Fortunately, he can copy spiritual power into his body infinitely. Ling Yuan quickly replenished his spiritual power and used the law of time on the bird. Time reversal. The stagnant bird soared again, but it was flying backwards, which looked a little funny. Try other laws again. Ling Yuan waved his hand, and an invisible force suddenly burst out, and he used the law of space again. The bird in the air disappeared in a flash, and then suddenly appeared in his hand. Chirp. Chirp. The little guy tilted his head and looked at the human in front of him, seeming to be a little confused as to why he was flying so well and suddenly landed in the palm of this 2-legged beast. Ling Yuan gently stroked the bird's feathers and said with a smile, "Little guy, I'm sorry to bother you. The bird seemed to understand his words, blinked its eyes, and made a crisp cry. He gently opened his palm to let the bird get free. The bird hesitated at first, but soon spread its wings and flew high. It chirped happily, circled in the air for a few circles, and then flew away, gradually disappearing between the blue sky and white clouds. When he was free, Ling Yuan used the immortal spiritual light, and his spiritual consciousness scanned the entire sect. And a holographic image from the perspective of God appeared in his mind. As for whether the random scanning would be discovered by the sect masters, please, it was discovered as early as when his spiritual consciousness covered the entire Huayan dynasty. And the fact was that no one could detect his spiritual consciousness fluctuations at that time. After all, this is the immortal spiritual light. Supermodel stuff. Therefore, he could scan it boldly, even if it was a female cultivator's spiritual pool. Ahem, take it away quickly, stopping the delusion of the female cultivator's pool in his mind. Ling Yuan focused on the real-time holographic map. In the picture, he could clearly see the people coming and going in the entire sect. Those immortal cultivators dressed in various costumes and carrying different magic weapons were hurriedly shuttling through the various parts of the sect, either alone or in groups. And everyone's face had different expressions such as determination, contemplation, or excitement. And on a mountain not far away, a familiar figure attracted Ling Yuan's attention. It was Li Yin. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the open space, closing his eyes and practicing qigong, and the spiritual energy around him was surging like a tide. Obviously, he was in a state of hard practice. The picture switched, and on a cliff, Han Feiyu was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He frowned and seemed to be worried about something. After paying attention to him for a while, Ling Yuan switched his attention to other places to see if he could find anything interesting. Tisk, practicing dual cultivation in broad daylight. How can it be? We must examine it carefully. No, it's a judgment. On Shuiyu Peak, Lan Yudi was practicing in seclusion in a cave, and the cave was filled with clouds and mist, as if it were fairyland. Lan Yudi sat cross-legged, as dignified as a jade sculpture. Her exquisite body was looming in the mist, and her body was radiant, exuding an extraordinary and otherworldly aura. Ling Yuan looked at it for a while and felt that it was not interesting. So he continued to focus on other places. In a secret room, Cheng Sheng looked solemn. He moved his fingers and set up several restrictions around him. When the restrictions were completed, his face relaxed slightly. Then he took out a black token with a somewhat hideous appearance from the storage ring and used his spiritual sense. He used the token to transmit the message. They have already started investigating me, Sect Master. What should I do next? After he finished speaking, his expression showed a trace of worry. As a spy of the demon sect, it was not easy for him to become an elder in the righteous sect. Now he was about to be exposed, and the key was that his single spiritual root was not dead. He couldn't help but feel depressed again. After a while, the token suddenly flashed with a faint light. Seeing this, Changsheng was happy. He knew that the sect master had replied. He quickly read the message. Find an excuse to go to the Xingdou forest, and I will send someone to pick you up and return to the sect. By the way, see if there is a chance to kill a kid. The portrait is sent to you. At the end of the words, a portrait appeared in Changsheng's consciousness, which was exactly the appearance of Ling Yuan. Seeing the sect master reply to him like this, the little worry in his heart was put down. But who is this kid? Why does the sect master want to kill him? Observing Ling Yuan's appearance carefully, he couldn't help but sigh. You know what? This kid is really handsome. However, there are so many disciples in the Sunset sect, it's not easy to find him. Changsheng shook his head slightly. Forget it. Anyway, the sect master said to kill him if there is a chance. Who cares? It's more important to run away. However, he didn't know that all his actions were seen by others. The immortal spiritual light can ignore restrictions, so Changsheng's every move is naturally seen by Ling Yuan. However, since he can't hear or read other people's voice transmissions, he just noticed that Changsheng was a little bit wrong. This token is obviously from the demon sect. What kind of restrictions are set up secretly? This kid must be a spy. Ling Yuan analyzed, but he didn't bother to care. After all, even if he reported it, he couldn't provide evidence. Just don't mess with me. Huh? Such a strong law of time. At this time, Ling Yuan suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of the law of time coming from somewhere. The fluctuation is near Han Feiyu. Alas, my aptitude is still too poor. I haven't even entered the first level of chi refining yet. Beside the cliff, Han Feiyu, who was originally sitting cross-legged, slowly stood up, feeling a little discouraged. You know, even Li Miao, who has always been out of tune and not diligent in cultivation, has now entered the first level of chi refining. Go and ask Brother Ling for advice. From the first time he met Ling Yuan, Han Feiyu felt that Ling Yuan had an unfathomable feeling. All along, his intuition has been very accurate, and this intuition has repeatedly helped him escape from danger. Therefore, he felt that Ling Yuan would definitely be able to solve his confusion. Han Feiyu stood by the cliff and thought about trivial matters for a while, then turned and left. After walking a few steps, he found that there seemed to be some light flashing on the right side. Huh? What is this? Gourd. Han Feiyu pushed aside the grass and found a green jade gourd lying quietly on the ground, as if waiting for his mercy. The jade gourd was about the size of 2 palms, emerald green, with some white winding lines inlaid in it, giving people a noble and mysterious feeling. Could it be a chance? The two of them met, and the two of them met again. Could it be a chance? Han Feiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he was immediately overwhelmed by a huge surprise. He hurriedly squatted down and carefully picked up the green gourd with both hands, fearing that he would accidentally break it on the other side. Ling Yuan sensed the strong law of time and saw the jade gourd and the excited Han Feiyu next to him. Seeing this, he flashed and teleported behind Han Feiyu in the blink of an eye, like a ghost, which was amazing. Hey, junior brother Han, what good treasure did you pick up? Seeing Han Feiyu staring at the gourd for a while, he couldn't help but shout out. Han Feiyu was shocked. He didn't expect to be discovered, but he felt familiar with the voice of this person. He should be someone he knew, and the people he knew were the ones who came from Qingyan City together. After getting along with them before, they were all good people. If it was them, they would not do such a thing as robbing the treasure of an acquaintance. Thinking of this, Han Feiyu's originally nervous heart was slightly relieved at the same time. He turned around with a little stiffness. Senior brother Ling. When he saw this stunning face, he was surprised again even though he had seen it several times before. Ling Yuan smiled and nodded in response, and at the same time gave him a shot of heart. Don't worry, I just happened to pass by. I saw you squatting here alone for a while, so I came to say hello. While speaking to attract Han Feiyu's attention, Ling Yuan used the law of space to create a small space channel behind his buttocks. The hand behind his back extended a finger into it, and behind the passage was Han Feiyu's jade gourd. He quickly tapped the jade gourd with his finger and quickly closed the passage. Hearing this, Han Feiyu thought for a while and thought that he still had to ask senior brother Ling about cultivation. And what could be hidden about a gourd whose use was unknown? It was probably not as good as senior brother Ling's top-grade spiritual weapon. Now he didn't plan to hide it and immediately showed the jade gourd in his hand to Ling Yuan openly. Senior brother Ling, the reason I squatted just now was because I found this jade gourd. I feel that this must be a treasure, but I don't know how to use it yet. Oh, I didn't expect him to say it. And Ling Yuan thought he would skip this topic. Is that so? I have seen many spiritual weapons. Let me help you take a look. Okay, Han Feiyu nodded and agreed very readily, and then he handed the jade gourd to Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan took it in his hand and analyzed it with the immortal spiritual light. This gourd contains a strong power of the law of time. At the same time, the patterns on it are also different. After magnifying it countless times, it is found that the patterns are actually composed of dense runes. Hiss. Ling Yuan took a breath of cold air and secretly thought that it was a complicated and clever method. If he did not have the immortal aura, he would probably be stunned by the huge rune information when he saw it 10 minutes later. Ling Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The mystery in it had been completely analyzed by him. The avenue of time, the so-called avenue, is the source of the law. Ling Yuan, who has cultivated several laws to perfection, can naturally perceive it. However, the avenue in this gourd is not complete, only a small part, but it is also an incredible treasure. After analyzing the avenue of time, Ling Yuan also successfully advanced the law of time to the level of the avenue. However, because his current cultivation is too low, he can't use the power of the avenue at all. Of course, the power of the law is enough for him at present. Ling Yuan slowly raised his hand and carefully handed the gourd to Han Feiyu. Here, I'll give it back to you. Junior brother Han, don't let anyone else know the existence of this thing. Han Feiyu, senior brother Ling, what exactly is this? Haha, let me show you. Just like that, the jade gourd that hadn't even warmed up yet returned to Ling Yuan's hand. Ling Yuan opened the mouth of the gourd. He raised his hand and condensed a ball of water droplets out of thin air, and slowly poured the water droplets into the gourd in a stream. As the last drop of water entered it, the gourd actually began to emit a faint green light. What is this? It's glowing. Han Feiyu, who was standing aside, was shocked to see this, and at the same time, he became more and more curious about what effect this treasure had. Too slow, I'll speed it up for you. Ling Yuan saw the slow conversion efficiency of the gourd and immediately activated the law of time to drive the gourd in an instant. The green light of the gourd became stronger. After a moment, well, it's almost done. Ling Yuan saw that the originally transparent water had turned fluorescent green, and he knew that the transformation was almost done. That he found a small spiritual grass and walked in front of it. Han Feiyu followed him curiously. Watch out, the next moment is to witness the miracle. Hearing this, Han Feiyu concentrated his attention and stared at Ling Yuan's movements, fearing that he would miss the mystery if he blinked. The next moment, Ling Yuan carefully poured a drop of fluorescent green liquid from the gourd. Tick, with a crisp sound, the small green liquid fell on the soil at the root and was quickly absorbed by the small spiritual grass. This time, something astonishing happened. The small spiritual grass, which was only 5 centimeters high, began to grow rapidly. In a few breaths, it grew to more than 20 centimeters high. Han Feiyu on the side widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. This green liquid can actually promote the growth of spiritual plants. And so quickly, won't there be no shortage of high-yield spiritual herbs in the future? I'm getting rich. I'm getting better. At this moment, Han Feiyu was extremely excited, and his whole body was trembling slightly unconsciously. No wonder senior brother Ling said before that he must not let others know. This treasure is really amazing. Before this, Han Feiyu often went to the spiritual plant garden to do tasks, and he certainly knew how precious high-yield spiritual herbs were. Ling Yuan looked at him and explained, this jade gourd contains the mystery of time. As long as you add water to it, it will automatically transform into the green liquid that promotes the growth of spiritual herbs. This kind of treasure surpasses the so-called magic weapon. If it is spread out and known by outsiders, it will probably set off a huge bloody storm. Hearing Ling Yuan's words, Han Feiyu immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He said solemnly, thank you for brother Lin's teachings. I will be very careful. Well, just be careful. After saying that, Ling Yuan stuffed the mouth of the jade gourd and returned it to Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu took the gourd and immediately threw it into the storage bag. At the same time, he quickly looked around, as if he was afraid that he would be discovered by others in the next second. Seeing him like this, Ling Yuan shook his head with a smile. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back. Okay, but I still have some questions about cultivation I want to ask you, brother. Is it okay? Of course, let's talk while walking. After saying that, Ling Yuan took the lead and walked down the mountain. Han Feiyu hurriedly followed and trotted to his right side. Then, Han Feiyu began to ask questions nonstop. After returning to his residence, Ling Yuan began to think about his future arrangements. He had originally mastered a bunch of chi refining stage magic, but he couldn't keep up because he had too much of a hang-up. But it didn't matter. He could now directly evolve magic from the law level. Not to mention that he had a supernatural comprehension for the fire crystal sand in the spirit beast mountain range. He still had to get some, although it didn't matter whether he had the sky fire armor or not. But Ling Yuan had a little obsessive compulsive disorder, just like he had to collect all the achievements in a game, that if he didn't brush up the magic of each period in the Emperor's scripture, he felt that his thoughts were not clear. Moreover, he now has many ways to save his life, and the power of law is even more invincible. Isn't it just a waste of time to go to the spirit beast mountain? He plans to set off tomorrow, so let's make some small things first. The law runes that Ling Yuan found in the palm heaven gourd before are very interesting. He plans to imitate it and see if he can use this rune technique to make some law-based weapons. He did it right away. He sat cross-legged and took out a top-grade spirit sword from a space ring and placed it horizontally on his legs. Concentrating and calming his mind, Ling Yuan stared at the spirit sword. After a while, a fiery red light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, starting from the tail of the spirit sword, a large number of mysterious and strange runes continued to flash into the sword body. A large number of dense runes formed lines on the sword body. A quarter of an hour later, with a brilliant red light covering the entire sword body, Ling Yuan finally completed the production of this sword of law. The red light faded away, and the entire sword body turned light red, with two symmetrical fiery red lines in the middle. The lines faintly glowed with bright red light, which was extremely conspicuous even in the daytime. The runes in these lines were outlined based on the law of fire. Although the lines are complex, their functions are simple and crude. That is the extreme high temperature, and its highest flame temperature can reach the temperature of the core of the sun. That is about 15 million degrees Celsius. The law artifact. It's born. Ling Yuan shouted excitedly in his heart, and at the same time he raised the sword above his head with one hand, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. This time, he seemed to have become a child who got a new toy, with a happy light flashing in his eyes, and his hands constantly stroking the sword body, feeling the touch of the warm sword body caused by the runes. From now on, I'm also a forging master. I'm so awesome. I can put my hands on my waist. Family members, who understands the feeling of making a golden finger by yourself? It was so cool. In order to commemorate the first artifact of the law he made, he had to give it a good name. Well, let's call it Yanli Buzz. The sword body trembled slightly, as if responding to him. In the future, accompany me to fight in the world of immortal cultivation. After whispering softly, Ling Yuan put it into his dantian to nurture its spirituality. Then his mind was opened up, whether he could plant the law rune on the body, such as the time rune that as long as the physical body is seriously injured or dead, the time will be reversed immediately to regenerate the physical body. Ling Yuan tried to make it and planted it on his right arm. Soon, a square rune pile like a QR code appeared on his right arm. Then he cut his palm with Yanli, and then actively used the time rune that I saw a flash of green light, and the palm was restored to its original state. Success. Ling Yuan was very surprised. This rune can be used actively or passively. If the physical body dies, it will be passively activated to rewind the physical state to one day ago. The only thing to note is that the flesh of the rune part should not be damaged during the battle, which will destroy the rune matrix. After thinking about it, Ling Yuan planted another time travel rune on the sole of his foot, so he would not be afraid of damage. At this time, Ling Yuan's aura was immortal, and his body could be traced back, which was almost immortal. Today is a good day after. The end. Ling Yuan hummed a song while moving the table and a chair outside. He took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and placed it on the table. It was still cold, and there were some water droplets attached to the surface of the bottle. What the happy water touched at that time was what it is now copied. Therefore, Ling Yuan has unlimited frozen happy water to drink. Sitting on the armchair, Ling Yuan slowly poured half a cup of happy water into the golden goblet. He shook his left hand gently, then raised his head and drank it all. How cool. Ling Yuan took a long breath of cold air, showing a comfortable expression on his face. This time, the sun sets, and the afterglow it reflects a golden color, like a dazzling gem inlaid in the sky. Ling Yuan quietly stared at the setting sun in the distance, and a boundless longing for a beautiful future life of cultivating immortals surged in his heart. Han Feiyu returned to his residence and couldn't help but try the palm gourd himself. He took out a porcelain basin and dug some soil from the courtyard to fill it. Then he planted a common spirit gathering grass, which is the main refining material of the chi gathering pill. Then he carefully dripped a drop of green liquid into the grass root. As the green leaves were absorbed, the height of the spirit gathering grass began to rise. It seems that one drop can make it grow to hundreds of years. What if I drop a few more drops? Han Feiyu did it as he thought, and he dropped a lot more until the spirit gathering grass became a 1,000-year spirit grass. Looking at this scene, Han Feiyu's eyes were full of excitement. Too strong. If this is the case, it won't be a problem to wholesale 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the future. However, he didn't plan to drip it in anymore. After all, it was just a spiritual gathering grass, so it didn't need to be so old. 1,000 years was a bit of a waste. After packing up the things, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. Now I am also a person with a treasure. Thank God. Thanks, senior brother Ling. Then he began to imagine a better life in the future. After thinking for a while, he started to practice again, following Ling Yuan's instructions. Half an hour later, Han Feiyu's spiritual light gathered on his body, and his momentum suddenly changed. First level of Qi refining. I finally reached the Qi refining stage. Senior brother Ling's instructions are really powerful. Han Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh at the difficulty of practicing. Then, he clenched his fists and carefully felt the power in his body. Although the spiritual power is pitifully small, this is a realm that countless mortals yearn for. He was excited. Finally, he was no longer a mortal. Looking at the tea set on the table not far away, he had an idea and planned to try the most basic method of controlling objects with Qi. Rise. Han Feiyu stretched out his sword finger and mobilized his spiritual energy. The next moment, the small teacup pointed by Han Feiyu began to float in the air. Success. Han Feiyu showed a look of surprise. However, just when he was distracted, the teacup fell down. Haha, it seems that I still need to practice more. He touched the back of his head and laughed. Night. A bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding a cold light and illuminating the entire earth. Husband, come on. As long as you get through it, your physical strength will be greatly improved. Li Yan was sitting cross-legged in a large wooden barrel. Silver blue liquid rolled in the barrel from time to time, and the height of the liquid left only his head outside. Li Yan frowned, and sweat ran down his face from time to time. Nangong Yin was cheering him up beside him, and as time passed, Li Yan's body actually emitted a faint silver blue light. The liquid in the bucket began to decrease, and the color and light in it began to fade. After an unknown period of time, Li Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and the silver blue light on his body began to enter his body. At the same time, his aura began to rise to Qi refining level 6. Success. Husband, with your current body, even if Qi refining is perfect, it is not your opponent. Seeing that the beloved successfully completed the body tempering, Nangong Yin couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. This blue-silver overlord art is indeed a wonderful way to refine the body. Feeling the power in his body, Li Yan also showed a satisfied smile that at the same time, he thought in his heart. After refining the red blood fruit given by the master, the body can be much stronger. It's time to do some sect tasks. The more you practice, the more you will be rewarded. Most of the cultivators nowadays do not focus on body training. One reason is that the body training methods and materials are scarce, and the other is that body training cannot easily increase lifespan. So instead of wasting time on body training, it is better to focus on Qi training, which can not only increase lifespan, but also enhance combat power. However, Nangong Yin has an extraordinary origin. She knows the importance of body training and must let her husband take the strongest path. Lay a supreme foundation. When you build your foundation, you will have both the pure yang body and the blue-silver overlord body. If the golden elixir does not come out, who can resist? She pursed her nose, with some pride on her face. Yeah, Li Yan agreed. Under Nangong Yan's popular science, he knew the horror of these special physiques. People with special physiques are all peerless geniuses with unparalleled combat power. Each one is excellent. After a good sleep, Ling Yuan prepared to go to the Spirit Beast Mountain range the next morning, but before going, he took a task along the way. He came to the outer gate mission hall and suppressed his breath to the perfection of Qi refining. After all, he was a low-key person. Soon he chose a task along the way. The monster in the lake is rebellious. The task roughly means that there is a snake-shaped monster in the lake next to Shirhu village. According to the villagers, it has eaten several people. The village chief asked for help from the passing disciples of the Sunset sect, who knew that the monster's strength was the 9th level of Qi refining, and the disciple was only the 7th level of Qi refining. The disciple almost died tragically on the beach by the lake. After finally running back to the sect, he immediately reported the matter to there was this task. There is a note behind the task. Disciples who kill monsters must bring back the iconic body parts as proof. Ling Yuan stretched out his hand and was about to tear off the task book page on the wall. At the same time, a jade hand stretched out from the right and appeared in front of Ling Yuan. Stealing the task from me. Even if your hands are beautiful, it's not okay. Ling Yuan's eyes and hands were quick, and his hand in the air suddenly accelerated. Squeak. Looking at the page in his hand, Ling Yuan turned his head and smiled at the owner of the jade hand. Sorry, it seems that I am faster. The woman next to him hummed softly, a little annoyed. The woman was wearing a purple long dress, with a beautiful face, and a small red between her eyebrows, just right, like a lotus emerging from the water, embellishing the entire painting. Ignoring the purple-clothed woman, Ling Yuan turned and left. He was in a hurry to go out. Hey, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Ling Yuan performed the phantom flame step from the 3,000 phantom flames. With every step he took, his figure flashed and appeared farther away. The disciples on the mission were shocked and called him a master. What a graceful step. Which senior brother is this? Wow, so cool. Not bad, although it's still a little behind me. A man holding a folding fan boasted. You? Wait, aren't you a male cultivator who lives on a bed like a flower? Seeing that someone recognized him, the man quickly spread the fan to cover his face and ran away quickly. Soon Ling Yuan left the mission hall and casually took out a high-grade spiritual sword from the storage ring. Using the sword control technique, Ling Yuan jumped onto the spiritual sword and stood with his hands behind his back. The next second he and the spiritual sword turned into a stream of red light and quickly disappeared into the sky. The purple-clothed woman who arrived late looked at the light in the sky and began to think, no, I have to arrive before him. I must get this opportunity. The woman's name is Yixinhua. She is actually a reborn person. However, she was just a Jindan cultivator in her previous life and was just reborn some time ago. After finally practicing to the perfection of Qi refining, she was about to go to Shirhu to get that opportunity, and taking the task was just to earn contribution points. Unexpectedly, someone took it first. Strange, this task in the previous life was obviously not accepted for a long time. Forget it, let's get on the road first. Then Yixinhua took out a flying boat and fled quickly. Chengsheng was packing his luggage and preparing to run away to AT this time. A red spiritual light flashed above his head and attracted his attention, but he looked up. Isn't this the kid that the sect master said? It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. He immediately used his unique skill. Netherworld escaped. He hid his body and turned into an invisible light, eager to follow the red spiritual light. Even a peak Jindan stage cultivator couldn't easily detect him using this escape method. He was even more so than a mere Qi refining stage kid. I am a mid-stage Jindan master. How can he survive? Yeah, steady. Hey, following me. He sensed that the wretched monk behind him had been following him for more than 20 kilometers. How could he not know that he was being followed? But isn't this man one of the elders I met before? Why is he following me? He has evil intentions. You know, Ling Yuan has an immortal aura, and it can be said that no one can escape his detection. Just a Jindan, a little grasshopper. Yeah, both sides are full of confidence in themselves. Soon, both of them left the sect. After flying more than 60 kilometers, Chengsheng behind him finally couldn't help it. It's far enough from the sect. It's time to take action. Chengsheng accelerated and rushed in front of Ling Yuan. He showed up, holding a sword in his right hand, and facing Ling Yuan who was still flying. A playful smile appeared on his face, as if a cat and a mouse were playing. Seeing this, Ling Yuan also stopped and said calmly, "Little mouse, you followed me all the way. You really don't follow the way of heaven, but you go to hell by yourself." Hearing this, Chung Shung's original playful smile disappeared instantly. What's going on? Has this kid discovered me a long time ago? Impossible, just a chi refining stage. And you, a chi refining kid, are too arrogant to dare to mock me like this. Let me show you how powerful the Golden Core Master is. Bang. He no longer conceals his cultivation. Middle Golden Core stage. A mighty pressure surged towards Ling Yuan. Look at him using the pressure to knock this kid down in the air. However, Ling Yuan was not affected at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and mocked again. Well, this wind is quite comfortable. This, Chung Shung was stunned. This kid is wrong. Very wrong. Is there any magic weapon to resist? Or is it a hidden cultivation in the Gene Dance stage? Let's test it again. If there is any problem, run away quickly. In a moment, Cheng Hengxing had finished thinking. How dare you, a yellow-mouthed kid? Zhu Mingzhan. After saying that, Cheng Hengxing drew his sword and slashed forward twice. Two colorless sword chi rushed towards Ling Yuan quickly. When the sword chi was about to hit him, Ling Yuan still did not move, as if he did not notice the attack at all. Seeing this, Cheng Hengxing breathed a sigh of relief. He must have been overthinking. When the sword chi was half a meter away from Ling Yuan, the corners of his mouth rose. With a thought, he immediately used the derivative magical power of the space. Law space displacement. The colorless sword chi passed through Ling Yuan's body without any hindrance, but did not hurt him at all. But some people were self-righteous. When Chung Shung saw the sword energy passing through Ling Yuan's body, he knew the winner was already decided. Even a Gene Dan master couldn't catch these two sword energies with his body. Alas. After all, I overestimated this kid. He turned around. Unable to bear to look at the corpse that was about to split, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and his eyes seemed to reveal a trace of loneliness. This time, a familiar mocking voice came. What are you doing? You cut the air twice and turned to look at the sky. Is your brain okay? Hearing this voice, Chung Shung's eyes widened and turned around with a look of disbelief. How is it possible? You have obviously been hit by my sword energy. Ling Yuan curled his lips and replied. What made you feel that the sword energy has hit me? Chung Shung's face darkened. Damn, this kid is more pretentious than me. No, it's too weird. This guy can never be in the chi refining stage that I have to run away quickly. With this thought in mind, Cheng Hengxing slashed out a few more sword energies, then turned and ran. Oh, you want to run? Too late. Space magic. The world in the palm of your hand. Ling Yuan chuckled, raised his palm and sucked in the direction of Cheng Hengxing. The space in front of him suddenly twisted. The next second, a little man floated in his palm. If it wasn't Cheng Hengxing, who else could it be? The young man who was still running away suddenly found 5 mountains in front of him. Then a pair of eyes as big as the sun stared at him. He was so scared that his heart was pounding and cold sweat was pouring out this time. He didn't know that this person was a powerful man who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Without saying a word, he rolled 360 degrees in the air and knelt down to beg for mercy. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. At the same time, his heart was full of regret and depression. If I had known earlier, I would have returned to the sect directly. Alas, seeing this funny scene, Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows and secretly said, what a talent. Why are you targeting me? Who ordered you to do it? Boom. This voice exploded in Chung Shung's ears like thunder that he couldn't help but shiver, and said tremblingly, Little, I was actually asked by someone to capture you. He didn't dare to say that he was going to kill Ling Yuan, but only said that he would capture him alive, which might give him a better chance of survival. Who is it? Tell the truth. It's the leader of the summoning demon sect. I don't know the specific reason. Sorry, the leader, I had no choice. Heh, it's really a spy. Summoning demon sect. It seems that I ruined their good deeds before, so I was targeted. Ling Yuan's mind flashed the scene of the battle with the demon sect before entering the sect, and the Yin and Yang demons. Knowing the reason, Ling Yuan didn't plan to keep him. He pinched his palm directly, and the majestic space force pressed towards Chung Shung. Bang. There was an explosion. Chung Shung's body suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist, and then quickly disappeared. After shaking his hands, Ling Yuan had a storage ring in his hand, which was exactly what Chung Shung had done. It was time to open the blind box again. The storage ring of the Gene Dan master. Let me see what good stuff there is. Ling Yuan was shocked when his spiritual consciousness probed into it. What the hell is this? The Fairy Huayan's Bathing Picture Collection, The Secret Garden of the Witch, The Thousand Charming Pictures Collection. There are hundreds of books like this in the ring. What an LSP. MD, there is also a strange autobiography. Take it out and read it carefully. The content tells the story that he and the witches have to tell, and it is even accompanied by pictures. Huh? Ling Yuan spitted. What a beast. Asterisk A asterisk. He didn't notice that the spit fell on a small tree that was about to die. You have to know that he is a pure yang holy body. Even a mouthful of saliva is a precious medicine level for ordinary spirits. The trace of pure yang energy contained in the saliva was absorbed by the small tree. The originally withered branches and leaves actually grew new green again. Continuing to search. A magic weapon level sword. A top-grade spiritual mirror. Several medium-grade and low-grade spiritual weapons. The skill Netherworld mysterious art. More than 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 10 medium-grade spiritual stones. And some medicinal materials he didn't recognize. It seems that I have to get a complete book of medicinal materials. Ling Yuan took out the magic weapon and the spiritual mirror, copied, fused, and sublimated. Item. 5-star top-grade magic weapon 9 sword description. It has a powerful Insha power that can erode the opponent's body. Item. 5-star top-grade spiritual weapon 7-star mirror description. Summon the light of 7 stars to surround the body, which can protect the body and attack, and has both offense and defense. Ling Yuan activated the 7-star mirror, and the next moment, the mirror turned into 7 fist-sized balls of light surrounding him. It made Ling Yuan look like an immortal descending to the world, surrounded by stars. So cool. Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Ling Yuan, who has the artifact of the law. Now even magic weapons are hard to catch his eye. But this mirror is really cool. Controlling the deformation of a light ball, pinching out various shapes, playing with it, having a lot of fun. After a while, Ling Yuan put away the 7-star mirror and took out the map. After confirming the direction, he continued on his way. Half a day later, Ling Yuan finally arrived at the mission location. True Village. This lake is very large, and you can hardly see the edge when standing on the ground. It is about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the village. Ling Yuan stood quietly by the lake, and the gentle breeze gently caressed his face. The breeze brought the fresh breath of the lake, making him feel a sense of tranquility and comfort. The lake sparkled brightly under the sunlight, and the waves sparkled like countless diamonds jumping and dancing on the water. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, Ling Yuan was not idle, and found the specific location of the demon snake in the lake. But he also found something else. There was a breath of law in the belly of the demon snake. This made Ling Yuan even more interested. He arrived at the bottom of the lake in an instant. Without saying a word, he used his hand as a knife. The spiritual power turned into a blade, and it cut through the body of the demon snake like cutting tofu. The originally sleeping demon snake suddenly felt a sharp pain and woke it up. Hiss. After waking up, the pain became more intense, and it couldn't help but hiss. Turning his head, he found that his body had been cut into 2 pieces by a human. He was furious. Huh, not dead yet. The vitality of snakes is really tenacious. Soon Ling Yuan found that a green crystal in the demon snake's belly was releasing power to pull and repair its body. The green light connected to the upper body of the demon snake, and it was repairing quickly. Interesting. Is this the law of life? The next moment, there was a surge of space at the crystal, and the crystal containing the law of life was in Ling Yuan's hand. Without the life supply of the law of life, the demon snake suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in its body, and its vitality was constantly and rapidly lost. That it was unwilling in its heart and let out a mournful cry that a cold light shot out from its mouth, trying to send a helpless and furious blow to its enemy. Ling Yuan was too lazy to resist. It was just an attack from the chi refining stage. The cold light hit Ling Yuan, but was blocked by the defensive aura of his robe, causing a wave of waves. Seeing this, the demon snake closed its eyes unwillingly and fell to the bottom of the lake. After Ling Yuan cut off its head and put it into a storage bag, he began to study the crystal in his hand. The laws in it were relatively weak, but for Ling Yuan, this was equivalent to a primer. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, Ling Yuan was blessed and began to comprehend and practice the laws of life directly. Damn, these two guys are really difficult to deal with. Yi Xinyue gritted her teeth, feeling annoyed. She was a great Jindan master in her previous life, but now she was being played by two cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. Don't run, young lady. We are good people, huh? That's right. Go ask around. Everyone knows that we are famous for helping female cultivators, huh? That's right. We can help you get a baby, and we don't charge you any money. We are kind people. Haha. The two men, one tall and one short, are famous flower-picking thieves in the neighborhood. They glanced at Yi Xinyue on the road and were immediately fascinated by her purple charm. They found that Yi Xinyue was only in the chi refining stage, so they became lustful and chased after her all the way. Ignoring the teasing sounds coming from behind, Yi Xinyue accelerated her secret escape speed. It was also with this escape technique that she could match the speed of the foundation building cultivator. However, the mana consumption was a bit fast. Originally, with her background, it was no problem to deal with a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, but it was difficult to deal with too. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. At this moment, Ling Yuan's handsome face and strange body movement suddenly appeared in Yi Xinyue's mind. After some calculations, she felt that it should be no problem for Ling Yuan to contain a foundation building cultivator with his strength. Immediately, she turned and fled quickly towards Shihu village. He should still be in Shihu. As long as he can help contain a foundation building cultivator, I can kill them. Hiki, second brother. Let's shoot her down. I know, big brother. It's time to end the foreplay. Hiki. After saying that, the tall man kept firing flame attacks from his hands. The short man shot out ice arrows from his hands. The target was Yi Xinyue, who was fleeing in front. Swish, swish, swish. Her spiritual sense detected the attack from behind, and Yi Xinyue quickly twisted her body and moved like lightning. She narrowly avoided all the attacks. Tisk. The tall man TSK, and then continued to attack. I don't believe it. How long can she, the chi practitioner, fly so fast? The short monk roared and increased the output of ice arrows. Bang, bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, the air was full of the sound of fireballs exploding and ice arrows breaking through the air. Quick, quick, quick. Yi Xinyue was anxious, but she could only dodge helplessly. From time to time, she swallowed a pill to replenish her spiritual power. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xinyue finally saw the sparkling lake in the distance. She immediately used her eyesight to the utmost, trying to search for Ling Yuan's figure. However, Ling Yuan was practicing at the bottom of a 1,000-meter deep lake. How could she find him? No. After the search failed, Yi Xinyue's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The two people who were chasing him were still teasing him with lustful faces. Listening to the dirty words that kept coming, Yi Xinyue felt desperate. It's really God's will. Since God has allowed me to be reborn, why did he let me suffer this disaster again? Fight. I'll take someone with me even if I die. Thinking of this, her eyes became firm and resolute. Accumulating spiritual power, she landed on the lakeside and turned to face the two enemies. As soon as she turned around, she kept swinging her sword at the two people in the air, slashing out purple sword nets. This purple sword energy was extraordinary and contained a strong murderous intent. The two thieves in the air were caught off guard and could only subconsciously use their spiritual shields to resist. Bang, bang. The spiritual shield that was gathered in a hurry did not last long and quickly shattered. The sword energy hit the two people. However, the two were at the foundation building stage after all, and the accumulated sword energy was mostly blocked by the shield, so the two were only slightly injured. Yi Xinyue did not dare to relax. While the two were defending, she gathered a big move, which was also the strongest move she could perform at this stage. One sword splits the light. This move may exhaust all her spiritual power, but it is enough to kill the early stage of foundation building. In order to prevent herself from losing the power to move later, she held the last soul-returning pill in her mouth to ensure that she could be replenished in time after releasing the big move. The tall flower-picking thief in the distance suddenly felt that he was locked by a huge murderous intent. Danger, danger. But why can't the body move suddenly? Damn it. Move. Move quickly. This is the effect of one sword splitting the light. The powerful killing opportunity will lock the enemy's aura and shock the mind, making the enemy temporarily unable to move. One sword splits the light. Yi Xinyue shouted, holding the sword and turning into a beam of purple light that separated the sky and the earth, and rushed towards the tall man at an incredible speed. Brother. The dwarf's face was filled with fear in a flash. The dwarf actually pushed the immobile tall man away. A purple light streaked across the sky, and everything was silent. Yi Xinyue appeared behind the two. Puff. The dwarf vomited a mouthful of blood, and he looked at his chest, and there was a huge round hole. Brother. He glanced at his eldest brother for the last time, and slowly closed his eyes with a smile. The body fell rapidly. The tall man was stunned. His lips kept trembling. His eyes lost their brilliance, and he looked at the falling body of his second brother in disbelief. The experiences from childhood to adulthood began to appear in his mind like a revolving lantern. After being stunned for a while, he finally woke up. Second brother. He roared to the sky, and then looked at the instigator, Yi Xinyue, with red eyes. Girl, I'm going to make you live a life worse than death. Endless anger surged in his chest. After performing the sword-splitting light, Yi Xinyue felt weak all over while the tall man was stunned. She swallowed the pill in time and landed on the ground to recover her spiritual power. What a pity. Not enough time. The spiritual power is still too little. She supported herself with the sword. The tall man also saw Yi Xinyue's weakness, and he took out a rope like top-grade magic weapon. He wanted to catch her and torture her severely. Looking at the flying rope, Yi Xinyue knew that if she was caught, she would be waiting for endless humiliation and torture. It's better to die. She used the little spiritual power she had just recovered to send out the last sword energy and knock the rope away. Then she put the sword across her neck and wanted to commit suicide. 1 second seemed to become extremely long. At this moment, Yi Xinyue recalled everything in her previous life and couldn't help but sigh. Since I was reborn and thought I could reach a higher realm in this life, but I didn't expect to die in the chi refining stage. What a pity. Unwilling. The waves on the lakeside kept surging, hitting the rocks on the shore and soaking Yi Xinyue's purple skirt. Just as she was about to commit suicide, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The huge waves that were about to hit the shore again suddenly stopped in the air. The flying birds stopped singing and hung motionless like a painting not far from the two of them. The originally lively nature around them suddenly became dead silent, without a sound, and everything around them stopped moving except for the two of them. What's going on? The tall man looked at the strange scene and roared. Yi Xinyue, who had closed her eyes and was about to commit suicide, heard the sudden silence around her and the doubt. She stopped the sword in her hand, and a glimmer of hope surged in her heart. Could someone come to rescue her? She couldn't help but open her eyes to check. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. What kind of scene is this? It's like a miracle, unheard of, never seen. What's going on? Huge doubts lingered in the hearts of the two at the same time. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling, a deep and mysterious melody as quiet as the sea came. Please search for Eagle's Advent. This melody seemed to resound to the soul. It made people unable to help but immerse themselves in the artistic conception. The two people felt as if they were immersed in the boundless deep sea, which was the source of life in the land of silence. Sacred. Shocking. The tall man who originally had boundless anger in his heart was completely wiped out by this melody. Then, towering waves began to explode in the lake, forming a white line from the sky, dividing the entire stone lake. Along this line, the entire lake was gradually separated, revealing the land at the bottom of the lake. I saw a tall figure at the bottom of the lake, covered with dazzling white light, half squatting on the ground, with his arms raised in front of his head. Yes, this Person is Ling Yuan. The white light is actually the effect of the 7-star mirror.as for the BGM. It was actually played by his 5-star top-quality mobile phone, and then the sound was directly transmitted around them using the law of space. Looking at the expressions of the two people, you can tell that the effect is very awesome. He sensed the battle of these people from a long distance. He saw that the woman he had met once was no match for the two lustful guys, so he decided to take action. Facing the yellow-haired man who wanted to have group sex, he, the pure love god of war, had to strike hard. The two people on the shore stared at the shocking scene in a daze, as if they were stupid. The next moment the giant of light slowly stood up, and his height was more than 900 meters. He stretched out a dazzling hand of light and pinched the two people out of thin air. The tall man felt something was wrong, as if it was directed at him. No, it's coming at me. The tall man came to his senses immediately, and he didn't care about Yushin Yue at all, and wanted to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, he exploded into a ball of blood mist as soon as he turned around, and he didn't even have time to scream. The two of them were killed. Seeing the tall rapist being killed, Yushin Yue's body, which was originally supported by willpower, finally couldn't hold on. Her eyes turned white, and she fell to the ground. Seeing the woman fainted, Ling Yuan recovered and flew to the woman's side, and at the same time sucked the space rings of the two little thieves into his hands. After checking, he found that she was just exhausted and fainted, and she was not injured at all. What a pity. I still want to try the healing power of the law of life. This woman is quite strong. She killed a Foundation establishment stage in a 1-on-2 situation. However, how to deal with her is also a troublesome matter. Let's leave it alone. What if she is eaten by wolves or picked up by someone else? Wouldn't it be a waste of rescue? After thinking about it, Ling Yuan decided to try his 5-star top-grade soul restoring pill first to restore her spiritual power and see if she would wake up. He opened her little mouth and put a pill in it. The 5-star top-grade soul pill turned into liquid and flowed into her stomach as soon as it entered her mouth. It was much better than what Yushin Yue had taken before. After waiting for a long time, she still hadn't woken up. Ling Yuan carried her on his back and flew towards Shihu village. Yushin Yue, who was in a deep sleep, had a dream. She dreamed that she returned to her childhood and her father carried her around to play. The broad and warm back gave her endless support and warmth. That time, there was no trouble at all until that day. At this time, in the Shindo forest on the other side, 4 Jindan masters gathered together as if they were waiting for someone to come. What's wrong with Cheng Sanxing? He hasn't come yet. Don't you want to return to the sect? A red-haired late Jindan master of the demon sect said impatiently. Although the other few people didn't say anything, they also showed dissatisfaction to this time. The red-haired Jindan master seemed to sense something and took out a black token. Master, what instructions do you have? Come back. Cheng Sanxing's life token has been broken. The master's tone revealed a trace of regret. What? Cheng Sanxing is dead. The red-haired strong man couldn't hold back the shock in his heart and shouted loudly. The other 3 people were also shocked when they heard it, and then showed great regret. Alas, this guy still owes me 3,000 spirit stones. How could he die like this? What a pity. I can't see his pictures anymore. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the other few people paused, and the originally sad scene suddenly became silent and funny. Ahem, now that things have come to this, let's go back first. *M, said the red-haired strong man in the lead. In Shihu village, alas. When will the immortals come to deal with the snake demon? Yes, no one dares to go fishing there during this period. I'm afraid that the snake demon will have a big appetite and come to our village to eat people. Alas, all the villagers were worried. Suddenly a child pointed to the sky excitedly and shouted, Immortal. The immortal is coming. Everyone looked in the direction of the child's finger and found a handsome man with immortal light on his back flying towards the village. Seeing this scene, the villagers' originally worried faces suddenly showed joy. Good, great. The immortal is finally here. *O**. The villagers raised their hands high, shouting and laughing. Soon, Ling Yuan landed in front of the villagers. Immortal, we finally waited for you. The village chief with a cane smiled. Yes, yes. The surrounding villagers also nodded in agreement with a smile. Don't worry, folks. I have killed the snake demon. This is its head. After saying that, Ling Yuan waved his hand, and a huge snake head appeared in front of everyone. The sudden appearance of the terrifying giant scared everyone, and they couldn't help but scream subconsciously. Seeing this, Ling Yuan waved his hand again, and the snake head disappeared. Soon the villagers reacted and shouted happily. Great. The snake demon is really dead. Now we are safe. Yes, thanks to the immortal. The village chief was also very happy. Immortal, thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you. After saying that, he knelt down to thank you. Ling Yuan quickly supported him with his spiritual power. No need to do that. My companions are injured. Just help me find an empty room. This. Okay, please follow me, Immortal. Seeing that he couldn't kneel down, the village chief had to give up and quickly stood up to lead the way for Ling Yuan. Ignoring the rest of the people who were still immersed in joy, the village chief took Ling Yuan to a room in his house. This is my granddaughter's room. Let the fairy sleep here first. After saying that, he looked at Ling Yuan, as if asking if it was okay. Yes, Ling Yuan nodded. Village chief. Then fairy, I'll go out first. You can call me anytime if you have anything. After the village chief left, Ling Yuan gently put Yushin Yue on the bed. Even lying flat could not hide Yushin Yue's proud figure. He felt it more clearly when he carried her on his back. Ling Yuan looked at her for a while, wondering if the girl was too mature. He shook his head and shook off the random thoughts in his head. He closed the door, sat cross-legged, and checked the newly acquired storage ring. There was nothing valuable. Very poor. Just a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, a few medium grade and low-grade magic tools, and a few bottles of garbage pills. There was also a dual cultivation method, Dragon and Phoenix Jade Sutra. Putting away the ring, Ling Yuan planned to comprehend his fundamental way. He held his breath and concentrated, and soon he entered the state of comprehension. Mystery is the root of all things. After an unknown period of time, the night gradually fell. Yushin Yue opened her eyes with a whimper and slowly woke up. Her consciousness was fully restored. Seeing the unfamiliar ceiling, she sat up suddenly and checked herself. After finding that she was fine, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect I was still alive. Was it the giant who saved her? In her previous life, she had never heard of any giants in the Stone Lake. She only knew that there was a heaven-defying opportunity hidden in the belly of the snake demon. Those who got this opportunity later became powerful gods, invincible. The specific situation was unknown, and she turned around and wanted to get out of bed. Only then did she notice the person sitting cross-legged on the ground next to her. She was caught off guard by the heaven-defying appearance. It's him. He saved me. You are finally awake. At this time, Ling Yuan also opened his eyes and said slowly, Did you save me? Who else could it be if not me? I told you to snatch the mission from me, and now almost everyone is dead. Ling Yuan said gloatingly. Well, this everyone is dead has a double meaning. Upon hearing this, Yushin Yue became excited and stared at Ling Yuan with her beautiful eyes as if she had found a treasure. Did you use the magical power of that giant? So strong. What is your cultivation? And why did the music appear at that time? Ling Yuan was silent, and he was unexpectedly a chatterbox. It's okay if you wake up. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he stood up and walked out the door. Hey, wait. Thank you for saving me. My name is Yushin Yue. What's your name? Ling Yuan. After answering, Ling Yuan turned into a long red rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Ling Yuan. Yushin Yue whispered several times, as if she wanted to deeply engrave this name in her memory. At this moment, she may never forget the majestic giant of light, and this name. And Ling Yuan's handsome face. A hero saving a beautiful girl is the most touching thing for a girl. She was lonely for 100 years in her previous life. Maybe she wants to find a Taoist partner in this life. Wait, the chance to defy fate is gone. Forget it. At least I'm still alive. Well, I'll find the next chance. A few minutes later, Ling Yuan, who felt that his speed was too slow, flew through the curved space and accelerated the curvature and arrived at a city. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meal. Let's go to the city to buy some things first. He planned to buy 2 books on exotic animals and herbs so that he could collect valuable things when he went to the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Tianfeng City Yi Tiange and his fellow apprentices were resting here. Junior brother Yi, try this. This is delicious. A lively and cute girl was picking up a piece of food and putting it to Yi Tiange's mouth. This. Senior sister, I can do it myself. However, the woman didn't seem to give him a chance to refuse and stuffed it directly into his mouth. How is it? Is it delicious? Xu Jiao asked with a smile, looking at Yi Tiange with a look of expectation. Omega. Well, it's really good. Another male cultivator holding a folding fan beside him watched this scene, and a barely perceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. My goddess has someone in her heart? Damn it. I have no chance. Wake up. You never had a chance. You're the only one who still has a chance. Who peed yellow? Wake him up. Alas. I feel sorry for senior brother Lin Yi. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't worry about your life. Senior brother Yi is not someone we can afford to offend. In the restaurant, several cultivators who were talking were wearing uniform white clothes, with a circular pattern composed of 2 words embroidered on their chests, Qian. These are all disciples of the Qian sect. This time, they accepted the master's order to go to the outskirts of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range for sect training. On the way, they rested and relaxed here. The team was led by 3 foundation building disciples, 1 in the middle stage of foundation building, 2 in the early stage of foundation building, and the other 7 were all in the chi refining stage. Yi Tiange and Xu Jiao were in the early stage of foundation building. The man holding the folding fan and looking a little gloomy is Lin Yi, who is in the middle stage of foundation building. At this time, Lin Yi looks calm on the surface. In fact, he is extremely unhappy. Damn it. My junior sister and I are childhood sweethearts. Why doesn't she choose me? And master, I have followed her since I was a child, and now she has passed her unique skill Red Sun Sutra to this kid who has only been here for a few years. Why? I don't accept it. It's all you. Yi Tiange, if it weren't for you, I want you to die. This experience is a good opportunity to get rid of Yi Tiange. 5 of the 7 junior brothers are my people. Yi Tiange, let's see how you fight me. Thinking that he can get rid of Yi Tiange soon, Lin Yi feels happy in his heart. He snorted lightly, picked up a glass of wine and drank it up. Brother Lin, look at him. It's really annoying. Ugh. Xiaowei spit inwardly as Lin Yi's lackey. He naturally had to stand on the same front with Lin Yi, and he would intentionally or unintentionally belittle Yi Tiange in front of his junior brothers. This also led to Yi Tiange having very few friends around him. Everyone is rested well. We should set off. Lin Yi drank the last glass of wine and raised his voice slightly. Okay, it's time to set off. Spiritual Beast Mountain Range. It's my first time there. I'm a little excited. Don't worry, we're just going to the periphery. At most we'll encounter Foundation Establishment stage monsters. With 3 Foundation Establishment stage brothers and sisters here, it's no problem. Soon, everyone set off and headed for the periphery of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Why not Chamber of Commerce? There must be something I want here. Ling Yuan said as he stepped into the Chamber of Commerce gate. Hello, guest. What can I order? We have magic tools, talismans, and treasures of heaven and earth. A white-haired old man saw Ling Yuan's extraordinary clothes and temperament and did not dare to neglect him at all. Hello, fellow Taoist. I want to buy pictures of spiritual beasts and spiritual herbs, and then secret books related to alchemy and refining. After thinking for a while, Ling Yuan continued. Tell me more about the treasures of heaven and earth you have here. Okay, guest, please wait. The white-haired old man walked to the bookshelf on the side and took out 4 books. Please take a look, guest. This is what you want. Spiritual Beast Complete Map, Southern Region Spiritual Herbs Atlas, Basic Principles of Alchemy, Guide to Refining Magic Tools. Ling Yuan took the books and flipped through them casually, then waved his hand. Well, I want all of these. Give me an alchemy furnace and some basic recipes, and give me a copy of each recipe material. Ling Yuan plans to develop all round and become a hexagonal warrior. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll get it right away. The old man was delighted. The more Ling Yuan bought, the happier he was. After a while, Ling Yuan had everything he needed ready. This is the recipe for Huiling Pill, Juki Pill, Bida Pill, and Shishui Pill. Okay, how many spiritual stones in total? Thank you for your care. A total of 330 spiritual stones. It wasn't expensive, so Ling Yuan paid without hesitation. The old man smiled happily. Guest, I'll introduce you to some of our natural treasures. After that, he took out several jade boxes. Shen-level spiritual herbs, 4 color flowers, can be used to refine some elixirs for the foundation building period. Shen-level materials, cold current iron, can be used to refine spiritual tools. And this is the treasure of our store, the earth-level material, the 1000-year earth core milk. This is a rare item that can increase the upper limit of spiritual power. How about it, guest? Do you like it? The old man looked at Ling Yuan with a smile, revealing some expectations in his eyes. Well, can I touch it? Except for the earth core milk. Please do as you please. After pretending to check and fiddle with the 4 color flower and cold current iron, Ling Yuan turned his eyes to the 1000-year earth core milk. Dayu, how much is the earth core milk? The old man was delighted when he heard this. A big deal is coming. He stretched out 5 fingers, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones per drop. Wow, it's calculated by the drop. Well, I want all. Although he has the copy skill, he also has a lot of spirit stones, and he also wants to enjoy the pleasure of spending money occasionally. Okay, the customer has 4 drops in total, and I'll give you a 95% discount. You just need to give me 19,000 spirit stones. Here, Ling Yuan took out a storage bag and handed it to him. The old man took it with both hands, and the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. This is just a small branch of the Chamber of Commerce. Ling Yuan hasn't made a large purchase for a long time. The cooperation with the family in the city only costs a few thousand spirit stones a month. How can he not be excited? Guest, this is the member Jade card of our Chamber of Commerce. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount in any store. The Jade card is round in color, and there is a 1 character engraved on the surface. Ling Yuan took it and bowed to the old man, saying, in this case, I will take my leave. Okay, goodbye, sir. The old man also returned the gift with a bow, then walked to the door and stretched out 1 hand. This god of wealth cannot be neglected. Ling Yuan walked to an empty alley and released his spiritual consciousness. Well, the range of spiritual consciousness has expanded a lot. I am so strong. The immortal spiritual light is increasing every moment, which makes his understanding continue to increase. As the spiritual consciousness unfolds, the entire Spirit Beast Mountain Range is clearly presented in Ling Yuan's mind. Finding the location of the Earth Fire Lizard, Ling Yuan teleported to its vicinity. The ground fire lizard lived near the crater. Ling Yuan used the power of space to hide himself and walked to its nest. Some sparse pieces of fiery red eggshell appeared in front of him. The eggshell fragments looked shiny, like rubies. After putting it in his pocket, Ling Yuan began to look at the ground fire lizard. It looked about 15 meters long, not particularly big. The red scales covered its surface, and its tail burned with flames from time to time. Its strength has reached the middle stage of the golden elixir. You look so unique, little thing. I won't explode you into material if I take your eggshell. Ling Yuan took out the atlas and started wandering around to see if there were any rare treasures. After a while, he found a ground-level spiritual grass around a small pond in the forest. Cold spiritual grass. Not bad. I read in the book that it is a necessary material for refining the 4th grade elixir Shemai. I'll take it. Collect more spiritual herbs, and then you will study alchemy and directly play the role of a master of alchemy. Ling Yuan squatted down and was about to pick them. Suddenly, with a hiss, a blue venomous snake several meters long jumped out of the small pond. The venomous snake opened its 2 large fangs and bit Ling Yuan's neck fiercely. Evil beast, I'm waiting for you. He curled his lips, and his big hand quickly grabbed forward, leaving a residual image, and then clamped the venomous snake's 7-inch position directly. The huge force caused the venomous snake to struggle and twist its body in pain, trying to break free. But it couldn't break free of this big hand. Bang! The flames ignited and quickly wrapped the venomous snake. Ling Yuan directly used the high temperature of 10,000 degrees, and the venomous snake only had time to make a painful hiss. Before it was burned into black charcoal, the air exuded a smell of meat and burnt smell. Humph. How dare the little venomous snake be so presumptuous? With a shake of his hand, the snake charcoal turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. Picking the cold spirit grass and putting it in a jade box, Ling Yuan continued to look for treasures. He did not use spiritual consciousness to cheat, after all. There would be no boredom if there was a sense of anticipation. The closer to the central area, the more powerful spirit beasts there were. Even a Yuaniing level 1 was encountered. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Yuan hid himself in a different space and walked, and the spirit beast around him could not detect him at all. This was a new magical power he created using the laws of space. After walking for another half an hour, he finally made a new discovery. This tree is really big. Ling Yuan looked up along the tree trunk and saw a huge tree towering into the sky. The top could not be seen at all, just like the tree of the world. Huh? Something is glowing. He teleported to a tree trunk several hundred meters high and saw a golden fruit that looked like a baby hanging on the branch. There was a faint light around the fruit. At the same time, he found that there was a powerful restriction around the tree. He didn't know what it was. After all, he was in a different space and couldn't affect him. Oh my god, is this the golden version of ginseng fruit? Ling Yuan looked at the golden fruit and found that there was no record of this fruit in the atlas. But even with his toes, he knew that this must be a treasure. Ling Yuan stretched out his hand and gently stroked the fruit, saying, "Good baby. I used to be integrated with me, hee. Chi." At this to me a loud cry resounded through the world. After hearing this, the spirit beasts around were frightened and ran out of the area, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Then, a huge shadow appeared on the ground. Hearing the sound and looking over, Ling Yuan was shocked. What a big bird. I'm afraid it can't be stewed in thousands of pots. This was the first time he saw such a huge bird. The visual impact was huge. Yuaniing level monster. 4-winged dopping bird. Appearance. Before it was over, a 2-winged fire dragon suddenly flew out of the volcano in the east. Roar. The fire dragon roared at the dopping bird, and then its body shrank rapidly. After a burst of light, the huge fire dragon had disappeared, and only a tall man with 2 horns on his head, bright red eyes, and red and white armor was left. This was the transformation of the Yuaniing monster, and the 4-winged dopping bird also transformed into a beautiful woman in green. However, their transformations were not perfect. It also retained some characteristics of its original form. The man transformed by the fire dragon has dragon horns on his head and some dragon scales on his body. The pink bird has feathers on its temples. The two flew to the same level and began to talk. Chi Feng. After 100 years, the longevity golden fruit is ripe again. Let's follow the old rules. Each of them sends 10 men, and within 1 day in the range of the spirit beast mountain range, whoever obtains the most human heads will be given the longevity golden fruit. Yes. Dopping Chi Feng replied coldly, being frugal with words. Ling Yuan, who was hiding in the other space, thought that the two beasts would fight, and prepared happy water and spicy snacks. That's the result. But from what the dragon said, this fruit is called longevity golden fruit, and it seems to be a natural treasure that increases lifespan like ginseng fruit. No fighting, no fun. Let's go. Take off the longevity golden fruit on the tree. Ling Yuan teleported away. No. Where's the longevity golden fruit? Next to the two beasts on the side had been paying attention to the longevity golden fruit. But what surprised them was that the longevity golden fruit disappeared out of thin air. They did not find any abnormality. Such a big fruit just disappeared like that. The next moment, the two turned into escaping light and instantly arrived at the place where the fruit was originally. The restriction has indeed disappeared. It's really gone. When the longevity golden fruit just matures, it will automatically generate a force like a restriction. Even the Yuanian cultivator will have his spiritual power restricted when he comes under this tree. And this force will generally dissipate after a day. Damn it. Chi Feng, is it you who did this? The fire dragon man, Qixin, pointed at Chi Feng angrily. Huh, Qixin, I think you were the villain who complained first. Chi Feng looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Impossible. There are obviously only 2 of us here. You must have done something to the tree in advance. Hand over the longevity golden fruit quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chi Feng rolled his eyes at him, with some disdain in his tone. The two became more and more excited as they talked, and some old accounts were also brought up. Then fight. Kill you, and all the longevity golden fruits in the future will be mine. Chi Xian finally couldn't help but take the lead in attacking. Bang bang bang. The war is about to break out. The violent explosions continued, and the surrounding mountains and hills were easily destroyed, showing the horror of the nascent soul cultivators. Ling Yuan, who was strolling around, also felt that 2 ores far beyond the golden core stage were colliding. Oh, fighting. He immediately became interested again and planned to watch the battle and see if he could pick up a corpse. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, there were countless corpses of monsters all over the ground, one after another. Oh my, this wave of profit is numb. The figure moved repeatedly, and every time he stopped at a place, the corpses of the monsters in that area disappeared. It was obvious that they had all been packed up by Ling Yuan. Among them, there were even 3 Jindon stage monsters. It took a full 20 minutes to finally deal with all the corpses. I'm so tired. Eat a ginseng fruit to rest. After using the power of the space law for a long time, he had to constantly copy spiritual power to sustain it, which was quite troublesome. Copy 2 longevity golden fruits and fuse them to see the description first. After all, what if there are any side effects? Better safe than sorry. After fusing the fruit, Ling Yuan got the following information. Item: 1-star longevity golden fruit description. It tastes very good, can cleanse the tendons and marrow, and can extend life by 400 years. Each person can take up to 9, and after 9, it will no longer have the effect of prolonging life. Good stuff. Ling Yuan took a bite of the golden 1-star longevity golden fruit. When the flesh of the fruit enters the mouth, a refreshing and sweet taste bursts in the mouth. Delicious. Ling Yuan looked at the fruit in his hand with some surprise in his eyes. How to describe this taste? It's hard to describe. Anyway, it's very delicious. This is simply the most delicious food he has ever eaten. Chew it and swallow it into the stomach. In an instant, the energy in the fruit spreads into the cells of the whole body. Ling Yuan feels that the cells in his body are like encountering cool spring water in summer. Every cell is cheering and revealing an extremely comfortable feeling. This energy contains a strong life force. Ah, cool. He couldn't help but open his arms and look up at the sky. When the comfort disappeared, he opened his mouth wide and the fruit disappeared in a few bites. Some are still unsatisfied. Fusion of a 5-star to try. Item: 5-star golden longevity fruit description. Delicious. Can cleanse the tendons and marrow and enhance potential, and can extend life by 800 years. Each person can take up to 9 pills, and it will no longer have the effect of extending life after 9 pills. Changes have been found in the description of the 5-star golden longevity fruit. Delicious. At the same time, an entry for enhancing potential has been added. The increased lifespan has become 800 years. By the way, I ate 9 of each from 1 to 5 stars. I wonder if I can continue to increase my lifespan. Do it as soon as you think of it. Ling Yuan ate 9 more 1-star ones, and found that the vitality could no longer be absorbed by the body when he ate the 9th one. He ate another 2-star one, and found that it could be absorbed again. Sure enough, it can be bugged. 1 2-star one can increase lifespan by 500 years. 3 stars increase by 600 years. 4 stars increase by 700 years. Together with the original version, Ling Yuan can increase his lifespan by a total of 29,700 years. If we expand our thinking, we can plant trees with 5-star fruit cores and then fuse the fruits. Wouldn't this allow us to stack bugs infinitely? He just happened to have the heaven palm core to ripen the fruit. This energy should also be a derivative energy of the law of life. Ling Yuan was very interested in the golden energy in the fruit. He released his spiritual consciousness and analyzed the energy based on his previous understanding of the law of life. After a moment, Ling Yuan raised his hand, and a golden energy like the longevity golden fruit appeared in his palm. The difference is that the energy in Ling Yuan's hand can extend his life by at least 10,000 years, and there is no limit at this time. His understanding of the law of life has also reached perfection. Let's call you life force. Inject the energy into the body to absorb lifespan plus 10,000. Ling Yuan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes revealing the loneliness and depth of a strong man. Unknowingly, he has achieved immortality. Life is really lonely like snow. On the other side, Qingfeng, who was fighting, felt something was wrong below. In his spiritual sense, the bodies of the monsters that were killed by the impact on the ground were constantly disappearing out of thin air. This reminded her of the longevity golden fruit that disappeared out of thin air for no reason not long ago. He quickly forced Qixin, the stupid dragon, to retreat and said, "Stop fighting. Look carefully below." What below? Don't try to trick me. Qixing thought Qifeng wanted to divert his attention so that he could take the opportunity to attack. Qifeng looked helpless and explained, the bodies of the monsters below also disappeared out of thin air like a longevity golden fruit before. Huh? Qixing sensed it and found that it was true. He was immediately furious. Who are you? Sneaking around below. As he said that, he raised his hand and pressed it down, releasing a large-scale attack. Countless flames split out of the huge fire, like countless meteorites falling from the sky. Ouch, I've been discovered. I'm itching to play, so I'll play with you guys. Ling Yuan showed up calmly. None of the flames from the sky hit him, as if he had eyes and took the initiative to avoid Ling Yuan. This is the power of manipulating space. And the moment Ling Yuan showed up, the two people above were stunned. Although Ling Yuan had restrained his own cultivation aura, he still couldn't avoid the nascent soul cultivator. They saw at a glance that Ling Yuan was just a cultivator at the peak of the foundation. Establishment stage. A foundation establishment stage cultivator actually fooled the two nascent soul masters. They thought he was at least as skilled as them, but he turned out to be a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How did this kid hide from their perception? Could it be that he was carrying a treasure? X2 the two people thought at the same time that Ling Yuan had a hidden treasure that could even be hidden from a nascent soul cultivator. Kill him, and the golden fruit and treasure will be mine. X2 the world of immortal cultivation is a place where the strong prey on the weak, not to mention the spirit beast mountain range, which is a primitive place where the strong prey on the weak is carried out to the end. Xian took the lead and quickly leaned down and rushed down. You little foundation building cultivator, dare to be so presumptuous here. Hand over the longevity fruit. I'll spare your life. Hearing this, Ling Yuan raised his lips slightly, took out a golden fruit, and said, is it this? Let me try it first. As he said that, he opened his mouth and prepared to take a bite. Xian and Qingfeng were a little panicked when they saw this, and they said in unison, wait, X2 Qingfeng, my friend, let's talk it over. Xian also stopped in midair and advised, yes. Young people should not be impulsive. This fruit cannot be eaten carelessly. It's very dangerous. You can't control it. While speaking, he took out a red bell from his back. There were two elegant dragons engraved on the bell, which looked very extraordinary. This bell is Xian's magic weapon, called the Tuyin Divine Fire Cover, which is an excellent magic weapon to imprison the enemy. Qingfeng also secretly prepared a spell to control Ling Yuan. Seeing them like this, Ling Yuan wanted to play a trick, so he stopped eating. Xian saw him pause and was delighted and swung his right hand forward. A small bell quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye it was above Ling Yuan. A force of confinement pressed down. It's done. Xian and Qingfeng looked at each other and smiled. The two flew to Ling Yuan's side. Xian laughed and said, how is it, kid? Can't move. Qingfeng sneered, you dare to be presumptuous in front of a Yuanian cultivator. You will be in trouble later. The next moment, Xian stretched out his hand, ready to take the longevity golden fruit from Ling Yuan's hand. Seeing this, Ling Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and dodged. Then he quickly ate the golden fruit in his hand in a few big mouthfuls. He smiled and said, delicious. Really delicious. In this situation, the two Yuanian level monsters were confused again. Gone. The longevity fruit they had waited for 100 years was eaten by a foundation building kid. After being stunned, there was endless anger. Looking for death, X2 Xian, with his hot temper, took the lead. He did not go into detail about why Ling Yuan was not imprisoned by him. Now he just wanted to kill this kid and vent his anger. Ninefold dragon flame scepter. Bang. A punch was thrown. Ninefold sonic booms exploded in the air, shaking the world. The head of the scepter was wrapped in terrifying flames and hit Ling Yuan's head at supersonic speed. The sword was blown away, and the sword was blown away. Xian's blow was extremely powerful, worthy of being a dragon-like monster, and it was really brave. If Ling Yuan relied on his own cultivation and physical body alone, he would definitely not be able to block this blow, but he knew the power of the law, connecting the space in front of him with Qingfeng's back. Ling Yuan did not make any other moves and stood still. Xian attacked with anger, and his face was extremely ferocious. At this time, Qingfeng next to him suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming, and she hurriedly dodged, but she was still a step too late. Bang, accompanied by a heavy muffled sound. Xian's blow hit Qingfeng's shoulder, causing her to fly back hundreds of meters away, breaking trees along the way. Useless. After the attack, Ling Yuan was still standing, even with a hint of mockery on his lips. Xian was shocked. At the same time, he was attracted by a startled breath next to him. He turned his head and saw that Qingfeng had already flown out. The arrowhead that hit Qingfeng flashed by, but was still seen by Xian. Isn't this his own arrowhead? He suddenly thought of something and looked at Ling Yuan with horror. Space magic. Xian exclaimed. After saying that, he quickly dodged and retreated, keeping a distance from Ling Yuan. How is it possible? You're obviously only in the foundation building stage. How can you comprehend the rhyme of Tao? His tone was full of horror. Did he hide his cultivation? But recalling the breath when Ling Yuan used the space magic, it was clearly still in the foundation building stage. And it was impossible for him to be a great cultivator who hid his cultivation. He was a little skeptical and immediately used his fire-themed Daoyun magical power. The flame dragon is coming. Roar. A loud roar. A huge flame dragon phantom appeared out of thin air on Xian's body. The surrounding land rustled and melted, forming pools of magma. With both hands, the flame dragon phantom rushed towards Ling Yuan with terrifying power. Daoyun? There is indeed a faint trace of the law of fire. Unfortunately, it is still too weak. Ling Yuan shook his head, revealing a trace of regret in his tone. Let you open your eyes. He took out Yin Li and injected spiritual power. The law rune on the sword was activated, and the long sword suddenly turned fiery red, swung forward and slashed. The sword light flashed. The land along the way was instantly melted. The flying dragon phantom was instantly pierced and dissipated, and then passed through Xian's body. All this happened in an instant. Seeing the red sword light easily disperse his flame dragon, it slashed towards him. Xian felt a sense of despair. Too fast. There was no way to dodge it. With a snap, Xian's body was split into two halves from the Dantian and fell to the ground. This blow directly turned his nascent soul into ashes. The cut was charred and carbonized, without a trace of blood. Puff, puff, puff. The upper body of Xian was not completely dead yet. He wanted to say something, but blood spurted out as soon as he opened his mouth. The experience of his life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Finally, his eyes drifted to Ling Yuan. Why? After barely saying a few characters, Xian closed his eyes forever. He could not figure out until his death why a nascent soul master like himself would lose to a human in the foundation establishment period after death. Xian turned into his original body and became a fire dragon in two halves. Qifeng, who stood up and half-crouched in the distance, watched Qixing being easily slaughtered and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Her cold and world-weary face finally showed fear. Ling Yuan turned his head and looked at Qifeng. With just one glance, Qingfeng's heart was pounding with fear. A huge fear came over her. Run. She wanted to run, but her body trembled uncontrollably and refused to obey. At this moment, Ling Yuan looked like a world-destroying demon in her eyes, and she was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Putting the dragon corpse and the Liangyi divine fire cover into the space ring, Ling Yuan slowly walked towards Qingfeng's position. Looking at Ling Yuan walking with the sword, Qifeng was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of these footsteps kept hitting Qingfeng's heartstrings. Her psychological defense line was like a small sailboat in a storm, which could be broken at any time. Qifeng opened her chair-like pink mouth and trembled. No, don't come over. At the same time, she used her hands and feet to move backwards unconsciously. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Qifeng could no longer bear the pressure, and her psychological defense line was broken. Closed her eyes tightly, screaming with a sound. A hot stream suddenly gushed out from the lower abdomen, soaking the dress and the ground. Seeing this, Ling Yuan stopped and scratched his head. Why was he so scared? He was a Yuanian cultivator. Those who didn't know would think I was bullying some good girl. He took out his mobile phone and took a picture marked "Shame of Yuaniing." This release made Qifeng feel much more relaxed. She panted and begged for mercy. Please, let me go. I'm willing to submit to you. Ling Yuan's index finger and thumb wrapped around his chin, as if thinking about the pros and cons. Seeing him hesitate, Qi Feng immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued. A ball of light peeled off from his body. This is my life essence. I am willing to be a slave, and from now on everything I have belongs to you. She knelt on the ground, holding her life essence in both hands, looking up at Ling Yuan with a begging look. That is fine. It's not impossible to take a maid in the nascent soul stage. Ling Yuan took the light ball, sensed it, and found that it was indeed connected to the lifeblood of the woman in front of him. He pinched it gently. Qing Feng couldn't help but groan in pain. Master, be gentle. That's a bit strange. After leaving his own spiritual mark, Qing Feng's life and death are in his mind. He put away the light ball and said, get up. Seeing Ling Yuan take her life essence, she felt a little relieved. She thought that she had finally survived this crisis. Thank you, master. She stood up slowly, lowered her head, and dared not look at Ling Yuan. The previous shadow had not yet dissipated. By the way, what's your name? My name is Qing Feng. Okay, my name is Ling Yuan. Then Qing Feng, the task of serving tea and water will be handed over to you from now on. Yes. Master. Okay, it's time to continue treasure hunting. Let's go east this time. Ling Yuan thought for a while, decided on the direction to go, and took out a 5-star longevity golden fruit to satisfy his craving. Let's go, Qi Feng. Okay. She looked up hurriedly and found that Ling Yuan had turned around and walked, so she hurried to catch up. She ran to Ling Yuan's side and saw the fruit in his hand, and she was surprised and puzzled. Master, hasn't this longevity golden fruit been eaten by you? There was some fear and hesitation in her tone, fearing that she would cause Ling Yuan's dissatisfaction, but she couldn't suppress her doubts and curiosity. Oh, this one, I have a lot of it. Then he conjured up another 5-star longevity golden fruit out of thin air and handed it to Qi Feng, saying, this one is better than the one you fought for. It can increase your life by 800 years. Seeing Ling Yuan take out another longevity golden fruit with an indifferent look on his face, Qi Feng felt that her curiosity and doubts became stronger. She carefully took the fruit handed over by Ling Yuan, as if holding a treasure. Then she watched Ling Yuan finish one and take out another. The longevity golden fruit that 2 Yuan level monsters had to fight for 100 years to get appeared in Ling Yuan's hand as if it was free. Qing Feng was in a mess in the wind and was stunned on the spot. Master, why do you have so many? Ling Yuan glanced at her while eating, and his tone changed, and he said in a mysterious way, that giant tree was just grown from the seeds I casually dropped hundreds of thousands of years ago. He shook the remaining fruit core in front of her and put it back into the space ring. Ling Yuan spoke directly. After all, when you go out, your identity is given by yourself. What's more, he's a person wearing a body. Anyway, no one can find out his identity, so he can just brag about it. Ling Yuan continued to move forward, no longer paying attention to Qing Feng, who was stunned on the spot, leaving only a tall and mysterious back to Qing Feng. Several hundreds of thousands of years ago, Qing Feng was scared. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is only 2,000 to 3,000 years. What kind of cultivation is it to live for hundreds of thousands of years? It is said that the lifespan of a divine transformation lord is only 10,000 years. Who is the master? Forget it. Don't think about it. Maybe you will know it later. Looking at the golden fruit in her hand, she took a bite. The sweet juice exploded in her mouth. So delicious. This fruit is much more delicious than what she had eaten before. As the flesh was swallowed into her stomach, a powerful energy emerged, nourishing every cell of her. The strong comfort brought by the energy flushing made her close her eyes, revealing an extremely enjoyable expression. At the same time, the bottleneck of her nascent soul was somewhat loosened. At this moment, she was somewhat glad that she begged for mercy quickly. Otherwise, she would not be able to taste such a good thing, and her lifespan could be increased by 800 years. At this moment, she could not help but think of Ling Yuan in her mind. He is handsome, powerful, and generous. It seems that this master is not at a loss to recognize him. What are you doing? Hurry up. Ling Yuan looked at Qing Feng, who was still standing there stupidly, and could not help but urge her. Oh, here I come. Qing Feng woke up from a dream, quickly ate the golden fruit and swallowed the core, and then hurried to catch up with her master. Master, where are we going? She did not even notice that when she said this, her face was full of smiles. Just stroll around and collect some natural treasures. At night, the cold moonlight sprinkled on the mountains and rivers, and in the forest, bursts of insects chirped from time to time. In a clearing in front of a fire, the disciples of the Qi insect were sitting around, and 2 of them were roasting a big piece of meat. The oil coming out of the big piece of meat sizzled, making the 2 people who were roasting swallow their saliva unconsciously. Here, junior sister, this piece is for you. The meat of the foundation building monster beast is very beneficial to us cultivators. Lin walked to Chu Jiao with a piece of roasted big meat skewer and said, thank you, senior brother Lin. Chu Jiao happily took it and looked at Yi Tiange next to her. She planned to give the first bite to her junior brother Yi. Yi, just about to speak. Lin handed Yi Tiange another skewer. You also have one, junior brother Yi. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Yi Tiange took it with a smile on his face. It's okay, we are all brothers. Lin waved his hand, showing a calm look. Try it while it's hot. How does it taste? Oh. Okay, I can't let brother Lin down, thinking so in my heart, and then took a big bite, chewing and savoring it carefully. The meat is fresh, slightly spicy, and the seasoning is just right. Chu Jiao also took a big bite and couldn't help nodding frequently, puffing her cheeks and looking very cute / // watching the 2 people start to feast. Lin nodded with satisfaction and turned away with his hands behind his back. But when he turned his back to the 2 people, a strange smile flashed across his face. After a while, Lin estimated that the time for the drug to take effect was almost up, and they needed to act out a scene just in case. He added colorless and tasteless foaling powder and Mixian powder to the 2 people's food. The effect of foaling powder is to seal the spiritual power for a certain period of time, and Mixian powder is to make people unconscious and fall asleep. He gave a look to Xiao Wei and a junior brother, and the 2 received the order and immediately pretended to walk past Yu Tiange and Chu Jiao. Xiao Wei pretended to yawn and said to the junior brother beside him, today, I have been traveling and killing monsters. I feel a little tired. I will take a rest first. Senior brother, I am a little sleepy too. Let's leave a few people on duty. Yeah, at this time, the effect of the medicine for Yi Tiange and the others had also taken effect, and they immediately felt sleepy. Yi Tiange heard the words of the junior brothers passing by, and he just felt that he had done too much today and was a little tired. It must be said that Lin Yi is still a little smart, and he is very good at using psychological suggestion. Chu Jiao, junior brother Yi, I am so sleepy. Let me lean on your shoulder. After saying that, she leaned over without waiting for his consent and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Tiange's eyelids were also fighting, but after all, he was outside, and in a place like the Spirit Beast mountain range. So he was still a little alert. He was getting more and more sleepy, and he gradually began to let down his guard. He thought, since so many brothers were here, it should be okay. Yi Tiange thought so, and then fell into a deep sleep. After a while, 2 figures appeared. Lin Yi and Xiao Wei looked at each other and smiled with a conspiracy. This time, Yi Tiange, Chu Jiao, and 2 other disciples who were not in his camp had been tricked and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yi walked towards Chu Jiao, held her in his arms, and looked at her affectionately. Junior sister, have a good sleep. Then he took out a blanket and carefully laid Chu Jiao flat on the blanket. After that, he began to order, Xiao Wei, carry this kid away. You 3 stay and take care of Chu Jiao. The rest of you follow me, let's torture him. Xiao Wei lifted one of Yi Tiange's legs and flew him at low altitude like a dead dog. Brother Lin, this Mixian powder is really strong. He really sleeps like a dead pig. Haha, Xiao Wei said as he flew. Lin Yi did not answer him. At this time, he was already impatient to torture and humiliate Yi Tiange. That's it, the distance is enough. Lin Yi stopped flying at low altitude and landed slowly. Everyone followed him one by one. Xiao Wei threw Yi Tiange directly to the ground. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Humph. Lin Yi glanced at Xiao Wei with a cruel smile on his face. He pulled out his spirit sword and cut the tendons of Yi Tiange's hands and left foot one by one. Xiao Wei saw that Lin Yi left the tendons of brother Yu Tian's right foot, and he was a little puzzled and asked, why did brother Lin leave a right leg for him? Kiki, what do you know? I left him a leg to see him struggle. Hearing this, Xiao Wei suddenly realized, and at the same time couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He raised his thumb and said, "Hi, it's really too high, Brother Lin." Yi Tiange felt that his hands and feet seemed to be a little uncomfortable in his sleep, so his consciousness gradually returned. As soon as he woke up and was about to get up, he felt a huge pain in his hands and feet. What happened? He tried to make a fist to feel it, but his palms would not obey. He opened his eyes and saw a series of evil and cruel smiles. The owners of these smiles were his amiable brothers. Not long ago, at this time, he realized that he had been calculated. There was something wrong with that skewer of meat, that senior sister. A huge anger surged from his chest, and he almost roared, You guys." Then his tone changed again. Why? Doubt. Angry. Puzzled. He didn't understand. He had no grudges with him and treated them with respect. Why did they treat him like this? Standing up with his intact right foot, Yi Tiange's eyes were already ignited with anger. Kill them. I am in the foundation building stage. I not only have the scorching sun spirit body, but I also practice the Red Sun Sutra. Even if my hands and feet are disabled, these people are definitely not my opponents. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body with anger, and then his expression suddenly became stunned. Spiritual power? Where's my spiritual power? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yi Tiange's words, the people around him began to laugh loudly. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Spiritual power? Huh? I'll give it to you. After saying that, Lin Yi kicked Yi Tiange in the abdomen. Bang. With a muffled sound, the severe pain made Yi Tiange kneel down like a shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of sour water. Lin Yi did not use spiritual power in this kick. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? Go. Lin Yi waved his hand. After receiving the instructions, the group walked towards Yi Tiange and surrounded him in a circle. Bang, bang, bang. Countless punches and kicks were thrown at Yi Tiange. Yi Tiange could only protect his head with his arms and clench his teeth to prevent himself from making any sound. Great. Ha ha ha. Yuzumeo, I've seen you're not happy for a long time. Who are you pretending to be for every day? You're allowed to get close to my goddess. Now you feel great. I'll beat you up. The man said with a twisted face, and turned Yi Tiange over with his spiritual power, and then kicked him directly in the lower body. Pain. Extremely painful. At this moment, Yi Tiange couldn't bear it anymore and cried out in pain. The pain made him burst out his potential, and he stood up quickly with his right foot and wanted to break out of the encirclement. But without spiritual power, he was as weak as an ant, and fell down again after being kicked casually. The other few people saw this kick that could cut off their offspring, and they couldn't help but feel a chill down there. Then they looked at each other, and then smiled. Grimly and greeted Yi Tiange's lower body. Ha ha. This scene made Lin Yu feel extremely happy. Pain. Struggle. Ha. Junior sister belongs to me. Junior sister. So that's it. So that's how it is. Now, Yi Tiange also understood that he was jealous of senior sister Chu's feelings for him. Just because of this, he went to this extent, and so did those who surrounded and beat him. They were usually polite to him, but now they showed such an evil look, just because of jealousy. Is this the so-called immortal cultivator? Is this really an immortal? Suddenly, he remembered that when he was a child, he and his friends caught crickets to fight each other and drowned ants with water. He realized, yes, this world is originally a world where the strong prey on the weak. Ha ha. After Yi Tiange figured it out, he suddenly laughed out loud. This sudden laughter made several people pause and no longer attack. Xiao Wei, is he stupid? What's going on? The next second, Yi Tiange shouted, ha. So this is the world of immortal cultivation. I, Yi Tiange, swear, if I don't die this time, I will cultivate to the highest level and become the strongest. Everyone laughed again after hearing this. Puff. Ha. Tisk. Lin Yi also sneered and walked forward, and everyone made way. Then I'll destroy you first. His face suddenly became ferocious, and he raised his right hand. The majestic spiritual power gathered in his palm and slapped Yi Tiange's dantian. Humph. Yi Tiange gritted his teeth and didn't let himself make a sound. The highest level, right? Snap. Lin Yi attacked with his palm again. The strongest, right? Snap. Lin Yi kept hitting like a madman. Just because he was jealous of Yi Tiange's talent, he cultivated to the foundation in just a few years, and it might not take long for him to surpass him. This kid must not be left alive. Yi Tiange, who was already injured, could not bear so many attacks. His consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. Seeing Yi Tiange dying, Lin Yu exhaled and stopped with a look of relief. It's time to give you the last blow. He took out his sword and prepared to cut off the head of the man in front of him. Brother Lin, be careful. Lin Yi, who was about to draw his sword, heard the exclamation from behind him. His face changed, and he immediately reacted. He didn't care about anything else and rolled away. The other people also hurriedly avoided the attack while reminding him. Bang. Bang. Just after he rolled and dodged, two green spiritual attacks fell on his previous position. The terrifying attack raised a cloud of dust on the ground. If these two attacks fell on him who was unprepared, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. Seeing this, Lin Yu was scared. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Chirp. A sharp cry came from the sky. Lin Yu looked over and found that it was actually a flying monster in the late stage of foundation building. It looked like an eagle, with a wingspan of 10 meters, and was blue and black. Oh no. It's a blue-winged eagle in the late stage of foundation building. Before everyone could react, the blue-winged eagle in the air quickly died down, flapped its wings and launched several blue attacks. Scatter quickly. Lin Yu shouted, dodged again. A chi refining stage cultivator was unable to react in time and was instantly cut in half by the sword-like attack. He screamed and fell to the ground. One of the attacks hit Yi Tiange's side, and his body was blown up several meters high. When the green-winged eagle saw food flying to its mouth, it immediately grabbed it with its feet and flew up with Yi Tiange. Seeing this, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea and took out the photo bead to record the moment Yi Tiange was captured. Haha, God really helps me. Now he can completely blame Yi Tiange's death on the monster attack. Everyone reconciled their statements, and with the proof of the photo bead, it was perfect. The sharp eagle eyes looked at the people fleeing everywhere below, and then looked at the food. Under his feet, it felt a bit troublesome to catch another one, so forget it. So it accelerated and quickly disappeared into the sky. What a pity. Lin Yu watched Yi Tiange being captured by the monster, regretting that he did not give him the final blow. But he was dead. His meridians were destroyed, his tendons were cut, and he was beaten to the point of only having one breath left. Now he was captured by the monster as food. Even so, Lin Yu did not believe that Yi Tiange could survive. When everyone saw the green-winged eagle flying away, they quickly gathered together again. They buried the dead junior brother on the spot and divided his inheritance. Looking at the storage ring of the dead junior brother in his hand, Lin Yu was stunned, and then slapped his forehead with his big hand, saying in annoyance, damn. I was so happy just now that I forgot to take away Yi Tiange's storage ring. That kid must have a lot of good things. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more regretful he felt, secretly saying that he was really confused. Everyone just reacted after hearing this. They also forgot everything in the fight before. Alas, now that things have come to this, let's go back first. After saying that, Lin Yu took the lead and flew back at low altitude. After returning to the campsite, he made an agreement with the 3 guards, and Lin Yu took out some of his own resources to distribute to the people who participated in this work. After finishing the work, he came to Chu Jiao, sat down slowly, and looked at Chu Jiao who was sleeping quietly, his eyes full of tenderness. It is said that after the green-winged eagle captured Yi Tiange, it was preparing to return to its nest to enjoy a good meal. Just as it flew over a huge canyon, a flying monster beast at the peak of foundation building suddenly attacked it. The strong attack suddenly bombarded him, causing him a sharp pain. And he couldn't help but loosen his feet. Yi Tiange fell straight down the canyon below. The green-winged eagle was attacked by surprise and was immediately furious. He didn't care about the food and roared angrily and started fighting directly. It's so dark. Is this the world after death? Father, mother, sister. Yi Tiange was in a trance, feeling like he was falling into a very deep black hole, and all the past events began to emerge in his mind. After a while, Yi Tiange finally fell to the bottom and hit the ground heavily. Without spiritual power to protect his body was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. He fell to the ground. His head was bleeding, and his body was broken. His chest happened to hit a protruding stone, which made his already weak heartbeat suddenly accelerate. Boom, boom. In an instant, his heartbeat echoed in the canyon. His body seemed to have turned on a switch, and the bleeding wound stopped bleeding quickly, and his heart kept beating. A ray of fire like a spiritual light suddenly burned in his heart. On the other side, Ling Yuan and Qing Feng walked to the mouth of the canyon. From the entrance of the canyon, it was pitch black, as if a black hole was going to swallow everything. What a strong evil spirit. What place is this? Ling Yuan asked curiously. Feng looked at the depths of the darkness, and a look of fear appeared on her beautiful face. Master, this is the forbidden area of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Ling Yuan looked at her expression and was a little surprised. It seemed that this place was indeed not simple, as it could make her, a Yuanian master, feel fear. What is the origin of this place? Even you, a Yuanian cultivator, are afraid. After a moment of silence, she said, this place is called Xianyu Valley. Even if a Yuanian cultivator enters, 99% of his spiritual power will be suppressed, and his spiritual consciousness will not be able to be used. Moreover, the evil spirit in it will continue to erode his body. Very scary. Oh, interesting. Ling Yuan couldn't help but use his spiritual consciousness to check the situation in the valley. In just a moment. The situation in Xianyu Valley was in full view. This turned out to be a secret place. There's an entrance on one side of the canyon, leading to a trial place, and at the end, there's a purple black bone sitting. In Ling Yuan's perception, all the power in the canyon is emitted by this bone. However, why is there a person lying at the entrance? Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe it's the protagonist who fell off the cliff, suppressing spiritual power, prohibiting divine consciousness, and eroding the body. Among them, suppressing spiritual power is the most troublesome. At this stage, Ling Yuan needs to use the power of the law, and spiritual power is an indispensable medium. Although his body is also very strong, enough to beat the golden elixir, and there is a time rune to save his life, it is no problem to pass through the secret realm, but I am afraid that the bone will come back to life, and he will not be able to use the power of the law at that time. He is definitely not an opponent. However, Ling Yuan soon thought of a solution. He imitated the crystal of the law of life he had obtained before, highly concentrated the power of the law, condensed the crystal of the law of space, time, and the 5 elements in his hand, and then put it into the dantian. In this way, he can directly use the power of the law. These crystals reminded him of a movie on Blue Star. This is just like the Infinity Stones. Ling Yuan thought, get ready. The next moment, he walked to the front of the evil black fog and reached out to touch it. That a strange force stimulated his body, and the pure Yuan holy body was stimulated. So that's it. It seems that this secret realm is used to select people with special physiques. People with physiques will activate to protect themselves when stimulated by the black fog, while ordinary cultivators will be corroded to death. Ling Yuan understood in his heart that it seems that the creator of the secret realm is also a person with a special physique. Feng, wait for me outside. He turned his head and said to Feng beside him. Although Feng is a demon beast and his body is relatively strong, it is difficult to resist this evil black fog. Going in with him will only be a burden, so let's stay outside. Yes, master, then I won't drag you down. Hearing that she didn't have to go, she was happy. If you can avoid such a horrible place, don't go. The master is very powerful, and she is just a rookie. After explaining, Ling Yuan squatted slightly. Bang! The next second, the ground exploded. Ling Yuan jumped forward, and his flying body flew rapidly towards the depths of the canyon. When he came to the entrance, he squatted down to check the situation of the young man in front of him. There were scabs of newly healed wounds everywhere, and even a lot of blood stains on the testicles. This person is Yi Tiange. Hiss, looking at the scarred body of the young man. Ling Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. The person who did it is really a wolf destroyer. The breath is weak, but he is still alive. Using the law of time to check this person's past, mainly to see if this person is worth saving. He doesn't want to save an ungrateful person or something. His character is not bad, but this experience. There is a younger sister at home, and his mother is terminally ill, with a special physique and a high talent for cultivation. But he was plotted against by his fellow disciples, fell off a cliff, and survived. This is definitely another protagonist template. After checking, Ling Yuan stretched out his right hand, and the crystal of the law of life in his dantian lit up, and his right hand suddenly became green and shiny. A healing force covered Yi Tiange. Soon, his injuries were completely healed. Well, Yi Tiange slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Ling Yuan's handsome face. Congratulations, the treatment was successful. You are already a cute girl. Ling Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a bad taste that Yi Tiange. Yi Tiange sat up suddenly and touched down, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the familiar touch. I was scared to death. Then he reacted and said with surprise, my injuries are all healed. He looked at his hands and other parts of his body and found that there was no strange feeling or pain, and even his meridians were intact. Soon, he realized that it must be the handsome man in front of him who saved him. He could even repair his meridians, so he must be a master of cultivation. Boy Yi Tiange, thank you for saving my life. From now on, my life is yours. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying solemnly, I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect that God would let me meet a master and survive. Wait, Yi Tiange, will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. In his mind, the devilish smiles of the crowd that day appeared unconsciously, humiliating and beating him. Get up, you are so lucky to meet me. According to Ling Yuan, if it weren't for him, even if Yi Tiange survived, his meridians would be destroyed, and he would definitely not be able to refine qi in the future. Then according to the routine, he should get the inheritance of Xianyu Valley and soar to the sky. Well, the protagonists are all like this. Hearing this, Yi Tiange stood up and then asked, Senior, how should I address you? My name is Ling Yuan, so it's Senior Ling. Thank you so much this time, otherwise I would have died without a burial place. After saying thank you, Yi Tiange looked around. He saw that the surroundings were surrounded by thick black fog and evil spirits, which looked extremely weird at the same time. He found that his spiritual sense could not be used. If he could not use a trace of spiritual power, he would probably think that his cultivation was lost. Yi Tiange frowned and asked, Senior Ling, where are we? Spirit Beast Mountain Range Xuanyu Valley. Ling Yuan said lightly. The old man was very happy. Xianyu Valley? It sounds very dangerous. Ling Yuan heard this and laughed. It is indeed very dangerous. Not only will the spiritual power of those who come in be reduced to 1/10, but their bodies will also be constantly eroded by evil spirits. Even Yuanian cultivators dare not enter easily. So scary. Yi Tiange was shocked. You know, Yuanian cultivators are the top combat power of their sect. He hurriedly felt his body again and found that he was not eroded by any evil spirits. He just felt as if there was a warm energy around his body that wrapped him. Very comfortable. This must be Senior Ling's energy to protect me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died in the surrounding evil spirits. Thinking of this, he looked at Ling Yuan gratefully again. In fact, what he didn't know was that this was just the energy released by his own physique. The more dangerous the place, the richer the opportunities. Ling Yuan looked at Yi Tiange with a smile and continued, of course, this is also relative. For ordinary people, this is indeed a very dangerous place, but for a strong man like me, it is like a back garden. His casual daily pretense made Yi Tiange's heart surge, and he admired Ling Yuan more and more. Yuanian cultivators dared not to enter, but Senior Ling did. Doesn't this mean that Senior Ling's strength is far superior to that of ordinary Yuanian cultivators? So strong. Too strong. I must follow Senior Ling and work hard. Ling Yi, you wait for me. However, since you entered Xianyu Valley with me, it means that you have a destiny with this place. I will take you to a good place later. Ling Yuan patted Yi Tiange on the shoulder and said. Yi Tiange nodded heavily, and he secretly made up his mind to follow Ling Yuan's footsteps closely. At the same time, he also hoped to take this opportunity to improve his cultivation so that he could take revenge. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. This must be what he is talking about. Ling Yuan, follow me. Oh, okay. Ling Yuan walked to a stone wall and punched it. The stone wall was completely broken, revealing a hole more than 2 meters high. Yi Tiange, there is actually a secret door. If you don't use your spiritual sense, you can't detect it at all. Stepping into the cave and moving forward, the narrow passage was not long and soon ended. A tall white jade staircase appeared in front of the two. Wow, senior, this passage is so narrow. I didn't expect there is another world inside. Ignoring his shock, Ling Yuan stepped on the first step first. The moment he stepped on it, Ling Yuan felt that the gravity had changed and became stronger. Gravity stairs? It's an old trick. He raised his lips and said to Yi Tiange beside him, "Go ahead, you have to keep up." After saying that, he ran forward and finished all 99 stairs in a short while. Seeing this, Yi Tiange followed closely and wanted to run up quickly, but he felt his body getting heavier after a few steps. Huh? My body got heavier. After running up another 20 stairs, the gravity became stronger and stronger. He had no choice but to walk because the gravity was too strong and he couldn't run. Ling Yuan shouted to Yi Tiange on the steps at the end of the stairs, "Young man, climb slowly. It's good for your body." Yes, this gravity stairs is not simple gravity. There is a strange energy in it, which has the function of tempering the body. At this time, a round column suddenly rose in front of Ling Yuan, who had completed the first trial, and an exquisite jade box was placed on it. There are even level rewards. This surprised him a little. After opening the box, a fist-sized red fruit came into view. It looks like a dragon fruit, but I haven't seen it in the collection of treasure maps. Let me see what you are. The following information was obtained by copying and merging. Item: 1-star dragon blood fruit description. The best choice for strengthening the body. It is said that taking 9 of them will cause incredible changes to the body. What kind of change is this? Will it turn into a dragon in the end? Or will a man turn into a woman? Or a woman turn into a man? Well, there are unknown risks. It doesn't matter. He can go back in time anyway. Ling Yuan quickly ate one, and immediately felt a warm force nourishing his body, which lasted for several minutes before disappearing. He clenched his fist to feel the strength of his body, and it was only increased by more than 0.5%. However, after all, Ling Yuan's body is already strong enough, and it is not bad to be able to increase it by 0.5%. Let's talk about it after the remaining 8. And now we have to break through the level. Don't look at Yi Tiange, who is still struggling below. Ling Yuan passed through the only tunnel and headed for the next level. The second level was the illusion level. For Ling Yuan, who possessed the immortal aura, this little power was not enough to pull him into the illusion. He passed the level directly after just a few seconds in the new place. A stone pillar floated up from the ground, and the exquisite jade box appeared again. The item in the box this time was a book of exercises called Xianwang Dozhanju. Successful cultivation can burst out 3 times the combat power in battle. Not bad. Good exercises. I'm looking forward to the final inheritance. Ling Yuan was a little surprised. It seems that this place is right today. Such good things are included in the rewards. The inherited exercises must be more awesome. No one will dislike having too many good things, but this thing came out of the ground, so there must be a lot of it in the ground. Release the spiritual consciousness to sweep the ground under his feet, and found that it was indeed the case. Dozens of jade boxes were lying quietly on the pillars below, but they were all Xianwang Dozhanju. Ling Yuan was stunned and took a look at the technique in his hand. Wow, it turned out to be wholesale goods. Looking at the underground of the first level, the situation is similar. In addition to the dragon blood fruit, there are some other spiritual herbs, but many of them are repeated. The spatial law surged, and 5 spiritual herbs appeared out of thin air. The spiritual herbs with precious light surged, all of which were earth-level spiritual herbs. This surprised Ling Yuan a little. Xianling grass, ice heart flower, star spirit grass, ghost grass, 5 elements G among them. Ice heart flower and ghost grass are for strengthening the soul, and the rest are for body forging materials. Strengthening the soul is useless to Ling Yuan. His soul has long turned into an immortal spiritual light. In Ling Yuan's perception, there are only 3 levels in this place, and he is too lazy to break through the next level, so he directly transfers the reward of the 3rd level to his hands. The reward of the 3rd level is also a body refining material called star sand, a top-grade earth-level product. Ling Yuan couldn't help but sigh that the owner of the secret realm is really a body training maniac. Then he crossed the space and came to the black skeleton. On the other side, Yi Tiange, who had climbed the stairs with great difficulty, was lying on the ground panting to rest. Who? It's too difficult. If it weren't for my spiritual body bursting, I couldn't get up. Alas, I don't know where the senior has gone. At this time, the reward stone pillar suddenly floated up, and there was a sound of gears turning. What is it? Yi Tiange turned his head to look at the direction of the sound. An exquisite jade box came into view. Could it be a treasure? Suddenly, his blood surged, and he was no longer tired. He quickly got up and walked to the front, opening the jade box with expectation. In an instant, he seemed to see infinite treasure light coming out of the jade box. Then he was stunned. Empty. He picked up the jade box and shook it left and right, and found that it was indeed empty, without any mechanism. Bah, bad luck. He threw the box away and spat at the same time. The black skeleton sat on a worn-out cushion, emitting a purple-black evil spirit. Suddenly, the 2 eye sockets of bone suddenly lit up with a faint light, and a voice came out. Congratulations, trialer. Being here means that you have successfully passed the trial. My name is Xiansha God. When I was young, I liked to cultivate immortals, but unfortunately, I did not have spiritual roots after testing. However, I have a special physique, and I woke up unexpectedly, so I embarked on the road of body training. I got a chance and practiced successfully. Later, I created the Xiansha life and death art, and since then I have soared to the sky and had no rivals. I became famous for killing a god. However, I did not deduce the part of the Xiansha life and death art about transcending tribulations and ascending, so that I died of exhaustion later. I hope you can fulfill my regret in the future generations who inherit me. The last sigh was full of regret. After Bone finished introducing himself, a burst of golden light burst out from his body, and countless golden words appeared on the black bones. Ling Yuan looked closely and found that it was a kind of hieroglyphics. The words appeared in his mind and began to evolve on their own. One after another, the key points were presented continuously, which were extremely detailed and mysterious. After a while, Ling Yuan collected his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. The Xiansha God is indeed a genius. This technique will produce something called Xiansha domain when it is practiced to perfection. It has its own rules and can suppress spiritual power and consciousness. It is simply the nemesis of magicians. Genius. Absolutely a genius. Good guy. This is why I can't use spiritual power and you can't use it. Real men, let's fight together. After Ling Yuan understood it, the words on the bones turned into golden light and dissipated in the air, flying like dust. The light in the skeleton's eye sockets also went out. Ling Yuan looked at it quietly for a while, then bowed to the bones and thanked them. Ling Yuan has passed the level here, while Yu Tiange is still struggling in the 2nd level. This time, Inyi. Tiange's illusion. Don't do this, master, senior sister Chu, junior sister Lin. How can you force me in broad daylight? No, stop it. As soon as he arrived at the 2nd level, Ling Yuan saw Yi Tiange shouting this sentence with a silly look on his face. Pa. He went up and slapped Yi Tiange on the forehead. Yi Tiange opened his mouth and gradually woke up. The expression on his face was 3 parts of resistance, 4 parts of lust, and 3 parts of surprise. He opened his eyes and found that the original wings disappeared. Illusion. He immediately understood, looked at Ling Yuan's disgusted expression, and immediately restored his serious appearance and pretended nothing happened. He hurriedly bowed his hands to express his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Ling, for your help. Well, let's go after we get the reward. Speaking of this, Yi Tiange got angry, and at the same time he was confused. Senior, aren't all the reward boxes empty? Ling Yuan. He quickly guessed that Yi Tiange should have drawn one of the boxes that he had emptied. This protagonist is not very lucky. Suddenly, the reward stone pillar appeared, and the 2 looked at the source of the sound. And the jade box appeared again. As if to prove himself, Yi Tiange quickly walked forward and opened the lid of the jade box. Look, I said it was. There's really something. Xianwang fighting art made a brilliant appearance again. Xianwang fighting art. He flipped through it carefully for a while and was shocked. So powerful. It can actually increase combat power by 3 times. He carefully put it inside his clothes close to his chest and touched it again, fearing that this was another illusion. Here, take it. Ling Yuan took out a dragon blood fruit and threw it to him. Yi Tiange saw a red ball flying towards him while he was wondering, and he quickly responded to catch it. Senior, what is this? He looked at Ling Yuan. His eyes seemed to be asking. Dragon blood fruit can strengthen the body. It's so precious. Can you really give it to me? He said excitedly. Take it if I give it to you. Senior. Yi Tiange looked at Ling Yuan with great gratitude. Although we have never met before, he not only saved my life, but also brought me here to find opportunities. It turns out that there are still many good people in the world of cultivation. Ling Yuan was a little scared by his eyes and interrupted. Stand still. I'm going to use my magic. After leaving the sentence, the entire trial site suddenly disappeared, leaving only a bare rock wall, and looking up, there was only a huge rectangular rocky open space. Ling Yuan flipped his hand and the trial space was embedded in a space ring. Ling Yuan took the entire trial space away with him. Yi Tiange felt his body stagger, and then his eyes blurred. The original venue disappeared. He saw Ling Yuan holding something in his hand. He was shocked when he looked closely. The light ball showed the scene of the trial field. His eyes widened and he stood there in a daze. His worldview exploded. Is this still a human? Could it be that Senior Ling has become an immortal? It took a while for Ling Yuan to urge him to come back to his senses. The space searched, and Ling Yuan appeared in front of Qi Feng with Yi Tiange. Master. The sudden appearance of the two people made her subconsciously take a defensive posture. When she found out that it was Ling Yuan, she immediately let it go and walked forward happily. Yeah, Ling Yuan nodded. Awesome. It came out in a flash. Yi Tiange was excited and clenched his fists. The look he gave Ling Yuan was full of longing. Qin Feng, who was standing by, saw his exaggerated look and couldn't help but sneer. Of course, the master is more powerful than you can imagine. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Yi Tiange realized that there was another person and quickly regained his composure and greeted him. Well, Yi Tiange, meet the senior. He bowed his head and saluted Qin Feng. Seeing that the young man was quite polite, Qin Feng didn't want to continue to mock him, but just nodded coldly in response. Ling Yuan, how is it? Yi boy, you just got a lot of good things. Do you want to retreat here with us for a while? I see that your previous injuries were obviously caused by your enemies. You retreated for a while and then came back strongly, pretending. No, revenge, isn't it beautiful? Yi Tiange thought it made sense, and he just needed to practice Xian Wang fighting art, and then improve his realm. This time, he was saved from a desperate situation and accidentally activated his spirit body. His cultivation bottleneck has been loosened. He has the confidence to break through to the middle stage of foundation building. Okay. After thinking for a while, Yi Tiange nodded and agreed that he was looking forward to practicing in seclusion with such a master. Ling Yuan smiled, then waved his hand and set up a space barrier. Qi Feng, do you want to come? I have already set up the barrier. Your bottleneck has also been loosened, right? Sure enough, I can't hide it from the master. Okay. After saying that, he found a place and sat cross-legged in the air. Seeing this, Yi Tiange also found a place to sit and meditate. He planned to break through the realm first. Ling Yuan took out the new skills and began to comprehend them. The experience of Xian Sha Xinjun gave him a shot of chicken blood. He decided to create a skill of his own. By the way, he cultivated the sky fire armor. I, Ling Yuan, have never been inferior to others in my life. I have an immortal spirit. Open it for me. The fire was just beginning, and the fire was still burning. I in the sunset sect. Lian's residence. Lin was beside a pill furnace. He made a hand gesture and looked at the flame under the furnace with a serious face. After a while, Negong Yan's voice came, husband, it's now. Lian also knew that the fire was ready and immediately changed a hand gesture. He shouted, condensate for me. In an instant, the light in the pill furnace surged, and it took a long time to extinguish. Foundation building pill. It's done. Lian looked happy, looking at the 6 pills in the pill furnace like a treasure. The pills are top grade. All 6 are top grade foundation building pills. Great, husband, your skills have improved again. Negong Yan was also very happy for him. The first furnace of top grade foundation building pills, one for Yinner, one for his brother, one for Li Miao, and one for brother Han. As for these low grade and medium grade ones, just sell them. He looked at the foundation building pills on the table next to him and thought for a while. Husband, now that you have completed the chi refining, I believe you will have no problem getting the first place in the outer sect competition in a month. Indeed, with the Yan's current strength, without wearing the flowing robe, ordinary middle stage foundation building people are not his opponents. However, the outer sect competition is different from a life and death fight. It is just a competition. His top level magical powers such as the divine fire golden pupil are definitely not usable. Well, it's easy to kill people. For this reason, he also learned a body movement, the thunder step, and a set of swordsmanship, the thunder swordsmanship. All of them were given by Negong Yan. After all, hiding a trump card is a necessary operation, of course. This is also what his soul wife taught him. He always told him to hide his true cultivation level and forced himself to learn a breath retaining technique. Yes. He nodded heavily, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. It is said that the reward for the first place in this outer sect competition is the richest one, not only with a top-grade spiritual weapon, but also 10 drops of 1,000-year-old earth core milk. This is a treasure of earth-grade natural materials and can increase the upper limit of spiritual power. In addition, the top 3 can enter the sect's secret realm to practice, where the concentration of spiritual power is 10 times that of the outside. It can greatly increase the speed of practice. Li Yan has taken the 1,000-year-old earth core milk. Then he packed up his things and went straight to Wang Yan's residence. Yinner, let me show you something good. What? Show me now. Wang Yan's tone was joyful and excited. Dang. Top-grade foundation building pill. Li Yan took out a small jade bottle from behind and placed it in front of Wang Yan. Wang Yan, who has been in the world of immortal cultivation for quite some time, naturally knows what the foundation building pill is. She stood up from her seat and exclaimed, foundation building pill, and it's top grade. She naturally trusted Li Yan's words 100%. However, she was only at the 6th level of chi refining, and she was far from using the foundation building pill. This was only achieved after she changed to the water virtue mysterious star technique given by Li Yan a while ago. Otherwise, she would still be at the 5th level of chi refining. Seeing her lover take out such a precious thing to give her, she immediately looked at Li Yan with a touching face and said, Brother Li Yan, you are so kind, carrot omega carrot, but you should use this. I don't need it for the time being. Yinner, Li Yan certainly understood what she meant, and his eyes looking at her could not help but show tenderness. Taking out another foundation building pill, Li Yan said that he had another one, and Wang Yan accepted it. Deeply in love, the two embraced and kissed. On the other side, in a bamboo forest, Han Feiyu was practicing hard. After a long time, he stood up and sighed. I have practiced hard for a long time, and I have only reached the 3rd level of chi refining. This is the result of his constant drug use. Although his aptitude is indeed poor, it is also due to the technique. This basic technique is really rubbish. It just so happens that his contribution value is enough, and it is time to change to a better technique. He stood up and flew, leaving a stream of green light behind him. Soon, Han Feiyu paid 1,000 contribution points and came to the technique pavilion. But after a long time, he did not find the technique he liked. He reached out again to a technique called Qingmu Gong and opened it casually, with a click. The sound of an object falling to the ground attracted him. He looked down and found that it was a folded yellowed parchment. Huh? What is this? Han Feiyu picked it up curiously and opened it to check. After a while, his originally puzzled expression turned into shock. This actually recorded a technique called Yimawanging, which is aimed at the nascent soul. He stuffed it back into King Yugong with an idea. Afterwards, Han Feiyu took King Yugong with a nervous mood. Walked to the exit. I heard that you can't take 2 books of martial arts in the Gongfa pavilion, otherwise you will be locked in a small dark room. But this shouldn't count, right? When he reached the door of the light gate, his heart was a little nervous, but he couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and rushed in. The next moment, he felt that nothing was wrong, and Han Feiyu opened his eyes. He looked around and found that it was the 1st floor of the Gongfa pavilion, so he relaxed his nervous mood. He nodded to the old man in charge and went back impatiently. At this moment, he was very excited and thought to himself that he was really lucky. This time, he got a high-priced martial arts book for free. As soon as he got home, he activated the formation and started practicing non-stop. Until the night fell, Han Feiyu's momentum suddenly changed. The 4th level of chi refining, done. He let out a long sigh. thinking that high-level skills are powerful. At this moment, the quality of his spiritual power is completely different from before. This skill also comes with a sword technique, which is really good. 9-spin green shadow sword is the sword technique that comes with Imu Huang Gong, which is also quite powerful. After the great achievement, it can be divided into 9 green shadows to attack the enemy together. And each green shadow has 90% of the strength of the caster. At this time, a sound transmission note flew over. Is Brother Han here? Something important. Li Miao stays. Brotherly? What could happen so late? He was a little confused. He waved his hand to close the formation, walked to the door and opened it, and a fat face with a mean look came into view. Hee. Brother Han, long time no see. I have good news for you. Oh, please come in quickly. Han Feiyu made way and stretched out a hand to invite him into the room. After Li Miao entered the door, he looked outside again and confirmed that there were no other figures before closing the door and entering the house. And activated the formation again. Li Miao saw that he activated the formation again and couldn't help but tease. Brother Han, you are too cautious, right? This formation doesn't even stop. It's always right to be cautious. Han Feiyu also scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't talk about this for now, brotherly. Do you have any good news to tell me? Han Feiyu asked directly, diverting this embarrassing topic. Hiki. The fat face smiled and took out a small jade bottle and put it on the table. Brother Han, guess what kind of elixir is inside? Han Feishan has been immersed in the art of elixir for a long time. He opened the bottle stopper and smelled the fragrance of the elixir. He looked at the color and said in surprise, this is better than the top grade elixir. Is it a top grade elixir? Although he could see that the elixir might be of top grade, Han Feiyu had never seen the appearance of a foundation building elixir, so he couldn't guess what kind of elixir was in the bottle. The old man was very happy. Li Miao raised his eyebrows when he heard this and thought to himself that Brother Han's alchemy skills were really good. Yes, this is a top grade foundation building pill. When he said this, he deliberately stayed on the word top grade for a long time, lengthened his voice, and finally said the word foundation building pill. This made Han Feiyu feel itchy. When he heard the word foundation building pill, Han Feiyu stood up suddenly. What? Top grade foundation building pill? But soon his face changed again. As far as he knew about the Qingyan people, Wang Ting would definitely be able to get the foundation building pill. The mysterious Ling Yuan should also be able to get it. If the other outer disciples want to get the foundation building pill, they either have to go to the outside chamber of commerce to buy it at a high price, or exchange it for 4,000 contribution points. And the above methods will never allow you to get the top grade foundation building pill. Brotherly, may I ask how you got this foundation building pill? He was a little worried about Li Miao. Don't worry, Brother Han. These are all made by my cousin Li Yin, and now he's a master of alchemy. When he talked about Li Yan's strength, he seemed to feel like he was himself, with a beaming face and a proud face. Yes, this is my cousin who asked me to bring it to you. Hearing that it was made by Li Yin, his original worries were completely put aside, and at the same time he was extremely surprised that Li Yan's level was so high, although he knew that he could also make pills from the simple communication before. He thought he was the same as himself. As a result, you can make top grade pills so quickly. With trembling hands, he took the jade bottle and then said to Li Miao solemnly, thank you. Also thank Brother Li Yin for me. If you need me in the future, just tell me. Oh, we are all brothers. Li Miao waved his hand and said indifferently. At this time, someone suddenly called Han Feiyu's name outside the house. Brother Han, Brother Han, Brother Han, someone is calling you. Let's go out and take a look. As he said, Han Feiyu stopped the formation, and then the two walked out of the door. The man who ran into him was a man wearing an outer disciple's uniform and had a somewhat feminine appearance. This man's name was Ouyang Long, and he was one of Han Feiyu's few friends in the sect. Brother Han, you finally came out. Who is the person next to you? Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Miao, and I'm Han Feiyu's friend. Fatty Li clasped his fists. Ouyang Long returned a greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Ouyang Long. If you're Brother Han's friend, then you're my friend. After a few pleasantries, Ouyang Long got down to business. By the way, Brother Han, don't you know Li Yin? Go and see. He's fighting with someone. What? My brother's fighting with someone. Without waiting for Han Feiyu to answer, Fatty Li Miao was the first to speak in surprise. Let's go and see. Brother Ouyang, please lead the way. Han Feiyu looked at him seriously. Okay. Nodding in agreement, Ouyang Long took the two of them and flew quickly to Duxiantai, which is where the disciples of the sect compete. During the flight, the two asked about the reason. Ouyang Long, I heard that a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining admired Wang Yin, and he showed his affection many times but was rejected. Today, when he saw Wang Yin coming out of Li Yan's residence, he was furious and challenged Li Yin on the spot. The two fell silent after hearing this. This reason is really a bit ridiculous. Then Han Feiyu frowned slightly. 8th level of Qi refining. I'm afraid Brother Li Yin is not his opponent. The fat man didn't care at this time. He curled his lips and showed a strange look. Brother Han, how about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether my brother will win. Han Feiyu raised his eyebrows, feeling that things were not simple. Seeing that the fat man was so confident, could it be that Li Yan's strength could already defeat the 8th level of Qi refining? He didn't dare to believe it, but something was strange, so he decided to ask what the bet was first, and said, what is the bet? I haven't thought about it yet. Li Miao was silent for a while and blurted out this sentence. Han Feiyu, Ouyang Long. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and punched in his palm. I got it. How about this? Whoever loses agrees to the other party's request, but it can't be too much. If it's too much, you have the right to refuse. How about it? Han Feiyu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then I bet my brother will win. I'll bet he loses. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Doshin field, which was already surrounded by countless people. Fight, fight, fight. The crowd kept shouting, urging them to start fighting. The atmosphere was hot and comparable. In the Duxiantai, Li Yin and Zhao Ziming stood on both sides, looking at each other, and the air seemed to be electrified by their gazes. Zhao Ziming, with a handsome appearance and a stern face, was at the 8th level of Qi refining. This level of cultivation was already outstanding in the outer sect, but unfortunately he met Li Yin, who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He was afraid that he would be unlucky today. Damn it. Are you going to fight or not? Two grown men are just looking at chicken feathers. That's right. If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Seeing that the two had not made any moves for a long time, the cultivators in the audience were already a little impatient and began to urge them loudly. Zhao Ziming saw that the atmosphere was almost right, so he decided to attack with a final harsh word. He just wanted to defeat and humiliate Li Yin in front of countless cultivators. Let Wang Yin know how wrong her choice was. Isn't it like beating a son for a Qi refining 8th level cultivator like beating a 7th level cultivator at this time? Li Yin had been disguising his own aura at the 7th level of Qi refining. He deeply followed Nangong Yan's teachings. Zhao Ziming shouted with his spiritual power. Li Yin, whoever loses will kneel down and shout, I am a waste 3 times. Is there a problem? Li Yin curled his lips when he heard this. His face was calm, and at the same time, he said lightly with spiritual power, I will not lose. He paused as if he thought of something, then shook his head and smiled. How can an ant shake a tree? Humph. You were so sharp-tongued. Don't last more than 3 moves. 3 moves? No, 1 move. Li Yin raised a finger and said, I only need 1 move to defeat you. If you dare to compete with him for a woman, you don't need to save face. Just abuse him severely. Wow. The crowd watching was boiling. They started to discuss. Well, did I hear it right? Is this Li Yin so arrogant? Is he very strong? What's strong? Isn't he just a Qi refining level 7? Zhao Ziming is a Qi refining level 8. I'm optimistic about Zhao Ziming too. I've never heard of this Li Yin. On a tall building in the distance, Wang Tung felt familiar with the scene, which made him frown slightly. He remembered it after a little recollection. His eyebrows relaxed, but he was shocked in his heart. Isn't this the way Brother Ling pretended to be a pin? Damn, this kid pretended to be first. Wang Tung felt a little depressed and said to Wang Yin next to him, Sister, I see that you don't seem to be worried at all. Are you so confident in him? Wang Yin's mouth corners slightly raised, and she smiled. Of course. Brother Li Yin is very strong. Knowing some of Li Yan's details, Wang Yin was full of confidence in him. Wang Tung hummed softly and stopped talking. He lowered his head and thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhao Ziming was obviously provoked by his move. In no more words. Attack directly. The sword was broken, and the sword was broken. He pinched out a sword finger with one hand, and the fingertips were full of spiritual light. Swish, fireball technique. The next moment, 3 fireballs appeared behind him. He pointed his hand. and the 3 fireballs flew towards Li Yan's door with the whistling sound of the wind. At the same time, he drew out the top-grade magic sword and used his body skills to quickly close his position with Li Yan. Yes, these 3 fireballs are just detailed attacks, and the real killer moves are his sword techniques. Li Yan's face was calm. Seeing the fireballs coming, he exerted force with his right hand and threw the middle-grade magic sword in his hand. The magic sword spun at high speed and broke through the air, making a series of whistling sounds, instantly dispersing the fireball in front. But it did not stop and continued to fly towards Zhao Ziming, who was rushing towards it at high speed. Zhao Ziming saw the fireball explode, and one of the flying swords suddenly rushed out. He was startled and wanted to raise his sword to block it. It was easy. At this time, a burst of electric sound accompanied by a flash of blue lightning passed by. Li Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Thunderstep. Oh no. Zhao Ziming was shocked and horrified. Then, Li Yan smoothly grasped the flying magic sword, and then chopped it down heavily. Thunder sword technique. The sword formula was performed, and lightning flashes kept jumping on the sword. Boom. Everyone seemed to hear a thunderous explosion, and they were all shocked. Zhao Ziming was also startled, and his movements were half a beat slower, and a large gap appeared in front of him. Puff. The next moment, he was hit hard in the chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out directly. Did I lose? Haha, it was really a move. Zhao Ziming laughed at himself in his heart, and then slowly fell backwards. When the onlookers came back to their senses from the thunder, they saw that Zhao Ziming had already fallen to the ground. Only Li Yan stood on the Duxian Tai with a cold and handsome face, holding a sword in one hand. Silence. The whole audience was dead silent. A breeze blew past, blowing up Li Yan's temples. In the eyes of everyone, they seemed to have a common illusion. Which sword fairy is this? Seeing the sudden silence of the scene, Li Yan immediately had a question in his heart. Why didn't he react at all? Shouldn't he cheer loudly at this time? In his mind, he unconsciously recalled Ling Yuan's battle at that time. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. I know. It turned out that I forgot to say the lines. How dare the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? He deliberately lowered his voice, and when he said this, his tone revealed an invincible loneliness and coldness. Everyone felt their heads explode again when they heard this. Then the scene erupted in cheers. Oh, too strong. Really defeated the enemy with one move. One move across the level to defeat the enemy. So powerful. Ah, Li Yan, I love you. Brother, do you have a Taoist partner? Come and practice with your sister. I just feel that his last sentence is very domineering. I have to remember it. Yes, super domineering. There is an indescribable feeling. Seeing this in the distance, Wang Teng's mouth twitched unconsciously, and he secretly cursed Li Yan for being shameless, and actually plagiarized Ling Yuan's words verbatim. Oh my god, too strong. Brother Han, brotherly, your friend is too awesome, especially the last sentence. It's so domineering for all. At this moment, Ouyang Long seemed to have become a little fan of Li Yan, with little stars twinkling in his eyes. Han Feiyu. Li Miao. Both of them were silent, but Han Feiyu was not calm in his heart. He didn't expect Li Yan to be so strong. They came in together, but now the gap is so big. After being depressed for a while, he clenched his fist and cheered himself up secretly. It's okay to go slow. He has good opportunities, and there will always be a time for success and cultivation. Thinking of the 2 opportunities he got, Han Feiyu's heart was full of fighting spirit again. At this time, Li Miao said to him in a somewhat mean way, Brother Han, I won. Don't forget it. Han Feiyu turned to Li Miao and teased, I know, but your brother is quite fond of studying. Haha, yes, yes. Li Miao just laughed awkwardly. After Zhao Ziming fell, a pretty female cultivator who looked a little like a little girl ran up anxiously. Senior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao. She walked to Zhao Ziming and squatted down, held him up with both hands, called him twice and saw that he didn't respond, and immediately gave him another pill of excellent quality. She put her hand on Zhao Ziming's pulse and found that his pulse was still there but weak, and she was relieved immediately. She glared at Li Yan fiercely, and then carried Zhao Ziming down. Li Yan didn't care. After all, he still saved his life. The 2 of them were not fighting in a life and death arena, so he naturally wouldn't take anyone's life. But this injury was enough for him to lie down for 10 days or half a month. Li Yan walked down the Duyan Tai. Li Miao jumped up and waved to him quickly. He saw Li Miao and others waving at him in the distance. He leaped over the crowd and came to the front of them. Ouyang Long immediately stepped forward and introduced himself impatiently. Hello, Li Yan. My name is Ouyang Long. The passion ignited by Li Yan had not yet faded, and he seemed a little excited. It was as if he had met his idol. Hello, my name is Li Yan. He nodded to him, and then asked the 2 with his eyes who this person was. Seeing this, Han Feiyu stepped forward and explained, Oh, this Ouyang Long is my friend. Yes, yes, yes. Ouyang Long agreed with a smile. Brother, your lines are exactly the same. Li Miao raised his eyebrows and laughed at Li Daoqian. Haha. He scratched the back of his head and laughed. Just as he was trying to find a topic to skip this, a clear and pleasant voice came. Brother Li Yan. Several people turned their heads and saw a beautiful woman dancing towards them. It was Wang Yan, the pure and charming beautiful face, the hem of the clothes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to the earth. The onlookers who had not yet dispersed also noticed such a fairy. Wow, the fairy has come down to earth. So beautiful. Could this be the heroine of the conflict? No wonder the 2 fought over this. She is really beautiful. Yenner. Seeing Wang Yan flying over, Li Yan was delighted and quickly stepped forward to hug her. Oh, X1010, woo woo. X1080. The crowd at the scene started to make a noise again. Wang Yan's cheeks turned red and she was very shy. Oh, these people are so annoying. Let's go, brother Li Yan. Hee. Okay. After that, the 2 of them quickly flew away from the scene, ready to find a good place to show affection. Li Miao, Han Feiyu, and Ouyang Long looked at each other and were a little speechless. M forced a wave of dog food and ran away, really forgetting his loyalty when seeing beauty. For a while, the 3 of them were a little silent, lowering their heads as if they were thinking about something. Forget it. Let's go 2-_. Han Feiyu was the first to speak and break the silence at the scene. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Chu Jiao suddenly woke up and sat up. She had a nightmare, dreaming that she and her favorite junior brother Yi were separated at the ends of the earth and could never meet again. It turned out to be a dream. After waking up, she patted her chest and felt relieved. Then, she looked around and didn't see Yu Tiange among the brothers. Moreover, she found that the overall atmosphere seemed very low. Did something bad happen? She couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and had a bad premonition. Junior brother, you're awake. At this time, Lin Yi came over and gave her an ugly bitter smile. What's wrong? Everyone seems unhappy. Where's junior brother Yi? Seeing Lin Yi acting like this, the bad premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. She kept praying, hoping that things were not what she thought. In the Spirit Beast Mountain range, the only bad thing that could happen was separation of life and death during the sex training. It was very common in the world of immortal cultivation for 1 or 2 disciples to die. Seeing her asking, Lin Yi immediately lowered his head and was silent for a while. His silence was exchanged for Chu Zhao's anxiety. Just as she was about to speak and urge, Lin Yi continued, I'm sorry. Junior sister Chu, I didn't protect junior brother Yu well. He has died in the mouth of the monster beast. After saying this, Lin Yi turned his head away and dared not look at Chu Jiao, and at the same time a tear slid down his face. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt exploded in Chu Jiao's mind. Her eyes suddenly widened, but her eyes were already lifeless. She just stood there blankly. After a while, 2 lines of tears on her face began to fall continuously, soaking the muddy ground under her feet. No, I don't believe it. She wiped away her tears and ran to the side. Lin Yi was afraid that she would be sad and do something stupid, so he quickly grabbed her. Junior sister, where are you going? I'm going to find him. He won't die. Chu Jiao almost choked and shouted. Lin Yi's jealousy was aroused again, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, Yi Tiange is dead, and time will dilute everything. Without Yi Tiange, junior sister will definitely fall in love with her over time. Give up. He is dead. Look at this. He took out the image bead and projected the picture. At this time, the other disciples also came over. After the projection, Chu Jiao squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and cried like a tearful person. Woo, 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 sister. I'm so sad. I'm sorry, sister. Brother Yu was protecting us. Alas, I didn't expect a late-stage foundation building monster to suddenly appear. Damn it. It's all because we're too weak. Xiao Wei clenched his fist and pounded his chest. He looked angry and gnashed his teeth. I have to say, this wave is simply a total actor. Next to Xinyu Valley. It took Yu Tiange 3 days to successfully break through the middle stage of foundation building. He took out the dragon blood fruit that looked like a red-hearted pitaya and didn't care whether he had to peel it or not. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed it all in 3 or 2 bites. The juice burst on the tip of his tongue, and his eyes lit up. Don't say it, it looks weird, but it tastes pretty good, greater than over equal to nabble, less than over equal to asterisk. As soon as the voice fell, a surge of energy swept through his body, constantly washing through his limbs and bones. He suddenly hugged his abdomen with both hands. Ugh. It's so hot. So uncomfortable. Yu Tiange's whole body turned red, and his face showed pain. He clenched his teeth to support himself. He knew it was a good thing, but he didn't expect the process of tempering the body to be so painful. After an unknown period of time, the pain finally subsided, and Yu Tiange's whole body was soaked with sweat. He lay on the ground and took a long breath. It's finally over. Cool. Feeling the surging power coming from his body, he was extremely surprised. He turned over and took out the Xianwang fighting art to study it. If he successfully practiced the secret book, he would increase his combat power by 3 times. Among the same level, he might have no rivals. After Ling Yuan fully comprehended the Xianshao life and death art, he found that the secrets in the human body were very huge. He began to use the immortal spiritual light to continuously analyze his body. After a while, he made a strange discovery. The acupuncture points around the human body seemed to be absorbing and exhaling some energy with each breath. This energy being absorbed and exhaled is not spiritual energy, but something more mysterious. Tracing back to the source, Ling Yuan was surprised to find that this energy actually came from the stars in the sky. He opened his eyes in surprise and said to himself, is this the function of the pure young holy body? Then, he began to observe Yu Tiange and Qi Feng. Without exception, both of them were absorbing this star power. As if he had thought of something. He then expanded his spiritual awareness and found that everyone, from cultivators to mortals, was like this. At this point, he understood. Heaven and man are in harmony. Man and nature are responding and communicating with each other. The acupuncture points around the human body are absorbing the energy of the sun, moon, and stars to maintain vitality. This absorption is just like mortals must eat every day to supplement nutrition. It is the same reason that mortals will become worse or even sick if they do not get sun exposure for a long time. Just like people must take vitamins. It's just that the passively absorbed energy is too little, and it can only maintain the balance of the life system. Since cultivators have spiritual power to supplement, this weak nutrition is dispensable. What if we can increase the absorption of star power? Thinking of this, Ling Yuan began to comprehend in this direction. After another 20 days, Yu Tiange had already learned the Xianwang fighting art. Although he could not increase his combat power to 3 times, he could increase it a lot during combat. Qi Feng was still in seclusion to break through. It was not as easy as Yu Tiange to break through in the nascent soul stage. At this time, Ling Yuan's aura suddenly changed. His original aura was calm and restrained, like a gentleman, but now his aura seemed to have turned into something huge. This momentum shocked Yu Tiange and stopped the practice at hand. He looked at Ling Yuan in astonishment, his whole body trembling, as if there was something terrifying around him. What a terrifying aura. What's going on? Qi Feng was also shocked by this momentum and immediately opened his eyes to check. When he found that it was Ling Yuan, although he had been shocked many times before and was somewhat immune, he still couldn't help being shocked at this time. What kind of momentum is this? Far beyond the pressure of the nascent soul stage. It was as if he was facing the sun in the sky coming down beside him. At this time, Ling Yuan had completed the creation of the technique. This is exactly the vision he produced when he was practicing the technique. The power of the stars in the sky continued to flow into his body, making him feel comfortable, and his mind became ethereal. Then, he stood up involuntarily, and his body began to work autonomously with the flow of the star power. This is the body's automatic movement brought about by the star power running through the acupuncture points around the body. Ling Yuan's body continued to move autonomously, performing one action after another, as if he was practicing some peerless martial arts. In the evening, the power of the stars became more intense, and a faint starlight formed around him. Suddenly, Qi Feng found that something seemed to be twisting and rotating in the sky. She looked up, and her face suddenly became extremely surprised, as if she had seen some amazing wonders. The stars in the sky were actually rotating continuously. The sky was full of stars, and the sky was full of stars. Hiss. Qi Feng couldn't help but take a breath. She could see that Ling Yuan was obviously practicing some kind of heaven-defying technique. Ling Yuan seemed to be practicing martial arts, one movement after another, seemingly slow, but smooth and very enjoyable to watch. As his movements kept changing, the stars in the sky also rotated, and then stopped. Repeating this way, the sky with rotating stars looked like a Milky Way cluster. Shocking. And beautiful. Yi Tiange also noticed something strange, looked up at the sky, and was immediately shocked, and sat on the ground. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start, so he just stared blankly at the same time. All the cultivators near the Spirit Beast Mountain range noticed the wonder in the sky. How strange. The galaxy is reversed. How strange. Wow. So beautiful. A female cultivator clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked quietly, with starlight in her eyes, as if she was expecting something. Is this strange phenomenon the descent of immortals? A slightly wretched male cultivator who was on his way to the Spirit Beast Mountain range thought so. His eyes rolled, and then he knelt down and kowtowed to the galaxy in the sky, saying, God bless me and give me a great opportunity. Anyway, there was no one nearby, so why not worship? What if it really came true? As soon as the voice fell, a bright ball of light descended from the sky, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the ball of light flying towards him. Is the opportunity really here? His eyes burst into surprise, and he looked at the ball of light expectantly. As the light ball got closer, his face suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. He cried out in sorrow, oh my God, genie monster, blazing bird. He quickly stood up and pinched out a talisman with some pain. Damn it, I won't be superstitious anymore. I'm losing a lot this time. The talisman flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. The blazing bird, who came over, saw this man suddenly disappear, and a big question appeared in his mind. He was stunned for a while. Chirp, it cried to the sky, as if unwilling, and then turned and flew away. The screen switched. Ling Yuan finally stopped the action, and the strange phenomenon in the sky finally returned to normal. He stood up after finishing the exercise, exhaled slowly, opened his eyes, and said lightly, the human body corresponds to the stars in the sky, so this exercise is called the Great Circulation of Stars. The Great Circulation of Stars, is a method of physical evolution, absorbing the power of the stars in the universe to nourish the whole body, until every cell of his body is as strong as the stars. You know, the human body has 60 trillion cells. How strong will the physical body be by then? He looked up at the sky, stretched out a palm, and twisted it towards the starry sky. The stars in the entire starry sky actually rotated with it, as if they were obeying his orders. Ling Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt very comfortable in his heart. Qi Feng and Yi Tiange watched the whole process with their eyes, and their hearts were numb. They even felt that Ling Yuan had become an immortal. They had only heard that immortals could hold stars in their hands and fiddle with the sun and the moon, but had they ever seen it in reality? Ling Yuan's move was no different from an immortal in their eyes. With a wave of his hand, the galaxy turned upside down. Master, have you finished your practice? Well, how about the newly created technique? Is it okay? Qi Feng, Yi Tiange, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. You call this okay? They said they wanted more of this okay technique. Seeing their silence, Ling Yuan knew that his inadvertent Versailles hit them, but he immediately raised his emotional quotient to the maximum and changed the subject. How are you two practicing? Haha, senior. I have reached the middle stage of foundation building, and after taking dragon blood fruit, my physical body has been greatly enhanced, and there is more. I have also mastered the Xianwang fighting art. Yi Tiange spit out his progress, like a child who hopes to be praised by his parents. Well, not bad. Keep working hard. Ling Yuan nodded. Being able to master the Xianwang fighting art in such a short time, the talent is already very good. After all, not everyone has his understanding. Yi Tiange smiled immediately after receiving the affirmation. Master, I haven't made a breakthrough yet. I still need to stay in seclusion for a while. Oh, it's okay. The further you go in cultivating immortals, the harder it will be. Take your time. After saying that, he paused for a while. Then he waved his hand and copied a large amount of spiritual energy in an instant. The whole space became foggy, and the concentration of spiritual energy was so high that it began to turn into fog. After a while, the whole space was filled with clouds and mist, like a fairyland. What a rich spiritual energy. Yi Tiange took a long breath and said with a comfortable look. Qingfeng knew that Ling Yuan was going to help him break through, and his face immediately became moved. Master, thank you. It's okay. Practice well. Yeah. She nodded heavily and sat cross-legged again to continue the unfinished breakthrough. Senior Ling, I will continue to practice too. With this rich spiritual energy, Yi Tiange planned to continue practicing Xian Huang fighting art. Ling Yuan took out the fire crystal sand he had obtained not long ago, hung it around his body, and prepared to practice the sky fire armor. Don't underestimate this magical power. Although it is a magical power recorded in the Qi refining period of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, but its power is growing. The stronger the user, the stronger the defense. Not to mention that Ling Yuan is a collector. If he doesn't refine it, his thoughts will not be clear. Spiritual power surged out, wrapping all the fire crystal sand. The sand gradually melted into liquid and poured into Ling Yuan's body. As he practiced the skills, the liquid of the fire crystal sand gradually emitted a flame-like light. One day later, Ling Yuan successfully refined the sky fire armor. With a thought, a set of handsome close-fitting armor emerged on the surface of his body. The armor looked like it was condensed by flames, not like metal solid armor. Wearing it, Ling Yuan exuded a mysterious aura, like a celestial fairy general. Gripping the fist, Ling Yuan knocked on himself to feel the strength of the sky fire armor. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction and dispersed the flame-like armor. This scene was naturally seen by Yi Tiange again, and he couldn't help but marvel that it feels like the senior has so many tricks. And each one looks so handsome. I wish I could be as handsome as the senior someday. He touched his chin with one hand, lowered his head, thinking about something, and occasionally smiled foolishly. Another day passed, and Qingfeng's aura began to change. Her aura became stronger and stronger, and it was obvious that she was about to break through. The aura mist in the air quickly poured into Qingfeng's body, and even formed an aura vortex in her center. Is it going to break through? Ling Yuan murmured. The sound of a sword pierced the chest, and the sword was blown away. Boom. Qingfeng's breath climbed to the extreme, and suddenly it seemed as if something was broken. Then, her breath rose again. Nascent soul middle stage. Success. Ling Yuan looked at all this calmly. But Yi Tiange felt uncomfortable. He was just an ordinary foundation establishment middle stage, and the pressure of this nascent soul cultivator was not something he could easily bear. His whole body was shaking unconsciously, like an animal encountering a terrifying natural enemy. No, it was even more terrifying. Just when he was about to give up, Qifeng, who had broken through, instantly restrained his breath. The huge pressure disappeared. Yi Tiange exhaled and sat on the ground a little weakly. So strong. This is another big guy. I didn't expect that the servants of the seniors have such strength. Master, I have successfully broken through. Qifeng came to Ling Yuan and bowed slightly. Ling Yuan nodded and said, well done. However, we need to continue to work hard. Yi Tiange struggled to stand up, walked in front of the two, and said respectfully, congratulations to the two seniors. After the retreat, Ling Yuan planned to go back to the sect first. Yi boy, it's time to say goodbye. I will send you to the nearby town first. He looked at Yi Tiange. Okay, trouble the senior. Speaking of parting, Yi Tiange clenched his fist, and his thoughts thought of Lin Yi and the others. A devilish smile appeared, which made him grit his teeth. Yes, it's time to go back and expose their hypocrisy. Tianfeng City, an empty alley. The space flashed, and the figures of Ling Yuan and others appeared. Then, see you again, Yi Tiange. Ling Yuan smiled and said goodbye to him. Goodbye, senior. Yi Tiange also smiled and said goodbye. Yeah, Ling Yuan nodded. Swish, as soon as the voice fell, the figures of Ling Yuan and Qingfeng disappeared instantly. Looking at the place where the two disappeared, Yi Tiange's mind gradually drifted away. Senior, one day I will also reach your level. He murmured to himself, feeling heroic. He was full of yearning for a strong man like Ling Yuan. Coming back to his senses, he looked in the direction of Qian's sect. Less than a month has passed. They should be almost at the sect. Humph. He snorted angrily, flew up on his sword, and turned into a stream of light that disappeared into the sky at a very fast speed. Qingfeng, you stay in my ring for a while. Ling Yuan said to Qingfeng. If she, a nascent soul demon, enters the sect, it will probably cause a commotion among the sect's top leaders. Moreover, with the formation, outsiders cannot enter directly. Ling Yuan also discovered that there is a nascent soul mid-stage expert hidden in the sect. If it was Qingfeng before, even if she had her aura after entering the sect, she would probably be discovered by this expert, and then cause unnecessary trouble. But now, Qingfeng has also reached the nascent soul mid-stage. As long as she does not expose herself, the other party will not find out. Okay. Qingfeng turned into a beam and entered Ling Yuan's ring. This ring is exactly the one from the previous chimeric trial site. He has transformed it with the laws of time and space, allowing living beings to enter. It is equivalent to a small world in another space. As soon as he entered the sect, Ling Yuan flew towards his residence. In the ring. Qingfeng looked around curiously, but soon, Ling Yuan's voice came. I will let you out now. You should be careful to restrain your breath. Okay, master. Ling Yuan raised the ring in his hand, and with a flash of light, a stream of light flew out and turned into a beautiful figure. Master. As soon as she came out, she looked around curiously. Finding that the master's living environment was very simple, she couldn't help but sigh. Is this the style of a master? The way is simple. Even the residence is so simple. Master, did you found this sect? No. Then are you the master or the supreme elder of this sect? No. What is the master doing in this sect? It can't be a disciple, right? She was a little confused. Then she shook her head again, overturning her own statement, thinking that the master should be living in seclusion here. Ahem. Let's not talk about this for now. Can you change your form? The feathers on your cheeks are a bit eye-catching. With this appearance, anyone with a little knowledge can tell that it is a monster in disguise. Oh. Saying, she turned around, the feathers on her face disappeared, and her clothes became simple. Overall, she looked like a caring elder sister. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door. Ling Yuan sensed that it was his cheap apprentice Li Yin who came outside the door. Ling Yuan glanced at Qingfeng and motioned her to open the door. Li Yin was strolling outside the door and saw the flying figure of his master Ling Yuan from a distance. Knowing that he was back, he immediately went to visit him. Seeing that it was a strange woman who opened the door, he couldn't help but be stunned, and doubts arose in his heart. The door opened wide, and Ling Yuan's figure was seen sitting in front of the tea table again. He took a look at the woman and immediately understood. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The master really has many beauties. Brother Ling, long time no see. He laughed loudly as he walked into the house. Ling Yuan picked up a cup of tea filled with coke, took a sip, and then cast a barrier. Daily privacy protection. It's okay, this is my servant. Her name is Qifeng. You can tell her about our relationship when she is here. Servant? Isn't she Hong Yan? It seems that I have misunderstood. Hello, Sister Qifeng. Although she is a servant, she is a polite young man. Li Yin has always treated people with courtesy. Qifeng looked at Ling Yuan, as if asking, this is my apprentice, Li Yin. She looked surprised. She didn't expect that the master already had a disciple, but it is also true. After all, he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It would be abnormal if he didn't have one. She looked at Li Yin carefully and found that although his cultivation was low, and he had only perfected Qi refining, his physique was extraordinary. There seemed to be a breath similar to that of the master. It turned out to be the master's apprentice. Qifeng has met Mr. Li. Since he was the master's apprentice, she naturally did not dare to neglect him. Sit down. Qifeng, you sit down too. Ling Yuan pointed to the seat next to him. Li Yin came to Ling Yuan first and sat down. Qifeng poured a cup of tea for himself and Li Yin, and then sat down. Master, you are finally back. Ling Yuan looked at him and said, well, it seems that you have practiced hard during my absence. You have already completed the Qi refining. Not bad. Kiki, you found it. Then Li Yin began to tell Ling Yuan about the recent events in the sect. From the trivialities of life to the Duxiantai and the outer sect competition, he talked about it in a hearty way. Hearing that the reward for the first place in the outer sect competition was the 1,000-year-old earth core milk, Ling Yuan couldn't help but show a strange look. Without saying a word, he directly made a large golden barrel, which was big enough for people to bathe in. Then he kept copying the 1,000-year-old earth core milk from his fingertips. Crash, the 1,000-year-old earth core milk kept pouring into the barrel like a waterfall. I have enough of this stuff to give you a bath. He curled his lips and smiled at Li Yin. This scene made Li Yin dumbfounded. The first time, the second time. Li Yin. At this moment, Li Yin felt like he was dreaming. With a head full of question marks. Snap, he slapped himself. Hiss, it hurts. Li Yin rubbed his face in pain. But it hurts. In other words, this is not a dream. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, making a trivial contribution to the warming of the climate in the world of cultivation. Wow, husband, so many 1,000-year-old earth core milk. Nangong Yin in the jade pendant was obviously also shocked, and couldn't help but send a voice message to Li Yin. Yes, master, where did you get so much earth core milk? He asked a question. Haha, the secret cannot be revealed. Ling Yuan smiled mysteriously. I'll give you this bucket. You can do whatever you want. Ultimate. Li Yin pointed at himself, a little bit unbelievable. The first prize of the sect competition is given by drops? Why is it given by buckets to the master? I was confident that I would fight for the few drops of the sect reward that I didn't expect that the master would give a bucket. And now we are all clowns that what's the point of fighting for loneliness? Why work hard? Just hold on to the master's thigh. Li Yin was stunned, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing that something was wrong with him, Ling Yuan reminded him. Disciple, don't think too much. These are all external things. Your own cultivation is the foundation. Boom. This sentence was like lightning in the dark night, pulling Li Yin back to reality. After coming back to his senses, he shook his head and laughed. Yes, cultivation is the foundation. It seems that my character still needs to be tempered. Thank you for your guidance, master. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Ling Yuan. Yes. Ling Yuan nodded, with a satisfied look on his face. By the way, master, there is one more thing. Do you think this is useful to you? Li Yin took out the blue-silver overlord secret and handed it to Ling Yuan that he has never forgotten that he should contribute his own strength to the master's return to the king. Therefore, if there is any good thing, he wants to show it to Ling Yuan to see if he can give him some insignificant help. Ling Yuan took the technique and looked through it with some curiosity. He found that this was actually a method of cultivating a domineering body. He looked at Li Yin, and then looked at the jade pendant on his chest. Then he closed the technique. He didn't expect that his cheap apprentice was actually quite sensible that in this case. He would give him a surprise at that time. He handed the technique back, with a mysterious smile on his face, and said, Disciple, this technique is nothing special. Come to the back mountain tonight, and I will show you what the real top technique is. When Li Yin heard the first half of the sentence, he thought that his technique could not help his master, and he suddenly felt a little disappointed. He was very surprised when he heard the second half. Really? Master, is it more powerful than the Emperor's scripture? Li Yin's eyes lit up and he looked at him expectantly. Haha, you will know when the time comes. After that, he took out some fire crystal sand for Li Yin and asked him to practice the sky fire armor. Then he sent him away. On the way back, Li Yin was excited and looked forward to the arrival of night. Husband, your master is getting more and more mysterious. Nangong Yin remembered that Ling Yuan had glanced at the jade pendant intentionally or unintentionally before. Not only could he detect her existence, but he also took out so many natural treasures that in her heart. She felt that Ling Yuan's figure was becoming more and more mysterious and tall. Of course not. After all, he is my master. Li Yan's face was full of pride when he talked about Ling Yuan. As the sun set, the afterglow gradually faded away, and the night quietly enveloped the entire earth like a huge black curtain. Stars began to twinkle, like bright pearls dotted in the darkness. With the arrival of night, the sounds of various insects gradually sounded. Under this night, a high-level meeting of the Sunset Sect was underway in an ancient and gorgeous hall. The high-level members of the Sunset Sect sat down one after another, a total of 9 seats, forming a large circle. Among them, there was a gorgeous seat like a king's throne, exquisite and extraordinary, which was the position of the sect master. There were 8 people present, the sect master, and 7 other elders. Seeing that everyone except Cheng Sheng had arrived, sect master Shenyang spoke first. Elders, with the death of the spy Cheng Sheng, the threat of the demon sect has become more and more serious for us. These days, many disciples and training teams of our sect have encountered the murderous hands of the demon sect. Do you have any countermeasures? Feel free to share. Word. After Shenyang finished speaking, there was silence in the hall for a while. Lu Ruyu. Since they are rounding up our disciples, we might as well use this to lure the enemy deeper. Oh, what is Elder Lu's advice? Shenyang raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. For example, the elders and inner disciples sneak into the training team of the outer disciples and kill them by surprise. Well, this plan is acceptable. Shenyang nodded, thinking it was pretty good. I think it's better to reduce the number of disciples going out and treat them coldly for a while. They can't keep staring at us. The person who said this was Nye Chun, the 5th elder of the sect. What are you talking about? If people find out about it, they will think that the Sunset Sect is afraid of him. When the 3rd elder Wu Wudi heard this, he was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. He glanced at Nye Chun angrily. As they talked, a quarrel began in the hall. Ling Yuan's residence, back mountain at El Ayin, came here with excitement and saw Ling Yuan's back from a distance. Master, Li Yin walked to the back and called out. Well, you're here. He waved a space barrier to cover the two of them. Be cautious every day and don't do 6 basic things. After a moment of silence, Ling Yuan stretched out a finger and pointed at the twinkling stars in the dark night. Apprentice, look. Today he had to pretend to be someone else with this pen. After all, he must first experience the power of this technique. Li Yin looked along his fingers with some confusion. A starry sky. Master, what's there? Before he finished speaking, Ling Yuan started to move his fingers, like drawing circles, and as his fingers circled, there were all the stars in the starry sky. Li Yin. Master, what is this? He was dumbfounded, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the starry sky in the distance. This moment. No words can describe the shock in his heart. This is the technique I'm going to teach you today. Great Jotian Star Technique. Hearing the name of the technique, Li Yin couldn't help but muttered, Great Jotian Star Technique. Among the jade pendants, Nangong Yin was also a little dumbfounded, scratching his head and head frantically. No, is this still the mortal world? How could there be such a person? How about apprentice? Do you want to learn? Ling Yuan stopped, turned to look at Li Yin, and smiled lightly to Li Yin, who was brought back to his senses by a shout, immediately clenched his fists excitedly. I want it. I want it so much. Well, you must not teach this technique to anyone else. Yes, master, Li Yin replied seriously. Just when the stars were turning, the Sunset Sect was already in a state of explosion. Countless disciples saw this magnificent scene one after another. Everyone is amazed. The more you look at the picture, the more you will see. Ling Yuan was not surprised to hear Li Yan's answer. He stretched out a finger and tapped Li Yan's forehead with the flickering light of his fingertips. Li Yan felt a mysterious formula pouring into his mind. Bang! The formula poured into the sea of consciousness, and Li Yan's mind suddenly appeared in an endless void. Then countless words began to flash and flew to the endless void. The next moment, the words disappeared, replaced by stars. That flickered with glimmers. The Great Jotian Star Formula. These big words suddenly appeared as if they were printed in his mind. The scene changed, and Li Yan's mind returned to reality, but the technique had been transmitted. Feeling the knowledge of the technique in his mind, Li Yan felt as if he had practiced the Great Jotian Star art for countless years, and was extremely familiar with it, and he naturally knew the terribleness of this technique. Strong. Too strong. Not only can it absorb the power of the stars to strengthen the body, but it can also use the power of the stars to fight the enemy. It is simply a panacea, especially the last one. Tens of trillions of cells in the body are as strong as stars. Although it was the first time he heard the term cell, he quickly understood that it was the component unit of the human body. If it really reached this level, how strong would the physical body be? I dare not think about it. He was afraid that he was too ambitious. After finally calming down his mood, Lian was a little eager to try. He began to practice the technique. Rub, rub, rub. The starlight in the sky seemed to be brighter as he practiced the technique. Lian was attracted by the power of stars. A layer of faint white light gradually appeared around him. This was the manifestation of the gathering of star power. The power of stars circulated in his body, and every time it passed through an acupuncture point, his body would throb. Thump, thump, thump. Lian began to dance his body like Ling Yuan before, and performed a set of moves smoothly. Afterwards, the starlight flowed. Again in the sky, the wonder appeared again. Hey, it's here again. Look at the sky. Wow, it's so beautiful. The people of Sunset Sect were shocked again. At the same time, the elders who had just finished the meeting also happened to discover the abnormality in the sky. They were all shocked. A strange phenomenon in the sky. What is this sign? Hey, it's really a troubled time. Wu Wudy stroked his long beard and said with some emotion. This scene was not only seen by the people of Sunset Sect, but also by many people nearby. I'll come too. Ling Yuan sat cross-legged and practiced. His body did not move. This spontaneous movement will only occur in people who practice for the first time, and now he can control the stars to stop rotating when practicing. On the other side, Lin Yi and his group just arrived at the gate of Qian Sect, but saw the stars rotating. Brother Lin, the strange phenomenon has appeared again. Xiao Wei reminded Lin Yi, who was thinking with his head down. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked up and found that it was true. They had encountered such a strange phenomenon when they were on the road before. Let's go. It has nothing to do with us. Oh. Chu Zhao's eyes were empty, and she walked like a zombie, as if nothing could attract her attention. Soon, they came to the mountain of their own lineage to report the experience of this training to their master Du Shuexian. Several people came to the door of the hall with trepidation and low mood, and Du Shuexian was already waiting for them inside. She was wearing a light yellow dress embroidered with 100 phoenixes, and her long white hair was tied up, looking extremely luxurious. Although her hair was pure white, she looked like she was in her 20s, and at the same time revealed a noble celestial temperament, and her cultivation was the peak of the golden core. With their heads lowered, several people entered the door. Under the influence of everyone's low mood, the atmosphere in the space became extremely depressing. Du Shuexian glanced at them one by one, and then frowned. Why are there two people missing? Where's Tianga? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads even more, not daring to look at the master. Whoa. At this time, Chu Jiao burst into tears, and he rushed to Du Shuexian, crying, Master. Junior brother Yi, he died. Whoa, what? Her pupils dilated, and she was surprised. What's going on? Tell me. She stared at Lin Yi, motioning him to tell the truth. Afterwards, Lin Yi told the whole story. After he finished speaking, he burst into tears and knelt down directly. Master, I didn't protect him well. I am willing to be punished. After saying that, the other disciples also knelt down. Master, don't blame senior brother Lin. It's all our fault. If it weren't for senior brother Yi protecting us, he wouldn't have. Du Shuexian didn't speak for a long time. She sighed. Alas, it's a pity. Such a talent died halfway. It's really jealous of talent. Her eyes were full of tears. I don't know if it was regret or really sad for Yi Tianga's death. Forget it. Everyone get up. This time it's dangerous. You go back and take care of yourself for a while. Zhao, stay. Everyone else go away. Yes, master. Everyone said in unison. When a few people went out, they still maintained a sad posture, as if they were really mourning for Yi Tianga. There is a saying that if you want to deceive others, you have to deceive yourself first. This is the self-cultivation of actor Lin Yi. It's almost there. At this time, Yi Tianga was still on the way to fly on the sword. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Jiao seemed to be tired of crying and fell asleep in Du Shuexian's arms without moving. Straight face, zzz, the tears soaked their clothes. And Du Shuexian felt a little uncomfortable with her wet chest, but she couldn't bear to wake Chu Jiao up at this time, so she had to give up. She watched Chu Jiao grow up, and in her heart she had already regarded her as her own daughter, and took good care of her. Now, seeing Chu Jiao so sad, she felt bad in her heart. Go to sleep. You won't be sad when you fall asleep. She gently patted Chu Jiao, unconsciously humming a lullaby. The next day, finally almost there, Yi Tianga saw the familiar terrain in town, and knew that she was not far from the Qian sect. She gritted her teeth, swallowed a pill to replenish spiritual power, and then increased her speed. He had been traveling day and night for several days, and only rested for a while when he couldn't stand it anymore. He took a pill to replenish himself, and then flew on the sword again. Hard work pays off, and he is finally about to reach the terminal. In the hall, Chu Jiao had slept on Du Shuexian all night. After waking up, she still didn't want to leave Du Shuexian's arms, as if only this could comfort her a little. After a while, Chu Jiao said, Master, give me a forgetfulness pill. I don't want to suffer so much anymore. Zhugaoer, have you thought about it? This way you will forget everything about him. At this time, Yi Tianga was already flying at high speed in the sect, still on his way. The more you eat. I've decided. I want to eat. Chu Jiao's beautiful eyes fixed, and she looked at Du Shuexian solemnly. Du Shuexian stared at her for a long time, and found that she was really serious, so she slowly took out a jade bottle. She turned the jade bottle upside down and poured it into her hand, and a green pill jumped into her jade hand. Is this the forget love pill? Chu Jiao asked subconsciously when she saw the pill. Yes, all the pain in the world can be solved by forgetting, and this forget love pill is used to solve the pain of love. Chu Jiao slowly reached out, picked up the pill, and put it to her mouth. However, she did not take it immediately, and the hand holding the pill stayed at her mouth for a long time. Her eyes were blank, as if she was still recalling something. Then, she closed her eyes, as if she had made up her mind, and opened her mouth slightly to put it in her mouth. Master, hearing this voice, Chu Jiao's closed eyes suddenly widened. This voice is... She couldn't believe her ears. She turned around and saw it. The moment she saw the figure of the person coming, her heart, which was like dead water, rippled again. Junior brother Yi. Chu Jiao's eyes were full of surprise, and she threw the pill casually and ran quickly towards Yi Tianga, who was rushing over. Tiana. Du Shuexian was obviously very shocked, and she hurriedly caught the pill that was about to fall. I thought he was dead after being taken away by the monster, but I didn't expect him to survive miraculously. It's incredible. Yi Tianga was a little stunned when he saw the crying senior sister who came over. He originally came to the master to complain directly. Unexpectedly, the senior sister happened to be here. Chu Jiao threw herself into Yi Tianga's arms. Her cry was filled with joy. She choked and said, You are back. Looking at the appearance of his senior sister, he felt complicated, and a purple figure appeared in his mind. Then, his eyes changed, as if he had made some kind of decision, and his hands, which were originally placed on both sides, also embraced Chu Jiao's waist. I'm back. Feeling the strong hands behind her, Chu Jiao was stunned at first, and then she laughed happily. Du Shuexian looked at the two people hugging each other, and also smiled like an ant. After Chu Jiao calmed down, Yi Tianga patted her and said awkwardly, Senior sister, I still have something to report to master. Oh, okay. At this time, Du Shuexian came over and smiled. Tiana, I'm glad you came back safely. What do you want to report to me? He stepped forward and bowed respectfully to master, and then told his own experience. After understanding the truth, Du Shuexian's momentum changed, and his eyes were angry. Okay, I didn't expect that Du Shuexian, who was so wise in my life, would teach such a traitor, and the group of outer disciples under her name. I didn't expect them to be some boors. I didn't expect Lin Yi to do such a thing. It's so hateful. I was wondering why I was so sleepy that day. Chu Jiao said viciously. At this time, she didn't even add the suffix of senior brother. No, senior brother Lin. Xiao Wei rushed into Lin Ye's room without even knocking. Lin Yi frowned, a little unhappy. What's the matter? How can it be so embarrassing? Yi Tianga is back. Hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly widened. How is it possible? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Then, Lin Ye's face was incredible. He couldn't believe that he could survive even in this situation. Could it be that he was rescued by the great Luo mortal? Senior brother, what should we do now? For a moment, Lin Ye's mind was in a trance, but soon he got up and started to fiddle around in the room. Seeing this, Xiao Wei was a little confused and asked, Brother, what are you doing? Is there any need to ask? Of course I'm packing up and running away. But Yi Tianga has no evidence to prove that we did that. Hee. Do you think Chu Jiao and that old guy believe him or us? Besides, the Jin and Master has many ways to make you tell the truth. I can't stay in this broken sect for a day. Oh, then run away together. Here, Du Shuexiwen caught a disciple who committed the crime at the time. Under the pressure of the Jin and Master, the disciple was scared and confessed honestly. I didn't want to do it either. It was senior brother Lin Yi who forced me to do it. Humph. Pa. Seeing that the facts were indeed the case, Du Shuexiwen soon was immediately furious and slapped him several meters away, falling to the ground and not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Tiana, don't worry, I will give you an explanation. As he said, he took Chu Jiao and Yu Tiange to fly to Lin Ye's residence. Unfortunately, they were late after all. When they arrived, the room was already empty, nothing was left, and it was obvious that he had run away. Humph. He ran quite fast, she said with some resentment. If she had known, she would have grabbed it first. Just when Du Shuexiwen was discouraged, a hair next to the stool caught her attention. She showed a beautiful smile and picked up the hair. It seems that you can't escape from my 5 palms. Then, she took out a compass from the space ring and used the hair breath as a guide to perform tracking. The sword finger passed, the hair was destroyed, and only the pure breath was integrated into the compass. The next moment, the compass needle began to spin wildly and finally stopped at a certain place. Northwest direction. Let's chase. Wait. Just as Du Shuexiwen was about to take off with the two of them, Yi Tiange interrupted. Master, can you lend me the compass? I want to solve this matter myself. He looked at Du Shuexiwen with firm eyes and solemnly. Du Shuexiwen was a little surprised. She looked at him for a while and wanted to refuse. Then she noticed that Yi Tiange was already in the middle stage of foundation building. After weighing it, she finally agreed to him. Okay, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve again. I think Lin Yu will not be your opponent. But don't be careless, be careful. As he said, he took out a top-grade spiritual weapon from the space ring and handed it to him. The spiritual weapon is a jade pendant, which does not look like a killing weapon. Then, Du Shuexiwen introduced. This jade pendant is one of the twin jade pendants. It is a top-grade defensive spiritual weapon that can even withstand a blow from the Jin in stage. She paused and said, as for the other one, it is in Zhao's hands. The meaning is self-evident. Chu Jiao lowered her head shyly. Yi Tiange took it without hesitation. He has made up his mind to accept the feelings of his senior sister. As for his other favorite woman, that is his childhood sweetheart in his hometown. After several years of separation, he doesn't know how she is doing, but he wants both. At most, he will be tired when the time comes. Looking at the shy senior sister, he smiled unrestrainedly. Then I will go. The two of them were in a state of panic. Yi Tiange had not returned to the sect for long, and he was on the road to hunt down Lin Yi again. Du Shuexiwen began to deal with those accomplices who helped Lin Yi. Her methods were swift and ruthless, which frightened everyone. All the disciples involved in this matter were abolished and expelled from the sect, which was extremely miserable. Brother Lin, where should we run to? Why don't we go to my family? They will definitely not find us, and my ancestor is also a Jindan stage cultivator, who can protect us a little. Oh, Lin Yi looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid had such a background. He thought for a while, and indeed, he had nowhere to go, so why not just do it? Okay, you show the way. That night, the two who had been traveling all day found a cave to rest for a while. We have run so far, they will definitely not be able to find us. Unlike the silent Lin Yi at this time, Xiao Wei was very optimistic. Anyway, at most he would go back to his family. He had never revealed his family in the sect. He would still be comfortable when he went back. At most he would be scolded. Lin Yi was not so lucky. He was just a beggar picked up by Du Shuexiwen when he was a child, and he had no background. It was also the inhuman experience when he was a child that caused the darkness in his heart now. Damn it, Yi Tiange, why can't you die peacefully? Lin Yi suddenly shouted loudly in silence. His face showed a ferocious look, which looked particularly terrifying. Xiao Wei, who was imagining a happy life after returning home, was shocked, but he didn't dare to say anything to At this time. The downtrodden Lin Yi's hatred for Yi Tiange reached its peak. He even thought that as long as he could kill Yi Tiange, he would not hesitate even if it cost him his life. At this time, Xiao Wei seemed to have discovered something suddenly, and said to Lin Yi, excitedly, brother look, something is flashing inside. Huh. Lin Yi came back to his senses and looked in the direction he pointed, and found that there was indeed a faint purple light flashing deep in the cave. Let's go. Let's take a look. The two came to the source of the purple light and found a strange purple circle on the ground, like a small purple pond. The purple strange circle was somewhat transparent, and it seemed that you could see what was inside the circle. What is this? It's so strange. Xiao Wei was puzzled. He had never seen such a thing. Lin Yi picked up a small stone from the side and threw it over. The stone fell straight into the strange circle. The two used their spiritual sense to check and found that the stone disappeared for no reason inside. At the same time, a desolate land, full of rocks and lava, in addition to endless strange monsters. The monsters were strong and weak, and the strongest one had reached the nascent soul level. And there was actually a man in this desolate land. He easily killed a monster at the initial stage of the golden core and dug out a purple crystal core from its head. Then he casually discarded the body. Suddenly, a small stone hit him on the head. What is that? He looked up at the sky with some doubt. The next moment, a purple circle came into view, and his heart was suddenly filled with surprise. Space channel, finally appeared again. He hurriedly stood up and jumped, flying straight towards the purple circle at a high speed. Outside the space channel, Lin Yi and Xiao Wei were a little at a loss for this strange circle. Xiao Wei took out a long stick and poked it into it. Bang! A huge force suddenly came from the bottom of the stick, and Xiao Wei's hand was unstable, and the stick was pushed out by this force. Then a voice cursed. Ah, who the hell put the stick? A sturdy man with his upper body naked suddenly jumped out of the purple circle. His long hair was casually draped behind his shoulders, and his knife-like resolute face was handsome. After cursing, he roared on the spot. Ah, I'm finally out. As if releasing pressure, his breath burst out without any concealment. Golden core peak. The storm caused by the pressure made the two of them have to put their hands in front of them to resist it with difficulty. Xiao Wei, who was weaker, had been blown away several meters by the pressure and fell to the ground. Feeling this pressure, Lin Yi was surprised and said, what a strong pressure, at least golden core realm. The mysterious man vented his breath and took it back, so that the two of them could breathe. Haha, it's you, it must be the stone you threw. He stared at the two of them with a fixed look in his eyes. We didn't know you were here. We just thought the circle was weird, so we tried it. Please don't blame me. Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, fearing that the man would suddenly start a killing spree. It seems that he is not a good-tempered person. While saying this, he glanced at the purple circle again and found that it had disappeared, but he couldn't care less. Saving his life was the most important thing at the moment. Ha! The sturdy man suddenly laughed. Who said I blame you? I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your stone, I would still be in that damn place. To show my gratitude, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Tell me. Lin Yi and Xiao Wei looked at each other, and they all felt that the reversal came too quickly, but this also made them feel relieved, and it could actually satisfy one of their wishes. Lin Yi almost subconsciously thought of Yi Tiange. He gritted his teeth and said to the man in front of him, Junior does have an unwelcome request. I hope the senior will fulfill it. Speak. Please help me kill my enemy. Although Lin Yi himself is in the middle stage of foundation building, Yi Tiange has always suppressed him with his physique and high-level skills. Therefore, it is difficult for him to kill Yi Tiange himself. Otherwise, he would not have drugged him that night. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the cave. Lin Yi, you made me look for you for a long time. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Ye's eyes burst into surprise. Haha, Yi Tiange, you really don't take the road to heaven, but you go to hell without a door. He immediately said respectfully to the mysterious man, it's this person outside the door. Please destroy his cultivation and hand him over to me. Xiao Wei was also very excited at this time. Originally, the two were defeated and lost dogs, but suddenly they turned around and not only helped the great man by accident, but also got a favor from him. It just so happened that their enemy appeared in front of them again. The surprise came too fast, making Xiao Wei a little unbelievable. This series of experiences seemed like a dream that he couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard. But the clear pain told him that this was not a dream. The mysterious man heard the words and swept his consciousness, and found Yi Tiange outside. He suddenly froze on his face, and then showed a weird smile. The mysterious man smiled at Lin Yi. Okay, I'll help you right away. The mysterious man smiled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt that there was something wrong with his smile, but he couldn't tell what was going on. However, the next moment, a sharp pain came from the dantian area. The mysterious man's hand was already on Lin Yi's dantian. Lin Yi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at the mysterious man in confusion. You ruined my cultivation. Why? The mysterious man showed a mocking smile and looked at him jokingly. Because my name is Yu Wuji, do you understand? Lin Yi was startled. My surname is Yi. Could it be? Haha, that's right. The kid outside is my brother. Haha. Hearing his answer, Lin Yi was completely desperate. He lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, quietly waiting for death. Brother Lin. Xiao Wei was stunned by the sudden reversal and was a little at a loss. He felt like he was dreaming again. No. This plot twist in reality is even more outrageous than a dream. With a snap, he slapped himself. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh, I almost forgot. There's another one. Hiki. He bared his big white teeth at Xiao Wei. Seeing this, Xiao Wei's legs trembled, and he knelt down in fear. Senior, it's none of my business. At most, I beat Yutianga up. I know I was wrong, otherwise I'll let him beat me back. Xiao Wei knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. At this time, Yutianga had also come to this place in the cave. Why Yutianga? What's going on? As soon as he came in, he saw Xiao Wei kowtow to a sturdy figure and beg for mercy, and then Lin Yi lay on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Seeing that Yutianga had arrived, Yuji turned around immediately, his eyes revealing nostalgia. Looking at the appearance of the person who turned around, Yutianga was stunned at first, and then shouted in surprise, "Brother! Hey, brother, long time no see." Hearing this brother, he seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. Although Yutianga has changed a lot compared to his childhood, he still recognized him at a glance. After a long separation, the two brothers couldn't help hugging each other. Brother, where have you been all these years? They all said you were dead. I'm sorry. Are my parents and sister okay? Good. Everything is fine, but I always miss you. After the two reminisced about the past, Yuji continued, "Brother, these two people are your enemies. I'll leave it to you to deal with." He pointed his thumb back. Okay. Yutianga looked at the two of them, anger rising in his eyes. He took out his spiritual sword and walked towards Xiao Wei first. Brother Yi, it's all Lin Yi's fault. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yutianga holding the sword and making a sword flower. The sword light flashed. Xiao Wei cried out in pain, and the tendons of his limbs had all been cut off. Damn it. Don't even think about having an easy time. He looked at Yutianga viciously, his eyes full of resentment. The next second, the spiritual power in his body gathered crazily in his dantian, and he was ready to self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Just for show. As he said that, Yutianga stabbed Xiao Wei's dantian with a sword. The spiritual power he had accumulated with great difficulty dissipated instantly. After failing to self-destruct, he began to curse and curse again. Yutianga kicked him hard in the lower body. Xiao Wei rolled on the ground in pain, unable to utter a word. Blood soaked his pants and leaked out. Hey, what's wrong? You can't stand it? You guys beat me up together. Yutianga looked at him with a mocking look on his face. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted in pain. Coming to the prone Lin Yi again, Yutianga kicked him over with a strong kick. His eyes were empty, as if his soul was gone. Kicked him hard in the lower body again. Lin Yi then covered his hands in pain and rolled left and right. Just like Xiao Wei, Yutianga also crippled his limbs. Then one foot stomped like a pile driver. Lin Yi cried out in pain, his face sweating. You should also have a taste of what I experienced back then. Finally, he was tired of kicking and stopped. I understand. He raised his sword again, ready to end his life. Do you regret it? Yutianga said indifferently. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. With a swing of the sword, Lin Yi's body was torn apart instantly. Lin Yi, die. Then he walked to Xiao Wei and slashed his neck horizontally. Dang, a faint light shield suddenly appeared on Xiao Wei's body, blocking his attack. Yutianga frowned, feeling a sense of crisis coming, and immediately jumped back. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from the jade pendant on Xiao Wei's chest, aiming directly at Yutianga. Not good. Yutianga was shocked, because he couldn't avoid this attack. At the critical moment, Yuji appeared in front of him in an instant. He blocked the attack with one hand. An attack from the early stage of the golden elixir? Interesting. Then, he raised his hand and sucked. The light shield shattered, and took the jade pendant on Xiao Wei's chest into his palm and crushed it casually. But it's a close call. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, I would have capsized this time. Yutianga secretly rejoiced. Then he successfully killed Xiao Wei. After everything was settled, Yutianga took the storage rings of the two and made a fortune. Brother, come home with me. I haven't been back for a long time. Okay. By the way, which sect are you in now? Qian sect? Brother, you were originally in the Lori sect. Are you going back? Yuji shook his head. With my current cultivation, there is no need for this. After that, I plan to travel around to find ways and opportunities to break through the nascent soul. He had reached a bottleneck in that ghost place a few years ago. It must be said that the crystal cores of those monsters are really good resources for cultivation. Speaking of this, Yuji took out a storage bag, which contained dozens of crystal cores of foundation building monsters. He handed it to Yutianga. Brother, this is a good thing for cultivation, which can greatly speed up your cultivation. Your brother relied on this thing to cultivate from the foundation building stage to the peak of the golden elixir in a few years. There is such a thing. Yutianga became interested, took the storage bag, and curiously took out a piece to play with in his hand. The crystal core is purple all over, like a small crystal. Just holding it in your hand, you can feel the majestic energy contained in it. Thank you, brother. Smiley face. Hey, what are you saying thank you to me? Let's go home together. I'm really looking forward to their surprised expressions when we go home. Yuji smiled heartily, and he was unconsciously happy when he thought of going home. Okay, I'll go back to the sect first, and then we'll go home immediately. Yutianga nodded, and he was also very happy, thinking that the family can be reunited again. A sense of happiness arises spontaneously. After Ling Yuan taught Li Yin the Great Shotian Star Art, he also fused a 5-star Great Shotian Star Art. After taking a look, well, the 5-star version is indeed much more sophisticated, and the practice speed is faster. And the absorbed star power is also greater. He took out the blue-silver Overlord art and upgraded it to 5 stars. Since he got it, he would practice this Overlord body as well. Of course, all this was done in secret, and some things could not be known to others. Chi Feng was sent to the trial ground by him, but he had another thing to do next. How can I not use the understanding of the laws of time, space, and the 5 elements to create a world? I remember that when he was a child, he often imagined that he could create his own world and become the creator of that world. He also remembered that there was a theater version of Doraemon called Nobita's Creation Diary, in which Doraemon took out a set of creation combinations. The creation combination can easily create a world. And this is just a teaching tool for children in the future world to observe the birth of the universe. It must be said that that world is also extremely terrifying. Playing with the laws in the palm of your hand, Ling Yuan took out the ring that was embedded in the space of the trial land before. With a thought, the figure disappeared instantly, and his ring disappeared at the same time. This time, Ling Yuan had entered the space inside the ring. Ignoring Chi Feng, who was meditating and practicing on the side, Ling Yuan did his own thing. Big. He used the laws of time and space to expand the space infinitely. He operated like this for half an hour, and he didn't know how big the space had expanded to. Then he stepped out and came to the outside of the trial space. He then used the 5 elements law: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 laws surged in the space: soil, life, minerals, life. Mix the soil and various minerals and knead them into a large ball, about the size of the earth. Then a large amount of water was produced, forming lakes, rivers, and a sea. The law of life and wood was used, and various trees and plants came into being out of thin air. Unfortunately, animals could not be created with the current law of life. Ling Yuan guessed that it might be necessary to reach the level of the great Tao to create intelligent life out of thin air. Well, we still need the sun and the moon. The moon is easy to need, but the sun is not easy to deal with. Forget it. Go and copy one. The figure returned to the house, and before he had stayed for a second, he appeared at the zenith of the continent again. Looking from the bottom up, it was a whole flat continent, not a sphere. The sun and the moon hang above the continent, and the whole world is wrapped by 2 invisible space membranes. One wraps the sun and the continent, and the other wraps the continent alone. Outside the membrane is endless void. The sun and the moon here are extremely huge, far surpassing the sun and the moon in the modern solar system. Of course, the entire continent is also very, very large. The Hawaiian dynasty alone is comparable to the total area of the earth. Looking at the huge sun beside him, Ling Yuan slowly reached out and touched it. For him who has perfected the law of fire, this temperature is not enough. After touching the sun, he came to the moon and touched the moon. After touching it, he left, returned to the house, and ran into the ring again. But the sun and the moon are too big, not suitable. In this case, a space membrane is put on, which contains an extremely long space distance to reduce the impact of solar radiation and temperature on the planet. Let's do it this way. Let's do this first. Ling Yuan waved his hand and created a space film to wrap the entire planet. Then he copied the sun and the moon and placed them in the sky. With the sun's illumination, the entire space was no longer dark. He waved his hand again, and a large area of spiritual energy filled the planet. From now on, this world will be called Lingxia. Well, the ring is called the World Ring. Now the whole world is his training place. Who would still practice in that broken house with this? Next, Ling Yuan placed the trial site on the planet, and then found a beautiful place to build a big villa. As for the furniture, he could only buy it when the time came. At present, he could use wood or marble to make some decorations and simple chairs. Ling Yuan came to the large wooden balcony, and there was a waterfall not far away. Listening to the waterfall, the sound of the water flowing into the lake, looking at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, makes people feel relaxed and happy. Taking advantage of the beautiful environment, he meditated on the spot and took out a large amount of 1,000-year-old earth core milk, like drinking a beverage, one bottle after another. 1,000-year-old earth core milk. Let me see your limit. The energy of the earth core milk began to wash continuously as soon as it entered the dantian. Every impact made his dantian capacity larger. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. The effect of this earth core milk is really mysterious. Ling Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the capacity of his dantian was 5 times the original. However, it seems that he has developed drug resistance, and drinking it again will not have any effect. It seems that 5 times is the limit of the earth core milk. That's all. If other practitioners heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. This is a full 5 times. Not to mention that they don't have so much earth core milk to take. It is estimated that no one else can measure the limit of the earth's core milk except Ling Yuan. Next, practice the blue silver overlord art. After taking a look, some auxiliary materials are needed for the practice at the beginning. None of them are rare. Most of them he has. As for the others, go to the Sector Exchange. It just so happens that he has to submit a previously completed task. It seems that he still has 1,400 contribution points, and the reward for this task is 900 points. Soon, after many days, Ling Yuan came to the mission hall again. He walked to the long table of the mission hall and saw an old man holding a few books, as if checking something. Deacon Lin, see you again. Ling Yuan smiled. Hearing someone looking for him, the old man subconsciously looked up, and when he saw Ling Yuan's handsome face, he remembered who this young man was. Oh, you are the young man who came to hand in the magic weapon a few days ago. Although there are countless disciples coming and going in the mission hall every day, most of the cultivators have very good memory, not to mention that Ling is so recognizable. Therefore, although they had only met once, they remembered it immediately when they met again. Yes, it seems that Deacon Lin still remembers me. Here, I'm here to submit the task. As soon as the voice fell, a huge snake had appeared. Wow, the disciples coming and going were immediately attracted. They gathered around to watch and join in the fun. Oh, this is the task of Shurhu. Good, young, and promising indeed. Take out the disciple token. Hearing this, the disciples who had seen the task also began to discuss. Wow, I heard that the monster in the task is the 9th level of chi refining. The old man was very happy. I have seen this brother before. He is the handsome brother who took the Shurhu mission before. Yes. I still remember his elegant footwork. To be honest, he's really handsome. Ling Yuan took out the disciple token and handed it to him. After taking it, Deacon Lin said, snake eyes and snake skin can be recycled. Do you want to use them yourself? Ling Yuan shook his head, indicating that the things were too rubbish. Recycle it. Yeah, okay. A total of 1,200 points. Deacon Lin fiddled with it for a while, and the contribution points on Ling Yuan's token increased by 1,200. Thank you. Deacon Lin nodded, and then went back to his own business. After receiving the token, Ling Yuan performed his footwork again and left gracefully amid the exclamations of all the disciples. Today, he is pretending a little bit again. Qianchao Pavilion. This is it. Walking into Qianchao Pavilion, Ling Yuan found the manager and asked, hello, I want to exchange for fiery Ganoderma, silvergrass, and immortal root. Do you have any more? The manager was a middle-aged woman, who immediately became enthusiastic when she saw Ling Yuan. Yes, I'll take you there. You look like a stranger. It should be your first time here, right? The middle-aged woman looked at Ling Yuan carefully, with a look of love in her eyes. At the same time, she felt sorry in her heart. It was a pity that her cultivation had been difficult to improve, and she was gradually getting old and losing her beauty. Ling Yuan had long been immune to this, with a calm face, not showing off. The middle-aged woman walked in front of Ling Yuan and motioned him to follow. It's indeed my first time here. Ling Yuan said as he walked behind her. The two came to the second floor and saw square grids everywhere. There is a spiritual herb in each square. At the same time, the spiritual herb is wrapped in a translucent bubble. Then the middle-aged woman pointed at the squares and introduced to Ling Yuan. Here, it is generally a self-service mode. Do you see the groove under the grid? If you like something, print the token on the groove and deduct the corresponding contribution points, and the seal will open. Wow, Ling Yuan was so high-tech in his heart. Unmanned self-service vending mode. Each item has a corresponding number on the square. There is an item number table posted on the wall at the door. You can find it yourself. Okay, thank you. Well, then I'll go down first. Just call me if you have anything. After that, the middle-aged woman returned to the first floor. Ling Yuan quickly found the corresponding materials. It was not expensive. It only cost 400 contribution points in total. The token balance was 200. In this way, Ling Yuan, who had purchased all the materials, returned to his residence and flashed into the Lingxia, arriving at the bathroom in the villa. The next thing was to deal with these materials. Ling Yuan took out the basic principles of alchemy to study quickly. Of course, he didn't really want to make an elixir, but to see how to extract the medicinal power of spiritual herbs. Ling Yuan, who had an extraordinary understanding, mastered the principles of alchemy in no time. He took out all the materials and threw them into the air, and various spiritual herbs were fixed in the air. It seemed that it was not enough, so he copied each material 10 times. The flame ignited, wrapping the spiritual herbs, and Ling Yuan immersed them with spiritual power. As long as the fire is well controlled and the temperature is high, there is no need for an alchemy furnace. This is alchemy out of thin air. Soon, all the materials gradually melted, and the effective parts turned into a pool of liquid and merged together, while the ineffective parts turned into slag and were picked aside by Ling Yuan. The fused liquid showed a silver blue color. Putting this large ball of silver blue liquid into a large wooden bathtub, Ling Yuan took off his clothes and walked into it. After sitting cross-legged in the bathtub, the medicinal power was gradually absorbed by his body. After a while, Ling Yuan hurriedly practiced the blue-silver tyrant art and used the medicinal power in it to practice. After an hour, the original silver blue liquid in the tank had faded. Instead, a faint silver blue light continued to shine on the surface of Ling Yuan's body. His physical strength was improved again. However, this improvement was negligible compared to his original strength. After practicing, Ling Yuan opened his eyes and murmured, I have to soak 11 times to achieve a small success in the tyrant body. This is the effect of the 5-star blue-silver tyrant art. If it is the original version, it takes 7749 times to achieve a small success. Of course, while taking a medicinal bath, you also have to practice its art. Unlike his pure young holy body, once the pure young holy body is cultivated, it is cultivated. The pure young holy body improves his physical quality, potential, talent, recovery, and strength in all aspects. The blue-silver tyrant body is pure strength. It's all about being domineering. After walking out of the bathtub, Ling Yuan mobilized the blood and qi in his body, and the surface of his body emitted a high temperature, which evaporated all the water stains on his body. Waves of steam floated out of his body. After his body was clean, he put on his clothes. Now that his body is getting stronger and stronger, he has to find an opportunity to try the reckless fighting method, punching the flesh. The enemy is always killed in seconds, and he feels a little bored. Next, let's improve our cultivation and work hard to form a pill. But I just finished practicing, so I'll take a break first. Qi Feng, come and give me a massage. Sister, you're out of retreat. Li Qi once said in surprise, her mouth unconsciously raised, and the joy between her eyebrows could not be concealed. Yes, successfully broke through to the peak of foundation building. Lan Yudi nodded, and then touched Li Qingwan's head. Kiki. Li Qiwan did not dodge, squinting her eyes and enjoying it like a kitten. I remember that this year's outer sect competition is about to start, right? Yeah, there are still 3 days. By the way, how are the disciples we sent in? Li Qingwan's big eyes rolled, and she instantly understood her senior sister's thoughts. You mean Ling Yuan? He's very good, but I can't see him all the time. She suddenly said this, which made Lan Yuti stunned for a moment. After reacting, she slapped Li Qingwan's head in shame and anger, and said, where are the others? Kiki. Wang Ting became the sect master's disciple, and Wang Yan's cultivation has improved rapidly. I don't know much about the others. Hearing this, Lan Yuti was silent for a while and then said, I'll go find master first. After speaking, she pushed Li Qingwan away and walked up the mountain on her own. Hey, wait for me, senior sister. I'll go with you too. Li Qiwan staggered after being pushed away, then stood firm and hurried to catch up. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last saw Ling Yuan. I'll take senior sister with me later. Kiki. She jumped all the way, happy as if she had picked up a fortune. After a while, the two of them came to a wooden courtyard along the mountain path. There were some bamboo forests planted on both sides of the courtyard. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves rustled, and the wind chimes at the door began to jingle and make crisp sounds. The overall environment is very good. If modern people saw it, they would definitely say that this is a good place for seclusion. The two of them walked to the gate of the courtyard, and Lan Yuti gently knocked on the copper ring on the double wooden door. Come in. A lazy female voice came out. Listening to this voice, it seemed as if the owner of the voice had not woken up yet. Kiki. Master must be sleeping again. Li Qiwan covered her mouth and laughed quietly. Lan Yuti glared at her unhappily, thinking that she was talking nonsense. The double wooden door opened without anyone, and the two walked in. The first thing that caught their eyes was the road paved with countless different kinds of pebbles on the ground. The sliding door in the courtyard was wide open, with bamboo carvings printed on it. It can be seen that the owner of this courtyard loves bamboo very much. In the room behind the sliding door, a delicate back figure sat on a futon, with her long hair tied up with a simple blackwood hairpin, revealing her fair neck. Hello, master. The two bowed respectfully to the back figure. Yes. Bai Yuling responded, and then her sitting body turned 180 degrees out of thin air, facing Lan Yuti and the others. She had a delicate face, curved eyebrows, a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water, but also revealed a hint of laziness. A straight nose, red lips without makeup, and a faint mole at the corner of her mouth, which was like the finishing touch, but only a trace of saliva marks at the corner of her mouth broke all the beauty. What are you doing here? Bai Yuling's voice changed from the previous laziness to a clear and pleasant voice, like the sound of nature. Reporting to master, the disciple has broken through to the peak of foundation building. Lan Yuti said respectfully, oh. Bai Yuling raised her eyebrows, felt her breath, and found that it was true. She nodded slightly and praised, not bad. Yuti, your talent is indeed the best in our Shueyu peak. I believe it won't be long before you can form a pill. It's all because of master's good teaching. Ha ha ha, of course there's this reason. Bai Yuling couldn't help but feel secretly happy when she heard it, and laughed loudly. After laughing for a while, she suddenly reacted and realized that something was wrong. She quickly recovered her composure and her face became serious again, forming a sharp contrast with the water stains at the corners of her mouth. Li Qiwan saw the trace of saliva at the corner of her master's mouth, and she had a strong desire to help wipe it off. But she was afraid that her master would be embarrassed. Their master has been trying hard to maintain a majestic appearance. Li Qiwan was indeed deceived by Bai Yuling's majestic appearance on the first day she came. The next day, he said he had accepted another apprentice and wanted to celebrate by taking them out for dinner and drinks. The senior sister tried to dissuade him, but it was useless. At first, she didn't know why the senior sister wanted to stop her. It was just a meal. Later, she understood, because Bai Yuling got drunk in the restaurant and then went crazy. The restaurant was instantly messed up. Almost all the customers were scared away, and the two of them were embarrassed to look at the boss. And the master didn't remember anything afterwards. Later, she understood that this master didn't seem to be very reliable. This was indeed the case. After she entered the sect, Bai Yuling threw a book of exercises and some resources to her. Then she said, if you don't understand, ask the senior sister more often. I have more time for retreat. At first, she was naive and thought that the master was really retreating, but then she found that she was either drinking or sleeping. Delta. The only thing to be thankful for is that this master seems to be very rich. She will give you resources if you want them. She's also easygoing. Although she is a bit silly from time to time, it feels quite interesting. I heard that there were many disciples in Shueyu Peak before, but they all ran away later. Now there are only 3. She and the eldest sister Lan Yuti. There is also a second sister who has never met. According to the master and the eldest sister, the second sister has been training outside. Ahem. Bai Yuling coughed twice and said seriously, Yuti, tomorrow is your birthday. Why don't we have a meal together to celebrate? The two were embarrassed. The scene was silent for a while, and Li Qiwan said, of course, we can, but we can eat at Shueyu Peak. It happens that I can cook. I will cook for my sister myself. Hearing this, Bai Yuling immediately replied, okay, it's settled. Master, can you call someone? It's a new friend of my sister and I. After a pause, Li Qiwan said another sentence. Of course, no problem. It's a birthday. The more people, the better. She patted her chest and agreed readily. She just likes drinking in a crowded place is more fun. What's the fun of drinking alone? Hearing Li Qingwan's words, Lan Yuti was confused, but she immediately remembered a face and said to Li Qiwan uncertainly, do you want to call him? Li Qiwan naturally knew who the sister was talking about. Kiki. Of course it's him. But master said the more people the better, so I'll call a few more, including Wang Yin and the others. What? Something's wrong. Bai Yuling listened to their conversation and felt that something was wrong, which immediately aroused her gossiping heart, and she didn't care about majesty or not. Hey, nothing, master. We're leaving first. Seeing Bai Yuling start to ask questions, Lan Yuti interrupted quickly. She glared at Li Qiwan and then pulled her away quickly. TSK. It's boring. Seeing that the two had left, she was even more lazy to pretend, and just lay on the futon in a big letter. Then she took out a yellow book, and the cover read, The Tyrannical Immortal Emperor Falls in Love with Me. She turned the page with the corner folded, and laughed foolishly while reading. Kiki. The author of this book is really a talent. This is so good. If she met the author of this book, she would definitely give him 1,000 spirit stones without saying anything. Senior sister. Let's go call junior brother Ling first. Okay, soon. 2 beautiful figures landed in front of Ling Yuan's shabby house from the sky, like fairies descending to the earth. At this time, Ling Yuan had just finished practicing and returned to the shabby house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 2 women falling from the sky. Seeing this, he immediately teased, what wine blew the 2 fairies to me? Long time no see, 2 senior sisters. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you for several times. Li Qiwan rolled her eyes at him resentfully. Lan Yuti said softly, long time no see. How are you these days? As soon as she saw Ling Yuan, the familiar feeling came over her, making her a little flustered, not knowing what to say. Very good. How could it be bad? I just went out for a round and came back. I also gained a lot. I also got a Yuaniing maid who can serve tea, pour water, and massage. It's great. It's like this. Tomorrow is senior sister Lan's birthday. How about it? Do you have time to celebrate at our Shuelu Peak? Oh, cultivators also celebrate birthdays. Ling Yuan was a little confused. After a long time, the two of them finally got married. By the way, do immortal cultivators also celebrate birthdays? Ling Yuan asked. It seems that in the immortal cultivation novels Ling Yuan has read, he has never seen an immortal cultivator who celebrates his birthday. Every day, they are either cultivating or killing people to rob treasures. Just celebrate it if you can. Who wasn't immortal before cultivating immortals? If you reach a higher level in the future, you may stay in seclusion for several years. Li Qiwan rolled her eyes at him. That's true. No problem. I will definitely arrive tomorrow. Ling Yuan understood. Okay, come early tomorrow. Let's go and call the others. See you tomorrow. Li Qiwan said goodbye and pulled Lan Yuti away. Lan Yuti looked back at Ling Yuan and said, see you tomorrow. Watching them turn around and leave, Ling Yuan was about to turn back to the house, but when he heard Lan Yuti say this, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, see you tomorrow, senior sister Lan. Soon the two notified Qin Yan's group of disciples one by one. Ling Yuan was a little distressed, not knowing what gift to give. Just give a top-grade spiritual weapon. This thing is of no use to him now. He can only play with fireworks in the future. However, after flipping through it, there are only a few pieces that were copied and fused before. It would be embarrassing to bump into swords if too many were given away. After thinking for a while, he decided to make one himself. After all, making it by hand seems more sincere. It just so happened that he had found a book about refining weapons in Tianfeng City before. Taking out the book, Guide to Refining Magical Weapons, Ling Yuan began to study and read it. But as he read, he turned the pages faster and faster until he turned to the last page. Ling Yuan's face darkened, and he complained. It really only teaches how to refine magic tools, and doesn't mention spiritual tools at all. However, fortunately, the principles of refining tools are recorded in great detail. Later, he just needs to analyze his spiritual tools and then reverse the process. With his understanding, it would be easy for him to deduce a method for refining spiritual tools, right? After mastering the basic principles of refining tools, Ling Yuan took out several top-grade spiritual tools and carefully comprehended them. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and the cold current iron appeared. Then he fused the cold current iron with silver to make it more beautiful. Then he pinched it into a bracelet, engraved some carvings on the ring, and then engraved 2 small butterflies. After all, it is called a feather butterfly. In this way, an embryo is formed. Finally, the array composed of the weapon pattern is inserted into it, which is similar to the functional module in programming, and the weapon pattern is the programming language of the weapon. Depending on the degree of mastery of the weapon pattern by the weapon refiner, he can add functions that match the embryo material. Therefore, not all functions can be added randomly. If your material is not good, it will not be able to bear it at all. If you are not careful, the whole embryo will be scrapped. The material of the embryo and the construction of the weapon pattern will directly affect the final quality and power of the finished product. According to Ling Yuan's prediction, his material can only be refined into the level of a medium-grade spiritual weapon at most. However, this is a piece of cake for Ling Yuan. Wouldn't it be a top-grade product if he copied and fused it directly? The bracelet-shaped embryo was suspended in the air, and with the changes of Ling Yuan's finger gestures, bursts of brilliance exploded from the embryo from time to time. Finally, Ling Yuan copied a piece of top-grade spiritual stone, cut 3 small pieces from it, carved it into a diamond shape, and then laid it on the bracelet. At this point, a beautiful sapphire silver ring appeared. Looking at this low-key and luxurious bracelet, Ling Yuan nodded with satisfaction, obviously satisfied with his design. The functions of the bracelet are relatively simple, that is, gathering spirits and defense. Gathering spirits is mainly to assist cultivation, and defense is to assist combat. As expected, the final product of the bracelet only reached the level of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, but it doesn't matter. He only needs to make a slight move to upgrade it to the best. The 5-star bracelet has become a top-grade spiritual weapon. It seems to have become more exquisite, and its functions have been greatly enhanced. Its defense can reduce most attacks at the peak of foundation building and below. Done and call it a day. Time came to the next day. Early in the morning, Li Qiwan was busy in the kitchen, and this so-called kitchen was still built temporarily. After all, cultivators can practice fasting when they reach the foundation building stage, and the kitchen is basically useless. Occasionally, if you're greedy, go to the town outside for a meal. If you are a little more luxurious, go to the restaurant in the sect to eat spiritual treasures and drink spiritual wine. Which monk still does it himself these days? Meal. Oh, this is the one who is busy. Ling Yuan went out early and came to Shuiyu Peak, and found that he was the first one to arrive. The entrance of the mountain path. Lan Yudi was already waiting there. Ling Yuan walked up and smiled and wished, "Senior sister, happy birthday." Then he took out a small jade box and handed it over. "Thank you. What is this?" Hearing his blessing, Lan Yudi was very happy, but looking at the jade box he handed over, she was a little confused. "Birthday gift. This. Why did you bring a gift? This is too expensive." Lan Yudi was shocked. Isn't it normal to give a gift on a birthday? Why are you so surprised?" Ling Yuan was a little confused. I asked it because of different customs. The next moment his thought came true. Lan Yudi smiled helplessly and shook her head. "I have never heard of birthday gifts." "Good guy, it really is. Then how do you usually celebrate birthdays?" Ling Yuan became interested. "Just have a meal together to celebrate." "Oh, our customs are a little different. In my hometown, people usually give birthday gifts." Lan Yudi was puzzled again after hearing this. "Isn't your hometown Qingyan City? Why are the customs different?" "No, I was just traveling around the world and happened to pass by Qingyan City, and happened to meet the Sunset Sect recruiting people." When it comes to his hometown, Ling Yuan's mind seems to have returned to the time on Earth, which makes him sigh. "So that's it. But I actually took it out, so you keep it. I made it for you by hand." "Okay." Lan Yudi felt it was difficult to refuse Ling Yuan's words, but she still took it. Seeing that it was an exquisite jade box, she was a little curious about what was inside. The two chatted here and opened the conversation. The more they talked, they got along very well and became more and more familiar with each other. After that, the rest of the people also arrived one after another. Everyone said their best wishes to Lan Yudi, and then walked to Ling Yuan's side. "Wang Ting, brother Ling, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a long time. I heard that you went out to practice a while ago." "Hey, I just took a mission and went out for a walk." Ling Yuan waved his hand. "Speaking of which, brother Wang, your cultivation progress is really fast. Wang Teng has already perfected his chi refining, and he is on par with Li Yin, who has been cheating all the way. It can be seen how fast the cultivation speed of a single spiritual root is." The two of them were very happy. Ha, it's not bad. On the way here, Wang Ting was still thinking about whether his cultivation had caught up with Ling Yuan, but unfortunately, he couldn't sense Ling Yuan's cultivation at all. This shows that he is still far behind. He didn't feel disappointed, but ignited a strong fighting spirit. With Ling Yuan's ability to control his breath, unless he was a Yuanian cultivator, it was impossible to detect his true cultivation. After chatting for a while, they came to Bai Yuling's residence under the leadership of Lan Yu. As soon as they arrived at the yard, everyone felt a quiet atmosphere coming. As if foreseeing the arrival of the guests, a breeze happened to blow the wind chimes at the door. The gate of the courtyard was not closed. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw a beautiful woman sitting on a cushion at the door with her eyes closed. Everyone was here for the first time, so Lan Yudi extended her hand to introduce. "This is my master Bai Yuling." Seeing this, several people immediately clasped their fists and saluted, saying respectfully, "Hello, Senior Bai. Well, come in." Bai Yuling opened her eyes and nodded slightly. Her eyes swept through everyone and finally stopped at Ling Yuan's face. Where did this handsome guy come from? She was shocked by Ling Yuan's appearance in her heart, but on the surface she remained calm. Suddenly, she remembered to him that Lan Yudi and Li Qiwan talked about yesterday. Could it be this person? She immediately had such a strong premonition. The house was quite spacious, and the reception room was more than enough to accommodate the 8 of them, and there was another Li Qiwan busy in the kitchen. Since he was free, Ling Yuan decided to go to the kitchen to help out and see how the immortal cultivators cooked. His cooking skills were not bad either. After all, his parents died when he was young, and he lived alone. He should be able to cook a few dishes, right? When Ling Yuan arrived in the kitchen, he saw all kinds of pots, pans, and dishes flying in the sky in an orderly manner, as if there were all kinds of invisible elves helping to cook. Of course, there were no elves. These were just tricks of the immortal cultivators. Seeing Ling Yuan coming, Li Qiwan stopped her busy hands holding the spatula and tilted her head to ask, "Why did you come in? I saw if you needed any help. I can cook some dishes, but it seems that I don't need it." "Don't worry, I'm very good. I just need to cook a few more dishes." She patted her chest and said confidently. When Ling Yuan returned to the reception room again, he heard Bai Yuling gossiping about this and that, and her little mouth couldn't stop like a machine gun. Everyone was caught off guard. They didn't expect that she was a very dignified elder just now, but now she is so. But it must be said that Bai Yuling's easygoing appearance made everyone feel relieved. Originally, they didn't dare to speak casually with the majesty of the senior from the sect, but now her nature is exposed, which makes the scene harmonious. It seems that Yudi and Xingwan's master is not bad. Ling Yuan muttered to himself, and the other people all agree with his idea. Wang Yin. "What? Brother Ling gave you a birthday present?" Bai Yuling was even more shocked when she heard it. "A token of love. It must be a token of love." "Master, what are you talking about?" Lan Yudi was embarrassed by her fierce words, and her cheeks were hot, but at the same time, she couldn't help but look at Ling Yuan subconsciously, and Ling Yuan was powerless to touch his forehead. Feeling that these people were a little exaggerated, he couldn't help but complain. "Isn't it just a gift? You guys are exaggerating too much, right?" At this time, Li Yin leaned his head over and whispered to him, "Brother Ling, when men and women of the same generation communicate, the ones who give gifts must be a couple." "What? There is such a saying?" Ling Yuan was shocked and couldn't complain. How to say it? It feels that this world of cultivation is both open and futile. At this time, Bai Yuling started to make a noise again. Yudi, open it and see what it is. I'm so anxious. Wang Yan nodded and agreed excitedly. Yes, 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 this. Lan Yudi couldn't help looking at Ling Yuan, as if asking for his opinion. I have no problem. Ling Yuan spread his hands, indicating that he didn't care. Then, okay. Lan Yudi slowly took out the jade box, still hesitating between the movements. Soon, an exquisite little jade box placed on the table. Wow, this jade box is so beautiful. Open it quickly. The other boys were also curious because of the atmosphere. Bai Yuling was the most anxious. She felt like she was reading a storybook novel. The tyrannical immortal emperor falls in love with me. She couldn't help but want to know the subsequent development of the plot between the protagonists. Under the urging of everyone, Lan Yudi's beautiful jade hand slowly opened the lid of the jade box. At this time, the box was opened, and there seemed to be a flash of golden light inside. In the expectation of everyone, the true face of the gift surfaced. It was an exquisite silver bracelet with 3 bright blue gems inlaid on the surface of the bracelet, which emitted a bright luster in the sunlight during the day. The surface of the bracelet was carved with beams and painted with buildings, and the 2 little butterflies were lifelike, as if they were about to fly out. This time, Bai Yuling and Lan Yudi were suddenly shocked and exclaimed almost at the same time, top-grade spiritual weapon. Everyone looked at Ling Yuan almost at the same time. Wow. Another top-grade spiritual weapon. Why does it feel like Ling Yuan's top-grade spiritual weapons are just like wholesale, one after another? Ling Yuan had a blank expression on his face and ignored everyone's gaze. He said, basic exercises are not bad. You could really spend a lot of money. Bai Yuling looked at him deeply. Lan Yudi was even more shocked. She remembered that Ling Yuan told her that this was made by him. Was he saying this for face? Or has he really been able to refine a top-grade spiritual weapon? But no matter which one, she was very happy. She smiled and gently picked up the silver ring and put it on her fair left wrist. She raised her jade hand to show everyone. How is it? It looks good. Very good. Wang Yan looked at Lan Yudi and the bracelet with envy, and then subconsciously glanced at Li Yan. Li Yan naturally caught her eyes, and secretly said that he would give her a gift in a while, preferably a surprise. It's really beautiful. Yes, yes, yes. Several people praised it, and Lan Yudi turned to look at Ling Yuan again, with a glance between her eyebrows. She showed a beautiful smile and said, I will cherish it. By the way, Yudi, it's time to give you something. Suddenly, Bai Yuling's voice sounded, and Ling Yuan's gift seemed to remind her of something, and then she took out a small brocade bag from the space ring. Untying the rope tied to the brocade bag, 2 jade fingers took out a rabbit-shaped jade pendant from it. Everyone looked at Bai Yuling curiously. Seeing the appearance of the jade pendant she took out from the brocade bag, Ling Yuan's mind was suddenly shocked. This jade pendant. The jade pendant was a big deal, but it was a big deal. This jade pendant. Ling Yuan's heart suddenly shook, because one of his friends also had this rabbit-shaped jade pendant, and the 2 were exactly the same. Is it a coincidence? Or, the sudden appearance of the jade pendant made Ling Yuan's dusty past emerge, and his mind seemed to have returned to the time on Earth. Xiaoxiqi. Great, Ling Yuan. We can be classmates again. Oh, really? How great is that? Ling Yuan said with some evil taste. Xiaoxiqi was suddenly speechless. Her expression paused, and it was obvious that she was a little confused by Ling Yuan's words. It's. She hesitated for a long time and couldn't say it. Ling Yuan found her like this funny. Huh? Why are you so serious? The 2 have been classmates since junior high school, and they met mainly because of a dog. That Friday after school, Ling Yuan was walking home. Suddenly, a wooden stick beside him caught his attention. Just because the shape of the wooden stick resembled a sword. He looked around and didn't find any classmates he knew on this road. He suddenly became playful, jumped every 2 steps, and half knelt on the ground when he landed, with a nostalgic look on his face, saying, Old friend, wait a long time. After that, he held the handle with his right hand, picked up the wooden stick, and swung it to the lower right corner, like a knight standing with a sword. The afternoon sunset set off the golden splendor of the street, and the sun shone on him, engraving Ling Yuan's figure holding the stick on the wall. That moment, his shadow seemed to be a real knight. It formed a sharp contrast with his small body. If Ling Yuan had not been born, the sword art would have been like a long knight. The young man swung the stick in his hand wantonly, sometimes chopping, sometimes slashing, or making a sword flower. After playing for a while, an anxious voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Along with this voice, there was also the barking of a dog. Ling Yuan looked back and saw a pure and lovely girl being chased by a vicious dog. While running, the red rope jade pendant on the girl's neck ran out, jumping up and down. Seeing this scene, Ling Yuan was not surprised, but happy. As the saying goes, with a magic weapon in hand, the world is mine. Seeing injustice on the road, use the stick to help this moment. It is the ultimate moment. The girl ran past him like the wind, and Ling Yuan found the right time to hit her with a stick. You bold beast, don't hurt people. This stick was powerful and heavy, just right, and hit the head of the vicious dog that just ran over, easily awakening the sleeping soul. The vicious dog at this time remembered the power of the terrifying upright ape. Oh woo, the vicious dog that suffered a blow ran away on the road. It came from while howling. Huh. The running girl suddenly heard the movement behind her, and she was a little confused. She subconsciously stopped and looked back. Then she saw Ling Yuan standing sideways with a stick in his hand. From a distance, the vicious dog that had just chased her had already fled in a panic. This was the first time Ling Yuan had done chivalry. He was a little intoxicated in his heart. He had an indescribable feeling, but he was very satisfied. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. Thank you for helping me. At this time, the girl's voice pulled him back from his fantasy. It's okay. I am a cultivator. Oh no? It's okay, you're welcome. Ling Yuan wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head. He secretly said that it was a close call, and he almost didn't switch. Fortunately, the girl didn't pay attention to what he said before. Hello, my name is Xiaoxiqi. What's your name? Xiaoxiqi tilted her head slightly and smiled. Ling Yuan. In the sunlight, the shadows of Ling Yuan holding a stick and the girl were stretched on the wall, like a pair of ancient chivalrous lovers. After that, Ling Yuan continued to walk home, and the girl followed him, seemingly on the same way as him. Are you also a student of Shaoyan Middle School? What a coincidence. My family also lives in Nanjing Garden. Are you born in the year of the rabbit? Ling Yuan suddenly asked. Xiaoxiqi was startled and said, Wow, how did you know? Ling Yuan pointed to the rabbit jade pendant outside her clothes, and the meaning was self-evident. The 2 of them met from then on. As they became more and more familiar with each other, Ling Yuan often went to her house for meals. Xiaoxiqi's parents were very nice. It made him feel at home for the first time in a long time. But on that day in the first year of high school, an accident completely broke this beauty. On the last day of the final exam of the first year of high school, the 2 walked to school as usual, and they discussed the exam questions while walking. However, when they crossed the zebra crossing at the green light, a truck suddenly lost control and hit them. Xiaoxiqi's pupils dilated instantly, and she pushed Ling Yuan away with force. What? Just when he was about to ask in confusion, a truck roared past. Just in front of him, the truck knocked Xiaoxiqi and 2 other passersby away together. Ling Yuan's eyes widened, and his brain was blank, and he watched all this. After a while, he came back to his senses and ran to Xiaoxiqi's side at a high speed. Xiaoxiqi, Xiaoxiqi. Ling Yuan shouted in a bit of a panic. Xiaoxiqi was fuzzy and unable to speak. She opened her mouth slightly to say something, and then fainted in the next second. Oh right, 120. Call 120. Ling Yuan took out his mobile phone. His hands kept shaking, and he pressed the 3 numbers several times before he got it right. Soon, the ambulance arrived and took the people who were hit and the driver to the hospital. Ling Yuan hurriedly called Xiaoxiqi's parents that night. Outside the hospital operating room, Xiaoxiqi's parents were waiting anxiously, pacing back and forth like ants on a hot pot. Ling Yuan sat there in a daze, praying softly. After a long time, the surgeon came out and said with some regret, I'm sorry, we have tried our best. With a sigh, the doctor turned around and left. Boom. This news hit the three of them like a bolt from the blue. Xiao's mother's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. Mother. Xiao's father saw this and quickly supported her. But how could his heart not hurt? Ling Yuan sat there in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking, but tears had already wet his face. Xiao's father and mother ran to the operating room, crying and shaking Xiao Shiqi's body. They seemed to have a glimmer of hope in their hearts, expecting a miracle to happen. In the end, the car accident killed 4 people, including the driver, causing quite a stir. After this incident, Ling Yuan was depressed for a long time and did not go to school for more than 10 days. He even wondered if he was doomed. His parents and friends were in a car accident. Maybe he was the one who should die, and the others were just affected? Haha, what a great swordsman. In the end, he had nothing to protect. Looking at the various swords collected in the glass on the wall, Ling Yuan said mockingly. Later, Xiao's father and mother found him to talk and relieved him. The past came to his mind, and before he knew it, a tear had already slid across Ling Yuan's face. The old man was very happy. Brother Ling, what's wrong with you? Li Yin, who was standing next to him, noticed that something was wrong with Ling Yuan and asked anxiously. The others also noticed the tears in Ling Yuan's eyes after hearing his words. Lan Yudi, Ling Yuan. Han Feiyu, Brother Ling, are you okay? Wang Ting, Brother Ling. Everyone asked with concern. Ling Yuan came back to his senses, shook his head and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh. I just recalled some past events. Are you really okay? Li Yin asked again. Ling Yuan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, forced himself to stop the tears in his eyes, and said, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. Hiss. After saying this, Li Yin and Wang Ting felt their scalps tingling. At this moment, they seemed to see an invincible strong man who had gone through countless hardships, overcome various setbacks, and finally stood on the top of the mountain, looking back. Countless enemies became his stepping stones, and only his back was left standing at the top, lonely and desolate. For some reason, the two of them had such a scene in their minds at the same time, savoring it carefully, and it was endless. Aftertaste. So the two of them memorized it again. Han Feiyu saw Li Yin and Wang Tung both gasp at the same time, and then lowered their heads to think. He immediately guessed something and shook his head with some amusement. May I ask the senior, what is the origin of this jade pendant? He had just explored it with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was just an ordinary jade pendant. It should be a coincidence, and it may not be what he hoped in his heart. Everyone had some enlightenment in their hearts. It seems that this jade pendant has some inexplicable relationship with Ling Yuan, so it caused him to be like that. So everyone's curiosity shifted to the jade pendant. Oh, I was just about to say it, but you interrupted me. Bai Yuling looked at Lan Yudi and said, this is what your parents entrusted to me before they died. They said that this jade pendant has a special origin, and you have been holding it in your mouth since you were born. Wow. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. How could you still hold a piece of jade in your mouth when you were born? It's really unbelievable. Li Qingwan, who had just come to serve a few dishes, also stopped and wanted to hear the follow-up story. Then, Bai Yuling continued. Their good friend Tianji said that you will have a death catastrophe in your life, and only this jade pendant can help you survive the catastrophe, so they asked me to give it to you on your birthday. When Lan Yudi mentioned her parents, she looked nostalgic, but it was a pity that they didn't know whether they were alive or dead now. However, I think this jade pendant is just an ordinary piece of jade, and I don't know how to help you. Besides, with your master here, who can kill you? After hearing the origin of the jade pendant, Ling Yuan felt something was wrong. According to the novel, this kind of thing is usually a companion treasure, and it can't be an ordinary piece of jade. He felt that the guess in his heart was somewhat true. Master, if I meet a Jin Dan or Yuanian cultivator outside who wants to kill me, you can't get here. Bai Yuling, ahem. It seems to be like this. You wait, I will get you a protective magic weapon later. Ling Yuan thought about it, stopped the time around him, and then added a law-level formation to the Lan Yudi bracelet. That is, the space was teleported to his side after death retracing. Although it can only be used once, it is enough to save his life. Ling Yuan felt that the old man Tianji had something. After all, he saw this jade pendant, so he would definitely not let Lan Yudi die, the way of Tianji. Awesome. After doing all this, Ling Yuan turned the time back on, and no one could notice it. Hearing Bai Yuling say this, everyone was envious. I didn't expect that senior sister had such a legendary life experience. It feels like senior sister's previous life was not simple. Li Qingwan sighed. Her words immediately inspired Li Yin. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. He looked at Ling Yuan and suddenly realized it in his heart. He knew why his master was crying. His master's previous life and Lan Yudi's previous life probably had a touching love, and this jade pendant was the witness of everything. Therefore, when the master saw this jade pendant, he couldn't help but shed tears. It's connected. Everything is connected. Li Yin felt that he must be a genius, and he felt a little proud in his heart. Bai Yuling took out a red thread to string the rabbit jade pendant. Come, master will wear it for you. I hope you can be safe. Lan Yudi came in front of her and lowered her head. Red rope hanging around neck. Lan Yudi smiled softly. Thank you, master. Looking at the red rope, Ling Yuan felt bitter. Please don't stab me again. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle again, but he believed that as long as his cultivation was strong enough, he would be able to return to Earth one day. At that time, he would make up for all his regrets. It's a pity that although he has mastered the laws of space, he doesn't have the coordinates of the Earth plane. Outside this plane is an endless sea of chaos. Without coordinates, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the Earth plane. Otherwise, you can only try your luck or be strong enough. Speaking of which, he seemed to have made an appointment to play games with someone on the day he crossed over. Brothers, you can only wait for me to return invincible and fight again. At the same time, on the Earth plane, several people have been at Ling Yuan in the group. Transcendent Tao, at Original God, what's wrong with you? Why don't you log in? I am the real evil king. At Original God, what's going on? You traveled through time, didn't you? You don't reply to messages. Out of region Demon Lord, it's not impossible. The group didn't reply, and several people sent private messages, but unfortunately there was no response. After a small episode, the delicious dishes were finally served. A total of 18 dishes were placed on the table, all kinds of spiritual treasures and delicacies, which were dazzling. Bai Yuling said with admiration, not bad. Qingwan, it seems that we are really blessed today. Delta. Lan Yudi was also generous with her praise. Qingwan, you actually learned to cook secretly, and you cook so well. Li Miao, hiss. I can't help it. I'm drooling. Li Yin, hey, take it easy. The dishes are here. How can there be no wine? After saying that, Bai Yuling took out a large jar of wine. Seeing this, Lan Yudi and Li Qingwan had a headache. It seemed that the master was going to get drunk again. I hope he didn't scare these people, alas. The two sighed in their hearts. At this time, Ling Yuan quietly took out a bottle of iced cola. Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw this black thing, and the saliva in his mouth was secreted unconsciously. He couldn't help licking his lips and said, Brotherling, you actually got some Legio again. Ha ha ha, yes, I got more this time. The others looked at Wang Tung's appearance and became interested in Legio, especially Bai Yuling, who loved alcohol. Immediately asked curiously, what kind of Legio? Let me try it. The wine was so delicious that it was not easy to drink. Here, this is it. Ling Yuan picked up the Coke and shook it. It's dark, can you drink it? Bai Yuling looked at the medium bottle of Coke in his hand with suspicion. Of course you can drink it. I prefer this to wine. As he said that, he poured himself a cup. As soon as the Coke was put into the cup, bubbles kept rolling out, attracting the admiration of several people around. Brother Ling, give me some. Wang Tung couldn't help saying, I want some too. And me. All of them. One bottle was not enough, so Ling Yuan took out 2 more bottles. As soon as the cup was filled, Wang Tung couldn't help but take a big sip. How that's the taste. Comfortable. Li Miao. It's icy. The taste is a bit strange, but it's very refreshing to drink. Han Feiyu. It tastes better the more I drink. The bubbles burst in my mouth. Bai Yuling took a sip and was immediately conquered by the refreshing taste. She drank the Coke in the cup in one gulp, and then took a long breath of cold air. How refreshing. Another cup. After a small drink, everyone started to eat. It must be said that Li Qingwan's cooking skills are really good, and there are dishes of all kinds of flavors. Each taste is very good, which attracted everyone's praise. Bai Yuling did not drink. but kept drinking Coke. By the way, did you all participate in the outer sect competition? The rewards are very good. At this time, Bai Yuling suddenly asked. Wang Ting answered first. I don't need to participate. Not interested. Ling Yuan said lightly. Except for Wang Ting and Ling Yuan, the others all participated. Okay. Junior brother Ling definitely doesn't like that stuff. Humph. Li Qiwan had an expression that said I understand. That's true. Li Yin complained in his heart. His master is really rich. Are you afraid of taking a bath in the 1,000-year-old earth core milk? Just saying it can scare a lot of people to death. His original enthusiasm for participating in the competition has also dropped a lot, and now he just wants to compete with others to see how strong he is. What kind of rubbish reward is more than what my master gives? At the same time, somewhere underground, in the summoning demon sect, all the disciples above the foundation building stage stood neatly under a white bone stone chair. A man in a red robe with scarlet pupils suddenly appeared on the white bone throne. As soon as he sat down, the people below shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the sect master for breaking through the middle stage of the nascent soul." The disciples all wore uniform black robes, with awe and joy on their faces. The man on the bone throne is the leader of the summoning demon sect, the red blood demon. The red blood demon sat casually on the bone throne. Looking majestic without anger. Today is the day when the leader of the summoning demon sect comes out of retreat and successfully breaks through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. The whole sect cheered and celebrated. The red blood demon smiled at the elders among the crowd below and said, "Thank you for your hard work, elders. This time, I can successfully break through the middle stage of the nascent soul, all thanks to your assistance. It is our honor to help the leader break through." Haha, well said. He laughed loudly, and then quickly became serious. Elder Zhou, have you invited foreign aid? Hearing this, a red-haired late Jin and strongman stood up. Report to the sect master. The true demon of the Panlong dynasty has agreed to help us. What is his request? 300,000 souls. He stretched out 3 fingers as a comparison. Haha, great. Another mid-nascent soul warrior. After destroying the Sunset sect, he can take whatever souls in their area he wants. With the addition of Master Dumo, we now have 2 mid-nascent soul warriors and 1 early nascent soul warrior. We must destroy the Sunset sect this time. At this time, among the foundation building disciples, a man rolled his eyes and lowered his head to think about something. This man's name is Long Tianqi, the 6th elder of the beast control sect, with an early golden core cultivation level. He sneaked into the foundation building disciples of the demon calling sect as an undercover agent a while ago. I didn't expect the demon sect to make another big move, and this time the target is the Sunset sect. The Sunset sect has a good relationship with their beast control sect, and the righteous forces and the demon forces are in a delicate balance. If the Sunset sect is destroyed this time, then their righteous strength will be greatly reduced. I'm afraid that the days ahead will be difficult, and I didn't expect that this old demon Qishui actually broke through the mid-nascent soul. I have to spread the information quickly, he said in his heart. Suddenly, his face changed, and his breath leaked out uncontrollably. Oh no. Why is the breath-suppressing talisman ineffective? Damn it. Selling me defective products, right? Who? The old demon Qishui, who was originally talking with the elders about his future ambitions, suddenly fixed his eyes and looked in one direction, sensing a sudden golden elixir aura. Several elders also became alert and looked in the direction of his gaze. Seeing this, Long Tianqi did not dare to delay and immediately took out another talisman, the divine escape talisman. As soon as the talisman was activated, his entire figure suddenly disappeared and appeared 100 miles away. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that someone could sneak into their demon calling sect silently and escape so quickly. Seeing the little mouse escape so quickly, the old demon Qishui was furious. He intercepted a breath of the Dragon Tian ruler and began to cast a spell, the secret art of chasing blood. He took out a red transparent glass ball-shaped object and saw him draw a sword. The next moment, the escaping figure of the Dragon Tian ruler appeared in it. Looking at the Dragon Tian ruler in his hand, he smiled disdainfully and said to the elders, "This person is in the early stage of the golden core. Which elder can go to chase him?" The Yin and Yang demons looked at each other and showed a cruel smile. They took the initiative to volunteer and stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master, we, the Yin and Yang demons, are willing to go and chase this person." Okay. The old demon Qishui nodded and then handed the translucent red glass ball to them. This is the blood-seeking pearl. With this treasure, that person can't escape from our palm. The Yin Yang demons took the blood-seeking bead and sensed the direction. Then, they held each other's hands tightly and cast a combined spell. Suddenly, the 2 figures turned into a black and white stream of light and flew away quickly. Seeing this, the other elders praised the mystery of the 2 combined attack techniques. Outside the suburbs, Long Tianqi did not dare to stop after using the divine escape talisman and continued to fly desperately. However, after only more than 10 minutes, his consciousness detected a black and white stream of light flying towards him quickly. How is it possible? At this speed, could it be that the red blood demon is chasing him personally? No, there are 2 ores, and both are golden elixirs. Immediately, he guessed who was coming. It must be the Yin Yang demons. The 2 middle Jindans really think highly of him. Long, moreover, according to previous intelligence, even a late Jin would not be able to handle these 2. It seems that he is in danger today. The Yin Yang demon saw the figure in front of them getting closer and closer, and immediately launched an attack. Long Tianqi's consciousness had been paying attention to the back. Seeing the attack coming, he quickly dodged sideways. It was this delay that the Yin Yang demons had blocked him. The 2 of them were so angry that they had to fight. Long Tianqi's heart sank when he saw this. However, fortunately, he had spread the news. The image of a little bird appeared in his mind. "Please, Xuanqing bird. Haha, why don't you run away?" The Yin and Yang demons laughed sarcastically. Hearing this, Long Tianqi curled his lips and scolded. The evil scoundrels can only bully the weak with their numbers. If you have the guts, let's fight. The chicken general method is old-fashioned, but it works. How could the Yang demon bear this ridicule? A Jindan in the early stage dared to shout at the 2 of them in the middle stage. He immediately took a step forward and laughed angrily. "He dear, don't make a move. Let me teach him a lesson." "Well, okay." Yin Mo smiled and nodded, full of confidence in Yang Mo. "I let you make the first move. Don't say I bully you." Yang Mo raised his head and said with some disdain. This is the effect he wanted, and Long Tianqi was happy that he immediately used a set of body skills, and his figure kept moving back and forth, making people overwhelmed. Then, his figure appeared again, already behind Yang Mo Huangji finger. Long Tianqi stabbed out with a sword finger until Yang Mo's back, but obviously, his attack had been seen through. Yang Mo suddenly turned his body to the side, barely avoiding his attack. The golden finger. Light instantly pierced the air and hit the mountain in the distance, directly piercing the mountain. Hee, a trifling trick. Yang Mo turned his body around and mocked him. However, at this time, Long Tianqi suddenly raised a strange smile. "Fight him to death, Chia." "What?" Yang Mo was stunned, not knowing why he suddenly said such a sentence. "Be careful." At the critical moment, Yin Mo suddenly reminded anxiously. Behind him, a red giant python with flames wrapped around its body had opened its mouth and bit him. 2 fangs were long and big, like a pair of sharp blades. Sense of crisis came. Yang Mo's spiritual power was running to the extreme to withdraw his body. However, it was still a little late, and a sharp tooth had already pierced his shoulder. "Get out of here." The injured Yang Mo angrily launched a palm. Yin Mo also attacked angrily at this time. Bang. The fire python in the early stage of Jindan was knocked away at once. However, its scales obviously had considerable defensive power, and it was not seriously injured. It shook its head and flew back to Long Tianqi. "Well done, Chia." Long Tianqi praised it, and the fire python narrowed its eyes very cleverly, seemingly showing a happy expression. Yang Mo covered the wound on his shoulder and angrily accused Long Tianqi. "You kid has no martial ethics. How come there is a golden elixir giant python when we agreed to a duel? Do you think you can be reasonable?" Long Tianqi was a little disdainful when he heard it. "I don't want to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. The cultivators of the demon sect have committed many evils, and everyone can punish them. What reason should we talk to them about? And he is a member of the beast taming sect, and beast taming is one of his fighting methods. It's a pity that the previous attack didn't succeed, and he will have to fight them hard next." Thinking of this, Long Tianqi looked solemn. "Haha, hypocritical people of the righteous way. In this case, let's go together." Yin Mo shook his hand vigorously with an angry expression. The 2 stopped talking and attacked directly together. They were so fast that they were in front of Long Tianqi in the blink of an eye. One attacked the fire python, and the other attacked Long Tianqi. So fast. If you don't have enough strength, you can use magic weapons. Long Tianchi immediately chose to use his famous magic weapon, Luo Tian Umbrella. The light blue umbrella appeared instantly, emitting a spiritual light, and blocked Yang Mo's palm full of murderous intent with difficulty. Top-grade magic weapon. Yang Mo was shocked, but soon he showed joy again. The fire python chose to fight directly, and it swung its huge tail and collided with Mo's sharp palm that a strong light burst out instantly. But it didn't last long, and the fire python flew backwards again. Mo would not give up the opportunity to pursue the victory. She clasped her hands together, and thick black fog gathered in her palms. 10,000 demons devoured the body. The black gas burst out, turning into terrifying skulls, biting the fire python continuously. Red Fawn. Long Tianchi shouted worriedly when he saw this. Humph, you still worry about your little spirit beast. Seeing him take out the magic weapon, Yang Mo also sacrificed one of his own magic weapons, a ring-shaped magic weapon with a sinister appearance. Soul-devouring ring, go. The soul-devouring ring glowed with red and black spiritual light, like meteors hit the Tian Luo umbrella. Long Tianchi held the treasure umbrella and hit the soul-devouring ring. I hit it. Although he successfully bounced the soul-devouring ring away, he also found something wrong. The Tian Luo umbrella is being eroded. Looking at the red and black evil aura coming out of the umbrella, Long Tianchi felt a pang of heartache. He spent a huge amount of resources to create this magic weapon. Damn it. Ha, you found it. Your beloved magic weapon is being eroded. It will become mine soon. Ha. Yang Mo laughed loudly, and then picked up the soul-devouring ring and continued to attack him. Long Tianchi had no choice but to resist. The two chased each other, turning into streams of light and flying in the air. Soon, the thick-skinned fire python Chia was about to be unable to hold on. Its body fell and turned into a ray of light and flew into Long Tianchi's hand, turning into a bronze card with the general shape of the fire python printed on it. This is his unique beast-controlling device, which can be used for spiritual beasts to cultivate. Damn it, Chia is no longer good. His heart sank, and he looked at his Tian Luo umbrella, which was about to turn into the shape of the enemy. After solving the fire python, Mo also flew towards him immediately at that time. The two of them would use the combined attack technique, and I am afraid he would not be able to resist. Almost. Take it. The top-grade magic weapon is mine. Yang Mo grinned, raised his hand, and the Tian Luo umbrella in Long Tianchi's hand suddenly flew out of his hand and flew towards him uncontrollably. Long Tianchi's face was gloomy, and he was extremely angry in his heart, but he could do nothing. After getting the treasure, Yang Mo looked at it with satisfaction and nodded frequently. Thank you, my dear. To repay you, as long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I will let you go. How about that? Amazed face. Seeing that he no longer had a stick in his hand, Yang Mo suddenly became playful and wanted to tease people's hearts and wait for him to kowtow before killing him. Ha! I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Are you sure? Are you serious? I am very trustworthy. Look, just now you said you wanted to fight, and I really fought you one-on-one. No more talk, fight. Long Tianchi roared, squeezing out all his spiritual power to attack Yang Mo. However, Yang Mo just waved the soul-devouring ring casually and easily resolved his attack. At the same time, the soul-devouring ring knocked him out without any effort. Long Tianchi's body bent into a shrimp shape, and large mouthfuls of blood fell in the air. This blow directly made him unconscious, unable to move, and slowly fell downwards. Damn, am I going to die? Am I going to fall here? His consciousness slowly fell into darkness, and at this moment, he seemed to see a blue light bursting out from the darkness. It was so warm. This light is, he stretched out a hand to touch it. He didn't know what it was, but he felt that as long as he stayed in the light, he would have a strong sense of security. It's getting closer. It's almost there, in an instant. The light was so strong that it enveloped him completely. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to a white space, which seemed to be his soul space. His body was floating in the air and could not be controlled freely. Roar. At this time, a dragon roar sounded, and a blue light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the light gradually formed a blue double-winged dragon with a length of tens of meters. Do you want power? I can give it to you. In the silent space, an ethereal voice echoed. Power. Long Tianchi's consciousness was still vague, and he repeated it in his mouth as if he were in a state of dementia. Roar. The dragon roared again. Do you want to fall here like this? It's too ugly. Fall down. Gradually, the spirit in Long Tianchi's eyes slowly recovered. Fall down. No, I can't just fall down like this. His eyes suddenly condensed, bursting with infinite fighting spirit. Roar. The dragon seemed to say something again. Is that so? Then come on. He roared, opened his arms, and showed a hugging gesture. Roar. The dragon seemed to be unwilling to be outdone, and rushed towards his chest with a roar to the sky. In reality, Long Tianchi's body, which was supposed to fall to the ground, suddenly stopped. A faint blue light gradually lit up from his body. Huh, what's going on? Seeing this, Yang Mo and Mo looked at each other, tentatively launched another attack on Long Tianchi. However, just when the attack was about to come, it was suddenly bounced away by a blue wave. Long Tianchi suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils had turned bright blue. His body slowly straightened up, and then he suddenly started to roar. Huh. The mysterious blue power in his body also began to boil, becoming more and more intense. In the sky, dark clouds began to gather, and lightning kept falling like a thunderstorm. What is going on? Yang Mo and Mo kept dodging and avoiding the lightning. At the same time, they began to have a bad premonition. Long Tianchi gathered his power to the extreme, looking at Yang Mo and Mo with a cold expression. Then, he pointed to the sky with one hand, and his voice was not loud, but it seemed to resound throughout the world. Pure blue power hidden in the source of the infinite universe. Raise your wings that tremble, and the intertwined echoes of the soul appear from the abyss of the blue sky. Descend, my pride, my soul, blue-eyed blue dragon. The voice sounded in the air, as if it had an echo and was ethereal. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, a huge blue dragon shadow flew from Long Tianchi's body to the sky. In the sky full of thunder and lightning, the blue dragon with blue eyes flapped its wings and reigned supreme. Young demon. Demon. The blue dragon flew to the back of Long Tianchi, and the sky was full of clouds. Roar. The blue dragon with blue eyes descended behind Long Tianchi and flapped its wings and roared. Its terrifying might raised a gust of dust. Then, the blue energy on Long Tianchi's body condensed into a blue ice crystal armor, and a blue spear with a mysterious aura appeared in his right hand. He leaped to the back of the blue dragon with blue eyes and stood with the spear. The man and the dragon seemed to be one. And their aura continued to rise, and they actually reached the peak of the golden elixir. The Yin and Yang demons were suddenly shocked and looked at each other subconsciously. Use your trick. Yes. The Yin demon nodded solemnly. They each stretched out a hand, and then clasped their fingers. The two spiritual powers merged with each other, and instantly formed a huge magic soldier Dharma image of 80 or 90 meters in front of them. Kill. The Yin and Yang demons shouted at the same time. Then the shadow of the demon soldier raised the butcher knife in his hand and chopped towards Long Tianchi. Come on, blue dragon, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, the blue dragon with blue eyes roared, and a destructive force began to gather in its mouth. Bang. In an instant, a huge force burst out from the mouth of the blue dragon with blue eyes, colliding with the sword light of the demon soldier. It only lasted less than 2 seconds, and the demon soldier was ruthlessly crushed. The attack of the blue dragon with blue eyes easily penetrated the broken demon soldier, and then hit the two Yin and Yang demons unstoppably. Not good. X2 they originally thought that they could fight against the peak of Jin and with their combined ultimate moves, and they would run away if they couldn't win, but they didn't expect that their ultimate moves were so vulnerable. Bang. The attack landed on the ground. And suddenly a deafening roar was heard, as if an atomic bomb exploded. The aftermath of the attack destroyed all the mountains and forests within a few miles around. The power and smoke dissipated, leaving a large pit several tens of meters deep in the original place. The Yin demon and the Yang demon both lay in it. Both of them only had one breath left, but their hands clasped together, never loosened. Long Tianchi flew under the big pit, came to the Yin and Yang demons. and looked at the two with indifference. Seeing the two holding hands tightly, he couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that there was true love in the demon sect. You won't let go until you die. After saying that, his spear emitted a blue light, and he waved it towards the necks of the two men, and the yin-yang demons were immediately separated from their heads and bodies. They died and their souls were destroyed. Raising his hand, he captured the Tianluo umbrella and the two men's space rings in his palm. I didn't expect that the famous yin-yang demons would die in my hands. He looked at the two rings in his hand, shook his head and laughed. The battle was over, everything was settled, and Long Tianchi lost his armor. The blue dragon with blue eyes roared to the sky, as if it was blowing the horn of victory. And then it went straight into his body. After feeling the presence of the blue dragon with blue eyes, he smiled. Although he didn't know what was going on, he got another big trump card. We have to go back to the sect quickly. The matter of the demon summoning sect's upcoming invasion of the Sunset sect must be discussed with the sect master and other elders to deal with the countermeasures. Soon Long Tianchi turned into a rainbow light and fled at full speed towards the beast-taming sect. On the other side, at the moment of the life and death of the yin-yang demon, the face of the red blood demon suddenly changed, and it was very ugly. Seeing this, the other elders stopped talking immediately, and the scene suddenly became silent. After a long time, the red blood demon sighed and said, "The yin-yang demon, the life cards have been broken." What? The elders were immediately surprised. This is impossible. They were just chasing a gene in the early stage. How could they both die? With the combined efforts of the two of them, even a gene in the late stage would not be easy. How could they die suddenly? Did they encounter enemy reinforcements on the way? Well, it's possible. The red blood demon did not speak. He lowered his head and pondered something. After a while, he said, "Does anyone of you have the yin-yang demon stuff? I'll cast a spell to see how they died." This. Several people looked at each other immediately. Only Shou Changlong lowered his head and said nothing. He frowned slightly, as if he was struggling with something. Soon, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had made up his mind. He stepped forward and said, "Master, I have it." Oh. The red blood demon and the others looked at him curiously. He slowly took out a belly band from the lining on his chest. Red blood demon? The others. The old demon Qishue twitched his lips slightly and asked uncertainly, "This can't be. Alas, this is the yin demon's underwear." Zhou Changlong's tone was somewhat helpless and regretful. Wow. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the yin demon, who was usually affectionate with the young demon, was actually having an affair with the red-haired Zhou Changlong. Unexpectedly, the shocking news was exposed on the first day of the death of this loving Taoist couple. They couldn't be innocent even after death. There was a sigh at the scene, and they began to be sarcastic. Zhou Changlong blushed when he heard this, but soon he started to mock the crowd. Haha, don't think I don't know. Which one of you hasn't coveted the body of the yin demon? You attacked me when you didn't get it. Haha, do you think everyone is like you? We are just thinking casually. Your behavior, to put it in a big way, is destroying the harmonious relationship within the sect. Do you know? The more they talked, the more excited they became, and then they started to curse Zhou Changlong like a shrew scolding on the street. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The foundation building disciples under the stage looked at each other, a little at a loss. They really had never seen this scene. Okay. The old demon Qishue couldn't stand it anymore and raised his hand to scold. The pressure of the middle stage of the nascent soul was released instantly, intimidating everyone. The chaotic scene instantly became quiet. Seeing that the sect master was a little angry, several people lowered their heads instantly, and some did not dare to look at the old demon Qishue. Then, the old demon Qishue picked up the belly band and began to cast a spell. After the spell was cast, a picture appeared in the space. The yin-yang demons were lying in a big pit. A monk wearing blue armor and holding a spear waved his right hand and cut off the heads of the two. Then the picture disappeared. Isn't this the boy who escaped? How did he suddenly become so strong? It should be related to the armor on his body and the spear in his hand. It's an extraordinary product at first glance. The old demon Qishue pondered for a while and said loudly, "Although I don't know which sect this person belongs to, the news has probably been leaked. Get ready immediately. Shou Changlong, you are responsible for notifying the true Lord Demo to hurry up. As soon as he arrives tomorrow morning, we will set out to attack the Sunset sect. I obey your order." The elders and disciples shouted in unison. At Shueyu Peak, everyone was full and started talking again. Ling Yuan turned into a storyteller on the spot. There is such a world, where people have invincible magical powers. A grain of dust can fill the sea, and a blade of grass can cut down the sun, moon, and stars. The first sentence was too complicated. Ling Yuan's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Just the first few sentences made the teenagers feel a little excited. They all pricked up their ears and listened carefully, afraid of missing a word. When they heard that the supreme bone was actually dug by relatives of the same clan, they were indignant, accusing and scolding, and at the same time they were a little curious in their hearts. There is actually such a thing as the supreme bone. It's simply unheard of. Then, number 10 grew up and fought all the way. Even without that bone, he still defeated all the powerful enemies and was invincible in the world. It depends on that unyielding will. After hearing this, everyone understood something in their hearts. Yes, opportunity is important, but the most important thing is the heart of Tao. Han Feiyu felt as if he had felt the same way after hearing this. He was the worst here, but he also had such a spirit of not admitting defeat. Before he finished, Ling Yuan talked about how number 10 fought against the 7 gods of the upper world and the human world, killed 6 gods in a row, and finally died together with the servants of the immortal palace. His vivid description made people unconsciously have countless battle scenes in their minds, as if they were there, watching the story of number 10's growth from a god's perspective. What a pity. Such a person actually died in battle. Wang Teng was regretful. Who said he died? Ling Yuan took a sip of coke and said lightly, "Not dead. What happened next? What happened to number 10? Haha, I'll tell you next time." Ling Yuan curled his lips and poured himself another cup of coke. Why's that? Hearing that number 10 was not dead, Li Qingwan's expression suddenly became happy, but now Ling Yuan stopped talking again, making her become depressed again. Seeing Ling Yuan doing this, everyone felt an itch in their hearts, like a cat scratching. Especially by Yuling, she was addicted to the novel, and it was particularly uncomfortable to see him stop updating at this time, as if ants were crawling all over her body. "You kid, say another paragraph." The other people were also a little itchy and began to beg. "Lan Yudi, Ling Yuan, just say another paragraph." Ling Yuan glanced at her, and after a while said, "Okay, then I'll say a little more. Number 10 is indeed dead, but resurrected. Later, he died several times and finally became the immortal emperor, carrying a huge cause and effect, and making decisions alone for eternity." Everyone was shocked. This was too brief, and it was really just one point, which was completely different from the previous one. Although the itch in my heart was relieved after knowing the follow-up, it still felt a little bit off. However, what realm is the immortal emperor? Just looking at the name makes me feel very awesome. Immortal emperor. Wang Teng looked up at the sky and murmured, with infinite yearning in his heart, not because he understood this realm, but because of his yearning for the strong man number 10. At this time, Wang Yin said sadly, "I feel that he is so lonely. He died alone in the battle against the 7 gods, and finally he was alone in the end." She held Li Yan's hand and told her about her silent companionship. Li Yan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and comforted her. "Don't worry, we will always be together." Kiki. Hearing this, she smiled immediately, and the two looked at each other affectionately. "Oh my, brother, there are so many bachelors around." Li Miao couldn't help complaining when he saw this. He had eaten enough and didn't want to eat dog food anymore. Li Qiwan, junior brotherling, how do you know so much? Did this really happen? Ling Yuan rolled his eyes. How is it possible? How could a small outer disciple like me experience such a thing? Oh, Li Yan had a different opinion in his heart. He felt that this was very likely to be true. The master just didn't say it clearly. But is there really another world? Forget it. Why think so much? He's a cultivator who is just about to build a foundation. Why think so far? When he reaches a higher level in the future, he will naturally know. Or he can ask his master privately. 18 night. The banquet finally ended and everyone went home. Li Yan quietly came to Ling Yuan's residence. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" He waved his hand and a barrier was set up. "No big deal, master. I'm just curious. Are the things you said today true? And are there really other worlds?" He said all his questions in one go, and then quietly waited for Ling Yuan's answer. Ling Yuan was silent for a while, then he started to talk nonsense. "It is indeed true. There are other worlds. What I am telling you today happened in a very powerful in the world. There are so many planes in the world, as vast as the sea of smoke. I call it the myriad worlds. Myriad worlds. What a high-sounding word. When Li Yin heard this, his eyes instantly burst into surprise. Seeing him like this, Ling Yuan raised his mouth slightly and then said, "Instead of listening to me, it's better to witness it with your own eyes." He put one hand on Li Yan's shoulder and directly performed space transfer. Swish. The next moment, the figures of the two appeared in the void outside this world. Li Yan was shocked by this sudden scene. He stared blankly at the continent under his feet, his mind extremely shocked. Master, is this the world we live in? Yes. Yes. Outside the world is endless chaos and void. The void is infinite, and the plane world and endless void is also endless. This is the myriad worlds. Wow. Li Yin felt his head exploded, and his worldview turned upside down. He had never known that the real world was so huge. Endless void, endless world. How many wonderful stories happened in it? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but yearn for it. At this time, Ling Yuan patted his head and interrupted. Don't be too ambitious. These will be exposed sooner or later when you reach a higher level. Yes. Li Yin came back to his senses, and the excitement on his face had not faded. Then, Ling Yuan performed space transfer again, and the two returned to their residence in an instant. Li Yin was a little dazed. It was the first time he saw the real world. In addition to the shock in his heart, there was also a sense of unreality. He pinched his thigh and felt a sharp pain, and then he confirmed that he was not dreaming. After leaving, he sat on the edge of the cliff, looking at the Tai Chi jade pendant in his hand, and began to communicate with Nangong Yin in it. Yenner, did you see it? Yeah. I saw it. In fact, it was not only Li Yin who was confused. Nangong Yin was also extremely confused, and she has not recovered yet. Your master is really... He can surprise people every time. Master is so mysterious. He looked up at the stars in the distance, as if he was looking at the heavens and the worlds. Fascinated, he stretched out a hand and held it to the sky, with a yearning look on his face, and murmured, "The heavens and the worlds. Wait for me." The night was quiet, and Lan Yudi did not practice all night as usual. Instead, she lay on the bed, raised her right hand high, and kept staring at the silver ring on her hand. She thought it looked good no matter how she looked at it, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly unconsciously. After an unknown period of time, she gradually fell asleep and had a very strange dream. In the dream, she turned into a little girl, screaming and running away madly when chased by a vicious dog. At this time, a boy holding a wooden stick on the street fought back the vicious dog and saved her from danger. She turned her head to look at the boy, wanting to see his face clearly, but was flashed by the dazzling sunlight. She couldn't help but raise her hand and subconsciously blocked it in front of her eyes. She glanced to the side, but she saw the shadow of the boy printed on the wall, like a pure swordsman. Although she couldn't see his appearance clearly, his figure was so brilliant under the sunlight. After that, she seemed to become good friends with the boy and experienced many beautiful and happy times together. The scene changed. She had fallen in a pool of blood, and the boy's anxious call was beside her, but she couldn't hear it. Her vision was blurred. She tried to open her eyes, but she couldn't open them. She could only see the boy's blurry figure. The scene changed again. Her body was lying on a platform in a small room, and her consciousness seemed to be out of her body, looking at herself from midair. She looked at this self carefully, but her face was blurry, as if covered by a layer of fog.at. This time, a little green on the chest of her body caught her attention, and she couldn't help but look at it. When she saw the true face of LVE, her pupils suddenly dilated. This is my jade pendant. Boom. The huge surprise broke the dream. Lan Yudi slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and then took out the rabbit jade pendant from her chest and looked at it carefully. What a strange dream, full of strange objects and houses in the dream. She shook her head and muttered to herself, "No longer sleepy." Lan Yudi walked to a tree in front of the house and jumped lightly, jumping onto a 3-meter-high tree trunk, leaning her back against the main tree trunk, just looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. Her eyes were dazed, and I don't know what she was thinking. On the other side, Ling Yuan was comprehending the fundamental way in Lingjia.it was that the great Tao is ruthless, running the sun and the moon. The great Tao is invisible, giving birth to the world. There is something mixed that can be the mother of the world. This great Tao is different from the single power form of the great Tao of time and the great Tao of space. It is the root of all things. Since the great Tao is invisible, how can we see it? How can we cultivate it? All living beings are just cultivating its derivatives. My mortal aura is invisible and formless, and what is the relationship between immortality and the invisible great Tao? As he continued to comprehend, Ling Yuan's mind became more and more clear, as if he had grasped something. But it was just a little short. After a long time, he stopped comprehending and practicing, and lay down on the big bed in the villa for a comfortable nap. Sleep well when encountering difficulties. I have to say that I am more accustomed to living in a modern house. Ding, ding, ding. Come, take a look, take a look. It's Ironmouth. You can't ask for money. I saw an old Taoist holding a white flag with Ironmouth written on it, walking while shaking a bell and shouting on the street.at. This time, a middle-aged man who looked a little sad happened to see the old man passing by, so he stopped in front of him. Master, please stop. Master, please stop. I have something to tell you. Can you tell me accurately? Seeing that someone came to see him, the old Taoist priest also stopped his steps and shouting, "Will I, a fortune teller, cheat you? Do you see these big words?" He pointed to the 4 big words, Ironmouth Straight Judgment, on the flag and said with some displeasure. The middle-aged man glanced at it and didn't care too much. Okay, anyway, you are not allowed to ask for money. This is what you said just now. Haha, there is nothing that I can't tell accurately. The old Taoist priest stroked his long beard, his expression a little proud. Don't talk first, let me tell you. What is your last name, right? The Taoist priest pinched the man's last name with one hand. The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this, because his last name was he, God, Taoist priest. Then please take a look at what I'm asking. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard again and said, "Well, judging from your face, you will be going on a long journey in a few days, right? And you will be going out for business." At this time, the middle-aged man's expression of the old Taoist priest turned into shock, and he raised his right thumb. "Too good, Taoist priest. You got it all right." As soon as he finished speaking, his tone changed again. Alas, I am mainly struggling whether to do the order in 3 days, because I have another opportunity, but this opportunity has some risks, but once it succeeds, the return will be very high. There's only one chance in these few days. Taoist priest, please give me some advice on how to choose. After that, he clasped his fist and saluted the old Taoist priest, and then quietly waited for the Taoist priest's answer. The old Taoist priest's hand stroking his beard paused for a while, as if he was thinking. Then, his expression became a little solemn again. After a while, he stared at the middle-aged man and said, "The second way cannot be chosen, otherwise you will be killed." So serious. The middle-aged man was shocked, opened his mouth and was stunned, and then quickly thought about the risks he had analyzed before. That's right. I'm not lying. The old Taoist said firmly. Having seen the old Taoist's ability, he began to wonder if he should give up when he heard the Taoist say the consequences so confidently. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to give up for the sake of his life. He was a little worried at first, and now he heard the Taoist priest say so he naturally decided not to do it. "Thank you, Taoist priest." The middle-aged man thanked the old Taoist priest again, and then slowly took out a piece of silver from his sleeve with his right hand. Seeing this, the old Taoist priest hurriedly stopped his hand. "Hey, no, I only need a copper coin." The middle-aged man was a little confused. In this day and age, money is delivered to your mouth, but you still don't need it. Suddenly, the figure of the old Taoist priest became taller in his mind, and he was sure that the old Taoist priest must be a fairy from the world. "Master, you really treat money like dirt. I admire you." He put the silver coins back and took out a copper plate with Huayan copper coins engraved on it. The old Taoist took it calmly with one hand and walked forward without saying anything to the middle-aged man and started shouting and ringing the bell again. "Wait, master, I haven't asked for your name yet." The middle-aged man suddenly remembered something and shouted. The old Taoist still didn't look back and continued to walk forward, but heard his voice. "Others call me Old Man Tianji." The old man was very happy. So much luck has gathered in this place. It seems that the era of great contention is coming. In the tea house, the old man Tianji was drinking tea while thinking, and there was a hint of worry in his expression. Everything has 2 sides, and the arrival of the era of great contention means that the great catastrophe is coming. Then he pinched his fingers again, and then frowned slightly. Strange. I can't figure out this variable. It shouldn't be. The old man Tianji wanted to deduce the future development of this world, but he didn't expect a variable to appear, which disrupted the secrets of heaven. The strange thing is that with his skills, he couldn't even calculate what the specific variable was. He only knew that there was such a thing that he continued to calculate unwillingly, but he still couldn't figure it out after several calculations. He shook his head helplessly, laughed, and muttered to himself, "Forget it. Why do I think so much? I'm just a passerby." After that, he picked up the teacup in his right hand and drank the tea. His figure slowly disappeared as if it was virtual, but the guests around him didn't seem to notice this change at all. After a while, the waiter found that there was no one at the table of Tianji Elder, but he didn't see the money on the table. "Where's the person?" "No, I haven't paid yet." He scratched his head, looking at a loss. The key point was that he didn't see anyone go out just now. What a ghost. In the night, a blackbird flew at a very fast speed. When it saw the two guards outside the sunset sex formation, it swooped down and flew towards one of them. Where did the bird come from? The Xuanqing bird landed on the palm of one of the guards who looked a little bit feminine, with a small jade slip in its claws. The guard took the jade slip curiously and subconsciously read the information in it. After reading the information, he was stunned for a moment, and then showed an imperceptible weird smile. "What's wrong with this bird?" Another guard asked curiously when he saw the bird landing on him. "Oh, nothing. It's a letter from my family." The guard with a feminine appearance quickly regained his composure and put the jade slip away calmly while speaking. After delivering the jade slip, the Xuanqing bird flew away without looking back. "Is that so? I really envy you. Unlike me, I am alone." After saying that, he felt a little emotional in his heart, looking at the bright moon in the sky, as if he was recalling something. You want to ruin my demon summoning sect? Don't even think about it." The feminine guard thought so in his heart. As for the words of the people next to him, he was too lazy to listen. After perfunctorily dealing with the partner next to him, he continued to stand guard diligently at the same time. Long Tianchi, who rushed back to the sect overnight, reported the news to the sect master. The sect master was shocked and hurriedly held a meeting. In the end, the senior leaders agreed to go to support the friendly sect, saying that the demon sect should not be so arrogant. Immediately organized people to go and support the friendly sect. The next day, in Ling Yuan's room, "Universe Superman, open your eyes. I am." Snap. Ling Yuan turned over, quickly turned off the alarm on his mobile phone, and then stood up and stretched. "Great. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time. Today is the day of the outer sect competition, right? Now there will be real fighting to watch. Master, good morning. Breakfast is ready for you." Upon hearing this strange alarm clock, Qing Feng hurried over to greet him. "Well, not bad." Ling Yuan nodded, expressing his satisfaction. It must be said that it is great to have someone take care of your diet and life. Although he can fast, it would be stupid not to eat delicious food. When he came to the living room, a table of sumptuous spiritual treasures was already in place. The red liquid in the cup was the juice squeezed from dragon blood fruit. After breakfast, he left Lingjia and returned to the small shabby house. Then, he flew towards the venue of the outer sect competition. He was looking forward to this free special effects movie. The venue was full of people. Although it was an outer sect competition, many inner sect disciples also came to join in the fun. The venue is a field similar to a football field, except that there are 8 arenas in the middle and stairs around for the disciples to sit and watch. "Brotherling, this way." Han Feiyu saw Ling Yuan walking through the aisle and waved and shouted. As soon as Ling Yuan arrived at the venue, he heard someone calling him, but saw Han Feiyu and the others were already sitting together. "Yo, you all came so early." He glanced at the people sitting and found that there was one missing person in the small group. "Why haven't you seen that boy Li Yan?" "Oh, there is brother Li Yan in the first competition, and he is already prepared below." Wang Yin explained after hearing this. "That's it." Ling Yuan nodded and found a seat to sit down. He thought that Li Yan was late again, just like before when he tested his spiritual roots. The competition hadn't officially started yet, and a few people started chatting boredly. Boom, boom, boom. The loud drum beat suddenly shook the venue, causing the originally noisy scene to suddenly become quiet. The disciples all looked at the source of the drum sound. After a while, the drum stopped, and a loud voice suddenly sounded. "Disciples, I am Sect Master Shinyang. Next, I announce that the outer sect competition has officially begun." Oh. As soon as Shinyang finished speaking, the scene suddenly burst into excitement, and cheers continued. The exciting drum beat sounded again. Boom, 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 boom. Next, the referees of the competition began to enter. There were 8 of them, each standing at the edge of a ring. "Please take the seats for the disciples participating in the first competition." "Look, isn't that Li Yan? Where? It's true. I didn't expect him to show up in the first scene. I hope you won't confront me in the future, Dao. Look, sisters, it's Li Yan." After the last battle for love, Li Yan has become quite famous in the outside world. As soon as he appeared, many disciples recognized him. Li Yan, come on." A group of female monks gathered together and kept shouting loudly. They were obviously his female fans. "I'll go. What do these women think? They know that my brother has a Taoist partner, but they are still so fanatical." Li Miao looked a little envious. "Don't worry, if you achieve good results this time, I believe there will be suitors." Han Feiyu comforted him when he saw him like this. Yeah, he nodded heavily, the fighting spirit in his eyes already burning. For girls, Wang Yin didn't feel unhappy when she saw a bunch of female cultivators cheering for Li Yan, but instead felt a little proud. When Ling Yuan saw this scene, he immediately felt a little funny. He didn't expect that his cheap apprentice had quite a lot of female fans. "Junior brotherling." At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw that it was Lan Yudi and Li Qingwan who came. "Why are you here? Want to see the excitement?" In fact, the main reason is that senior sister wants to come. Li Qingwan glanced at Lan Yudi and said, "Ahem." Lan Yudi pretended to cough twice and walked over to sit next to Ling Yuan without saying anything. Seeing this, Li Qingwan also sat down. Ling Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and focused his attention on the venue again. The battle was over. The demon summoning sect was ready to go. At this time, the red blood demon and the demon Dujinjuan stood on a huge ship. Congratulations to Daoist fellow red blood for breaking through the middle stage of the nascent soul. The demon Dujinjuan congratulated with a bow. "Haha, it's just luck. This time I still need your help." Okay, I'm here. This time I will definitely help Daoist fellow annihilate the sunset sect." After the two exchanged greetings, they began to brag about business, but they never set off, as if they were still waiting for someone. Life is like a dream. I am the only one awake, and the world of mortals allows me to laugh. Suddenly, an ethereal male voice sounded all around, and at the same time, pink light spots kept flying wildly. The old demon Shishue was not surprised by the scene but was used to it. He curled his lips and shouted at the pink light spot. "We are all one family. You are pretending to be a fool." The true Lord Demo had never seen such a scene before, and only knew that the person who came was a master in the early stage of the nascent soul. "Haha, Sect Master, I'm here." As soon as the voice fell, the pink light spots quickly gathered into a figure. "Dai Demo, let me introduce you. This is the deputy sect master of our sect, Renhanshin." The old demon Shishue pointed to the figure that appeared on the side and introduced. Looking closely, I saw a handsome young man with white hair and a shawl standing there. Renhanshin bowed his hands and saluted the two one by one. The true Lord Demo showed an expression of sudden enlightenment when he heard the words. It turned out to be the demon Lord Hanshin. "Oh, I didn't expect that the true Lord had also heard of my name," Renhanshin said with some surprise. "Ahem, a distinguished guest of the Huan sect. You know what I mean." Demo Jinjuan coughed twice, then glanced at him with a strange look. When the 3 words of the Huan sect came out, Renhanshin was immediately surprised, and his smile gradually became more and more unbridled. "So you are a fellow traveler. Ahem. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about attacking the sunset sect. I think it's getting late, so it's time to set off, right?" The old demon Shishue on the side was speechless when he saw the two of them. He always felt that his people seemed unreliable. It's tiring. As the leader of the sect, forget it. It's a critical period. I can bear it. Shishue waved his hand. Everyone set off. With one call, all kinds of magic ships took off immediately, and at the same time, the formation on the magic ship was activated, making the ship invisible. At this time, the beast taming sect was also on the way to the Sunset sect, Long Tanchi. Speaking of which, Sect Master, have you informed the Sunset sect that the demon sect will invade? No. Wang Jia, Sect Master of the beast taming sect, shook his head. Long Tanchi was stunned. Why? Did you forget? Ahem, because we never left a jade token for communication. Speaking of this, Wang Jia felt a little embarrassed. Well, okay. Fortunately, I asked Chuanqing Bird to send the message first. Wang Jia nodded, looked at him with satisfaction, and then said slowly, the summoning demon sect is prepared for the battle. I hope they can hold on for a while. This time, I asked the Supreme Elder to come out of retreat, and when the time comes, I will save them from danger. The Sunset sect will owe us a big favor. This time, they sent out 100 foundation building disciples to help them. 3 Jin Dan, 1 Yuan Ying early stage, and 1 Yuan Ying middle stage, which can be said to be quite powerful in the Sunset sect's competition venue. Li Yan's opponent was a Chi refining level 7 contestant. When the Chi refining level 7 disciple saw Li Yan, he couldn't help but secretly cursed. Obviously, he also knew Li Yan's strength. Zhao Ziming, who was at the Chi refining level 8, was defeated by him in one move. Isn't it easy to beat a Chi refining level 7 disciple like me? Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he looked at Li Yan opposite him solemnly. Begin. With the referee's shout, the fight officially began. 2 metal boxing gloves suddenly appeared on the surface of the Chi refining level 7 cultivator's fist. Li Yan raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Are you practicing boxing? Seeing this, Li Yan put away his long sword and made a double-fisted stance. I am Ai Kuan, and I've been practicing for 2.5 years. I have heard that fellow Taoist Li is amazingly powerful for a long time. Today, I really feel oppressive. However, are you looking down on me by putting away your weapons? His eyes condensed, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. Obviously, he thought that Li Yan put away his weapon to make him look down on him. Not really. It's just that I know a little bit about boxing. Li Yan scratched his head in confusion. Ai Kuan was a little surprised to hear that. He didn't expect that there were people practicing boxing besides him. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he had seen a soulmate. So that's it. It seems that this will be a hearty battle. His eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was high. He abandoned the idea of winning or losing from his mind. He finally met someone who used boxing, and he must have a good fight. In his opinion, a man's romance is to punch him. At this moment, he had forgotten how Zhao Ziming was defeated by Li Yan in one move, and just wanted to fight. He raised his fist high and jumped towards Li Yan, shouting, "Let's fight." Shaking Mountain Fist. Bang. After a breath, Ai Kuan fell to the ground. His last thought before he fainted was this. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? This time, Li Yan defeated the enemy with one move again, which caused everyone in the venue to be amazed, and countless people cheered for him. After a while, Ai Kuan, who was carried off the stage, woke up, thinking back to being defeated by Li Yan with one move. He showed unwillingness on his face, clenched his fists, and kept punching the ground. He punched the ground again and again, as if venting his frustration. The referee couldn't stand it anymore and came to comfort him. This disciple, please be rational. Hearing this, Ai Kuan swung his fist faster. He pounded the ground and said, rational? You are not the loser. How can you ask me to be rational? One punch. One punch. He has been practicing boxing for so long, and he thinks he is quite strong and has a deep boxing skill. He didn't expect to be defeated by one punch today. Damn it. If throwing 10,000 punches a day doesn't work, I will throw 100,000. If 100,000 doesn't work, I will throw 1 million. After venting his frustration, he secretly vowed in his heart that one day he would wash away this humiliation. Wait, Li Yan, my opponent. His eyes became firm, and he turned and left. One among the cheering disciples paid attention to his back as he left. The world will never look at the loser. Only the winner can be the center of attention and have infinite glory. Interesting person. Ling Yuan murmured as he watched Ai Kuan leave. Bang, bang, bang. Just when the atmosphere was heated, there were sudden explosions in the sky. Then the ground began to shake violently. What's going on? What happened? The ground is shaking so much. I'll fly up first. I'm so smart. All the disciples in the sect felt the violent shaking and were a little at a loss. Not good. The sect protection formation is under attack. All disciples are ready to meet the enemy. Several elders, follow me to stabilize the formation. Shenyang's heart sank, as if he was facing a great enemy. Crack. Before they could make a move, the formation broke directly. At this time, an ethereal voice seemed to sound from all directions. Life is like a dream. I am the only one awake. The world of mortals allows me to laugh. The lingering sound echoes and lasts for a long time. What followed was countless pink auras flying all over the sky. The spiritual light gathered and transformed into a handsome young man with white hair and shawl, dressed in white clothes. Ren Hongqian took the lead and came on stage first. When it comes to painting, he is confident that he is not inferior to anyone else. Coupled with his style, it can be said in one word, handsome. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth turned up somewhat narcissistically. Who is coming? Shenyang asked with a solemn expression as he flew up to look at the coming person. When Ren Hongqian heard this, he put his hands behind his hands and said with a smile, I am the demon lord of the red dust. Ren Hongqian. Shenyang was stunned because he had never heard of this person, but he knew he was from the demon sect after hearing his name. This time, the great elder from the early stage of nascent soul also flew over and said to Shenyang, they are from the demon summoning sect. Demon summoning sect? It's them again. Hearing that he was from the demon summoning sect, Shenyang was immediately furious. I haven't even gone to them to settle the previous accounts, but they came to my door first. So arrogant. Brother Ling, this guy is so good at pretending. Li Yan whispered to Ling Yuan next to him, but he felt that Ren Hongqian's appearance was really good, and with this entrance line, it was quite interesting. But I always feel that there is still something missing, and this little thing is the soul of it. He lowered his head and thought, intending to learn from the experience. That's it. Ling Yuan shook his head. When it comes to writing, who can be better than him who has read more than 1,000 novels? Of course, he is indeed no match against the 4 originators of Force Path. Seeing Ren Hongqian appear like this, he felt a little restless. However, he still planned to check the situation first. Ha ha, Shenyang, long time no see. At this time, a loud laugh came from the air, and Dharma ships appeared one after another in the sky above the Sunset Sect. There are at least 100 ships, large and small. As soon as the scarlet-blooded old demon and the true Lord of Demon Crossing appeared on the stage, the pressure of the mid-stage nascent soul was directly released, creating a storm in an instant. True Lord Dumo looked at the disciples below him hungrily, as if he were looking at food. Sensing the auras of the two people, Shenyang and Great Elder Wu Yang's expressions instantly became solemn. 2 mid-stage nascent souls. Everyone in the Sunset Sect was shocked, plus Ren Hongqian. There are 3 nascent soul stage that it's not over yet. The demon summoning sect still has a group of golden elixir masters, but fortunately the number is smaller than them. Therefore, the key to victory in this battle lies in the battle between these nascent soul masters. It's hard to handle. Sect Master. Wu Yang frowned. Don't panic. Look at me. Ahem. The next moment, Shenyang cleared his throat and shouted, Sir, help me. The red-blooded old demon was confused. Are there any masters in the Sunset Sect? Supreme Elder? He should have been promoted later. He quickly recalled the old masters of the Sunset Sect in his mind, but after thinking about it, there were only a few of them, and they had all fallen. Who could it be? As the saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat. So he immediately decided to take action quickly. Regardless of whether there were other masters, he would kill one first. Red blood magic. The red-blooded old demon's skill has greatly increased, and his magical powers have become more powerful than before. He turned into a oozing blood cloud and attacked Shenyang and Wu Yang at high speed. The 2 Shenyang people immediately used defensive techniques to resist, forming a huge spiritual shield in front of them. Unfortunately, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between the lower realms. The 2 of them only held on for a few seconds before they were directly entangled in the blood cloud. At a time of crisis, a big sun falls from the sky. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes subconsciously. Wow, my eyes. It's so shiny. This round of sun directly bombarded the blood cloud and immediately scattered the blood cloud. Whoosh, the scattered blood clouds instantly reunited and reformed into the form of the red-blooded old devil. No injuries, no big problem, but the sudden appearance of the sun shocked him. Huh, I didn't expect you to still be alive, Lord Duri. Bai Hengtian. When the scarlet-blooded old demon saw the attack method and the person's appearance, he knew who it was. This is the former famous master of the Sunset Sect, the true Lord of the Sun. It is said that he passed away 100 years ago, but I didn't expect that he is still alive. Thank you, Supreme Elder, for your help. Xinyang bowed and thanked him. Wudiang seeing this, he hurriedly followed, and at the same time he was shocked in his heart, because even he didn't know that the Supreme Elder was still alive. Humph, Demon Sect Xiao Xiao, do you really think that my Sunset Sect has no one? Bai Hengtian snorted coldly, his tone unkind. At the same time, the pressure of the mid-stage nascent soul is fully revealed. Ha, that's it for you. Even I have reached the middle stage of nascent soul. The old guy should just withdraw from the wave of the times. He turned his head and said to the demon crossing True Lord next to him, I'll leave this old guy to you, True Lord. Is that okay? Okay, True Lord Domo nodded, indicating that I am invincible and you can do whatever you want. After all, he had spent a lot of time in the middle stage of nascent soul, and he was only one step away from the late stage. He was still confident against an old guy, superior. As soon as he finished speaking, Qishue rushed forward again, this time aiming directly at Shenyang and Wu Yang. The nascent soul war begins immediately. The disciples on both sides remain silent in a tacit understanding, as if waiting for the final result of this high-level battle. According to the rules of the arena, the general will fight first. Xiaobing watches the show first. Ling Yuan enjoyed watching the colorful attacks in the sky. That I have to say, this is much better than the rookie chickens pecking each other during the chi refining period. When Ren Hongqian saw the scarlet-blooded old demon happily beating up two early nascent souls, he felt a little uncomfortable intervening. He was a little bored, so he set his sights on his disciples. His eyes quickly swept back and forth, looking for the beautiful female nun. Ren Hongqian practices the pink way, and often practices dual cultivation to aid his practice. Since there is no need to fight for the time being, let's grab a batch of future furnace cauldrons first. Suddenly, his eyes stopped in the group of people named Ling Yuan, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Three beautiful little beauties, it's you. Jia Jia Jia. After finding the target, Ren Hongqian slowly flew towards the target direction. Ling Yuan noticed Ren Hongqian's lewd gaze in the sky, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Boy, you have a way to die. Just as he was leaning forward to fly, a sudden change occurred. His heart suddenly shook. Why? Because he found that his body suddenly couldn't move. Not only was he unable to move, but also the nascent soul masters who were fighting against him were also unable to move. Even their attacks were stagnant in the air. This scene was so weird that it horrified them. The disciples on both sides also looked at it dumbfounded, and they were extremely surprised. They didn't know what was going on. Boom. Just when they were shocked and confused, a group of bright stars suddenly burst out in the sky. The starlight is not as dazzling as the sun, a little cold, but at the same time it looks extremely sacred. Then, they heard a mysterious and shocking sound coming into their ears from all directions. I exist before Hongming opens, and I dominate the Great Road. The sound of the Great Way resounded throughout the world. This sentence resounded like the sound of the Great Way. Everyone was shocked. Just hearing the sound made them feel tingling and goosebumps all over their bodies. This feeling is hard to describe. It's hard to explain. Just feel a chill suddenly rushing straight to the top of the head, making people feel extremely shocked. What's going on? There are still masters. Oh my god. Are the Yuanying masters stopped in time? They are motionless. Look carefully. Their attacks are also stagnant. Hiss. They thought that the battle between Yuanying masters was already the limit, but they didn't expect that there is a stronger one now. The starlight gradually faded, and a handsome man wearing a star-like robe and a mysterious halo behind his head appeared at the same time. Glowing golden lotuses appeared around him, as if a real immortal had descended to the world. Li Yan saw this and exclaimed in his heart, wow, master is not pretending anymore. The appearance of the mysterious master surprised everyone in Qingyan's group. Lan Yudi subconsciously glanced at the position where Ling Yuan was originally next to her, and found that he was indeed gone. Is this brother Ling? Wang Ting opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide, and was somewhat unbelievable. Well, it seems to be. Li Qingwan was also extremely shocked, and said hesitantly. Although Han Feiyu had felt that Ling Yuan was extremely mysterious before, he was still surprised to see his great magical power with his own eyes. Except for Li Yan, the others were not much better to know. Everyone is still in the chi refining stage. Where did you go directly? We obviously joined the sect together. Why do I feel that you have become an immortal? Wang Tong was shocked and extremely depressed. He had previously regarded Ling Yuan as a target to chase, but now he felt like a clown. Just as the people present were shocked, Ling Yuan moved. He stretched out a finger, pointed at Ren Hongqian, and said softly, die. Bang. A terrifying flame instantly appeared around Ren Hongqian at the same time. Ling Yuan untied him. Only in time to let out a shrill scream. Ren Hongqian's body was instantly burned to charcoal. The wind blew again, and it turned into ashes and dissipated in the world. Silence. The scene that was originally full of exclamations suddenly became deathly quiet. Then there was a constant sound of people sucking in cold air. His one finger killed the nascent soul stage. I must be dreaming. Come wake me up with a beautiful woman with yellow urine. Hiss. Killing Yuanying with one finger. What realm is this big guy in? Is it the arrival of the god? It's so terrifying. This is too strong. You can laugh, right? You can't laugh now, right? Many people suddenly had such an idea in their minds. Seeing this scene, the demon sect panicked. The deputy sect leader was killed by one finger, and the sect leader was stilled. They suddenly wanted to run away. Several Jindan elders sent messages to each other. Things seem to be getting complicated. How about running away? The sect leader has been controlled. Of course we have to run. Don't worry. I have the god escape talisman. The red blood demon and the Domo Jinjuan were even more panicked than them. The red blood demon thought that Ling Yuan was the kid who ruined their good things last time. Unexpectedly, he was so powerful, and he felt desperate. Domo Jinjuan was inwardly MMP. He originally just wanted to make some extra money. Who could have thought that this would happen? His mind turned quickly, thinking about a way to get out. Ling Yuan flashed, and came directly in front of the few people who were fixed. He looked at Qishue and Domo Jinjuan. The two of them were immediately scared, and wanted to beg for mercy, but they didn't expect that they couldn't do it at all. But the next moment, they found that their mouths could move. Domo Jinjuan directly begged for mercy. Sir, spare my life. I just came to join in the fun. I'm not a member of the summoning demon sect. As long as you let me go, you can have as many spiritual stones and women as you want. Qishue was not to be outdone. Sir, let me go. I have an important information about Ren Hongqian. Oh, what information? Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the man was of great importance? Then Qishue whispered, although Ren Hongqian is the deputy leader of our sect, his true identity is the illegitimate son of the elder of Xuanli Holy Land and the saint. Qishue revealed the shocking news in order to save his life. This Xuanli Holy Land has a great background. Huayan dynasty is one of the dynasties in the southern region, and Xuanli Holy Land is the true ruler of the southern region. It is said that there are several legendary gods, and among them there are even stronger ones than gods. I didn't expect that the saint of the Holy Land had an affair with the elder, Tut Tut, at the same time, in the Xuanli Holy Land. A middle-aged man who was originally practicing suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were angry and sad, and his powerful breath could not help but be released. Son, who is it? Dare to kill my son. The saint naturally sensed that the soul lamp of her illegitimate son had been extinguished, and her face suddenly became gloomy. She immediately cast a spell to track the enemy. Puff. The scene of the spell tracking was shattered as soon as it appeared, and she was hit back and vomited a mouthful of blood. With one hand covering his chest, he murmured weakly, How could this happen? I am at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that the one who killed my son was a god of transformation? Rin Hongshan's father also suffered backlash when he cast a spell to track him, and he said in his heart, impossible. I am a god of transformation. What's going on? After the backlash, his angry heart calmed down. It was obvious that his son had a lot of trump cards he gave him. At least there was no one who could kill him in the nascent soul stage. Did he really meet a god of transformation? Humph. Whether you are a god of transformation or not, I will make you pay for killing my son. But the problem now is that he can't deduce the information of his enemy at all. The other party may have a treasure that can conceal the secrets of heaven. Ling Yuan was not impressed when he heard that Rin Hongshan had a Holy Land background, and no matter what your background is, if you provoke him, you will be kicked on the iron plate, and your ashes will be scattered directly. Interesting, Holy Land. I don't know how high-end combat power the Holy Land is, whether it is enough for him to fight. Then he looked at the two of them with his eyes fixed, and a flash of fire flashed, and the two of them followed Rin Hongshan's footsteps. I curse you to die a miserable death. Ugh, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ling Yuan, rebound so far. All the nascent soul fighters of the summoning demon sect have died. The magic ship in the sky started moving directly, wanting to turn around and fly away, and the golden core elders were about to escape. But the next moment, they all stopped. Ling Yuan glanced at Xinyang and untied their restraints. The rest you can do by yourselves. The three found that they could move, and immediately bowed and thanked. Thank you for saving the sect. Bai Hengtian was shocked and puzzled. When did such a strong man live in seclusion here in the sect? Could it be the ancestor of the Sunset sect? He was moved in his heart, looking at Ling Yuan's gorgeous figure, and mustered up the courage to ask, may I ask the name of the senior? As he spoke, his lips were trembling unconsciously, as if he was afraid that he would make Ling Yuan unhappy if he was not careful. I am Ling Tian Daozun. This is the name Ling Yuan thought of at the moment. After all, we are all so awesome. How can we not have an awesome name? Taoist Lord Ling Tian. What a domineering name. However, Bai Hengtian had never heard of it, and he thought it was just the senior who came to them on a whim. It turns out to be Senior Daozun. Thank you again, Senior, for your help. After saying that, he took Xinyang and bowed to Wu Yang. Then they looked at the demon sect people with angry eyes. Without saying a word, Bai Hengtian transformed into the Great Sun and directly entered the group of magic ships of the demon sect and rampaged around. Within a moment, all the magic ships were destroyed. Waves of wailing sounds continued. Xinyang and Wu Yang looked at each other, and both took action against the Jin and elders. The two of them just used one move, and several golden elixir experts were immediately stunned. The powerful nascent soul is so terrifying. At this time, another voice came from the horizon. I, the beast control sect, are here to support the friend sect. The demon sect is going rampant during Xiaoxiao. Forehead. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Brother, you seem to be a little late. It has ended. Ling Yuan did not care about what happened next, turned around and left, leaving only one sentence. I will rest in this sect for a while. You don't want to disturb my peace. Follow Taoist master's instructions. Bai Hengtian bowed and clasped his fists. Ling Yuan turned into a stream of light and flew back to his residence. Upon seeing this, Lan Yudai and others also flew towards his position. Wait for my senior sister. As soon as the people from the beast control sect entered the Sunset sect's airspace, they discovered the wreckage of the Dharma ship and corpses everywhere. Judging from the costumes of the corpses, they're all disciples of the demon sect. There were no colorful spells flying around at the scene, except for the debris on the ground. It was so peaceful here. Wang Jie, what's going on? Long Tianqi, is the fight already over? Everyone in the beast control sect had questions on their faces. Soon. The Sect Master Xinyang and Wu Yang came forward to receive them. Wang Jie came up and asked directly in confusion, what's going on? Sect Master Shin. I got a secret report that the demon summoning sect was going to attack you. So I brought people to support you. But looking at you guys like this, is it already over? Xinyang smiled and said, haha, thank you very much, Master Wang, but the battle is indeed over. At this time, the supreme elder of the beast control sect was startled when he saw Bai Hengtian, and shouted a little rudely, Bai Hengtian, why are you still alive, old guy? There was shock, excitement, and a hint of joy in his tone. Bai Hengtian was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly he heard such a shout, and immediately looked back and was stunned. It turns out to be you, Fu Tianqing. You're not dead yet. Isn't it normal for me to be alive? Kiki. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, showing a nostalgic look on his face. He didn't expect to see his old friend again. The two of them looked at each other in the air, and others did not dare to talk to each other. They just waited for the subsequent development of the situation. After a long time, the two suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Old guy, let's have some drinks together. Drink some. After speaking, the two of them flew away directly shoulder to shoulder. Forget it, Master Wang, let's find a place to talk in detail. After saying that, he looked in the direction Ling Yuan left, wondering what he was thinking. Okay, Wang Jie nodded. Soon, Lan Yudi and the others arrived at Ling Yuan's residence, only to see him already sitting at the stone table in the open space. There were also several cups of coke on the table, in which extremely rich spiritual energy was constantly surging. This is Ling Yuan's new spiritual cola, which tastes better than ordinary 5-star cola. Ling Yuan looked at the people who landed and said calmly, you are here. However, they seemed a little cautious. Obviously, they were frightened by Ling Yuan's strength before. This is just like in reality, you have a friend who suddenly becomes famous. From then on, he goes to high-end places every day, surrounded by celebrities and beautiful women. If you go to him again, you will subconsciously feel unnatural and distant. Ling Yuan saw their state and said with some humor, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? After speaking, he gave Li Yan a look. He immediately understood. Hey, what are you doing? Brother Ling is always Brother Ling, sit down. Everyone. After that, regardless of the crowd, she took Wang Yin and walked up to find a seat to sit down. Meow. Brother, so love will disappear, right? Ling Yuan. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. After hearing Li Yan's words, they came back to their senses and smiled in relief. Lan Yudi did her job and took the lead and sat next to Ling Yuan's left hand. Position. Li Qiwan was sitting on his right. Junior Brother Ling, you are so strong. I was wondering why you have so many spiritual weapons. It turns out you were just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Qiwan said excitedly. Lan Yudi saw Li Qiwan taking the lead and talking to Ling Yuan, and she felt a little strange for no reason. No. She also wanted to talk to Ling Yuan, but what to say? Think of a topic quickly. Lan Yudi. She has always been less talkative, not because she is aloof, but because she is really not good at communicating with others. Lan Yudi calmly picked up the coke and drank water tactically, but in fact, she had already started a storm in her brain. Han Fei Yu smiled bitterly and said, I already knew that Brother Ling was mysterious, but I didn't expect to underestimate him. Killing the Yuan stage easily. This is really shocking. Oh, I was just about to say it. I was thinking about chasing him before, but now I can only see his back. Wang Ten looked at Ling Yuan with some resentment. Hearing this, Ling Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, it's okay, practice well. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. You still have a chance to catch up with me. Really? Hearing him say this, Wang Ting's eyes, which were originally a little dim, burst into a gleam of light again, and looked at Ling Yuan expectantly. Ling Yuan nodded. Of course, your talent is the best among the people I have ever seen. This point is indeed not fooling him. After all, Ling Yuan has only seen him with a single spiritual root. As for catching up with him in cultivation, forget it. The reason for saying this is just to motivate Wang Ting and let him practice hard. Hearing Ling Yuan's praise and affirmation, Wang Teng's blood burned again. Ling Yuan chatted and laughed with them casually and unknowingly. The unnatural feeling in their hearts had been eliminated. Senior sister, let's go. Li Qiwan kept waving one hand in front of Lan Yudi. What's gone? Lan Yudi, who was immersed in brainstorming, came back to her senses. She looked around and found that there were only 3 of them left. Unfortunately, she didn't think of any topic until everyone left. Sister, what's wrong with you? You've been in a daze. Li Qiwan looked at her unhappily. Seeing the direct gazes between Ling Yuan and Li Qiwan, Lan Yudi felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Goodbye. She said goodbye to Ling Yuan quickly and couldn't help but fly away in a hurry. Goodbye, Yudi. Unexpectedly, Ling Yuan called her name directly this time. She was in the air, and her heart jumped when she heard the words. She couldn't help but feel happy, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly unconsciously. Wait for me, sister. Li Qiwan stomped her feet and hurried to catch up. Ling Yuan shook his head and laughed. You are really a little follower of sister. This matter came to an end, and Ling Yuan took out the space rings he got from the 2 Yuan stage to check. It's time to open the blind box again. Let me see what good things there are. Southern region power distribution map. Summoning demon secret technique. This secret technique can summon a powerful demon general from the demon world. The old man was killed in a car accident. Summoning materials. Blood cores made from the blood of 100,000 boys and 100,000 girls. Summoning spell. Contour integral size is Kai. The spell text is very strange, but it is marked with Chinese phonetic symbols, which shows that this old demon has studied it deeply. Good guy. It is indeed an evil magic technique. And Ling Yuan has found a blood core in his storage ring. This means that 200,000 people have already been killed. Oh, the world of immortal cultivation is really cruel, but I can be regarded as revenge for you. Looking at the shiny blood core in his hand, Ling Yuan shook his head with emotion. That is to say, he is strong enough. Otherwise, he will probably become a member of the 10,000 Souls banner in the future. However, the phonetic notation of this spell is also funny, which reminds him of the operation of using Chinese characters to mark the pronunciation of words when he was learning English as a child. What is this? Is it a magic weapon for clothing defense? Ling Yuan found that there was a ball of clothing-like things in the storage ring. His first reaction was that it was some kind of magic weapon of clothing. As a result, he took it out and unfolded it, and he was immediately surprised. Oh my, bellyband. Could it be that this old demon wore it himself? Well, it is not impossible. Ling Yuan quickly burned it with a fire in disgust. By the way, he washed his hands. Then he began to check other items. Soon, a picture aroused his curiosity. The picture depicts 4 stunning beauties with graceful figures. Their clothes are looming, and each image is vivid and fascinating. Spring color refining heart picture. Entering the illusion can train the consciousness. I didn't expect it to be a magic weapon that can train spiritual consciousness, but it's a pity that I can't use it. Ling Yuan showed regret. Because his spiritual consciousness was too high, there was no illusion that could pull him into it, and he didn't need to train any spiritual consciousness. That I was just curious about what kind of illusion it was. Ahem. Keep it, and ask those rebellious sons if they are interested when I return to Earth. After searching the storage ring of the red blood demon, he found that there were not many things that could be used. Although there were many spiritual stones, they were useless to him. Only the distribution map of forces in the South region was okay. There are more than 1,000 sects of all sizes in the entire South region. The most powerful one among them is the Xuanli Holy Land. Let's take a look at the other one. It was almost the same as the red blood demon, with a bunch of magic weapons, a few magic cultivation techniques, some spiritual stones, and some natural treasures. But there was a special jade token inside, which was very extraordinary at first glance. There are 5 colors in the jade token, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, and the word Taiwa engraved on it. Taiwa. There seems to be a special power in this jade token. Ling Yuan used his spiritual sense to sense it, and he came to the conclusion after a while. There is a special forbidden power in it, which gives people the feeling of a key. Could it be the key to a secret place somewhere? Ling Yuan thought so in his heart. Having read more than 1,000 novels, he said it was very likely. He nodded, put it away, and then flashed to Lingjia, where he was ready to summon that demon general. After all, there is a ready-made blood core, so it would be a waste if it is not used. Finding a more open place, Ling Yuan put the blood river on the ground and drew a strange magic circle around it. Then he began to chant the spell in a low voice. Contour integral size is lambda theta yod epsilon chi psi. As the spell was chanted, the blood core began to emit a faint red light. After that, the glimmer spread to the entire magic circle. Ling Yuan chanted faster and faster, and the light of the blood core and the magic circle became brighter and brighter. After the spell was finished, the blood core completely disappeared and merged with the magic circle. The blood red light suddenly burst out, and a terrifying head with 2 horns slowly rose from the ground. Then came the sturdy body and legs. He was nearly 4 meters tall when the red light dissipated. The demon general was completely born. The terrifying aura burst out in an instant, stirring up a gust of dust. His momentum was not inferior to that of a nascent soul. Looking at the slowly disappearing magic circle, Ling Yuan smiled. It is indeed a space channel. Very good. I have written down the coordinates. The demon general seemed to have not reacted yet. His huge eyes turned left and right, and then he set his eyes on the bug under his feet. Seeing Ling Yuan, his hideous bloody face suddenly showed a smile that a mouthful of fangs exposed, looking extremely terrifying. Little human, as a reward for summoning me, you will become the first person I descend upon this world. Food. Ha! After saying that, its giant hand grabbed Ling Yuan, and its terrifying claws were extremely sharp, like the tip of a knife. Ling Yuan's mind was black. What kind of rubbish summoning technique is this? The summoned creature doesn't recognize the master, right? Isn't this a pure suicide move? You're rebelling. You summoned beast dare to devour the master. Take my move. The world in the palm of your hand. The big hand sucked, and the little demon general was directly trapped in his palm. The demon general only felt that his eyes suddenly went black, and his vision was restored again. A huge face appeared in front of him, which was the little bug he looked down at before. It couldn't help but be stunned. What? What's going on? Realizing that something was wrong, the arrogant demon suddenly felt a little sweaty. Oops, it seems that I hit a wall. Its mind began to work quickly, and then it had a flash of inspiration. Got it. His expression suddenly changed, becoming a little honest, and he kept scratching the back of his head with one hand and laughed. Oh, master, is my joke just now funny? However, Ling Yuan just looked at him coldly and did not reply. The scene was silent for a while. The demon felt a little embarrassed, and at the same time his heart sank directly. It seems that it is impossible to get away with it. Click. He knelt down on his knees, lowered his proud head, and trembled to beg for mercy. Master, spare my life. I dare not. I will never dare to do it again next time. Suddenly, Ling Yuan remembered Journey to the West, and he suddenly had an interesting idea. It's not impossible to spare you. Like this. If you can fly away from my palm, I will spare you. How about it? The demon general smiled when he heard it. It seemed that this man was still very kind and gave him a way out. Thank you, master. Then, it looked at the size of its palm, then jumped up and flew at full speed without caring about anything. 3 minutes later, the demon general leaned on a huge pillar, panting. This was not because he was tired, but because he was afraid. I'm scared to death. This human world is too dangerous. I won't come again next time. It looked back with some fear and found that the man did not chase after it. It seemed that humans were still quite trustworthy. We have to find a way to return to the demon world quickly, but the blood core requires the blood of 200,000 humans. If we massacre them, we may encounter such a strong man again. In fact, the secret art of summoning demons in the human world was originally passed down from their demon world in ancient times. That is for the reason it was not very clear. It seems that we can only kill some people in one place at a time. After figuring it out, it was about to fly away when it suddenly heard a thunderous sound. Hey, what's this voice? Hearing this familiar voice, the demon general immediately looked back in fear. What came into view was Ling Yuan's big face from before. How is it possible? After exclaiming, the demon general subconsciously looked around, and after seeing the surrounding environment clearly, its eyes suddenly widened, because it finally discovered that those huge pillars were actually Ling Yuan's fingers. It had never escaped from his giant hand from beginning to end. The enemy was in a state of panic, and the enemy was in a state of panic. Suppress. Ling Yuan flew into the air, pressed his palm down, and shouted softly. Ah. The demon general fell quickly after hearing a cry of fear. It wanted to regain control of its body and fly, but found that it could not do it. Snap. With a loud bang, the demon general was smashed to the ground. Then, a mountain shaped like a palm directly pressed it down. In the past, it could easily smash a mountain, but now the mountain in itself had been exerted with the power of space confinement. making it unable to move at all. After struggling for a while and finding that it was fruitless, the demon general began to beg for mercy again. No, let me go, master. Ignoring its cries, Ling Yuan did not kill it because he actually planned to refine it into a puppet in the future. Since the summoning technique does not recognize the master, he will force it to recognize the master when the time comes. Combined with his infinite replication, it will be a whole army of nascent souls. Well, I have to find time to learn the puppet refining method. After this matter came to an end, Ling Yuan took out the ring of Renhongchen that he had obtained before. As the illegitimate son of the saint and the elder of the Holy Land, there must be a lot of good things. Ling Yuan was a little expectant and began to check carefully. It's really rich. There are millions of spirit stones alone. There are also many kinds of natural treasures. Huh? A Huan token? It turned out to be the famous Huan sect. Ling Yuan took out a bronze token and looked at it with some curiosity. Well, keep it. He must visit this famous sect one day. The red powder longevity technique. Hiss. Another unorthodox technique. Next. A long robe with a blue glow attracted his attention again. I don't know what it is, but it looks so cool. Without saying anything, he copied and merged it directly. Item. 1-star moon covering robe description. Relying on the power of the moonlight, it can conceal the body and breath. It cannot be discovered by the consciousness below the middle stage of the nascent soul, and can defend against certain attacks from the nascent soul. After getting the information, Ling Yuan upgraded it to 5 stars. Item. 5-star moon covering robe description. Relying on the power of the moonlight, it can conceal the body and breath. It cannot be discovered by the consciousness below the middle stage of the nascent soul, and can resist attacks from the peak of the nascent soul. It's really a good thing. Ling Yuan smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Although he can also use the law of space to hide himself in a different space, who would complain that he has too many magic weapons? After fusing it with the flowing light robe on his body, he got the 5-star moon covering flowing light robe again. Even more handsome. It happened to be night outside, and Ling Yuan wanted to test the function of the moon covering flowing light robe. He flashed out of Lingjie and stood under the moonlight, and began to activate the moon covering flowing light robe. On the robe, the cold white moonlight began to emerge, and then wrapped Ling Yuan completely. Soon, from his own perspective, his whole body had become translucent, quite like an invisible cloak. It's interesting, this thing. Ling Yuan looked left and right, curiously looking around himself. He stepped forward and found that even the sound of his footsteps had disappeared. Then, he came to the most crowded place, the restaurant. In the pavilion. Many disciples were talking about what happened during the day. I never thought that there was such a great god hidden in our sect. Yes, Dao Zun is so powerful. Not only that, the words he said when he appeared directly made my blood boil. Yes. What did he say? Hunks or something? Strange. I have such a deep impression. Why do I feel like I don't remember it? Shoo. Don't say. This sentence has too much cause and effect. You can't grasp it. To be honest, I have seen that senior before. It seems to be in the mission hall. Just brag. Listening to the discussions around him, Ling Yuan kept wandering in the crowd, and from time to time stretched out a hand to wave in front of others, found that no one could see him. After testing the low-level cultivators, he found Wang Jie and Xinyang who were drinking. Brother Shin, just tell me, where's that senior? I'll go visit him. Wang Jie picked up a glass of wine and offered him some flattering courtesy. Oh, are you annoying? What if you make the senior unhappy? Don't mention it again. Xinyang waved his hands. His expression was a little impatient, but also a little proud. Oh, it seems that I really don't have this fate, that's all. Seeing his firm attitude, Wang Jie had no choice but to give up, his face full of regret. Ling Yuan stood by for a long time, and the two did not notice that there was someone beside them. After the experiment, Ling Yuan returned to Lingjie to continue his enlightenment. In the dead of night, Lan Yudi was still meditating and practicing hard, but from her slightly frowned brows, it can be seen that her practice was not very smooth. Who strange, how did I see this illusion? Lan Yudi opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. In her practice, she basically did not encounter illusions, but the illusion she encountered this time was the same as the last dream she had. It could be a coincidence once, but it would be a bit strange if it appeared in succession. What does this dream mean? Could it be my previous life? She looked at the jade pendant on her chest again, thinking secretly in her heart. She had had that strange dream since the night she got the jade pendant, and it seemed that the two must have a significant connection. With this in mind, Lan Yudi gently took off the jade pendant on her neck and put it into the storage ring. Put it away and see if I will encounter this illusion again. Then, she continued to practice. Xingyang City, Xiao family. A middle-aged couple knelt on the ground, facing an imposing old man. Dad, you must make a decision for my wayer. The woman cried and looked particularly painful and sad. The old man's face was also slightly angry, as if he was a little angry. Humph, this Qian sect is really overbearing. Not only did they kill my grandson without giving any explanation, they even humiliated us. Xiao Wei's father said angrily. The thing is, after the Xiao family found out that Xiao Wei was dead, they went to the Qian sect to investigate. Du Shiwen told them the cause and effect, but they became even more angry. And they made a scene and asked her to hand over Yi Tianga. He was still saying that he was alive anyway, so why couldn't we let Xiao Wei go? He was just a child. Killing someone means paying with his life. You must kill someone and pay with his life. Hearing that someone was making trouble, several elders rushed to the scene. After hearing the family's logic that defied heaven, they scolded them and drove them away angrily. Don't worry, I have established a relationship with the Holy Land. Soon, the Taoist of the Holy Land will come to visit. Then, will we still be afraid of a small Qian sect? Thinking of the relationship he had established, the old man couldn't help but curl his lips. The old man rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Xuanli Holy Land not only has the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, but also 9 Dao Sons. Each Dao Son is carefully selected, and each one is a genius. It is like eating and drinking water to challenge a higher level. Are you serious, Dad? The middle-aged couple looked at each other, and the surprise on their faces could not be concealed. Humph, can I still lie to you? The old man rolled his eyes at them and said unhappily, Great. With the support of the Holy Land Dao Son, I wonder how they can protect that kid. As if he had seen Yitinga's miserable end, Xiao Wei's father Xiao Shan's face gradually turned into a grim smile. Well, the most urgent thing is to prepare for the Daozi. Don't neglect it. The old man nodded and took a sip of the tea beside him. Yes, X2. In Lingjie, Ling Yuan was on the verge of a breakthrough at this time, and his perception became clearer and clearer. What is Tao? Tao is the system of nothingness, the root of creation, the origin of the gods, the source of life. The biochemical world nurtures all living things and runs the sun and the moon. How is nothingness born from wonders? Let's take the simplest example. After a person falls asleep, he does not dream, but sleeps deeply. At this time, the 6 senses are quiet, and then suddenly wake up, sleep first, and then have thoughts and other perceptions. This is the simplest example of creating wonders out of nothing. As the saying goes, everyone has their own treasures, but they don't know it in daily use. As Ling Yuan's perception becomes deeper and deeper, the aura on his body becomes more and more mysterious. Suddenly, Ling Yuan entered the state of body and mind oblivion again, with only a little immortal spiritual light shining in the void. Below the spiritual light, a translucent golden elixir gradually emerged, which was his golden elixir. This elixir was condensed by the opportunity of the Great Tao, so it can be called the Great Tao Golden Elixir. Once this elixir was formed, the Great Tao roared, the heaven and earth came to congratulate, and the entire Lingjie began to vibrate slightly, and the 3,000 Great Taos actually evolved out of thin air. Qi Feng, who was in retreat, was awakened by the vibration and watched all this happen in amazement. The original Lingjie did not have the Great Tao, and it was not a real world. At this time, as Ling Yuan condensed the Great Tao Golden Elixir, the Lingjie also changed, and countless Great Taos were nurtured in it. In the void, countless golden lotuses bloomed together, which was amazing. Soon, the golden elixir suddenly disappeared again and turned into a circle. The immortal spiritual light slowly descended and entered the center of the circle, forming a shape. When the two combined, infinite light burst out, filling the entire void. In reality, a brilliant round light appeared behind Ling Yuan's head. Then, every pore of his body gradually emitted infinite light. This was the union with the body, which is the so-called perfect body and spirit, and unity with the Tao. Not long after, his whole body was shining brightly, and in an instant, the infinite light had spread all over the heavens and the worlds. However, this light was too awesome. Even the supreme being of the immortal world was not blessed to see it. Then, 2 more of him walked out of Ling Yuan's body. 3 Ling Yuans appeared in the light, namely his past body, present body, and future body. Not long after, His three bodies merged into one, completely transcending time. After a long time, Ling Yuan slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I have attained the Tao. It was that. Suddenly realized the true and wonderful truth of the perfect and profound, and naturally became a living creature outsider knowing the yin and yang transformation mechanism, forming a golden elixir immortal guest. I have attained the Tao. This gentle sentence resounded throughout the infinite planes of the heavens, and immediately caused countless powerful people to be shocked. In the restricted area of a certain world, a woman wearing a strange bronze mask suddenly opened her eyes, and the terrifying pressure was immediately leaked. In the prehistoric plane, at this time, Daozu Hongjun was preaching in Zixio Palace. He frowned slightly and began to deduce who the sacred person was. Puff. As soon as he deduced, he spit out a mouthful of blood. The immortals were shocked. How is it possible? I have become a saint, but I can't deduce it. After a long silence, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. This universe is really full of heroes. Hongjun realized that becoming a saint is not the end of the road. In the divine world of a certain dimension, a blue-haired god holding a trident divine halberd looked disdainful when he heard this. Haha, what is enlightenment? Can you be as strong as a god king like me? Almost at the same time, Ling Yuan's parents who had a car accident and his 9 generations of ancestors were directly reborn in the highest heaven in that world, becoming gods of one side and enjoying boundless blessings. This is one person's enlightenment. 9 ancestors are lifted up. Ling Yuan raised his hand, and a black ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Of course, this is not a ball, but a chaotic world. There are endless planes in the chaos. However, there are almost infinite chaotic worlds like this in Haoming. In a single thought, he can create the heavens. This is just a small part of his current magical power. What realm is he in at this moment? Immortal? Daoyuo? Saint? No. Realm is meaningless to him, like a delusion. If I have to say a realm, Ling Yuan would like to call him Daoyuo Taoist. He smiled, and a picture appeared on the chaotic world. A powerful immortal cultivator with an extremely strong momentum. He withdrew from the cultivation state and said happily, I have been practicing hard for 90,000 years. I finally broke through the 9-turn immortal emperor and reached the realm of heavenly venerable. But did he really practice for 90,000 years? No. He was just created a few seconds ago. The scene changed. A technological planet. Some scientists were using carbon-14 dating method to determine the age of a fossil. The result is out, doctor. This fossil is 300 million years old. The scene changed again, with Pangu creating the sky, the battle of gods, the creation of the world by gods, and various planes that were extremely exciting. However, as Ling Yuan pointed his finger at the black ball, this chaotic world was popped like a bubble. The infinite planes in it disappeared at the same time, as if they had never existed. The living beings in it, no matter what realm you are in, cannot perceive it. Ling Yuan shook his head and smiled lightly. If you can't transcend, everything in the world will be like the moon in the water and the flowers in the mirror, like bubbles, and will disappear in an instant. At this time, the immortal cultivation world of the Huayan dynasty was also in an uproar, and countless powerful people speculated about which Taoist friend had ascended to immortality. In house, Tianji Laoren was drinking tea as usual, and suddenly heard Ling Yuan's words. He almost subconsciously began to count with his fingers. Puff. As a result, he became an unlucky guy who was backlashed again. Impossible. I am at the peak of Xianxian realm. This world is just one of the thousands of mortal realms. How could there be someone who could cause me to backfire? In fact, this was not caused by Ling Yuan, but the Great Dao was warning them. Without the Great Dao's warning, they could at most not figure out anything, or figure out that Ling Yuan was just an ordinary person. Of course, this all depends on how Ling Yuan controls it. The realms of this world of cultivating immortals are divided into refining qi, building foundation, golden elixir, yuanying, transformation, tribulation, true immortal, Xianxian, golden immortal, and immortal master, and old man. Tianji is at the peak of Xianxian realm. After dealing with the blood next to him, old man Tianji drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, and his figure disappeared directly. His blood is the blood of Xianxian. If it is not dealt with, it will cause a big mess. The waiter. No, where's the person? I didn't pay. Ling Yuan did not expect that the nickname, Origin God, that he had in middle school would be realized now. But it was even stronger. He stepped out of Lingjia and came to the small shabby house of Sunset Sect, and he felt something in his heart. So this world is called Tunglong Continent. At this moment, Ling Yuan was in an omniscient state. He knew everything. He turned his head to look in the direction of Lan Yudi and muttered to himself, it's really the reincarnation of Xiaoxiqi. That jade pendant is not simple. If you are still practicing, you should go find her tomorrow. Then, Ling Yuan took out his mobile phone, and the signal value that was originally displayed as XX was instantly full, connecting to the network on Earth. He opened the Penguin Group skillfully and found several rebellious sons urging him, Transcendent Taoist, Brother Yuan, please log in quickly. We can't do without you. I am the real evil king. Source God, come back soon. Ling Yuan directly typed a reply with his mind, God of the Origin. I'm coming. I accidentally fell asleep. Sorry. I am the real evil king. Oh my God. Are you dead? Transcendent Taoist. Finally online. I thought you traveled through time. Extraterritorial Demon Lord. Maybe you just reached the maximum level and returned to Earth. Hiss. Seeing the message sent by the extraterritorial Demon Lord, Ling Yuan took a breath, indicating that you guessed it right. If his omniscience had not been turned off, he would probably think that he was the only one with a second-year syndrome in the group before, and the others were all real. Putting away the phone, Ling Yuan took a step back to his bedroom after a long absence. Pull open the ergonomic chair in front of the computer desk. Turn on the computer. Open a Coke. Log in. The movements are as smooth as flowing water. Origin God. Log in. I'm playing Fizz. Watch me kill people. I am the real evil king. I've been waiting for you. Outer Demon Lord. Haha. Today, the 4 of us are gathered together. Who can stop us? Transcendent Tao. Infinite calamity of life and death. A little Yuan Ling mixed in the void. Even if there are only 4 of us, we can be invincible in the heavens. Hiss. What a great sentence. Ling Yuan had to admit that in terms of pretense, he and the Transcendent Tao were only on par. The Transcendent Tao's original name was Linzu, and this kid is actually very awesome. A great man who implements the second year of middle school in order to gain strength. He exercises every day to practice fighting and 18 kinds of weapons, and even in order to gain practical experience. He always wears a mask to fight with some gangsters at night. Finally, he got the title of Masked Fighting King, which was well known in the local gangster world. After the gangsters were beaten for a while, many of them no longer dared to go out at night, in order to steal the pen. He studied computer technology, programming, penetration technology, etc. Just because hacking technology is the standard of the protagonist in the novel, for a while, he was obsessed with stealing the pen, and then he studied feng shui madly. In addition, he had a good appearance, so he directly cosplayed as a little brother and ran to Ling Yuan and said, there is a dragon back. Ling Yuan got into the role in a second and cooperated with him very well. The two ran a long way to a wild place. Later, he was shocked because this kid really took him to find a tomb. He really learned feng shui. Ling Yuan was shocked on the spot, and then he put on sunglasses and started cosplaying as He Xiaozi. After they had their fun, they contacted the relevant departments, and the two were highly praised. The media took a photo and put them on the news. The boy still cosplayed as the young man that day, leaving a cool side photo, hiding his achievements and fame. Of course, Ling Yuan was not inferior to others in his life, and he also had many amazing achievements. After a brief recollection of the past, the first game started soon. There were only 4 of them, so they recruited a passerby to make up the number. This time, Ling Yuan was omniscient. He knew all the movements and strategies of the enemy and killed them easily. The opponent's ice was already 0 to 9, and his mentality was a little broken. He typed directly on the public screen, Little Fizz, you are cheating, right? No matter where I hide in the bush, you can find me. However, Ling Yuan's teammates were all happy, especially the passerby, the outer domain demon lord. I have General Yuanshin. I can easily take over. The passerby, Big Brother 666. This wave is directly carried. With a pinnacle prompt, they pushed the crystal and won the first victory. However, Ling Yuan felt that it was really boring to keep the all-knowing function on, as he knew everything. So he turned it off. But his reaction ability and hand speed were not comparable to those of ordinary people. Kill easily. Transcendent Taoist. Woohoo, take off. We will definitely reach diamond today. I am the real evil king. You are my god. Several people fought all the way until 5 in the morning, and all reached diamond, which made them very happy. Extraterritorial demon lord. It's down, it's down. I will fall into eternal sleep again, fellow Taoists. See you in an epic. I am the real evil king. Damn it. Has this body reached its limit? The power of the evil king has begun to erode my body. Everyone, I will go first. Transcendent Taoist. A mere epic is just a matter of fighting, but I will continue to travel in the great thousand dream world. Origin god. Okay, then I will go to other planes to play first. Exit the game. Close the chat box. Ling Yuan picked up the medium bottle of coke beside him and drank the rest in one breath. How this is life. So cool. Throwing the bottle into the trash can, Ling Yuan looked up at the ceiling. His sight passed through layers of space and finally settled on a magnificent heaven. All the beings here are incarnations of lotus. Unlike the people born on earth. People born on earth will be very painful in the womb, and this pain will make the soul enter the master to start self-protection and forget everything. This is the mystery in the womb. Therefore, all the beings on earth have no memory of their past lives, but the beings in this world are different. They are born extraordinary. Not only do they retain the memory of their past lives, but they also have many innate magical powers. There is no need to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Whatever you want to eat, it will pop up on the ground with a thought. All kinds of rare treasures and materials are inexhaustible. Ling Yuan's parents and ancestors are all in this world, and this world is called the highest heaven. This time Ling Yuan did not move, but his figure appeared in front of his parents in heaven. This is not a clone or projection, but an incredible magical power that it was as if two spaces suddenly overlapped, but only he overlapped. The couple suddenly saw Ling Yuan's figure appear, and both smiled in surprise. Ling Yuan also smiled sincerely. Dad, Mom, long time no see. After not seeing each other for many years, the three began to reminisce about the past, and asked about Ling Yuan's previous life. But before they could reminisce for long, Ling Yuan's grandparents and grandparents came. The whole family began to chat happily. After a brief chat with his family, he found that they were doing well now, so Ling Yuan could go out and have fun without any worries. His invincible life has just begun. He said goodbye to his family and disappeared in the heaven with a swish. Ling Yuan transferred to the void outside the Tinglong continent. He quietly looked at the continent floating with the void, with a slight smile on his lips. Now that I'm invincible, I have to have fun. Let's start with you. After saying this, Ling Yuan closed his omniscience. After all, life needs surprises, and people who have fun need it more. Well, I'll open it when I want to. Back at Sunset Sect, it was morning on Earth, but it was still midnight here. The difference in the speed of time between the two worlds was very large. Sleeping was impossible. Ling Yuan took out his phone to adjust the speed of time between the two worlds and connected to the internet. Then he played games and surfed the waves. Happy game time always passed quickly, as if the morning had come unconsciously in the blink of an eye. There were spiritual birds singing on the mountain, spiritual mists soaring, and cranes dancing together. The palaces in the distance were majestic and beautiful. Such a beautiful scenery. He didn't even think of recording it before. It was a pity. Ling Yuan turned on the camera of his mobile phone and took a video of this scene, and then sent it to his brother group. At the end, he attached a sentence. This place is really a treasure land for retreat and practice. But after waiting for a long time, no one replied to the message, probably still sleeping. Failed to install the pin. Put away the phone. Ling Yuan turned into a rainbow light and flew to Shueyu Peak. What? Why don't you use space to move? Of course, it's because flying is more exciting. Shueyu Peak. Lan Yudi's residence. This time, Lan Yudi stood quietly on the side of the mountain and looked at the scenery in the distance. Her eyes were a little absent-minded, as if she was worried. Yudi. At this time, a familiar male voice came into her ears, which made her come back to her senses. She turned around with some surprise and saw the handsome Ling Yuan walking towards her slowly. Why are you here? As she spoke, the corners of her mouth rose slightly unconsciously. Ling Yuan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Have you had a strange dream recently? Lan Yudi was stunned at first, then her mouth opened slightly in surprise. How did you know? Ling Yuan walked to her side, looked at the scenery in the distance, and said with some nostalgia, I used to have a friend who also had a jade pendant like yours. We had a very good relationship, but later she died unexpectedly. Hearing him say this, Lan Yudi subconsciously held the rabbit jade pendant on her chest with her hands, and at the same time thought about it. Thinking about her familiarity with him. This time, she already had a guess in her heart. After saying that, Ling Yuan turned his head to look at her face, and at the same time stretched out a finger to point at her eyebrows. Resurrection. Ah, remember it. Chi-Chi. In an instant, a dazzling white light came out of Ling Yuan's fingertips, causing Lan Yudi to close her eyes subconsciously. Light flashed, and scenes from her past life kept emerging clearly in her mind. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. You daring beast, don't hurt anyone. Thank you. Hello, my name is Xia Shichi. My name is Ling Yuan. Xia Shichi. Xia Shichi. By the way, call 120. The blurry face in the dream gradually became clear, and the true face of the boy finally emerged. She opened her eyes, and Ling Yuan's figure gradually merged with the boy in the dream. I remember it. She remembered everything. No wonder she felt that strange familiarity with him. Ling Yuan. Lan Yudi shouted his name almost in tears, and then threw herself into Ling Yuan's arms. She remembered the scene of the car accident in her past life, and she hadn't finished her words at that time. I like you. Will you stay with me for the rest of your life? As she said this, her tears had already burst out. Hearing this, Ling Yuan's mouth corners unconsciously raised, and he put his arms around her waist and said gently, okay. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Lan Yudi felt a huge sense of happiness in her heart and hugged him tighter, wishing she could rub herself into his body. Then she seemed to remember something, broke away from his arms, her face flushed a little, and put her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. Stick out your tongue? Just what I want. Ling Yuan was not willing to be outdone and took the initiative to attack. In an instant, the battle became more and more heated. Ling Yuan directly moved the battlefield to the big villa in Lingjie and set up a barrier. After all, there was still Chi Feng in seclusion in the secret realm. Those who know what happened next know it. I won't say more if you don't know it. I can only say that it is very involved. You can't grasp it even if I tell you, so I won't tell you. Those who understand will understand. Afterwards, the two sat in front of the bed, each holding a cup of spiritual power cola in their hands. Should I call you Lan Yudi or Xia Shichi in the future? Ling Yuan looked at her with some ridicule. It's okay, but call me Yudi in this world. I didn't expect that I would travel through time one day. Are my parents okay? She was naturally referring to her parents on Earth. Ling Yuan nodded. It's all good. I often go to accompany them. Do you want to go see them? Lan Yudi was startled and asked in surprise. Can you go back? Ling Yuan showed a mysterious smile and said, I couldn't before, but now I can. What realm are you in now? I saw you can easily kill Yuan Ying stage before. Hearing this, Ling Yuan used his thumb and index finger to measure a small distance. It's just a little better than you. Lan Yudi's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that he was in Versailles. This distance is probably not a galaxy, right? Lan Yudi did not doubt what Ling Yuan said. Knowing that she could go back, she lowered her head and remained silent for a moment. Then she looked up at Ling Yuan. But the way I look now, she didn't continue. But Ling Yuan also understood what she meant. Don't worry, I'm here. It's hard for your parents not to recognize you. He held Lan Yudi's hand and comforted her gently. Wait, how come my cultivation is so strong all of a sudden? At this time, Lan Yudi realized that something was wrong with her. Her cultivation had actually reached the initial stage of the spiritualization. Haha, I just realized it. Girl, this is the power of dual cultivation. In fact, this was still Ling Yuan's intentional control. If he hadn't been afraid that she was unstable and had no sense of accomplishment, he would have let her become an immortal. As for cultivation, it's more fulfilling and down to earth to work hard on your own. Since she broke through the spiritualization with the power of Dao Yuo's essence, she didn't have her own Dao rhyme and didn't comprehend the laws. But who was Ling Yuan? He directly passed on to her the 9 perfect laws of time, space, destruction, creation, and the 5 elements. Yuan, you were so amazing. Feeling the comprehension of various laws in her mind, Lan Yudi looked at him with stars in her eyes. Call me husband. Old husband. Soon, the two packed up and came to the Sunset Sect. As soon as they came back, they heard Xinjiang's full voice. Dear disciples, due to unexpected circumstances yesterday, the outer sect competition had to be terminated. Today, the unfinished competition will continue. Please come to the venue within 1 hour. Those who fail to arrive on time will be eliminated. The two of them were watching TV with great interest. Don't worry about him. Let's go home first. Ling Yuan said, touching Lan Yudi's head. Yeah, she nodded with a smile, looking happy. On Earth, Xia Shiqi's parents were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Their family runs a medium-sized supermarket with considerable profits, good financial conditions, and they are not very busy. Swish. Just when the two were watching TV with great interest, Ling Yuan suddenly appeared in front of them with Lan Yudi. Xia Shiqi's parents were startled by the sudden appearance of the two gods, ghosts, or aliens. Their hearts were pounding, and they looked closely, only to find that one of them looked so much like Ling Yuan, except that they were dressed very differently. Father and Mother Xia looked at each other subconsciously. This, you are Xia Yuan? Father Xia asked boldly. After all, the way Ling Yuan and the others appeared was too strange, and he couldn't help but worry. Uncle, aunt, don't be afraid. I'm Xia Yuan. Ling Yuan's mind moved, and the cause and effect of Xia Shiqi's reincarnation appeared directly in their minds, and in a real 3D immersive way. Lan Yudi looked at her parents with some trepidation, holding Ling Yuan's hand worriedly. When they received the cause and effect, they came back to their senses and looked at Lan Yudi's eyes again. Excitement, joy, even their faces turned red unconsciously, which was due to the increase in blood pressure due to excitement. Xiaoqi, is it really you? Father and Mother Xia burst into tears of joy and said in disbelief. Dad, Mom, it's me. I'm Shiqi. Lan Yudi couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw this, and ran forward. Woo-woo. My daughter. The three of them hugged each other and cried, their wet faces and clothes telling of their deep longing and their feelings at the moment. Woo-woo. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. Ling Yuan looked at the three of them and smiled with relief. After a while, after they calmed down, Father Xia looked at Ling Yuan with gratitude. Xia Yuan, thank you so much. Mother Xia, yes. I didn't expect to see my daughter again. It's really, uncle and aunt. Stop talking like that. Shiqi got into a car accident to save me. Since I have the ability, of course I will help her. Oh, let's not talk about this. I'll go to our supermarket to get some good food. We must celebrate today. Ha ha ha. Father Xia wiped his tears and waved his hand. Mother Xia, yes. It's time to celebrate. After that, Father Xia couldn't wait to go out, leaving the three of them sitting on the sofa and chatting. Afterwards, they happily had a reunion dinner. The two elders didn't expect that this scene that could only appear in dreams actually came true. So they burst into tears again. After dinner. Are we going back now? It's okay, uncle and aunt. We'll come back when we have dinner. Anyway, Ling Yuan can play with time however he wants. Is that so? Okay. Then you guys go slowly. Mom and Dad, let's go. In a flash, the two disappeared. The originally lively room suddenly became quiet, and the two elders looked at each other, feeling that all this was a bit dreamy. Wife, pinch me. Let me see if I'm still asleep. Snap. A loud slap echoed in the room. Hiss. Why are you slapping me? Didn't I say I would pinch you? Father Xia covered his red face in pain, looking at his wife with some resentment. Kiki. Sorry, husband. I saw people slapping in movies, so I slapped her subconsciously. Mother Xia wiped her hands on her clothes with some embarrassment. After all, the force is mutual. The pain is on his face and the pain is on her hand. Tunglong continent. Sunset sect. Lan Yudi, by the way, husband, I don't know how my parents in this life are doing. Do you have a way to know? Let me see. Ling Yuan activated the omniscience mode after hearing this, and instantly saw through everything. He saw that Lan Yudi's parents in this world were trapped in a secret realm at this time. Although they were trapped, there were many benefits. At this time, they were both in seclusion in the secret realm, and their cultivation was, one was in the late Yuanying stage, and the other was in the peak of Yuanying. Don't worry, they are still alive, but now they are trapped in a secret place. But it is also an opportunity for them. One of them is about to break through the god transformation stage. Is that so? Then don't disturb them. Hearing that her parents in this world were still alive, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she awakened the memory of her previous life, it didn't mean that she was no longer Lan Yudi. She was both Xia Shiqi and Lan Yudi. She had been with her parents in this life for more than 10 years. How could she not have feelings? Let's go. Let's go to watch the game. Yeah, soon. The two came to the scene of the competition and found a seat to sit down. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Yuan cast a spell on himself to reduce his presence. After all, his appearance was exposed yesterday. If he didn't cover it up, it might cause a commotion. He just wanted to watch the game now. Han Feiyu was in this game, and his opponent was a 5th level chi refining cultivator who played with a gun. The two had the same cultivation level, which was not high for the outer sect, but not low either. I'm Zhao Zihan. Please teach me. Spear cultivator Zhao Zihan performed the competition etiquette very politely. Han Feiyu immediately replied, I'm Han Feiyu. 3, 2, 1, start. With the referee's order, Zhao Zihan's expression suddenly became fierce. He stepped forward with his spear in hand and rushed to Han Feiyu in an instant. Then the spear came out like a dragon. A burst of spear shadows appeared in the air, surrounding Han Feiyu completely. Han Feiyu frowned and turned into 2 green shadows, narrowly avoiding the range of his spear net. He used the 9-spin green shadow sword, and at this moment he could separate 2 green shadows. Zhao Zihan was also surprised to see his strange body movement, and then looked at the 2 green shadows vigilantly. The green shadows flew towards him quickly from the left and right, and the swords in their hands also stabbed out, aiming and sweep through thousands of troops. Zhao Zihan didn't dodge or avoid, but chose to fight hard. He swept his spear with great force. He actually repelled Han Feiyu's 2 green shadows. Han Feiyu's expression remained unchanged, and he pinched his fingers, and several fireballs flew towards Zhao Zihan. At the same time, the swords in the green shadows' hands floated in the air, each of which changed into 9. Obviously, the fireballs were just as detailed attack, and the flying swords were the real killer. Zhao Zihan dodged left and right to avoid the fireballs. The fireball hit the ground and immediately stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring his vision. Then, 18 flying swords attacked him. Not good. Zhao Zihan secretly thought that it was not good to sense the sharp sword energy coming from the smoke and dust. The gun soul is like a dragon. He gritted his teeth, and his momentum rose to the extreme. A phantom of a yellow dragon appeared faintly on the gun. He shouted angrily and stabbed at the incoming sword light. The phantom of the dragon roared and flew out, instantly knocking down several flying swords. After knocking down the flying swords, the phantom's speed did not decrease but increased, and it continued to fly towards Han Feiyu, as if it wanted to eat him. The enemy was in a hurry, Han Feiyu's green shadow flickered and he dodged easily. The other flying swords did not stop, but attacked from behind Zhao Zihan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air came from behind Zhao Zihan. At this time, his heart was in front of him. When he heard the sound of breaking through the air behind his head, it was too late. Several flying swords had been placed on his fatal points. This means that he lost. The winner is decided. Seeing this, the referee directly announced the result. Han Feiyu, brother Zhao, thank you. After that, Han Feiyu dispersed the flying sword. The flying sword on his body left, and Zhao Zihan fell to the ground. He was a little tired from using his special moves just now, and his spiritual power was also a little scarce. You were quite powerful. You too. After complimenting each other, the two stepped down. The competition was very fast, and the top 4 had been decided by the afternoon. They were Li Yin, Zhao Ziming, Feng Linger, and Zhuang Zizai. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Ziming broke through to the 9th level of chi refining after the last battle with Li Yin. Moreover, a friend in need is a friend indeed. After Zhao Ziming was injured, he found that his junior sister was so kind to him and took care of him in every possible way. So they were together. Speaking of which, he was really a little grateful to Li Yin, who not only helped him break through, but also helped him find the love of his life. Thinking of this, he came to Li Yan's side and patted him on the shoulder. Li Yan. Li Yan looked back and found that this was not the person he defeated last time. What's the matter with you? Li Yan's tone was a little unfriendly, thinking that he was looking for trouble again. Zhao Ziming heard this and waved his hands and said, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to cause trouble this time. On the contrary, I want to thank you. What's the matter? You're here to thank me after being beaten by me. Li Yan had a lot of doubts in his little head. Seeing his doubtful expression, Zhao Ziming explained the cause and effect. So that's it. That's right. Cherish the people in front of you. Don't wait until you lose them to regret it. Knowing the reason, Li Yan also smiled freely. As he was talking, Zhao Ziming's junior sister came. Brother Zhao. Xiao Yiting trotted all the way, and as soon as she came to Zhao Ziming's side, she hugged his right hand with both hands and put it in her arms. A pair of watery eyes looked at Zhao Ziming tenderly, feeling the softness from his hand. Zhao Ziming's old face blushed slightly, and he looked at Xiao Yiting with some pampering. Speaking of which, Xiao Yiting originally hated Li Yan a little. She hurt her senior brother Zhao so badly, but she didn't expect that senior brother Zhao would suddenly take the initiative to ask her to become a Taoist partner. Thinking about it carefully, it must be her attentive care that touched senior brother Zhao. Therefore, it can be said that if Li Yan hadn't hurt him, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to take care of her senior brother. Li Yan, let me introduce you. This is my junior sister, Xiao Yiting. Seeing this, Li Yan congratulated him. Congratulations, both of you. It's true that lovers finally get married. Thank you. Xiao Yiting's smile never stopped, showing how happy she was. By the way, Li Yan, be careful of Zhuang's eye. He is not only perfect in chi refining, but I heard that he even killed a foundation establishment cultivator before. After changing the subject, Zhao Ziming's face became serious, and he reminded him. I in the next game, Li Yan will face Zhuang's eye. Oh? Li Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. He actually killed a foundation establishment cultivator above his level? Interesting. He was not afraid, but showed an interested look. Zhao Ziming was also a little surprised to see him like this. He couldn't help but think secretly. Is this the thinking of a genius? The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. In the stands, seeing that the game had not started yet, Ling Yuan took out his mobile phone with some boredom and opened his brother's group chat. The message he sent in the morning had already received a reply. Transcendent Taoist. It is indeed a holy place for retreat, but mine is not bad either. Picture.jpg. The photo shows a cave with a tent for camping inside, a cushion and an incense burner next to it, and a cloud of mist above the tent, which looks a bit extraordinary. Ling Yuan clicked on it and took a closer look, and exclaimed, wow. If you don't know, you would think he is really cultivating immortals. Then, the message below was the second picture sent by Lindsay Iwin. I in the picture, a green mountain dances with the mist, magnificent and magnificent. It looks like early morning, and the sky is still a little gray dark, but it was this dim light that perfectly set off the scenery of the entire picture, as if it were a fairyland. After reading it, Ling Yuan typed a reply. Good. Then he exited the chat software and opened the game. Lan Yudi caught a glimpse of him playing with his phone and asked curiously, there is no network here. Why are you still playing so hard? Ling Yuan did not explain, but smiled mysteriously, and then handed her a newly copied phone. Lan Yudi took the phone with some doubts, unlocked the phone, and entered the main interface. She subconsciously checked the signal grid in the upper right corner and found that it was full of signal and there was a 5G word. Her little head was confused. There is really a network? As if she didn't believe it, she opened the browser again, typed a few words in the input box at random, and then clicked search. The next moment, a series of search results popped up. Hiss. Lan Yudi couldn't help but take a breath and glanced at Ling Yuan. How did she do this? Using the space channel to receive the signal from the Earth plane. It seems feasible, but she can't do it herself. With her spiritual power, it is not enough to support it, because the locations of the two planes are too far apart. Are there any fun games? Take me with you. Thinking too much is useless, Lan Yudi simply played games with Ling Yuan. Soon, the two started a sweet double row in the stands. After a while, the game in the ring below was finally about to begin. Lin versus Zhuang Zizai, Zhao Ziming versus Fenglinger. Brother, come on. Zhao Zihan in the audience waved his hands and shouted desperately. Han Feiyu looked at the seat next to him and was a little surprised. It turns out that Zhao Ziming is his brother. He said that when he heard the name Zhao Zihan, he felt a little familiar. It turns out that he and Zhao Ziming are brothers. Brother, come on. Xiao Yiting was not to be outdone, waving the flag and shouting for her beloved. Zhao Ziming glanced at the audience and waved his hand. Then he looked at Fengling'o opposite with a serious expression. Fengling'o is also a prominent figure in the outer sect. She is dressed in a heroic manner and has the temperament of a female general. Although she is a woman, she is decisive in killing and has perfected her chi training. It is said that she has an irreconcilable hatred with the demon cultivators. During her training, she specifically went to find the demon cultivators to kill, which attracted the admiration of countless people. The four-person competition started together, and the candidates who entered the finals will be selected. I declare that the competition begins. The old man was killed in a car accident. Zhuang Zizai, his family was wiped out when he was young. He escaped by chance and lived on the streets. Later, a passing disciple of the Sunset Sect found that he had spiritual roots, so he was taken back to the Sunset Sect for cultivation. As soon as he entered the sect, he and the dragon entered the sea, showing a very high talent for swordsmanship. He even had a record of beheading a foundation-building cultivator, but it was not enough. He had already investigated clearly that the murderer who wiped out his family back then had the support of the Shoshin family behind him, and the highest cultivation level of that family was a peak foundation-building cultivator. In order to avenge his blood feud, he must do everything possible to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. He has waited too long. Zhuang Zizai looked at Li Yan. His eyes showed no contempt. As a swordsman, his intuition told him that the man opposite him was very strong. He did not put his sword in the storage ring like others, but carried it on his back. There were 3 swords on his back. With the referee's order, the game officially began. Zhao Ziming and Fenglinger had already started fighting, but Zhuang Zizai and Li Yan still showed no signs of fighting. Then, Zhuang Zizai said, "You are very strong, worthy of my use of that move." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, as if a sharp sword was unsheathed. A strong sword intent burst out from him. The inner disciples and elders who were watching were amazed. Such a strong sword intent. I didn't expect there is such a sword genius in the outer sect. Haha, you are ignorant. This kid is very famous in the outer sect. Shenyang nodded and said with satisfaction, "Well, not bad." Then, he turned his head and looked around for something. Strange. Isn't that senior coming to join in the fun? Feeling the sword intent rising from Zhuang Zizai, Li Yan did not dare to be careless and immediately took a stance with his sword. But on the sword, lightning flashed continuously, and a sizzling sound of electricity was emitted from time to time. The next moment, Zhuang Zizai raised his sword finger, and the 3 swords behind him flew out in an instant and hung above his head. Interesting. Ling Yuan also looked at Zhuang Zizai's sword intent with interest. The sword intent and the flying sword combined and turned into a simple yellow giant sword phantom. Ghosts and wolves howled around the giant sword phantom, as if it were the underworld hell. Interesting. This is not the unique skill of our Sunset Sect. I guess he has other opportunities. Shenyang thought so as he looked at the sword intent. He thought, well, this sword technique was obtained by Zhuang Zizai when he helped the mysterious old man when he went out for training. Zhuang Zizai originally thought that the old man was just an ordinary person, but he didn't expect that he would give him a book of skills afterwards. Huangquan sword technique. But the skills only have the first 3 levels. The old man called himself Huangquan swordsman and said that if he could complete the first 3 levels, he could go to Tianyu Mountain to find him. He would then give the next part of the skills. However, Zhuang Zizai looked through the map of the south region and did not find the place of Tianyu Mountain. Could it be in other regions? That would be difficult, but it would be useless to think so far ahead. Now there is an advanced skill. No matter how many levels it has, just practice it. He has amazing talent and soon completed the first level. At this moment, he was performing the first level of the Huangquan sword art. Huangquan sword intention. Fall. Zhuang Zi pointed in the direction of Li Yan, and the giant sword shadow fell quickly at lightning speed. The whole casting process took only 3 seconds. Come on. Feeling this powerful sword intention, Li Yan's blood was boiling. This is easy. The lightning on the sword surged and roared continuously. I have a sword that can cut the sky. Li Yan shouted, and the lightning surged again. Already 20 to 30 meters long, that he held the sword with both hands and chopped the giant sword shadow from bottom to top. Boom. Everyone only heard a huge thunder, and then the 2 swords that collided burst into amazing light. Lightning and sword intention shot out, leaving terrible sword marks and charred on the entire arena. Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. The inner disciples also looked at them in disbelief. Damn it. Is this still a competition between outer disciples? How come each one is more outrageous than the other? The light faded, and the two stood facing each other. After a while, Zhuang's eye covered his chest, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He half knelt on one leg with some effort. I lost. The battle between masters can often decide the winner with just one move. There is no doubt that this move is a competition in the middle. Zhuang's eye was at a disadvantage. Wow. One move decided the outcome. The crowd on the stage was stunned again, but after a while, everyone was stunned, followed by warm cheers and applause. These two brothers are so strong. Look, this is the demeanor of a master. It's so enjoyable. Ling Yuan pressed the stop recording button on his phone, then clicked on the video to watch it back. Isn't this better than a movie? Lan Yuti leaned her head over and looked at his phone. Her gentle breath exhaled a trace of fragrance, hitting Ling Yuan's neck, causing Ling Yuan to look sideways. He raised his hand to lean her head against his shoulder, and at the same time, one hand hugged her soft body. The two smiled at each other and watched the video quietly. After a while, Zhao Ziming and Feng Linger also decided the winner. After all, Feng Linger, who had perfected Qi training, was better. Zhao Ziming lost. Feng Linger was also very surprised to learn that Zhuang's eye actually lost at in this competition. She regarded Zhuang's eye as her only opponent. Unexpectedly, he lost to a little-known person. She looked at Li Yan curiously. He looks a little silly, not as cool and handsome as Zhuang's eye, but she didn't mean to despise him. If he could beat Zhuang's eye, then he would be an opponent worthy of attention. Boom, boom, boom. The dense and shocking drum sound suddenly sounded at the scene, like the horn before victory. The final of this competition is coming soon. The drum sound stopped, and the sect leader Shenyang began to speak. Dear disciples, this competition is about to usher in the final, so let me say a few words first. What 2 words should I say? I thought about it. Just 2 words. Hearing this long-winded speech, Ling Yuan and Lan Yuti's brains were black, and they immediately recalled the nightmare time before. Finally, after talking for almost half an hour, the speech finally ended. Some disciples couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their heads and complained in a low voice. Oh my god, it's finally over. I almost lost my mind after hearing this. Oh my god, junior brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you foaming at the mouth? The finals began and the contestants took their positions. Yin and Feng Linger stood opposite each other, each on one side of the ring. Feng Linger took the lead and said, "You are very good. You can actually beat Zhuang's eye." Li Yan replied indifferently, "He is indeed very strong. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful sword spirit." Feng Linger smiled confidently when she heard this. Then, you will see it for the second time. The two of them were so fierce that they had to fight. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a blood-colored sword intent suddenly burst out from Feng Linger. Hiss. Such a strong killing intent. This woman should not be underestimated. In the previous duel with Zhao Ziming, Feng Linger did not use the sword intent, which she saved for the finals. After all, the opponents she met before were not enough for her to use all her trump cards. In the audience. Zhuang's eye was also watching the final. Seeing the sword intent burst out from Feng Linger, his heart jumped, become stronger again. His fists clenched unconsciously, and a strong fighting spirit burst out in his heart, staring closely at the two people on the stage. Stronger than the man just now. Li Yan's eyebrows became serious, thinking about how to win without revealing his trump card. Although he has the flowing robe given by his master, which can be immune to attacks below the peak of foundation building, this is a competition. If he really uses it, he feels that he has won unfairly. The golden pupil of divine fire will die once it is used, so it cannot be used. Try the full power of the thunder sword technique first. Thunder step. Li Yan's figure flashed quickly on the ring, and every time his figure appeared, it was accompanied by a flash of lightning. In a few flashes, he was close to Feng Linger, accumulating power for a left horizontal chop. The sword body flashed with lightning and roared continuously, straight to her chest. The sword was getting closer and closer to her, but Feng Linger never reacted. Success. No. How can it be that simple? Li Yan felt strange. Those who could enter the finals were not ordinary people. Without using his trump card, he would not be able to defeat them so easily. The sword passed through Feng Linger's body, but there was no feeling of being cut. After image illusion, the attack failed, and Li Yan quickly flashed and retreated to the side. As he flashed away, a sword suddenly chopped at his previous position. Looking again, Feng Linger, who was chopped by Li Yan before, had slowly disappeared. Her real body appeared to the right of Li Yan's position. Not bad. Good combat awareness. Feng Linger saw that her sword chopped into the air, and she was not stingy with her praise. What is your move? Li Yan was slightly surprised, and he couldn't see clearly. Feng Linger smiled when she heard this. Do you think I will explain my trump card to my opponent? I'm not that stupid. I just asked this subconsciously. Nagong Yin and the Jade Pendant naturally saw what was going on, but she didn't say it. After all, this was a duel between Li Yan. Then, Feng Linger transformed into 3 more figures, each of which contained a great killing intent, making it difficult for the consciousness to distinguish which one was the real one. The 4 Feng Linger attacked Li Yan with swords together. The terrifying killing aura came like a gust of wind, blowing Li Yan's hair into a flutter. Humph. If you have a clone, I will have one too. Li Yan held his sword finger upright in front of his chest and cast a spell. Phantom Thunder God Shadow. In the air, the lightning condensed and formed 3 figures identical to Li Yan. 4 to 4, just right. Feng Linger's beautiful eyes shrank slightly when she saw this, but she did not stop. Instead, she held the sword in her hand even tighter. Fight, fight, fight. 8 figures fought fiercely, with lightning and blood-colored sword energy flying continuously, which made everyone feel very excited. Bang, bang, bang. The clones of the two did not last long and disappeared together. Feng Linger's breath was slightly disordered, and her chest rose and fell a little during her breathing, while Li Yan still looked calm and composed. She couldn't help but frown secretly. Obviously, she also realized that she was at a disadvantage in this wave, but it doesn't matter. Her real killer move has not been used yet. Thinking of her ultimate move, her frown spread out, and she regained her usual confident smile. While her spiritual power was still abundant, she planned to use her ultimate move directly. After a short fight, Feng Linger already understood that the man opposite was very strong and could not be defeated by ordinary moves alone. The bloody killing intent continued to compress until it formed a red spiritual light shield around Feng Linger. Then, Feng Linger raised her right hand, and 4 small swords appeared in her palm. The red spiritual light was injected into the small swords, and the 4 small swords began to rotate with each other. Feng Linger raised her right hand high and shouted softly. Killing sword formation. These 4 swords were fed by the blood of countless demon cultivators, and the killing aura in them was very majestic. Using them to form a sword formation is even more powerful. Infinite power. The 4 small swords quickly grew larger in the air. Of course, Li Yan would not watch her perform like this, and immediately swung out a lightning. The arc-shaped lightning struck the sword formation, but was blocked by a blood-colored light curtain. It's useless. Take it. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 swords stood upright in 4 directions and enveloped Li Yan. A burst of red light bloomed on the sword. The powerful murderous aura condensed into countless red flying swords. Kill. Feng Linger's expression was cold, and she pointed at Li Yan, and countless flying swords rushed towards him. Oops, he fell into a passive position. Li Yan immediately held the sword with both hands, and his spiritual power continued to gather. The flying sword that was killing him was temporarily blocked by a blue light shield. This is the bodyguard method in the Thunder Sword technique, Thunder Spirit Light Shield. But every attack of the flying sword left a crack on the light shield, and it was estimated that it would not last too long. However, Li Yan did not intend to passively defend all the time. The lightning on the sword in his hand became stronger and stronger, and the sound of thunder and lightning became louder and louder. Ha! Break it for me. With a loud shout, Li Yan swung his sword and slashed. The majestic lightning collided with the blood-colored light curtain, bursting out with amazing power. Feng Linger frowned, and her hands exerted force instantly, trying her best to urge the sword formation. But soon, she found that her sword formation seemed to be unable to withstand it. The lightning was righteous and majestic, and it restrained her murderous aura. It was really that she did not meet a good opponent and was restrained this time. Damn it. Can't stop it. Feng Linger did not expect that Li Yan was even stronger than before. Bang! With a sound like a mirror breaking, the light curtain of the sword formation finally couldn't hold on and began to break inch by inch. Afterwards, a lightning in the light curtain shot up into the sky, like a ray of dawn breaking through the darkness. The sword formation was broken. Feng Lingo was immediately hit back and spit out a mouthful of blood. She covered her chest with one hand, a little shaky, and looked at Li Yin with a complicated expression. Li Yin, who broke through the sword formation, waved the sword in his hand, pointed at Feng Linger and said, "You lost." As if accepting her fate, Feng Lingo fell to the ground after hearing this, her expression a little dazed. Yes, she lost. The winner is decided. I declare that the final winner of this competition is Li Yin. Shen Yang took the lead and stood up to announce the result loudly. Woo woo woo. Awesome. So awesome. The scene suddenly broke out into warm applause and cheers. Li Yin was also very excited. Won. He won. He is the first. Li Yin looked around and was bathed in the cheers of everyone. He was extremely excited. Unexpectedly, he would also have a day that attracted much attention. This is all thanks to the help of his master and Yinner. Wang Ting didn't expect that Li Yin would become so powerful, and he would actually win the first place. He began to simulate the battle between himself and Feng Linger in his mind, and found that it was more difficult to win at this moment. His impression of Li Yin couldn't help but change drastically. I have to admit that this is no longer the guy who was swept out of the door by him in embarrassment. Thinking of this, he smiled and applauded along with the audience. Next comes the award ceremony. The top 8 will receive corresponding rewards, and the top 4 will even be able to enter the sect's secret territory to practice. The master of the royal beast sect and several elders who came to watch the ceremony also expressed their joy and praised the disciples of the sunset sect for how outstanding they were. Li Yin stood in front of the sect leader Shen Yang and the great elder, waiting for the prizes to be distributed. Soon, a high-grade spiritual sword and a small jade bottle came into his hands. The small jade bottle contains exactly 10 drops of the Millennium Earth Heart Milk. After casually putting it into the storage ring, Li Yin saw the great elder patting his shoulder happily and said, Okay. A hero comes from a young boy. Are you willing to become my disciple? After saying that, the great elder looked at him expectantly. Shen Yang next to him was shocked. He didn't expect that the great elder would also want to accept the disciple one day. So he quickly urged, Li Yin, agree quickly. The great elder is in the nascent soul stage, and this is also the first time he has accepted a disciple. The implication is self-evident. After all, you are the only disciple, so there must be a lot of benefits. Several disciples nearby also cast envious looks at him. Forehead. Of course, Li Yin couldn't agree. He already had a master. Ling Yuan in the audience knew that it was time for him to ride again. Sorry, elder. I already have a master. Li Yin touched his head and refused. What? Who is it? What kind of cultivation level? The great elder's expression changed. Unexpectedly, someone had already taken advantage of him. Shen Yang also sighed with some regret. Oh, what a pity for you, kid. If you could become a disciple of the great elder, you would soar into the sky. Forehead. Just when Li Yin didn't know how to answer the call, something happened suddenly. Ding. A crisp bell rang throughout the venue. The ringing of the bell was like a stream of clear water on a hot day, spreading over everyone's hearts. The originally lively venue suddenly became quiet. Everyone showed doubtful expressions. The next moment, countless colorful lotus flowers suddenly bloomed in the sky, and the white clouds turned into colorful clouds, and the glow stretched endlessly. Ling Yuan directly appeared in the air as a figure several feet tall, with a golden light blooming from the back of his head, clothed in starlight, extremely bright, like an immortal or a god. Anyone who sees it can't help but say, a true immortal descends to earth. Everyone present was fascinated by this scene, commonly known as Eyes Open. See Dao Zun, by Heng Tian, the supreme elder of the Sunset Sect, and Fu Tianqing, the supreme elder of the Royal Beast Sect, were the first to pay respects. The shocked sect leader and elders quickly came to their senses. See Taoist Master. The other disciples also hurriedly followed suit and bowed, bowing their hands and bowing. See you, Taoist Master. Countless voices sounded together, and the scene was extremely shocking. Get up. A mighty voice rang in everyone's ears. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted everyone present up. The master of the beast control sect and the elders were extremely shocked. Is this Taoist Lord Lingtian? This appearance is simply terrifying. Wang Jie also knew something about the situation from his previous chat with Shenyang. I heard that the scene was very shocking when Tao Zun first appeared. He was a little disapproving. After practicing for so many years, what scene has he not seen? At this time, he just wanted to say, I have never seen this scene before. The elders and sect leaders on the high platform are now like students in a school, and Ling Yuan is the teacher. The teacher didn't say anything, and the students didn't dare to say anything. Then, I heard Ling Yuan's words coming again. I am Li Yan's master. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked and stunned. Wang Ting. Han Fei Yu. Wang Yin. Li Qinwan. Li Miao. Brother Ling is my brother master. Lan Yubi looked at Ling Yuan who was loading a pin in the air, and couldn't help but secretly thought that he still knew how to play. Several people in the small group were even more shocked beyond words. Having known each other for so long, I didn't know that these two people still had this kind of relationship. Did not expect. I didn't expect it to be true. Great Elder Wu Yang was shocked when he heard this and felt a little red-faced. He actually wanted to accept Dao Zun's disciple as his disciple. But the most embarrassing thing has to be Shenyang, who Li Yin was feeling sorry for just now. I had just finished bragging about how wonderful it was to have the Great Elder as my teacher, but I didn't expect that his master turned out to be a Taoist master. This is a slap in the face. That's it. It turns out that he is Tao Zun's disciple. How come he is so good? Shenyang quickly used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. Wang Jia saw the process clearly from the side, and was holding back a smile in his heart. No, he has to hold back. He must not be rude in front of a superior. That's it. It seems that my vision is still good. After all, I am someone recognized by Tao Zun. Wudong couldn't help but comfort himself like this. At this time, the disciples also began to whisper. I'll go. What kind of bad luck did this kid have? He actually became a disciple of Dao Zun. What a pity. Why not me? Wake up. The disciple chosen by Dao Zun must also be a genius who is unique among thousands. Obviously, I'm such a genius. Fuck you. Keep pretending. A disciple took off one of his shoes and slapped him from behind. Snapped. This disciple who said he was a genius fell to the ground immediately. It seems he is not. After that, put on your shoes, turn around and leave, turning your back to all living beings, hiding your merit and fame. After explaining what needed to be said and filling up the pin, Ling Yuan and the vision in the sky disappeared immediately. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The Great Elder looked at Li Yin deeply, then sighed and walked away a little lonely. Great Elder, take care. Shenyang watched him leave. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. At this time, Wang Jia finally couldn't hold back his laughter. I saw him covering his stomach with both hands, laughing even with tears. When Shenyang saw this, he rolled his eyes at him angrily. Ha-ha-ha. I'm sorry. I really can't hold it in any longer. Still laughing. Are you laughing at your father? After saying that, Shenyang gave him a kick in anger. Ouch. What are you doing? Working so hard. Ha-ha-ha. Smiling, Wang Jia was already lying on the ground. This. Elders, you look at me, I look at you. I feel the scene is a bit funny. Ahem. Master, please pay attention to your image. Long Tianchi coughed twice. The old man was very happy, knowing that Li Yin was actually a disciple of Dao Zun. Several elders began to curry favor with him and asked about Li Yan's well-being. They also said something like he had a granddaughter. At this time, everyone's attention had been attracted by Wang Jie. Li Yin took the opportunity to slip away without taking a cloud with him. Now he finally didn't have to hide anymore and could be a disciple of the master openly. Thinking of this, he was happier than winning the first place. As soon as he left the scene, he was caught by Wang Ting. Well, when did you become Brother Ling's apprentice? Before I got started. Li Yin laughed. When we were in Qingyan City. Wang Tong continued to ask. Yeah, Li Yin nodded. Brother Li Yin. At this time, Wang Yin and other friends also rushed over. Han Fei Yu looked at Li Yin with a complicated expression, with some envy in his eyes. But as a friend, He also sincerely congratulated him for being able to worship such a strong Ling Yuan as his master. I wonder if it's too late for me to worship him now. Han Feiyu thought so in his heart, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He was used to calling him big brother. Suddenly he had to change his words and call him master, which was a generation lower. He felt a little uncomfortable. People always have to rely on themselves. Now he has no shortage of skills and magic weapons. All he has left is to persist in practicing. Han Feiyu, brotherly, you are really a hidden talent. Li Miao also teased at this time. We usually call Ling Yuan brotherling, and you are brotherling's apprentice. Isn't this a generation lower than us? Right? Xiao Yanzi. After saying that, Li Miao looked at Li Yin with a bit of a smirk. Li Yan's head was black, and he hit him on the head. What are you talking about? My stupid brother. Call me brother. Wang Yin, brother Li Yin. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply, even I don't know. As she said, she looked at Li Yin with some resentment. Ha ha ha. This is the only thing that I dare not say anything unless master speaks up. Wang Yin nodded, showing her understanding. She is not the kind of person who makes trouble for no reason. Wang Ting patted Li Yin's shoulder. Since you won the championship, let's celebrate tonight. How about it? Okay. Agree. Me too. By the way, where is brotherling? At night, in the sect restaurant, everyone sat around a large round table. Everyone from Qingyan City came, including Ling Yuan, Lan Yudi, and Li Qingwan. A few people chatted and waited for the dishes to be served. Ling Yuan took out several bottles of 5-star spiritual power cola and said, "Come, have a taste." The latest version of Legio. While speaking, the lid of the cola was automatically twisted open, and the black cola flew out of the bottle, splitting into several streams into everyone's cups. Wang Ting sniffed it, and suddenly felt the spiritual energy rushing into his brain, which was extremely refreshing. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to drink a sip. After taking a sip, the taste was unbelievable. His eyes widened, and he looked at the cola in the cup in surprise. This is better than before, and the spiritual power in it is also very abundant. Awesome. Brother Ling, you're this. Wang Tong couldn't help but give Ling Yuan a thumbs up. The others heard the words and picked up the cups with some expectation. After taking a sip, they all praised it. It's so delicious. Li Miao couldn't help but shout to the sky. Fortunately, they were in a private room. Otherwise, they would disturb others. After Han Feiyu took a sip, he actually felt that his cultivation was slightly loose. So, he drank the coke in the cup curiously, wanting to see if it could help him break through. Boom. His aura suddenly changed, and he actually broke through. Han Feiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. 6th level of chi refining. Breakthrough. The friends next to him were also attracted by a sudden aura, and they all cast their eyes on him. Seeing that Han Feiyu broke through the bottleneck after only drinking one cup, they were extremely shocked. But after thinking about it, after all, it was Ling Yuan stuff, so he was relieved. Then, Li Miao was not to be outdone, and also broke through to the 6th level of chi refining. Wang Yin also broke through a small realm, and her cultivation reached the 7th level of chi refining. On the other side, Xingyang City. In the night sky, two powerful dragons were pulling a luxurious sedan at high speed. In front of the sedan, a middle-aged man with a stern face stood on the side. At this time, a voice came from the sedan chair. Uncle Li, haven't you arrived yet? The middle-aged man called Uncle Li heard the voice and immediately said respectfully, Daozi, it's almost time. We have arrived in Xingyang City. Well, go get the things first, and then investigate what Eldarin told you. Speed up. I can't wait any longer. Yes, Daozi. Li Fifan responded and immediately drove the two dragons to speed up. If there are masters here, they will definitely find the extraordinariness of these two dragons. They're all dragons in the Jindan period. Just looking at these two dragons pulling the sedan chair is enough to show that the identity of the people in the sedan chair is extremely extraordinary. Xingyang City, Xiao family. At this time, Xiao Bai, the ancestor of the Xiao family, was waiting at the door with everyone, and a banquet had been set up in the mansion. Seeing that the ancestors were all welcoming at the door, the young children of the Xiao family guessed which big man was coming. The banquet was already the highest standard of the Xiao family. Roar. Roar. Two earth-shaking roars came from the sky. Passers-by who were still strolling in the night market in the city looked up at the sky and found that there were actually two huge monsters. Dragon. It's a dragon. Look. Oh my god. These two dragons seem to be pulling a sedan chair. Looking at the dragon and sedan chair appearing in the sky, Xiao Bai was excited. Here it comes. Daozi is coming. Hearing that it was Daozi coming, Xiao Wei's parents were also a little nervous. Dragon pulling a sedan chair. This is really shocking. Hiss. It's actually a dragon in the Jindan period. Sensing the dragon's cultivation, Xiao Bai couldn't help but take a breath. In his heart, he thought, it's worthy of being a Taoist of the Holy Land. The lineup is grand. Soon, the dragon and the sedan chair stopped in front of the Xiao mansion. Seeing this, Xiao Bai immediately led his men to kneel on one knee and said respectfully, welcome to the Taoist master. Welcome to the Taoist master. The others followed suit and repeated Li Fifan glanced at everyone indifferently, then walked aside and pulled open the curtain of the sedan chair with one hand. The sedan chair was dark, and a pair of golden eyes flashed by. The two dragons were waiting quietly, and the two dragons were so powerful. Just lying next to them made them feel like a sword was hanging on their hearts. Coupled with the noble status of the Taoist of the Holy Land, they couldn't help but sweat, fearing that they would neglect the visitor. Daozi Gu Huanxian stepped out of the gilded dragon sedan lightly, wearing an extremely luxurious outfit. He put his hands behind his back, expressionless, revealing an aura of keeping strangers away. Li Fifan stood slightly behind him, like a guard. After walking out of the sedan chair, Gu Huanxian glanced at the people kneeling down and said, Xiao Bai, I'm here. Xiao Bai responded, and then walked forward carefully. He was always been over during the process, as humble as he could be. Where's the thing I want? Gu Huanxian just glanced at him and looked elsewhere. Wait a moment. Then Xiao Bai took out a jade box from the storage ring and handed it to Gu Huanxian respectfully with both hands. He opened the jade box with one hand and saw a small bead emitting colorful light lying quietly in it. Seeing this bead, the expressionless Gu Huanxian looked happy. Is this the 9-colored sky bead? It is worthy of being a heavenly treasure. After saying that, he waved his hand and put it into his bag. Gu Huanxian was in a good mood. He patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder and praised him. Not bad. You were thoughtful. Hearing this, Xiao Bai dared to raise his head and said, Hee hee, it is my honor to serve Daozi. Daozi, please come to my humble home for a gathering. I have prepared a banquet of the highest level for you. As he said this, he walked to the side and stretched out a hand to invite Gu Huanxian to come in. Okay. Nodding, Gu Huanxian took the lead in entering the Xiao mansion. Before leaving, he also looked at Xiao Wei's mother Lin Jixin, and the surprise in his eyes flashed. After he walked through the door, the kneeling people dared to stand up and follow him, and Li Fifan put away the double dragon gilded sedan chair, and shrunk and took back the two dragons together. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xiao Bai brought up the topic of Xiao Wei, and then began to cry. The Qi insect is simply too much. Please, Daozi, take charge of my grandson who died. It's just a small Qi insect. Okay, for the sake of the heavenly beads, I will take charge of this for you. Of these sects, as far as he knows, the highest combat power is only in the early to late nascent soul stage, and his protector Li Fifan is a powerful man at the peak of the nascent soul stage. His own cultivation is also at the peak of the golden core, and it is a second-grade golden core. His foundation is also extremely strong, and he can defeat the early nascent soul stage. In addition to his identity as a Taoist of the Holy Land, it is estimated that if he scares them casually, the other party will hand over the culprit. Thank you, Daozi. Thank you, Daozi. When Xiao Bai and Xiao Wei's parents heard him say this, they kowtowed in gratitude. Okay, but I have one more condition, Gu Huanxian said, and set his sights on Lin Jixin. Let alone one. Even if it's 10, we will agree. Xiao Bai said excitedly. At this time, he was already extremely happy to have caught up with the Holy Land Daozi, as if everything could be forgotten. Oh, really? That's good. Gu Huanxian's smile gradually became perverted after hearing this, and he looked at Lin Jixin with a playful face. Lin Jixin's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he secretly thought it was not good. As men. Xiaoshan and Xiao Bai obviously saw his thoughts. As expected, Gu Huanxian pointed at Lin Jixin and said, I want her to accompany me for one night. Hearing this, Lin Jixin's heart suddenly beat wildly, and he was at a loss, so he had to use his eyes to ask Xiaoshan for help. Xiaoshan was also very surprised, and hurriedly came out to prevaricate. Hey, Daozi, you want to find a woman? Don't worry, Daozi, I will find you 10 or 8 young and beautiful ones. Yes, How can my withered body defile your noble body? Lin Jixin heard the heart and quickly agreed. Gu Huanxian's face suddenly turned cold. His eyes suddenly turned golden, and he turned his head and glared at Xiaoshan. At the same time, the aura of the peak of the golden elixir was no longer concealed, burst out together. Buzz. A huge spiritual force instantly rushed into Xiaoshan's sea of consciousness. Looking at Gu Huanxian's golden eyes, Xiaoshan felt a huge fear that could not be expressed in words suddenly surged in his heart at this moment. In his eyes, Gu Huanxian had become a peerless emperor who controls the life and death of the world. Ah! Xiaoshan screamed strangely and was frightened and collapsed on the ground, and the unknown liquid soaked his lower body. Did I ask you to speak? Scream here. Xiao Baiyan saw that the situation was not right, and hurried out to smooth things over. Daozi, calm down, Daozi, calm down. It is her blessing to serve you. After that, he glared at Lin Jixin again, signaling her to agree quickly. Looking at this posture, Lin Jixin knew that she had to agree today, otherwise it might be a catastrophe waiting for them. Looking at her husband who was limp on the ground. Thinking of her son's death, she gritted her teeth and nodded helplessly to agree. When Gu Huanxian saw her nod, his originally cold face suddenly returned to a smile. Haha, good. Miss Lin, don't underestimate yourself. The word charm still there is simply prepared for you. Listening to his praise, Lin Jixin could only force herself to smile a little to cater to him. After eating and drinking, it's time to go to Wushan for sex, hehe. Gu Huanxian showed a dissolute smile, then picked up Lin Jixin by the waist and ran to the room. I didn't expect to meet the Nine treasure body. What a pleasant surprise. It's a waste of such a treasure body to be placed in this small family. After I take her Nine chi, I can break through the nascent soul. Gu Huanxian thought so in his heart, and his running speed could not help but speed up again. Alas, her son, Xiao Bai sighed and helped Xiaoshan up. Thought if he could, he would also like to refuse, but he had no choice. Dad. Xiaoshan's heart was bleeding. His son died, and now his woman was also taken by someone else. He felt that he was living worse than a dog. No dignity at all. Thinking about it, he cried out. At this time, burst of lewd sounds came from the room. After hearing this, Xiaoshan cried even more miserably. Whoa. Dad, my heart hurts so much. He hugged Xiao Bai's thighs and cried miserably. Xiao Bai comforted him. Be patient. You must be patient. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Whoa. Damn it. Strength. If I had the strength. Xiaoshan cried and blamed himself for not practicing hard. If he was in the nascent soul stage, he would have to stay today no matter what kind of shitty Taoist from the Holy Land. The only reason people live is to fight for their pride. It is said that when a common man gets angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. Unfortunately, this is the world of immortal cultivation. With low cultivation, anger is useless. When you are weak, your anger is ridiculous in the eyes of the strong. Alas, let's go. It's not fun for you to listen here. After saying that, Xiao Bai pulled him away from the room with the lewd music. Li Fifan, who was waiting at the door of the room, had a calm face and seemed to be used to it. After a long time, a terrible pressure suddenly came from the room. Li Fifan at the door was surprised. This is the breath of the nascent soul. Daozi has broken through the nascent soul. Then bursts of laughter were heard from the room. Finally broke through. Lin Jixin next to him was trembling with fear as she could not bear the pressure. Retracting his aura, Gu Huanxian stood up from his cross-legged position and looked at Lin Jixin. Don't worry, I will help you avenge your son. In this case, it all depends on Daozi. Alas, Lin Jixin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had really paid too much for this family. Fortunately, this Daozi was trustworthy. Gu Huanxian didn't expect that a small family would have so many benefits. Not only the heavenly treasure 9-colored sky beads, but also the 9 treasure body. This time he gained a lot. Feeling his own cultivation in the nascent soul stage, he showed a wicked smile. Don't worry, it's still early. On the other side, Lan Yudi went to practice, leaving Ling Yuan alone lying quietly on the white clouds. Feeling a little bored, Ling Yuan decided to have some fun. Recalling the various novels he had read before, he decided to rub a system to play with. Raising his right hand, the mysterious light gathered in his hand and formed a big ball of light. The lottery system of the heavens was born. After integrating the system into his body, a lottery panel appeared in front of him the next moment. Of course, this system has no intelligence, and he would not integrate an intelligent thing into his body, which would be disgusting. This lottery system can draw all kinds of things from the heavens and the worlds. Although Ling Yuan can create something with a thought, he will get tired of it if he does it too much. The lottery is different. There is a sense of unknown surprise. Looking at the lottery panel in front of him, Ling Yuan directly took a screenshot with his mind. The next moment, a screenshot of the lottery panel appeared on the phone. Open the group chat of the two brothers and click to send the picture. The God of Origin. Everyone, I captured a system life form in the void. Let me show you. Soon, someone replied, I am the real evil king. Not bad. In the heavens, life forms like systems are already very rare. It seems that you are lucky. The Lord of the Outer Domain. Do you know why there are fewer and fewer system lives now? Oh, Ling Yuan became interested and wanted to see his explanation. The God of Origin. I really don't understand this. The Lord of the Outer Domain. That's because the system family is frantically extracting the essence and blood of Panga's incarnations in various planes. Some people can't stand it, so they organized a big action to hunt the system. It makes some sense. Ling Yuan touched his chin and turned on omniscience, but the result made him dumbfounded. This kid really guessed 70% right. The system clan did encounter a mass killing, but the real reason was not just the extraction of Panga's blood. This time, another message popped up in the group. Transcendent Tao. System? I created one, but I called it the Wheel of the Heavens. After that, he sent another picture. Wheel of the Heavens. JPG God of Origin. Awesome. I am the real evil king. By the way, what are your plans for summer vacation? Transcendent Tao. Practice. Extraterritorial Demon Lord. Did you receive an invitation from the class monitor? He said he was going to attend a party. I am the real evil king. Received. Ling Yuan exited the group interface, scrolled down the message, and found that there was indeed a red dot in the class monitor's chat box. Yuan Jing. Are you free on Saturday? Let's go out together. Ling Yuan replied, okay. Transcendent Tao. Since it is the invitation of the Empress, I will give her a face. God of Origin. Let's go. Let's go play together. Classmates reunion. This is such a classic in novels. Ling Yuan was looking forward to it, wondering if he would encounter the situation he imagined. The demon lord from the outer realm. Okay, then I'll go too. I am the real evil king. Me too. JPG. Looking at everyone's speech, Ling Yuan smiled and turned off his phone as he looked at the lottery disc in front of him. Let's do 10 consecutive draws first. Click the finger to start the lottery, and the round will start to spin quickly. Soon, the lottery results came out. Congratulations on getting a plane shuttle watch. Congratulations on getting a piece of supreme bone. Congratulations on getting a hypnotic phone. Congratulations on getting 100G seeds of learning materials. Congratulations on getting a specific BGM, and it will play automatically when you say the line. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Congratulations on getting the arbitrary door. Congratulations on getting a gourd of the 9-turn purple gold pill of Taishang Laojun. Congratulations on getting the time stopwatch. Congratulations on getting 5 Thunder's righteousness. Congratulations on getting a drop of Panga's blood. Wow, the explosion rate is really high, Delta. But is there something strange mixed in? Ling Yuan first loaded the BGM and then read out the startup line. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. The next moment, a touching BGM sounded. The sound was magnificent and fascinating, and this song seemed to have added a strange magic. Under the clouds, the disciples of the sunset sect were also attracted by this sudden music. Who is singing this? It sounds good. It sounds really good. I heard countless stories from this song. Close your eyes. Close your eyes quickly. Everyone heard it and did it curiously. Oh my god. As soon as I closed my eyes, I seemed to enter a beautiful world with the song. I experienced one adventure story after another. It's so exciting. It's so exciting. It's incredible. I want to record it with a voice beat. Ling Yuan saw the movements of the people below and nodded with satisfaction that it is indeed a product of the system. It must be a masterpiece. Then he turned off the BGM. When the song stopped, the disciples below were stunned. All of them looked unsatisfied. Why, it's over. It's too fast. I haven't listened to it enough. Come on, I have recorded the song just now, and now I will buy 1 for 1 spirit stone. Does anyone want to buy it? Give it to me. I want one too. Then, Ling Yuan took out the time pause watch and turned the knob on the side to set the pause range to sunset sect. Click. As Ling Yuan pressed the pause button, the disciples who were originally scrambling for the sound bead stopped instantly. The time was spent, and the time was spent. Press the button again, and the time below resumed flowing, and the originally static scene became agitated again. Not bad. After testing the time stopwatch, Ling Yuan took out the gourd containing the 9-turn purple gold pill. Although the 9-turn purple gold pill of Taishan Laojun is famous, it depends on what aspect it is from. If it is from the prehistoric plane, it is indeed strong. But if it is from the journey to the west plane, it is relatively lame. Of course, for an ordinary person, it is still very awesome. Pour out one and throw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and immediately turned into a powerful medicinal power that entered his body. Feeling the strength of the medicinal power, Ling Yuan estimated that this pill could make ordinary people become immortals directly, but not immortals in this plane, or the prehistoric plane, but those in the journey to the west plane. They belong to the immortals with weaker combat power. There are so many planes in the heavens, and the combat power systems are countless. The systems of cultivating immortals are also very different in different planes. For example, in his current world, the power of laws can be cultivated in the god transformation stage. And in many planes of cultivating immortals, most people start to contact the laws after becoming immortals. It tastes good. You can eat it like chocolate. Taishan Laojun of Journey to the West. Please turn on the microphone to communicate. After eating all the pills in a gourd, Ling Yuan fused the 10-star version of the 9-turn purple gold pill to fill the gourd at AT this time. He can make you a full-star pill, not to mention 10 stars. The effect of the 10-star version of the 9-turn purple gold pill is stronger than the original version of the prehistoric plane. Speaking of which, his ability to copy and fuse is also very awesome, and it is actually transformed by the great Tao of creation. Before, when he went home after shopping, this ability just happened to awaken, and the great Tao wavered and directly made him travel through time. After putting away the gourd, Ling Yuan put on the plane shuttle watch. This phone looks like a smart watch, but the appearance is more high-tech. The operation interface is also very sci-fi. Click the search plane function in the interface, and a field pops up on the screen, searching for planes. Not long after, the search results came out. There are 3 more plane names in the list. Journey to the West plane, Berserk Legend plane, Shadow Strength plane. Looking at the 3 plane names that appeared, Ling Yuan's smile gradually became unbridled. Hey, I thought of a fun thing. The next second, Ling Yuan's figure disappeared on the cloud. In the Shao mansion, Gu Huanxian fought until dawn, and then let Lin Jixin go. Xiao Shan had fainted in his room. Let's go. I'll take you to seek justice. Gu Huanxian walked out of the room with Lin Jixin in a clear and refreshed state. As soon as Lin Jixin went out, she found Li Fifan standing at the door. Did he stand there all night? That wouldn't be. Thinking of this, Lin Jixin blushed again. The 3 of them came to the lobby, and Xiao Bai had been sitting on a chair waiting for a long time. Seeing Gu Huanxian coming, he quickly stood up and gave up the first seat, saying, Master Daozi, please take a seat. Well, sensible. Gu Huanxian nodded and sat down casually. Daozi, this matter of the Qi insect, Xiao Bai asked carefully. Don't worry, this Daozi will do what he says. From now on, you are my people. Get ready. We will set off immediately. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Bai's old face flushed with excitement. This means that their family has completely connected with Daozi. Won't it soar to the sky in the future? It's stable. Our Xiao family is all stable. His body was trembling a little, and he knelt down to thank him. We will follow the orders of Master Daozi in the future. Lin Jixin was also a little excited, secretly thinking that her efforts were not in vain. She had tried every means to please Gu Huanxian. Now with the support of the Holy Land Daozi, she must make the Qi insect hand over the murderer no matter what, so as to avenge the murder of her son. Thinking of all kinds of tortures, Lin Jixin unconsciously showed a cruel smile. Boy, I will make you live a life worse than death. Several people dispersed and made some preparations before gathering together again. Only Xiao Bai and Lin Jixin went. As for Xiao Shan, he was still in a coma. Gu Huanxian glanced at Li Fifan. Uncle Li. Li Fifan nodded and threw out a gorgeous shuttle-shaped magic weapon. The magic weapon quickly grew larger as soon as it came out, enough for everyone to stand. Li Fifan took the lead in walking to the shuttle head. He wanted to control the flight of the shuttle. Come up. Gu Huanxian stepped onto the shuttle and said to the other 2 people indifferently. Xiao Bai and Lin Jixin looked at each other and quickly followed him on the shuttle. Then Gu Huanxian waved his hand and said, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant stream of light burst out from the shuttle. As the stream of light continued to grow, the shuttle soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon, leaving only a colorful trail. The speed of the shuttle was very fast. In an hour, everyone arrived at the gate of the Qi insect. The gatekeeper saw that the visitor had extraordinary momentum and unfathomable cultivation, so he immediately stepped forward and asked, May I ask a few people? Before he finished speaking, Gu Huanxian took out a strange black token with a Xian character engraved on it. When the gatekeeper saw this token, his eyes widened and his pupils shrank. This is the token of the Holy Land. I didn't expect that he was a person from the Holy Land, and the color of the token was black, which showed that he had a very high status in the Holy Land. The Holy Land used the color of the token to distinguish the identity and status of each person. From high to low, there are 6 levels: gold, red, black, yellow, blue, and white. And the black one is the token owned by the 9 great disciples of the Holy Land. He did not dare to neglect it, and quickly took out the communication token too. Contact the elder. Elder, someone from the Holy Land is coming. While speaking, his lips trembled a little. The other side of the communication token was also blown up when he heard it. What? Holy Land. It's not time to pay the tribute yet. These big sects have to pay a large amount of tribute to Xuanli Holy Land every 100 years. Of course, you can also not pay, but your sect may be destroyed by a passing demon the next day. The elder who received the news quickly contacted the sect master. After notifying the elders, the gatekeeper disciple hurriedly bowed to Gu Huanxian respectfully and said, Dear guests, please wait. The sect master and the elders are coming to greet them. In a moment, the sect master of the Qian sect, Dugahan, hurriedly arrived with several elders. But when they saw Xiao Bai and Lin Jixin standing by, their hearts sank. They thought the visitor was not kind. So it's a distinguished guest from the Holy Land. I'm Dugahan, the leader of the Qian sect. May I ask what your name is? Dugahan bowed to Gu Huanxian, the leader. Although the visitor was not kind, they had to find out the other party's identity before making any plans. Gu Huanxian showed a wicked smile. His pupils turned golden and flashed on and off. Very impressive. He took out the token again and raised it to Dugahan. I am the 9th Daozi of Xuanli Holy Land. Gu Huanxian. The old man was very angry, but he was not happy that I didn't expect it to be Daozi. This is trouble. The elders next to him were also shocked when they heard it. Gu Duhan's heart was already in turmoil, but his expression remained unchanged, saying, It turned out to be Daozi in person. Please join the sect. However, Gu Huanxian didn't give him any face at all. He raised his palm and interrupted. Stop. I'm in a hurry. Quickly hand over the murderer who killed Xiao Wei of the Xiao family. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by someone, and Dugahan was angry. But he didn't dare to get angry. I wanted to have a fight with him. But I didn't expect that the other party didn't care about the face of his side as the sect leader at all. But Yi Tiango was the elder's direct disciple after all, so he had to protect him. You don't know, Daozi. Their son followed the bad guys to do evil and harmed his fellow disciples, who knew that the disciple survived by chance. So he killed him to avenge himself. Tell me, isn't this his own fault? Dugahan explained the reason clearly, because he was afraid that Daozi was deceived. The Xiao family members on the side were a little worried that Daozi would waver after hearing this. But after thinking about it, they didn't think he was a good person, so they stopped arguing that Ji Yuanxian looked calm and said, "I'll count to 3 and hand over the person." He didn't care about the reason. Everything was just for the benefit. The elders of the Qian sect looked at each other, and they all felt that Daozi was really unreasonable. Dugahan's face suddenly turned cold. He had never been insulted like this before. He was a little angry and said, "If they don't hand it over, what will Daozi do? After all, their Qian sect is a large sect, and they have paid tribute to the Holy Land on time. Could it be that this Daozi dares to slaughter them?" Thinking of this, he suddenly became more confident. "Don't hand it over." Haha, Gu Huanxian smiled disdainfully. Then he signaled Li Fifan with his eyes. Boom. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Several elders in the Jindan stage were shocked by this terrifying pressure, and their bodies were shaking constantly, as if they were going to kneel down the next moment. Peak of nascent soul. As the direct opponent of the pressure, Dugahan was not feeling well either. Although he was in the early stage of nascent soul, the other party was 3 small realms higher than him. It's not over yet. The next moment, Gu Huanxian's golden pupils lit up directly, and the pressure of the early nascent soul stage also burst out. This made everyone's pressure even greater. Several elders gritted their teeth and supported, and they all sighed at the terrifying strength of the Holy Land Dao's at such a young age. He has reached the nascent soul stage, so terrifying. At this time, an elder suddenly said, "Master Daozi, it's useless for you to force us." Yi Tiange is not in the sect at this time. He has already gone out to train. "Uncle Li, use the true word mirror." Gu Huanxian put away the pressure and said lightly, "This true word mirror has the effect of making people tell the truth. As long as the realm of the person illuminated by the true word mirror is not higher than that of the user, he cannot resist." Li Fifan nodded, and then took out a mirror with a simple shape. When he activated the true word mirror, the mirror suddenly floated in the air and emitted golden light to cover everyone in the Qian sect. "Where is the murderer Yi Tiange?" Li Fifan asked. "I don't know. He has gone out of the sect to gain experience." Several people couldn't control their mouths and answered subconsciously. "TSK, what a trouble." Gu Huanxian frowned slightly. Hearing Yi Tiange, the 3 people who were not in the Xiao family also looked at each other, secretly thinking that the boy was really lucky. "In this case, Master Daozi, then we might as well capture his family first, so that we don't have to worry about him not taking the bait." Xiao Bai said a little viciously on the side that Ji Huanxian nodded after hearing this. "Okay, where's the boy's family?" I don't know." Xiao Bai was stunned and said a little embarrassed. "Waste." Gu Huanxian glared at him, and then questioned the elders of the Qian sect. "I ask you, where's the family of Yi Tiange?" Although the people covered by the golden light of the true word mirror were extremely reluctant, they still spoke together. "Qingyan City, Yi family." Li Fifan took back the true word mirror after receiving the news. "Tell Yi Tiange that I have captured his family. If you want to save them, come to the Xiao family in Xingyang City. Let's go." Xiao Bai showed the way. Gu Huanxian turned around and said that he still had to help Elder Rin investigate the death of his nephew, so he couldn't stay here for too long. "Yes," Xiao Bai responded, and at the same time, he looked at the people of the Qian sect with a proud look. Lin Jixin saw that these powerful people who were originally high and mighty were now she felt relieved when she saw the ugly face, and thought that her grievances were not in vain at the same time. Her beautiful eyes looking at Gu Huanxian were full of brilliance that a real man should be like this. Thinking about her husband who was frightened to pee, she couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. Unfortunately, she knew clearly that this Taoist only treated her as a plaything. Otherwise, she really wanted to follow this Taoist. Soon, Gu Huanxian took a group of people on the shuttle and disappeared into the sky. Seeing them leave, a group of elders breathed a sigh of relief. Jiu Du inside and said, "Notify Elder Du. After all, he is her disciple." In a hall, "Wobu master, what should I do?" Chu Jiao couldn't help crying. Du Shueshuan frowned, as if thinking about something. After a long while, she sighed. "Alas, it's too late. I can only think of another way. Then the family of my junior brother." Du Shueshuan shook her head helplessly. Although they won't die yet, they will probably be tortured if they fall into the hands of the Xiao family. Hearing this, Chu Jiao was even more sad, because these were her future family members. Then, Du Shueshuan took out the communication token to connect with Yi Tiange on the other side. Yi Tiange and Yu Wuji were at an auction. The 2 of them hunted many monsters, so they took out some of them to auction and earned some spirit stones to AT this time. Yi Tiange found that his communication token was vibrating slightly. Thinking that it was another message from his senior sister, he took out the token with a smile on his face, but after connecting, he found that it was his master. "Tian'er, today Xiao Wei's clansmen brought the Yuanying masters from the Holy Land to seek revenge on you. If you were not there, they would go to your family and try to capture your family to threaten you." "What?" Yi Tiange, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his expression and then became extremely angry. He anxiously told Yi Wuji next to him, "Brother, it's bad. The Xiao family brought the Yuanying masters from the Holy Land to our Yi family to capture people." Yi Wuji's expression suddenly became extremely ugly when he heard this. How is it possible? Where do they get the relationship with the Holy Land? "I don't know, my master said so." Then, Du Shueshuan's voice continued to come. "Don't be impulsive. If you go now, judging from the Xiao family's attitude, you and your family may all die." The 2 of them were in a state of panic, and the 2 were in a state of panic. Yi Wuji, "Ask your master, what is the strongest cultivation level of the people from the Holy Land?" Yi Tiange nodded at him and said anxiously, "Master, what is the strongest cultivation level of the powerful people from the Holy Land? One is at the peak of the nascent soul, and the other is at the early stage of the nascent soul, but the identity and background of the early stage of the nascent soul is extraordinary. He is the 9th Daozi of the Holy Land. Peak of the nascent soul. Daozi. This." Yi Tiange felt a little desperate. You know, he has just broken through to the late stage of foundation building, and his brother is still stuck at the peak of the golden core. How can he resist the peak of the nascent soul? Dead end. At this time, the only way Yi Tiange could think of was to sacrifice himself. Although the people of the Xiao family might not let his family go at that time, he wanted to take a gamble even if there was only a slight chance. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and then became firm. "Brother, from now on, my parents and sister will be in your hands." Yi Wuji, who was thinking about countermeasures, understood what he meant when he heard him say this. "Don't do stupid things, kid. As long as you don't show up, there is still a chance. Wait until I break through the nascent soul stage. Then we will hold that Daozi in the early nascent soul stage hostage. Then we are not afraid that they will not let him go." Yi Wuji has this confidence. In that strange place, the monsters in the body are all extremely strong at first. He couldn't beat the monsters with stronger breath than his own. Later, after his observation, he found that these monsters were all practicing a special way of breathing that Yi Wuji curiously followed and practiced for a while, and found that his body began to become numb. And after the numbness, a warm current appeared to nourish the body that he guessed that the reason why these monsters' bodies were so strong must be because of this breathing method. After that, he practiced this breathing method hard, and gradually his body became stronger and stronger. Because this breathing method has 9 variations, he named it 9-turn breathing technique. This is his confidence. With his strong body, he can challenge higher level monsters. But do we have this opportunity? The noise from 2 Yuanying stage fighting will definitely be very loud. At that time, the peak Yuanying will definitely rush to the scene quickly. After Yi Tiange said this, he was also stunned. A light flashed in his head, and then his face became surprised. "Yes, that's it. Brother, we can use the tiger away from the mountain. As long as we lead these 2 Yuanying away, it will be much easier for us to rescue people then." Yi Wuji raised his eyebrows and was also a little surprised. Good attention. So the 2 began to discuss a detailed plan. Qingyan City, Ji Huanxian and others encountered a lot of onlookers as soon as they arrived at AT this time. An old Taoist priest shouted while holding a bell. "Come, take a look, it's accurate, and it only takes 1 copper coin." Gu Huanxian was just about to find someone to ask for directions, and happened to see the old Taoist priest passing by, so he grabbed him and said, "Old man, how do I get to Ye's house?" The old Taoist priest turned around and was stunned for a moment, and then he said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my, brothers, I see a strong black hair between your eyebrows, which is a sign of impending sudden death. But don't worry, I have a way to crack it, and it only takes one copper coin." He smiled and raised a finger to indicate. Gu Huanqian's veins popped up when he heard this. Playing tricks. Dare to curse this Taoist priest like this, slap your mouth. Li Fifan got the order and slapped the old Taoist priest without saying a word. The old Taoist priest turned his head and dodged the slap at a very slight distance, then pretended to be slapped to the ground, wailing in pain. Ouch. Hit the old man. Hit the old man. Everyone, come and see. Li Fifan looked at his hand in surprise. He hadn't hit him just now. The onlookers immediately talked about it and pointed at Gu Huanqian and the others. Li Tianla, who was selling fruit on the side, couldn't stand it. This old man was quite familiar with him, and the two liked to chat for a while. He rushed over and helped the old Taoist priest up. Brother, are you okay? Ouch. Ouch. The old Taoist priest held his face with one hand and shouted weakly. Seeing that his friend was seriously injured, he felt a little angry and pointed at Gu Huanqian's nose and said, "You young man, how can you hit an old man? Do you have any manners? You are still a cultivator." It was also the first time for the people of Qingyan City to see an immortal hitting people. Before, the immortals who came to them were obviously very friendly. Humph. Slap this one too. Huh. Li Tianla was hit hard this time, and he flew backwards. But the strange thing was that Li Tianla didn't feel much pain, and even felt a little itchy. Without paying any attention to the two people lying on the ground, they quickly left the place after asking about the location of the Yi family. Although Gu Huanqian thought he was not a good person, he couldn't just slaughter innocent mortals at will. Just teach them a lesson. Looking at the few people who left, the old man Tianji said slowly, "If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer in front of you." Soon, several people landed directly in the yard of the Yi family. Xiaobai stepped forward and shouted angrily, "The head of the Yi family, come out." The servants of the Yi family saw that the newcomers were aggressive and very unfriendly, and seeing that they all came from the air, they were obviously immortals, which made them feel scared. A middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and regular features came out in response. His eyes quickly swept over the faces of the people who came, and seeing that two of them looked a little angry, he immediately knew that they were not friendly. "What do you want to do in my Yi family?" Yi Luan asked calmly. Lin Jixing stood up at this time, saying in a bad tone, "Haha, what are you doing? Yi Tinga killed our son. We are here to seek justice. Where are Yi Tinga's parents? Call them out." Yi Luan was stunned for a while after hearing this, and then slowly said, "I am." "Then come in." After that, Xiaobai took out a black banner and waved it at Yi Luan. Yi Luan screamed, and the whole person was sucked into the banner. "Ah, patriarch, patriarch." The members of the Yi family around him were anxious, but they had no way to deal with the immortal AT this time. Yi Tinga's mother Xiacici and sister Yi Lianbing were embroidering in the room. Hearing the noise coming from outside, Xiacici was a little confused. She put down the embroidery needle in her hand. "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? I'll go out and see, mother. Let's go together." Soon the two came to the front of the yard and saw the servants crying and calling the head of the family. The mother and daughter were suddenly shocked. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiacici looked at a servant and asked, "Madam, the head of the family was caught by them." Xiaobai knew that the person coming was Yi Tinga's mother, and the little girl was probably the sister. Heh. He showed a cruel smile, and then waved the banner in his hand at the two women. The two women suddenly flew into the air uncontrollably, and were about to follow in Yi Luan's footsteps. In an instant, a mysterious woman in purple clothes and a veil suddenly appeared. She placed her hands on the shoulders of the two girls, and with a flash of purple light, the three of them disappeared together. The old man was still alive, and the old man was still alive. Where are the people? Xiaobai stared blankly at the place where they disappeared out of thin air, feeling a little annoyed. Disappeared? Interesting. Gu Huanqian murmured softly, then lowered his head and thought to himself, "Forget it, Dad. Anyway, the boy's father is still in our hands, so we are not afraid that he will not come." Lin Jixing laughed. Xiaobai thought about it, and then looked at the servants and smiled grimly. "If you want to blame someone, blame you for not following the right person." The servants, who were already terrified by the disappearance of the master, trembled all over when they heard this. Just when Xiaobai was about to attack, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the sky. "Young friend, be merciful when you can." "Who?" Several people looked up at the sky, but found nothing there. Li Fifan and Gu Huanqian frowned and whispered to each other. "Gu Huanqian, Uncle Li, I can't detect any breath from him. How about you?" Li Fifan, "Same." Gu Huanqian was shocked. Even Uncle Li, who was at the peak of the nascent soul, couldn't detect the breath of a newcomer. Then the other party must be at least a spirit transformation, must temporarily avoid the edge. So, Gu Huanqian raised his hand and arched his hand to the sky and said, "Senior, don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will stop him." After that, he glared at Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaobai quickly lowered his head and avoided his sight. "That's great." After the sentence, there was no sound in the sky for a long time. It seems that he should leave. Gu Huanqian wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his head, then looked at Xiaobai and cursed, "Waste. What's the point of you killing these mortals?" Xiaobai still lowered his head and dared not speak. "I didn't expect that such a powerful person could be hidden in a small Qingyan city." Li Fifan touched his chin, but wondered which master of the transformation of the spirit it would be. "Let's go. Go back." After scolding Xiaobai, Gu Huanqian's expression returned to his previous state. Li Fifan nodded, summoned the shuttle, and several people flew up again. As soon as he returned to the Xiao mansion, Gu Huanqian ordered Li Fifan, "Uncle Li, we can't waste time here. It's time for us to investigate what Eldarin told us." Xiaobai and Lin Jixing were stunned when they heard this. Then, Xiaobai looked a little anxious and said, "This. Lord Daozi, although we have captured Brother Yutian's father, without you here, if they go to Qian sect to ask for help, we can't stop them." Lin Jixing also quickly agreed. Yes, Lord Daozi, please help them to the end." As she spoke, she leaned into Gu Huanqian's arms and looked at him eagerly. The lovely body in his arms sent out bursts of body fragrance, and he wrapped his hand around her, which was extremely soft. Gu Huanqian's lust was aroused again. He lifted Lin Jixing's chin with one hand and smiled evilly. It's not impossible. It depends on your performance." Xiao Shan had woken up some time ago. Hearing the movement in the hall, he guessed that it should be his father and the others who came back. So he walked out of the room to check. He never expected that at the first glance he saw his wife being held in the arms of that hateful Daozi and teased again. The most annoying thing is that his wife actually showed an expression of enjoyment. Boom. Seeing this scene, he felt a surge of blood and energy suddenly rushing to the back of his head uncontrollably. "You." After saying only one word, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Gu Huanqian thought for a while and said, "We must leave, but I can ask Uncle Li to leave an incarnation to help you." Then Gu Huanqian nodded to Li Feifan. Li Fifan pinched a few hand gestures and saw a light and shadow floating out of his body. The light and shadow fell to the ground and formed a person exactly like him. "The strength of my incarnation is probably in the late nascent soul stage, which is enough to help you." Xiaobai looked at Li Fifan's incarnation with surprise. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Gu Huanqian looked at the beauty in his arms. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Well, thank you, Lord Daozi." Lin Jixing pretended to be shy and flattered. "You can't just thank me with your mouth. Let's go back to the room and thank you slowly." Haha. Gu Huanqian laughed and carried Lin Jixing into the room. Li Fifan's original body was waiting at the door again. The clone was sitting in the hall drinking tea. "Hey, go see how my son is doing." Listening to them, the absurd movement in the room made Xiaobai think of his poor son again. He thought of going to his son's room to see him, but as soon as he left the hall, he saw a figure lying on the ground. Looking carefully, wasn't it his son? Son. Xiaobai walked forward, lowered his body, and shook. Li Fifan glanced at them and murmured, "It's good to be young. Fall asleep as soon as you lie down." Journey to the west. Xinyo Huzhou. A monkey in a green gown was jumping in the mountains. At this time, a child walked down the stone steps on the side. I only heard the child walking and chanting. First there was Hao Ming, then there was Tao. Lingdian Daozuan is still in front. The monkey was overjoyed when he heard it, scratched his ears and cheeks excitedly, and hurried to the child. "God, you must be a god." The child was not afraid of his monkey-like appearance, but just smiled and said, "I am just a child who came to the mountain to play. How can I be a god?" The monkey was a little unconvinced. You just said that there was Hao Ming first, and then Taoism, and Ling Tian Daozuan was even in front. If you were not a god, how can you say such a charming word? Oh, you were talking about this. A few years ago, a very powerful god came to us. He was merciful and saved us from danger, and this sentence was engraved in front of his cave. Oh, the monkey scratched his cheek and rolled his eyes. Then he continued to ask, may I ask, where does the god live? The child pointed to the stairs on the side. Here, go up along this staircase, and you will reach the top of the mountain. After learning the residence of the god, the monkey jumped up and down with joy. Thank you, kid. Thank you. The monkey bowed to him in a somewhat unfamiliar manner. The child nodded and said, I'll go first if there's nothing else. Oh, okay. After the two parted ways, the monkey continued to walk up the mountain stairs. Insects and birds chirped in the forest, and the air was extremely fresh, making people feel relaxed and happy, thinking that he would soon meet the gods and seek immortality. The monkey was even happier. The steep stairs did not embarrass him at all, and he smiled happily every time he climbed a few steps. The child looked back at him, smiled slightly, and then slowly disappeared. After a lot of hard work, the monkey finally climbed to the top of the mountain. As soon as he arrived here, he heard someone reciting a poem. Wealth and glory are all in vain. How many people can live for 100 years? Don't treat your life as an ordinary thing. Hurry up and visit a famous teacher to practice the great way. When the monkey heard it, he was immediately delighted and turned 3 somersaults in a row. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. He followed the sound and saw a stone cave next to the mountain wall. On both sides of the stone cave were engraved the words that the child was muttering. First there was Hao Ming, then there was Dao, and Ling Tian Daozuan was still in front. God, is this the immortal cave? The monkey hurried to the front of the cave and knelt down. God, please accept me as your disciple. Who is trespassing in my cave? A majestic voice came from the cave. Then Ling Yuan was seen wearing a robe transformed from the great Dao, and walked out slowly with a round moon-like light behind his head. Seeing him like this, the monkey immediately kowtowed excitedly again. Please accept me as your disciple. Ling Yuan looked at the monkey and smiled. You are an interesting monkey. Then let me ask you, why do you want to worship me as your master? The monkey raised his head and said slowly, I am a stone monkey raised in Huaguo Mountain, Dongsheng Shenzhou. Seeing that all the monkeys around me are born, grow old, get sick and die, I have the heart to seek immortality and visit the Tao. This time I come here hoping that the immortal can teach me the way to immortality. After a pause, Ling Yuan continued to ask, even if you learn to live forever, what if you meet an immortal stronger than you who kills you? I have never thought about it. The monkey scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. Then Ling Yuan took out a book. You read this book, Go Dao Xiao Xianzhuan first. Tell me your feelings after reading it. If you pass the test, I will accept you as my disciple. The monkey took the book with some curiosity, turned the pages to check, and was immediately attracted by the strange world in the book after reading it for a while. This monkey was born with a bright mind and could recognize words at birth. It was amazing. Come in and read slowly. The monkey who was reading the book did not notice that Ling Yuan had a wicked smile on his face. Oh. The monkey immediately closed the book and followed Ling Yuan. The entrance of the cave was a little small, only slightly wider than a person, but after walking for a while, the monkey found that there was a cave in it. The space in the cave was surprisingly huge, as if it was a world of its own. In the distance, there were tall mountains and forests, and the peaks were shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. And in this world, the most eye-catching thing was the magnificent palace. This palace was majestic and magnificent, and it made people feel awed. On the plaque above the palace, there are 3 golden characters engraved, Ling Tian Temple. These 3 characters are written in a vigorous and powerful style, revealing an unparalleled majesty and domineering. Looking up, cranes are dancing in the sky, dragons are leaping, and all kinds of fairy beasts are shuttling between the clouds and the mountains, which is dazzling. Wow, monkey, where has he seen such a strange fairyland? He was stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed, God, is this the legendary fairyland? The monkey looked at Ling Yuan on the side in surprise. Ling Yuan laughed. No, this is just a cave world I opened up. Hiss. Creation of the world. It turned out to be the creation of the world. The monkey couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and made a little contribution to the warming of the cave world. This god is really powerful, and I must worship him as my teacher, he thought to himself. Holding the Go Dao Xiao Xianji in his arms, Ling Yuan's mind moved, and a cloud suddenly rose under the feet of the 2 people. Little monkey, stand firm. It's time to take off. Looking at the white cloud under his feet, the monkey stepped on it curiously and found that the white cloud was unusually soft. The 2 quickly took off and flew towards the palace. The flying speed was neither fast nor slow, and the strong wind in the air made the monkey feel very happy. The monkey, who was flying for the first time, felt extremely excited and shouted throughout the whole process. Flying on clouds and mist. Is this what flying on clouds and mist is? How wonderful. Immortals are indeed the most carefree people in the world. Hearing him say this, Ling Yuan replied, Little monkey, immortals also fight with each other. But it's better than what mortals can do in just a few decades, right? I have traveled all over the country in recent years and met many people who don't live as freely as us monkeys. When they don't have food, they try their best to work hard to get food. When they have food, they go looking for more money, better clothes. He wanted to be an official after he had money. Then he went after beautiful women. He had a wife, had children, and tried his best to get everything for his children. He worked hard all his life, but in the end, he still had to be taken care of by the king of hell. In the end, it was all in vain. Just as you said before, wealth and glory are in vain. How many people can live for 100 years? Ling Yuan laughed out loud when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Good. It really is a natural bright mind. Then Ling Yuan sighed again. When will the struggle for fame and fortune stop? Getting up early and sleeping late is not free. Riding a donkey or a mule, thinking of a horse, being a prime minister, and looking forward to being a prince. He only worries about food and clothing and is busy. Why should he be afraid of the king of hell taking him away? Stepsons and grandchildren seek wealth and honor, and no one is willing to turn back. The monkey clapped his hands happily when he heard this. Good, good, good. He really liked the words of the gods, which often contained a different kind of charm. Every time he heard them, he would feel a sweet joy in his heart. Okay, I'll arrange a room for you to stay in first. Entering the palace, the monkey looked around curiously. Then, Ling Yuan led him into a room, walked to the faucet in the room and introduced. Do you see this? This is called a faucet, connected to the spiritual spring. When you are thirsty, turn on this switch, take a cup and water will naturally come out. Speaking, Ling Yuan picked up the glass cup on the side and placed it under the faucet. Turn on the switch, and a stream of water exuding spiritual energy slowly flows into the cup. The monkey is also casual in nature. He walked in front of the faucet curiously. Can I taste it? Of course, here. Ling Yuan handed him the water in the cup. The monkey immediately raised his head and swallowed the spiritual spring in one gulp. How delicious. Delicious. Very sweet. After saying that, he couldn't help but imitate Ling Yuan's previous operation and took a cup. Then Ling Yuan walked to the table next to him and introduced. This is called the food table. Whatever you want to eat, just say it, and it will appear. Oh, so magical. The monkey put down the cup in his hand immediately and came to the food table curiously. He tried to shout to the table. Table, table, give me a peach. Swish. In the blink of an eye, a juicy peach appeared on the table. The monkey rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The peach actually appeared in an instant. The monkey picked up the peach on the table with joy and curiosity and looked around. Then, he took a bite and suddenly felt a sweet juice burst out of his mouth. His eyes lit up and he shouted while chewing. Delicious. Ling Yuan smiled and nodded and said, there is also a toilet here. You can live in this room for the time being. Thank you for taking me in. The monkey looked at him gratefully and bowed. Then, Ling Yuan took him to see the toilet and taught him how to flush. After that, Ling Yuan left, leaving the monkey alone in the room. The monkey ate the peach in his hand, took out God Dao Xiao Xianzhuan, and ground it carefully. Isn't this protagonist too cautious? He actually has so many tricks. The monkey couldn't help scratching his cheeks when he saw the exciting part and murmured in surprise. Then he saw his eyes rolling around, as if he was thinking about something. In a mountain near Xinjiang City, Yu Wuji swallowed a dazzling pill, then held his breath and entered a state of cultivation. This pill was the infant-breaking pill they got from the auction. At that time, many people were staring at this pill, but in the end it was bought by the 2 brothers. Not long after leaving the auction, they were surrounded and killed by a group of people. Fortunately, his brother Yu Wuji was very powerful and killed all the enemies. Yi Tiange helped Yu Wuji protect the law. His master Du Shueshuan was also called over by him to participate in the plan. After all, he didn't know many masters. He originally wanted to ask Senior Ling for help, but unfortunately, he didn't know where others were. Success or failure depends on this one move. Yi Tiange looked at his elder brother who was practicing, and his heart tightened. The most critical part of this plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain is to let his elder brother break through the nascent soul stage first. Du Shuexuan's beautiful eyes were rolling, and her eyes were full of surprise. She didn't expect that her apprentice actually had a brother who was at the peak of the golden core stage. He had reached the same level as her at such a young age, and at this time, he was even breaking through the nascent soul stage. If he can survive this crisis, he will have a bright future, Du Shuexuan said in his heart. After an unknown period of time, Yi Wuji's aura suddenly changed, and a faint pressure was released. Du Shuexuan's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "It's going to break through." Feeling this faint pressure, the two hurriedly retreated. Then, this pressure increased rapidly. Break. Yi Wuji suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. With this loud shout, he broke through. Early nascent soul, success. At the same time, an inexplicable Tao rhythm gathered at his arms, like two snakes wrapped around his arms. Yi Wuji looked at his hands, and he only felt a terrible power in them. He casually punched the mountain beside him. Bang! A huge round hole suddenly appeared in the mountain that was hit. The whole mountain was punched through. Yi Tiange was extremely happy to see this. So strong. The stronger his brother is, the higher the probability of their rescue plan succeeding, and naturally he is happier. Du Shuexuan was also extremely surprised. Is the physical strength alone so strong? What the three of them didn't notice was that there was an old Taoist priest looking at them in the sky. Looking at Yi Wuji who had broken through, old man Tianji stroked his beard and murmured in his heart. It is true that the era of great struggle is coming. This talent is much stronger than that Taoist. Then, he fell into his old habit again and subconsciously began to calculate for the following people. Yi Wuji and Du Shuexuan were fine, and nothing happened. When calculating Yi Tiange, old man Tianji frowned. Strange. What did this kid experience before? Why is there a blank? He calculated that Yi Tiange had experienced a life and death crisis a few days ago, but the process of how he got through it was blank, and he could not calculate it at all. Ling Yuan. Yes, it is me. At this time, although Ling Yuan is not in this world, the world still has his legend. Old man Tianji frowned and stopped calculating, and his figure flashed and came to Xinyu Valley. It's here. From the time that kid fell here until he got out, this experience has become a blank. Old man Tianji walked into the black fog without being affected by the evil spirit at all. Then he walked to a strange place. How strange was it? There was something on the stone wall that a large square gap was formed, forming a huge hole. This is exactly where Ling Yuan used the law of space to move the trial ground. The breath of the law of space. Old Tianji's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank suddenly. How is it possible? There is actually a being who can comprehend the law of space in this mortal world. Then, old Tianji closed his eyes, and the way of Tianji evolved wildly. He wanted to recreate what happened here at that time. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Obviously he failed, and he still couldn't see anything, but he suddenly laughed again. He remembered the variables he had calculated before and the owner of the voice, and now he had a bold guess. That is, the person he couldn't calculate several times and suffered backlash has always been the same person. I didn't expect that there is such a being in this world. I guess his cultivation is above the golden immortal. Ling Yuan. Don't talk nonsense. I'm obviously in the golden core stage. This kid, you must have met this mysterious great man, which led to this blank experience. In this case, I will go to help those two boys. Maybe we can have a good relationship. Thinking so, the old man Tianji flashed and returned to the sky above Yi Wuji and his group. Watching them silently, Yi Wuji looked at Yi Tiange and showed a confident smile. Let's go and save our parents. Yes. Yi Tiange nodded heavily. The three of them rose into the air and flew towards the Xiao family in Xinjiang City at a high speed. This time, Gu Wanxian and Li Fifan had already left, and they were heading towards the Sunset Sect. It didn't take long for the Sunset Sect to defeat and annihilate the demon summoning sect, and it spread throughout the entire cultivation world of Huayan. And they knew early on that Elder Rin's nephew was from the demon summoning sect, named Rin Hongqian. Therefore, this trip to the Sunset Sect must be made to Ji Yuanxian. I didn't expect that Elder Rin's nephew would actually hang out in this demon sect. It's really. He shook his head and felt a little speechless. If he was Rin Hongqian, he would have gone to the Holy Land long ago. How could he stay in the notorious demon sect? Li Fifan replied at this time. It should be that Rin Hongqian himself has the temperament of a demon cultivator, so he joined it. That's true. But Daozi, if Rin Hongqian died in the battle between good and evil, it would be difficult for us to catch the murderer. Gu Huanxian lowered his head and thought, this is a problem. Their holy land is the leader of the righteous way, and it is impossible for them to stand up for the demon cultivators. Soon, Gu Huanxian thought of a countermeasure, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. It's very simple. From now on, we are members of the Rin family. Li Fifan was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded with a smile. Yes, I gave myself the identity when I go out. Let's go. The target is the Sunset Sect. Snap, snap, snap. In a dark basement, Xiaobai and Lin Jixin each held a whip in their hands, and they alternately whipped the tied middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Yi Luan, who was captured. At this moment, his body was covered with blood marks from the whip, and his clothes were tattered. How much more comfortable? Lin Ji's heart was pumping, and she felt refreshed all over. I have to spare your life to threaten your son. Xiaobai stopped the whip in his hand and sneered. At this time, Yi Tiange and others had already arrived at the Xiao mansion. They looked at each other and immediately split up. Du Shuexuan took out 2 pills and said to Yi Tiange, this is the hidden breath pill, which can completely restrain your breath in a short time. The two of them took one each and hit aside after eating. Yi Wuji flew to a high altitude. In the Xiao mansion, Li Fifan's incarnation slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Here we come. Is this the Xiao mansion? Yi Wuji looked down at the Xiao mansion from a high altitude. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a strong breath in the Xiao mansion. But why is there only one? Didn't they say there are 2 Yuanying stages? Forget it. One of them will reduce his pressure a lot. Seeing that Yi Tiange and the other 2 had already concealed their bodies and auras, he shouted loudly, listen, Xiao family, hand over my Yi family members, and I will spare your lives. After saying that, he released the pressure of the nascent soul stage to cover the entire Xiao mansion. In the basement, Xiaobai and Lin Jixin's movement suddenly stagnated. This pressure. I didn't expect that the Yi family actually had such a cultivation. Of course, they would not think that this was the pressure from Yi Tiange. After all, he was almost killed by their son not long ago. How could he become so strong in such a short time? Seeing this, Li Fifan stood up and slowly walked out of the mansion, and at the same time, the power of the late nascent soul was also released. Boom, the 2 pressures collided with each other, and thin lightning appeared out of thin air in the void. Li Fifan, who walked out of the mansion, looked up at Yi Wuji, and then flew to the sky with an expressionless face to be level with him. Where are my parents? Yi Wuji said with a solemn face. Li Fifan smiled and said, you are qualified to save them only if you beat me. Li Fifan looked calm on the surface, but he was a little confused in his heart. Didn't the Qi insect say that Yi Tiange was almost killed by Xiaoshan's son? How come he was in the nascent soul stage? Is their son so awesome? He almost killed a powerful man in the nascent soul stage. I will save them today. No one can stop me. After saying that, Yi Wuji used his extreme body skills and turned into a residual image to kill Li Fifan. Li Fifan did not dodge, but condensed a light shield in front of him. It was just an attack from an early nascent soul. No need to dodge. Bang. Yi Wuji condensed a huge spiritual power in his fist and smashed it hard on the light shield. Huh? This force. Li Fifan was a little surprised. Yi Wuji sneered, and the Dao Rhyme suddenly surrounded his arm, and his strength surged again. Crack. The light shield was shattered in an instant. No, there's something wrong with this kid's body. Li Fifan screamed, but it was too late to dodge at such a close distance. With a bang, he was knocked away by the punch and hit the ground hard. There was another explosion, and Li Fifan smashed a huge hole in the ground, and countless smoke and dust rose up. It's not over yet. Yi Wuji knew the time to hit the down dog, and the Tao Rhyme on his arm became more and more condensed. With a loud shout, a strange spring-like power ball of light broke out of Yuuji's hand and shot towards Li Fifen's position. A fierce duel has already begun here. Yi Tiange's hands and feet were not slow either. Following the breath, they quickly found the location of the basement and hid next to it. Why is my father the only one? Yi Tiange looked at the tortured and miserable Yi Luan. His eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, Xiaobai was about to go out to check the situation. You stay here and watch him. I'll go out and check the situation. Just as he walked out of the basement door, Du Shiwen seized the opportunity. Good opportunity. She quickly flashed in front of Xiaobai, and at the same time, the sword flashed. Before Xiaobai could react, his head flew off. At the last moment after his consciousness faded, he saw his body falling to the ground. Almost at the same time, Yi Tiange directly burst out the power of the Xuanwu fighting art, the strength of the late stage of foundation building plus 3 times the burst. However, Lin Jixin, who was in the early stage of foundation building, could not resist at all, and was pierced through the dantian by the sword, and fell to the ground in pain. Yi Tiange crossed the sword across her white neck and said coldly, "Where are my mother and my sister?" Du Shiwen, who was on the side, quickly rescued Yi Luan and fed him a healing pill. Lin Jixin covered her bleeding dantian in pain, and her eyes were full of hatred when she looked at Yi Tiange. Although they did not catch Yi Tiange's mother and sister, this might as well be a trump card for her to save her life at this moment. Thinking of this, Lin Jixin laughed a little crazy and said, "Ha ha ha, if you kill me, you will never find them." Hearing this, Yi Tiange frowned. At this moment, Yi Tiange's communication token vibrated. Junior brother, I'm at your Yi family. The servant said that your mother and sister were rescued by a mysterious person, and only your father was captured by them. The visitor was his senior sister Chu Jiao. Hearing the words coming from the token, Lin Jixin, who was originally sure of victory, suddenly looked gloomy. It's over. It's all over. Okay, I know. Thank you, senior sister. Hanging up the communication token, Yi Tiange looked at Lin Jixin with some amusement. Haha, how dumbfounded. Lin Jixin knew that she was going to die, so she could only curse viciously and helplessly. You all will not die well. I'm waiting for you in hell. She stretched out a finger and pointed at the 3 people repeatedly. You have brought this upon yourselves. If your son hadn't wanted to kill me, why would I have killed him? You wouldn't have suffered this disaster. Yi Tiange shook his head. Why couldn't everyone cultivate immortality together? Why did they have to scheme against each other and fight to the death? Forget it. It's time to send you off. With a swipe of the sword in his hand, he turned 180 degrees, not wanting to see her miserable appearance with her head and body separated. Let's go, master. They walked out of the basement, and before leaving, Yi Tiange used the fireball technique to burn the bodies of the 2. The flames danced, lengthening Yi Tiange's back. With a firm look in his eyes, he walked out of the prison step by step. The 2 of them were very close. Good boy. Are you trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Li Fifen sensed the fleeting breath in the Xiao mansion and immediately understood everything. Hee. So what if you know? You have to get past me first. Hearing this, Li Fifen curled his lips and crossed his arms. Hee. I don't care about their life or death. As the protector of the Tao, his responsibilities do not include these. And with Gu Huanshan's temperament, he would not care about such trivial matters. What? Gu Huanshan said before that the Xiao family is his people. Please, it's just a saying at best. It's just a dog of theirs. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, compared with a small Xiao family. He is more interested in Yuuji now. Li Fifen was extremely shocked by the several battles with Yuuji. This could not only has a terrifying body, but also has an extremely strange Dao rhyme. If such a genius can be admitted to the Holy Land, he will be a great force in the future. This boy's talent seems to be higher than Gu Huanshan. Li Fifen said secretly. Yuuji was a little surprised by his reaction, but this was the best for them. Cough. At this time, Yuuji suddenly coughed up blood. Li Fifen smiled at the corner of his mouth. What? It's not working now? I only used 80% of my strength. Is Tiange still not well? Yuuji said in his heart, his eyes a little solemn. At this moment, Yi Tiange's voice came. Brother, we succeeded. Let's retreat quickly. Yuuji then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally we can retreat. Boy, you have good talent. Do you want to join Xuanli Holy Land? The resources of the Holy Land are not comparable to other sects. Li Fifen had a heart of love for talent. It would be a pity for such a genius to die. It would be best if he could be under his command. Yuuji grinned. Sorry, I don't have this idea for the time being. And after a pause, he gestured. I only used 70% of my strength. Arrogant. Li Fifen couldn't help but look up and laugh. Is it arrogant or not? You will know in a moment. As he said that, he swallowed a healing pill. Then he spread his arms and posed a strange posture. I am not very proficient in this move yet. He took a long breath, and the momentum on his body gradually condensed and rose. Xianwang fighting art. Open. With a loud shout, Yuuji was immediately enveloped by a faint dark yellow light. The aura on his body also became several times stronger. Li Fifen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this. Oh? You could give me so many surprises. I changed my mind. I'll pull you over no matter what. The next moment, Li Fifen took out a jade pendant and threw it to him. Come on. Yuuji was a little confused by his operation, but he still reached out to catch the object. What is this? He looked at the exquisite jade card in his hand with some doubts. This is the order to enter the Holy Land. With this order, you can enter the Holy Land. Li Fifen said lightly, but the eyes looking at Yuuji were still full of surprise. Come to the Holy Land to find me when you figure it out. My name is Li Fifen. Without waiting for Yuuji to respond, Li Fifen's incarnation instantly turned into a light spot and disappeared. This. Yuuji looked at the jade token in his hand and then at the place where Li Fifen disappeared, a little messy in the wind. Forget it. I also earned a token, not a loss. Putting the token into the storage ring, he went to the hiding point agreed in advance, but after a while, he returned to the sky above the Xiao mansion. I almost forgot. Xiao family, just disappear. I saw a ball of light condensed in Yuuji's hand, threw it to the center of the Xiao mansion, and then turned and flew away. The ball of light fell to the ground, and the violent spiritual power contained in it was released in an instant, forming a huge explosion of light. Yuuji's power was well controlled. The spiritual power explosion covered the entire Xiao mansion. Yuuji's eyes were cold, without a trace of pity. He knew the truth that if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. And a real man never looks back at the explosion. Hu Shaoshan died in a coma. The deafening sound of the explosion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. As we all know, watching the excitement is a nature that people can hardly change, even in the world of immortal cultivation. Many residents rushed to the explosion site to check. What a big pit. What's going on? No, I remember this location is the Xiao family, isn't it? Yes, I just remembered it when you said that. So the Xiao family is gone. Brother, how are you? Seeing Yuuji finally arrived, Yi Tiange asked with concern. Nothing. Yuuji waved his hand. Why is only dad here? Where are mom and sister? As he spoke, he came to check on Yi Luan who was lying on the ground. Under the powerful effect of the healing pill, all the scars on Yi Luan's skin have disappeared. Yi Tiange had previously helped his father wipe the blood off his body. Therefore, at this time, Yi Luan had no signs of injury except that his clothes were a little torn. I heard from the servants in the mansion that mom and sister were rescued by a mysterious person. Speaking of this, Yi Tiange was a little curious about who saved his mother and sister. Could it be Senior Ling who passed by? Oh. Yuuji raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. It's okay. We will go back to the Yi mansion and wait later. Yi Tiange felt something was wrong when he heard him say this. No. What if those 2 masters come to our Yi family to arrest people again? Yuuji glanced at his brother and smiled. Don't worry. They won't. After that, he took out the jade pendant that Li Fifen had given him before. Look at this. The master of the Holy Land gave it to me before, saying that he saw that I was too talented and wanted to invite me to join the Holy Land. Yi Tiange scratched his head in confusion. What's the situation? Isn't the other party a helper invited by the Xiao family? Hey, others don't take the Xiao family seriously at all. After a while, Yi Luan slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yuuji who was leaning in front of him. You are Xiaoji. Dad, you finally woke up. Seeing his father wake up, Yi Tiange also hurried forward. The 2 brothers carefully helped him up. How long have I been unconscious? Where are your mother and others? Yi Luan turned his head and asked Yuuji. Mom and sister are fine. They were rescued by a senior. Oh, that's good. Hearing him say this, Yi Luan was relieved. At this moment, a ball of purple light suddenly flashed in front of them. The 2 of them became alert and looked at the purple light with full vigilance. After the light, a purple figure appeared with CSCC and Yi Lianming. The two of them were so busy that they were busy. Mom, sister, seeing this, several people ran forward excitedly. Dad, brother, Olji, are you okay? CSCC rushed to Yiluan as soon as she saw them and threw herself into his arms. It's okay, my sons are here. Seeing that the family members were all fine, Yi Tiange looked at the woman in the purple dress. The woman's face was covered with a veil, revealing only a pair of eyes, but these eyes made Yi Tiange feel familiar. These eyes, such a familiar feeling. He said in his heart that he bowed to the woman and said, "Thank you, senior, for saving my family." The purple-clothed woman looked at Yi Tiange with some excitement, and there were tears in her eyes. "Brother Yi, don't you remember me?" The purple-clothed woman said such a confusing sentence, and then slowly took off the veil from one side. After seeing her true appearance, Yi Tiange's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, "Zihan." Seeing that he recognized her, Zihan smiled. "Yes, it's me." The Yi family members on the side were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that the one who saved them was the girl who had been following Yi Tiange when he was a child. Soon, the two who had reunited after a long separation hugged each other gently and told each other their experiences. Du Shueshuan, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but secretly said, "This boy has a lot of peach blossoms." In the journey to the West Plain, after settling the monkey, Ling Yuan returned to the sunset sect of the Tunglong continent, at this time. Lian had just successfully built his foundation, and the strength of his pure young body surprised him. Feeling the improvement of his body quality, he was full of confidence in the future. Top-level skills, top-level physique, top-level master, and a residual soul wife to assist. It can be said that as long as he does not die halfway, he will definitely become an immortal. Just as he was happy, Ling Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing the master appear, Lian hurriedly shared his joy with him. "Master, I successfully built my foundation. Not bad. Keep working hard. Now I will take you to a place." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the two figures disappeared together. When they appeared again, they were already above a desert. Lian shook his head left and right to check the surrounding environment, and asked in confusion, "Master, why did you bring me here?" "You will know later." Ling Yuan did not answer, but kept looking forward, as if waiting for something to come. Seeing that Ling Yuan seemed to be waiting for something, Lian also stared at the front with some curiosity. After a moment, two earth-shaking roars suddenly exploded from a distance. Roar, roar. Seeing the coming object, Lian suddenly exclaimed, "Dragon." "It's a dragon," Ling Yuan corrected, "but even if it is a dragon, it is the first time Lian has seen it. He has never seen such a huge creature." And looking at the back of the two dragons, it seems that there is a sedan chair. Standing next to the sedan is a powerful man with amazing momentum. But even such a powerful man is just playing the role of a coachman. The origin of the person in the sedan must be extraordinary. Master is waiting here. Could it be a friend of Master? Or an enemy? Lian thought so in his heart. But the next moment he knew whether this group of people were friends or enemies. Fifan saw two people of unknown origin blocking the way ahead, and immediately shouted angrily, "Get out of the way, you blind little devils." He patted one of the dragons with his hand, as if it had received an order. The dragon spit out a blue light from its mouth towards Ling Yuan and the others. The attack of the Jindan dragon was very powerful, but Lian was not scared. After all, his master was here. Don't know how to live or die. Li Fifan saw that the two had no intention of dodging, and immediately determined that they were about to die. In his perception, Li Yan was just in the early stage of foundation building, and Ling Yuan was only at the peak of foundation building. How could they resist the attack of the Jindan dragon? The attack came to the two of them in an instant, but it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, like a drop of water entering the sea, without causing any waves. Li Fifan raised his eyebrows, a little unbelievable. Then he slapped the two dragons with both hands. The dragons received the order and immediately launched another attack. Bang, bang. The fierce attack whistled in the air and hit Ling Yuan and the other two again. Unfortunately, it still didn't work, and the attack was offset again. During the process, Ling Yuan kept smiling at this time. Gu Hosian in the sedan chair was a little impatient. "Uncle Li, hasn't it been solved yet?" "Daozi, there is something strange about the two people blocking the road," Li Fifan said in a voice transmission. "Oh, in that case, let me have a good time." After speaking, the curtain of the sedan chair opened without wind, and Gu Huanxian sat in it. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Lian looked at Gu Huanxian's posture. His eyes lit up, and he secretly said that he was quite cool that Ji Huanxian. "Since you two dare to block my way, you must have prepared for death, right?" At this time, Ling Yuan spoke, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. "You are Daozi, right?" Hearing this, Gu Huanxian and Li Fifan were both stunned. It turned out that the person who came knew their identities, which was a bit interesting. Li Fifan turned his head and glanced at Gu Huanxian. Thinking that the other party should be looking for Daozi to seek revenge, Ji Huanxian laughed. Knowing my identity, you still come to stop me?" Li Yan, who was standing by, heard their conversation and asked in confusion, "What rice and wheat?" Ling Yuan explained to him, "Don't worry about these details. When we fight, we will each take one. The one with glowing eyes will be handed over to you." Li Yan nodded. "No problem. But master, what is his cultivation level? Why can't I sense it?" "Oh, nothing. Just the early stage of the nascent soul." Li Yan, hearing that the other party was in the early stage of the nascent soul, he was stunned. Nascent soul. "Master, are you kidding me? I just built my foundation. It's okay. Master will bless you." Ling Yuan stretched out a hand and put it on Li Yan's head, released in a second, as if he had done nothing. Then he heard Ling Yuan say, "Okay, the blessing is done. You are now in the early stage of the nascent soul, but there is only one stick of incense left." Li Yan felt his own strength with some disbelief. "Master really treats me as a 3-year-old child. How can I reach the nascent soul instantly with just a touch? Oh my god, this power is so strong. Has it really reached the nascent soul stage?" At this time, he was extremely shocked. He looked at Ling Yuan a little at a loss, and Ling Yuan just patted his shoulder and said, "Practice well with the master." Boom. The next moment, Li Yan's whole body of strength burst out instantly. Early stage of the nascent soul. The old man was very surprised. How is it possible? His cultivation suddenly became the nascent soul stage. Gu Huanxian and Li Fifan were both surprised. However, they quickly reacted and realized that the other party must have hidden his cultivation. The two looked at each other and almost simultaneously said to each other, "He must have used a secret method to hide his cultivation." The one next to him who was in the early stage of foundation building has now become the nascent soul stage. So what about the other one? Of course, he was not afraid. Who is he? He is the son of the Holy Land. When he was at the peak of the golden core, he could beat the early stage of the nascent soul by leaps and bounds. Now that he has advanced to the nascent soul, how could he be afraid of an enemy of the same level? At this time, Ling Yuan spoke. "You should be here to investigate Ren Hanshan, right?" The two were shocked again. What's going on? This kind of secret should only be known by Elder Ren and the two of them. Could it be that this person was also sent by Elder Ren? So, the other side is a friendly army. Gu Huanxian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you, and why do you know this?" Ling Yuan smiled. "Why? Because I killed Ren Hanshan." "What?" Gu Huanxian exclaimed, somewhat surprised that the murderer actually fell into the trap. Li Fifan's face became happy when he heard the words, and he smiled and said, "Good, good, good. It's really a pain in the ass to find it." The peak of the nascent soul cultivation made him very confident. Ji Huanxian was vaguely aware that something seemed to be wrong. The next second, as if he had thought of something, he frowned and thought to himself, "Something is wrong. How did he know that we would come to investigate Ren Hanshan? And he blocked us here in advance. Could it be?" He thought of the worst possibility. That is, Ren Tianyao wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of them. Thinking of this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. If this is true, then this time it will be troublesome. The other party's cultivation will definitely not be lower than Li Fifan. Gu Huanxian looked at Ling Yuan. His eyes became solemn. "But, so what? He is also a person with a trump card. Want to kill him? Not that easy." At this time, everyone felt that Ling Yuan's aura began to rise all the way. It didn't stop until the early stage of the nascent soul. Ling Yuan shook his shoulders and thought to himself, "Let it be. It's not good to bully them too much." Feeling his aura, Gu Huanqian's originally frowned brows suddenly relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. That IT turned out to be a little punk, which scared him. He regained his composure and said lightly, 2 yuaning early stage? Not enough for me to fight alone. Then, he told Li Fifan not to attack, and let him fight too. I just broke through, so I can try you. Come on both of you. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Gu Huanqian looked calm and relaxed, with a confident smile on his lips. He twisted his neck, and his pupils turned golden and flashed away. Too pretentious. Disciple, come and beat him up. Ling Yuan pushed Li Yan. Oh well. Seeing this scene, Gu Huanqian smiled. Alone? Don't regret it. When he said the last word, his voice suddenly rose, and then he attacked quickly. He saw his right hand instantly pinched a handprint and hit it suddenly. 6 paths of reincarnation, evil ghost, devouring soul. This is one of the moves in the reincarnation heavenly scripture that Gu Huanqian practiced. The next moment, countless hideous and terrifying ghosts suddenly appeared, roaring and screaming, as if they were enduring great pain, and rushed towards Li Yan. Wherever they passed, black air rolled. Seeing this, Li Yan drew out his sword without hesitation, and with a clang, the sharp blade came out of the sheath and slashed at the ghost. Boom. The huge lightning, with the roar of thunder, submerged all the ghosts. As his cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, the thunder sword technique became countless times stronger. With just one strike, all the ghosts rushing in front were chopped off. Oh, not bad. I underestimated you. Gu Huanqian saw that his move was easily resolved, and couldn't help but praise Li Yan ignored it, but took advantage of the victory to pursue. And he moved his mind and cast the phantom thunder god shadow. 3 identical figures were separated, and they raised their swords together to kill Gu Huanqian. Gu Huan looked at the sword in his hand, and said with some disdain, haha, you are using a top-grade spiritual weapon. How shabby. I'll show you the heritage of the Holy Land. After that, he immediately took out a copper-shaped instrument. Taste the taste of the top-grade spiritual treasure. Gu Huan roared softly, activating the power of the top-grade spiritual treasure Jinshi Bell. Ling Bao is a treasure that is superior to magic weapons. The Jinshi Bell made a loud noise, and a terrible force suddenly pressed towards Li Yan and his 3 clones. Li Yan and his clones suddenly stagnated and could not move for a moment. He was surprised. What a strong suppressing force. Seeing that Li Yan could not move, he was not surprised. After all, he did not know how many people had died under his spiritual treasure. Ling Yuan and Li Fifan were watching the show from beginning to end, and had no intention of taking action. Both sides were confident in their own people. The Jinshi Bell in the air emitted a series of power, continuing to suppress Li Yan, and Gu Huanqian began to take the opportunity to mock. What? That's it. It seems that you were just like this. He shook his head, pretending to be disappointed. Huh. Li Yan snorted. His eyes condensed, and then his body began to glow with silver-blue light. Blue-silver, overlord body. Open. At the same time, white flames continued to float out of his body. Pure yang body. Open. Huh. Li Yan roared, and his body suddenly regained movement, and jumped up. What? Gu Huanqian looked up at Li Yan, who was flying up in surprise. Li Fifan, who was standing by, also raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Li Yan, who was high in the sky, held up his sword with both hands, and the lightning on the sword surged, breaking through the clouds. Even the sky became darker, and the original white clouds turned into dark clouds. At this moment, it seemed that Li Yan was holding not a sword, but thunder in the sky. Gu Huanqian was shocked by his move, and his pupils reflected Li Yan's figure that looked like the god of thunder. What a strong sword intent. It can actually arouse the power of heaven and earth. Gu Huanqian did not dare to be careless at this time, and saw him make a seal with both hands and shouted, 6 paths of reincarnation, immovable heavenly king seal. A huge golden human-shaped phantom instantly appeared on him. This phantom was like a fairy god, extremely shocking. Li Yan in the sky held the thunder and slashed towards Gu Huanqian. Kill. Gu Huanqian pushed out his right hand violently, and the huge humanoid phantom also hit out a palm. Destroy. The 2 attacks collided with a loud bang, and a brilliant light burst out in an instant. A loud bang exploded in the dark sky. The aftermath alone destroyed the surrounding forest in an instant, and countless mountains were broken. If there were low-level cultivators nearby, they would probably be shaken to death by the aftermath. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while, and then both were knocked back dozens of meters. Gu Huanqian wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, frowned, and said in a cold tone, you were proud enough to force me to this point. Li Yan was not injured, but his blood was a little turbulent. After all, his physique is much stronger than Gu Huanqian. Li Fifan, who was far away, couldn't help but frown. Is Daozi going to capsize this time? He couldn't help thinking. 6 paths into 1. Samsara handprint. Gu Huanqian looked cold, and he directly used his strongest killer move. The Samsara heavenly scripture has 7 attacking techniques, 1 for each of the 6 paths, and the last 7th technique is the combination of the 6 paths. As Gu Huanqian performed the Samsara great handprint, the giant hand suddenly reached down from the dark clouds above the sky. The giant hand was covered with various strange runes, emitting golden light. Li Yan looked up and felt that his whole body was locked. And the powerful might surprised him. I can't escape. Then, fight. With Li Yan's loud shout, countless stars suddenly flashed in the sky. The starlight broke through the dark clouds, and the huge power of the stars gathered towards Li Yan. Li Fifan's eyes widened, looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky with great shock. Gu Huanqian was also surprised, and he suddenly felt uneasy in his heart, but he quickly threw it out of his mind. I will win. I'm the strongest. After comforting himself in his heart, Gu Huanqian's eyes became firm again. Die. He shouted hysterically. Li Yan also felt difficult in the face of the Samsara handprint, so he immediately used his strongest move. He was bathed in starlight, using his fist instead of a sword, with lightning and flames entwined on his fist. At the same time, endless starlight compressed in his fist. He looked at the giant hand falling rapidly from the sky, his face fearless, and swung his right fist fiercely. Starry sky fist. Facing the giant hand, Li Yan seemed so small as an ant. However, after this punch was swung, the giant hand like the sky only lasted for a breath before it was smashed to pieces like a dead tree or rotten wood. The world was silent. Gu Huanqian only felt as if he had lost his hearing, and only heard a buzzing sound. The golden giant hand shattered into dots of golden light that fell on the ground, like a golden rain. The dark clouds in the sky were also blown away by Li Yan's powerful blow. The sun shone on Li Yan, and he still maintained the posture of swinging his fist. Gu Huanqian stared at all this in a daze. His eyes were a little dull, and he murmured in a low voice, how? Is it possible? At this moment, his Dao heart was broken. Impossible. Daozi's reincarnation handprint was defeated. Li Fifan was stunned, looking at Li Yan in disbelief, and then his eyes were full of murderous intent. Not bad. Ling Yuan nodded with satisfaction. However, Ling Yuan felt that there was still a special power in Gu Huanqian's body. The good show is not over yet. He looked at Li Fifan, and at this time, Li Fifan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he was ready to attack Li Yan. Hey, your opponent is me. Ling Yuan flashed in front of Li Fifan and kicked him in the head at the same time. Li Fifan reacted quickly, condensed spiritual power in his right hand, and raised his hand to block Ling Yuan's kick. As soon as his hands and feet touched, Li Fifan immediately felt a terrible force coming. What a terrible force. Crack. There was a sound of bone fracture in his hand. He was kicked away by this kick and fell heavily on the ground, leaving a big pit. With him as the center, there were spider web-like cracks all around. While Gu Huanqian was still in a daze, Li Yan killed him again. The star power condensed on his fist and hit Gu Huanqian's abdomen hard. Puff. He spit out a large mouthful of blood, but he seemed to be stupid and still did not fight back. Li Yan also felt that Gu Huanqian's state was not right. Ling Yuan glanced at Gu Huanqian. He knew that he was autistic because of Li Yan's beating. In a dim space, a young man squatted in a corner with his hands on his knees, his face painful. Looking closely, he was 70% similar to Gu Huanqian, as if he was a child. In front of him, there were several black shadows whose facial features could not be seen clearly, scolding him. Waste. You can't do anything right. What's the point of having you? Waste. You're worse than your brother. Waste. 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 There are more and more black shadows, so dense that they seem endless, filling the entire dim space. Their faces were full of deformed smiles, and they cursed waste over and over again. The young Gu Huanxian covered his ears with his hands. His eyes were extremely terrified, and he kept shaking his head and muttering, I am not waste. I am not waste. I am not. Clang. Suddenly, a sword fell in front of him, and at the same time a faint voice sounded. Pick up the sword, kill them, and you will not be waste. Kill, 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 kill. This voice is full of bewitching power, as if it came from the evil spirits in hell. I am not waste. The young man picked up the sword at his feet with empty eyes, muttering over and over again, looking at the countless black shadows mocking him in front of him. His pupils gradually turned golden, and then quickly turned blood red, and quickly infected the surrounding whites of his eyes. I am not waste. His voice turned from a low murmur to a roar. Then he raised his sword with both hands and killed the group of black shadows. He kept waving the sword in his hand, harvesting one black shadow after another. Hihihi. That's right. That's it. Kill, kill, kill. Ha ha ha. The owner of this voice was very happy watching the young Gu Huanxian killing people. A pair of blood-red giant eyes suddenly appeared in the sky above the dim space. In reality, Gu Huanxian, who was hit hard in the abdomen by Li Yin, lowered his head. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. Nangong Yin and the Tai Chi Jade pendant noticed something was wrong and immediately reminded, not good. Husband, retreat quickly. Li Yin frowned and suddenly retreated several feet away. The next second, a strong black gas suddenly erupted from Gu Huanxian's body. Hiki. Gu Huanxian, who lowered his head, suddenly laughed weirdly. This laugh seemed to have two different voices, crazy and sharp. Gu Huanxian slowly raised his head and saw that half of his face was normal and the other half of his face had bloodshot eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised an exaggerated arc. Black hair continued to gather on his weird face, gradually forming a hideous black mask. What's going on? Li Yin looked at the changed Gu Huanxian in surprise. At this time, Gu Huanxian spoke, and his voice had two different voices. Finally. I finally came out. Ha ha ha. He opened his arms and laughed at the sky, as if he was feeling the freedom of being bathed in the sun. Li Yin frowned and asked, Who are you? Gu Huanxian's movements paused, and he suddenly turned back and said in a grim tone, Demon. What's going on? The terrifying roar that suddenly came from the world not only stopped the words of samsara, but also seemed to spread to the entire prehistoric world in an instant, alarming the living beings and cultivators in various places. For a moment, all the living beings in the world were in doubt, especially because of the fall of the ancient 3 days. The prehistoric starry sky was unstable, causing the starlight to flash endlessly, meteors and meteorites to appear from time to time, and the strange situation of the sky and the sky flickering, which made the living beings in the world even more doubtful of a result. Many fighting and attacking situations in various places were temporarily stopped, and they began to explore what happened to AT this time, in the ruins of the Aurora dynasty. Except for Yuanlian, who remained roughly normal, people like Shini, Luan Hui, the endless army of ferocious beasts, Qinquan Daxian, and the monks of Tianlian Mountain were all stunned, just because the innate treasure star seal had a major change that shocked countless people. Being stunned was indeed a very normal expression. The innate treasure star seal was broken. It was broken for no reason and turned into a group of indescribable, and mysterious origin gas. The breath emitted by this group of mysterious origin gas was very terrifying. Even Yuanlian, a powerful cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the golden immortal, and Qinquan Daxian, who relied on Qinquan Dazudian, were also very powerful, but they also felt a very strong invisible oppression from the terrifying breath emitted. Even Yuanlian and Qinquan Daxian had to use their strong magic power to fight against this invisible oppression, so that they felt a little better. Although the cultivators of Tianlian Mountain were also very powerful, they were stunned and involuntarily retreated a long distance to avoid this invisible sense of oppression. Why did the innate treasure break? It was a genuine innate treasure. Yes, why did it break? The cultivators of Tianlian Mountain were discussing it, and the situation of Shun and I and Luan Hui was actually similar to that of Tianlian Mountain. They were also confused by the big change of the star seal. The star seal is just gone. The breaking of the star seal seemed to overturn Shun Ni's worldview, and he muttered to himself, maybe it's gone. Luan Hui muttered to himself. His expression was a bit complicated. He seemed to see something from the shattering of the star seal, but what it was, Luan Hui himself couldn't tell AT this time. The mysterious origin of the star seal after it was shattered manifested infinite mysterious Daoram light, rushed straight into the sky, and connected to a secret starry sky, where was the endless starry field that gave birth to the ancient 3 days AT this time. As the mysterious Daoram light connected with it, the endless starry field was broken and turned into a stream of starry sky origin gas, hovering in the starry sky. Then the mysterious origin of the star seal after it was broken jumped into the starry sky, combined with it, and then disappeared, and no one knew where it went AT this point. The series of changes caused by the star seal ended here. I was wondering why there is no so-called endless star field in the future. It turns out that it has also been included in the evolution of the heavenly court. So it seems that the 3 ancient heavens were born for the heavenly court since their birth. Seeing that the matter came to an end, Yuanlian showed a thoughtful expression on his face, penetrating the secrets of heaven and earth. Others don't know what happened just now, but Yuanlian is very clear that everything that happened just now is a basic evolution of the prehistoric heavenly court. That is, the prehistoric heavenly court in Yuanlian's cognition, or to be more precise, the heavenly realm. It can also be called the 33 heavens, because in the future, the heavenly court will manifest 33 layers of the world, each with its own mystery at the same time. Yuanlian is very clear that the heavenly court should actually have 36 layers, which are the 36 heavens. It's just that these 3 added heavens need to be opened up by the will of heaven after Panga Sanqing becomes a saint in the future to complete the heavenly court and the heavenly realm. Although Yuanlian believes that the 3 ancient heavens were born for the heavenly court, he does not think they are destined to die. Their birth shows that they actually have a glimmer of hope, as long as they survive all kinds of disasters, not to mention achieving Hunyuan. The merit of creating and evolving the heavenly court will be within their reach. Even if they don't achieve Hunyuan, when the opportunity comes, creating and evolving the heavenly court may be their chance to become a saint. But just talking about these now is it's meaningless. I'll die in the end. What a pity. After sighing secretly, Yuanlian turned to look at the army of fierce beasts that were united by the chaos fierce arrayed AT this time. A flying boat suddenly broke through the air and came close to Yuanlian. It was Tianxiong. Yuanlian was naturally not too surprised by Tianxiong's arrival, so Yuanlian smiled at him lightly and indicated that some things would be discussed later. After scanning some situations, Tianxiong naturally knew that now was not the time to talk about something, so he nodded slightly to Yuanlian, then stood on the flying boat, holding some treasures, and quietly looked at the army of fierce beasts that were united by the chaos fierce array. Shin and I, Samsara, do you think that relying on this endless army of fierce beasts and the chaos fierce array that united the army of fierce beasts, you can really make me retreat step by step, so you don't want to leave? Yuanlian, don't brag here. We will definitely avenge the brothers Tsangtian and Qingtian. Huh, what a big joke. In my opinion, you are probably very happy about the fall of Tsangtian and Qingtian. How can you avenge them? Huh, it's really funny. Haha. Listening to Shin Ni's words, and looking at the chaotic fierce formation that did not change at all, Yuanlian just felt funny. Some things, as well as the little thoughts of Shun and I and Luan Hui, Yuanlian saw them very clearly. It is estimated that even if he did not kill Tsangtian and Qingtian this time, Shun and I and Luan Hui would sooner or later find a way to get rid of the 2 brothers Tsangtian and Qingtian. After all, how can you really work together to get rid of the tiger's skin? It's good that there is no direct internal conflict. Now that Yuanlian has killed Tsangtian and Qingtian, Shin and I and Luan Hui must be very happy. However, for these small things, Yuanlian didn't care too much. After killing Tsangtian and Qingtian, he was very happy. As for Shin and I and Luan Hui's happiness, let them be happy. After all, there will be a time to see our Y.so with this thought. Yuanlian's laughter gradually subsided, and then his eyes suddenly became crystal clear, pure white like jade, and very bright. Accompanied by this, there was a strong power of the law of purification that kept flowing in Yuan Lian's eyes, making a strange sound of law humming. Then Yuan Lian's eyes suddenly blinked, and a mysterious and magical law of purification radiance spurted out from it, shooting towards the chaotic fierce formation that turned the endless army of fierce beasts into a whole. The world is in chaos, and the world is in chaos. Purifying the eyes of the law. Start. Purifying the eyes of the law is a special magical power of the law of the world that Yuan Lian comprehended by practicing the law of the world at a glance. When all the laws are emptied, all the laws are purified, and all the laws of heaven and earth are pure, look directly at the source, and see through all the power. Shun and I and Luan Hui used the chaotic fierce array to transform the endless army of fierce beasts into a whole, and the fierce aura rolled like smoke. It churned endlessly, covering everything. There is also a transformation of the operation of the array in it. Ordinary people cannot find the array eye without entering the array, which is where Shun and I and Luan Hui are. But Yuan Lian's pure world eyes can completely see through everything without entering the formation, and look directly at the ultimate source, which is the center of the chaos evil formation. Of course, this shows that the pure world eyes are extremely powerful, but it also shows that Yuan Lian is very powerful. And it also shows that Yuan Lian's use of the pure world law has reached the level of perfection, and the characteristics of the pure world law have been brought to a certain extent, as long as the laws practiced by Shun and I and Luan Hui cannot catch up with the height of the pure world law practiced by Yuan Lian. Then even if the power of the chaos evil formation is strong, under Yuan Lian's pure world eyes, there are not too many mysteries, and it can basically be seen clearly. In this way, no matter how strong the power of the chaos evil formation is, it is difficult to fully exert it. It was because the mysterious and magical radiance of the purifying law that Yuan Lian shot out with the purifying law I shown on the chaotic fierce array. Even if the array power quickly resisted, because the two main array masters Shun and I and Luan Hui's law cultivation level was not as high as Yuan Lian, they could not resist at all. Yuan Lian saw the center of the array directly and understood the place where Shun and I and Luan Hui stood. Then the Hongming measuring ruler was dispatched, close at hand and far away, and hit it with one blow. It instantly appeared on the top of Shun Ni's head and hit him hard. There was no escape or hiding. Don't even think about the so-called revenge. Think about whether you should fight with me now or retreat quickly and keep to yourself. I'll put this here today. As long as I stay in this northern land of the prehistoric world, you should not think about unifying the northern land of the prehistoric world, which is unrealistic. You should find another way out. Boom. Yuan Lian's words were still echoing, accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth. That it turned out that the attack of the Hongming measuring ruler was resisted by Shun and I and Luan Hui. Shun and I, Luan Hui, and Yuan Lian were old rivals. With the lessons of Song Tian and Qing Tian, they were naturally prepared for the Hongming measuring ruler. So, although the Hongming measuring ruler could not be avoided or hidden, as long as they were prepared, they could resist it in time. And it was obviously easier for the two of them to resist it than Song Tian and Qing Tian. This not only shows that the three Dayuo flowers opened by Shun and I and Luan Hui are of the 12th grade, but also shows that although the chaos evil array has no mystery to Yuan Lian, the power contained in it is real and should not be underestimated. This is also the reason why Yuan Lian did not say anything about breaking the chaos evil array with one person. The endless army of beasts led by the fierce beast dynasty is definitely not bad. Now they are basically the main force of the beasts with the strength of Tai Jingxian. There are already quite a few beasts with the strength of Dayuo Jingxian. At least it will be impossible to count them for a while if there is another group fight. Yuan Lian may not have as much confidence as before. Now he can only use the ability of Hongming Tianqi and even cooperate with the hidden chaos bell to take the way of capturing the king first and directly deal with Shun and I and Luan Hui. But in this case, with the chaos evil array, which can obviously mobilize the power of all the beasts, it is estimated that it will be a long way from killing Shun and I and Luan Hui. Yuan Lian is now just relying on her own advantages to break the powerful thread of the beast army. It can be regarded as a tie to some extent, and in addition to these factors, Shun and I and Luan Hui have obviously undergone some obvious and special changes because they have broken through to the realm of Dayuo Jingxian. As for what these changes represent, it is hard to say. Through the pure world Dharma eyes, seeing that Shun and I and Luan Hui were surrounded by wisps of chaotic air with a faint, mysterious, and profound aura, Yuan Lian's face showed a slightly thoughtful expression, and at the same time, a solemn meaning was slightly revealed. Although Yuan Lian could not, he completely understood what this meant, but he also knew that this was closely related to the predecessors of Shun and I and Luan Hui. Maybe it was some secret inheritance or something. It is said that each of those beings in the chaos was a son of the great Tao, born with the great Tao inheritance. These great Tao inheritances not only perfectly matched their great Tao, but also pointed directly to the Tao method of cultivation of the origin of the great Tao. They were all-encompassing and extremely magical, with countless magical secrets. If Shun and I and Luan Hui really got some great Tao inheritances from their predecessors, then I have to be more careful. If I am really careless, it will not be fun. However, although Yuan Lian held this idea, he did not fear too much. He still used the Hongming Tianqi ruler to continuously use the ability of the distance is so short and hit the target in the chaos evil formation with the help of the purification dharma, attacking Shun and I and Luan Hui back and forth. The boundless power generated by it cannot be described one by one. It is just like the world is constantly shaking. The chaos fierce array is shaking endlessly, and the evil spirit is surging like the sea, roaring the world. It is very terrifying. However, it must be said that this chaos fierce array is worthy of being the powerful array that the fierce beast dynasty has relied on for these years. It is indeed extremely powerful and weird in addition to various abilities. The ability to mobilize the power of endless beasts to gather in one place at will is indeed not to be underestimated. Even if Yuan Lian used all his strength to activate the Hongming measuring ruler, it only made Shun and I and Luan Hui look a little embarrassed, and it could not achieve the effect of killing them with one blow. Although Yuan Lian felt unhappy about this, he had expected it after all. He knew that he could not break the chaos fierce array alone, so he was not in a hurry. He just continued to activate the Hongming measuring ruler wholeheartedly, constantly attacking the somewhat embarrassed Shun and I and Luan Hui. Even Yuan Lian had a thought, and returned the great immortal of Qingquan to the great heavens of Qingquan, immersed it in the Yuanshan, and strengthened his own power, which immediately made the attack of the Hongming measuring ruler stronger, making Shinny and Samsara even more uncomfortable. Dao Yu was really intimidating. Tianqiong looked at Yuan Lian with a calm face and suddenly sighed. Although Tianqiong, like the cultivators of Tianlian Mountain, could not see through the specific situation inside the chaos evil array, Tianqiong was not comparable to ordinary cultivators after all. His eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He had seen that Yuan Lian was fighting against the entire fierce beast dynasty with his own strength, and he had the upper hand. Although there were some tricks by Yuan Lian, this was enough to shock the entire prehistoric world. Tianqiong knew very well that no one in the prehistoric world could do this, so he had to sigh. However, just after Tianqiong finished his sigh, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and he looked a little solemn. The enemy was in a state of panic, and the enemy was in a state of panic that as Tianqiong's expression changed, the treasure in his hand had already soared into the air, ready to attack at any time at the same time. He turned to the monks of Tianlian Mountain who were eager to try, and said in a deep voice, "You should retreat quickly. This is not something you can resist at this stage." Then, Tianqiong said to Yuan Lian, "Dao Yu, be careful, don't be careless. His attack has locked you from all sides. I'm afraid it's extraordinary. I know. Dao Yu, be careful too. If things are impossible, don't force yourself because of me. I have my own ways to deal with it." Yuanlian, whose pure world Dharma eyes were constantly running, blinked slightly, and his expression became a little more solemn, but he also spoke to Tianxiong in a relatively relaxed manner. Tianxiong just smiled faintly and said nothing. However, the powerful aura of the late Daluo Jingxian that burst out from his body has already shown Tianxiong's attitude. Yuanlian naturally understood Tianxiong's intention at this time, so he was a little moved, but he didn't say anything else. He just thought about it, temporarily retracted the Hongming measuring ruler, and looked forward. It turned out that at this moment, above the army of fierce beasts with the chaos fierce array as a whole, there was an endless fierce aura containing the chaos aura, which suddenly gushed out. Even this can no longer be regarded as the so-called fierce aura, but should be the chaos fierce aura. This is not a random name given by Yuanlian himself, but something he knew naturally in the dark, which seems to reveal an unspeakable horror and mysterious aura. This is also one of the reasons why Yuanlian and Tianxiong's expressions became a little solemn. Chaos fierce aura, whether it is Tianxiong or Yuanlian, has never heard of it before, but I think it is not something that can be found in the prehistoric world. If you think about it again, the name of chaos evil in the dark must be related to chaos, and the terrifying power in it can be imagined. The most important thing is that the chaos evil chi that suddenly gushed out has just condensed into a phantom of a strange creature. The phantom of this strange creature is very blurry, and Yuanlian cannot see it clearly, but it looks very huge, more than 100,000 feet high. At the same time, the chaos evil chi surrounds the body, making bursts of roars and shaking the void, which is very scary. Yuanlian cannot find out the specific situation, but this has explained many problems at the same time. After this illusory and vague strange creature appeared, it locked Yuanlian with an invisible, mysterious, and terrifying aura from many mysterious aspects such as time, space, and even all time and space, making Yuanlian unable to dodge or break free, and can only take it hard. This is also the main reason why Yuanlian and Tianxiong's expressions became solemn. After all, when one reaches the golden immortal realm, generally speaking, it is only a matter of whether or not one is willing to take the attack head-on, and there are few means and methods to forcefully lock others from all aspects, because the ability of the golden immortal realm is destined to allow the cultivator to initially jump out of the long river of time and space in the prehistoric world. Everything is unique, and everything is for oneself, so it is difficult to lock, except for the Hongming heaven measure ruler that people have to take the attack head-on. Even the three treasures of creation seem unable to completely lock a golden immortal realm cultivator, but now, Shen and I and Luan Hui rely on the chaos evil formation to lock Yuanlian in all directions, which has already shown how powerful it is. Yuanlian, didn't you fight happily? Why don't you fight now? Are you scared? Oh, ha ha ha. The shouting of Shun Enai and Luan Hui, accompanied by the continuous gushing of the chaos evil chi, quickly spread out, echoing between heaven and earth, and lasted for a long time. Shun Enai and Luan Hui were previously assisted by Yuanlian through the purification dharma purpose. After seeing through the chaos evil array, they beat them with the Hongming measuring ruler, and they were very angry and unwilling. However, facing the powerful attacks brought by the special ability of the Hongming measuring ruler, Shun Enai and Luan Hui were not seriously injured, but they were really difficult to fight back for a while. But it is not difficult to fight back, so there is such a mysterious and strange change now. This is a special method of using the chaos evil array called Dharmakaya manifestation. The full name can be Chaos God and Demon manifestation. Each Dharmakaya contains a little power of Chaos God and Demon. When it is fully developed, it can manifest the Chaos God and Demon manifestations of 3,000 imaginary numbers of the Great Tao, with infinite power and extraordinary power, surpassing the power of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. However, the Chaos Evil formation has high requirements for its completion. Shun and I and Luan Hui are currently unable to exert the maximum power of the Chaos Evil formation and fully manifest the 3,000 Chaos God and magical incarnations. But the number is not small. At least in just a few breaths, dozens of Chaos Gods and Demons appeared in the void, all locked onto Yuanlian, and the breath emitted alone showed signs of shaking the barrier of the prehistoric space. And this is already a very remarkable thing. At least Yuanlian believes that it is difficult to show such signs without the help of the power of treasures. This is already barely able to compete with me. I have to say that it is indeed a bit famous and does have the capital to challenge me, but it is hard to say what the final truth is. When Yuanlian's mind was turning, a lotus blossomed under his feet, which was the 24th grade Pure World White Lotus. The current 24th grade Pure World White Lotus is still the 24th grade, and it still roughly presents a crystal clear, white jade flawless color, but its surface is a glittering and intertwining of three colors of mysterious Tao rhyme, blue, white, and gold, like the bright rotation of stars, and it also emits a faint fragrance, with all kinds of indescribable mysterious Tao sounds, which is very magical and incredible at the same time. The 24th grade Pure World White Lotus is still the innate treasure grade, but the power contained in it is very terrifying, with infinite power. Even Yuanlian himself does not know where the limit of the 24th grade Pure World White Lotus is now. However, Yuanlian at least has a vague understanding. That is, the 24th grade Pure World White Lotus is sacrificed, and the defense is unparalleled. It will be difficult to shake the 24th grade Pure World White Lotus without the Hunyuan Jingxian. This gave Yuanlian great confidence, and basically did not take the chaotic divine magic body created by Shun Enai and Luan Hui into consideration. But Shin Enai and Luan Hui obviously did not know this, so when the formation was running, the condensed chaotic divine magic body shook together, and then quickly hit Yuanlian with legs, or hands, or even other things. Such a powerful force, like the power of the flesh and the power of the law, the self is the way, perfect fit. This should be the unique way of the chaos god and demon. Tianxiong has a unique vision, and saw the clues at a glance. Then he was eager to fight. The sky-flying boat under his feet moved and rushed towards the chaos god and demon's body. At the same time, the treasure in his hand was instantly activated and attacked the chaos god and demon's body. Yuanlian was not idle either. The 24th grade Pure World White Lotus under his feet quickly grew larger, including Tianxiong in it to prevent accidents at the same time. The Hongming heaven measurement ruler shook lightly, turning into a sky-high merit ruler shadow, hitting the chaos god and demon's body. Dong dong, dong. Then a chaotic dark yellow copper bell was hung high, and the bell sounded continuously, instantly suppressing the heaven and earth, and imprisoning the power of time and space. There were endless chaotic dark yellow sound waves, rushing towards the chaos god and demon's body. Boom boom. After a series of terrifying loud noises, Shun and I and Luan Hui reluctantly activated the Chaos Evil formation, and led the army of the evil beast dynasty to quickly return to the evil sky abyss. The old man was very happy. I didn't expect that he actually had the Chaos Bell, one of the three treasures of the creation, in his hand. This is really unexpected. Lin Hui, who was already close to the fierce abyss, said to Shin and I with infinite emotion and shock. Having the Chaos Bell, one of the three treasures of creation, is not scary. After all, you and I both know that the Panga Banner and the Tai Chi diagram are both owned by someone. So although the three treasures of creation are particularly powerful, they are only that at this stage. What's scary is that the Chaos Bell is actually in Yuanlian's hands. This is very scary. With his strength, if he really uses all his strength to activate the Chaos Bell, it is estimated that the entire Northern Land's time and space will be imprisoned by the Chaos Bell. This is simply unimaginable power. Shun and I sighed, and at the same time, he was shocked and smiled bitterly. After hearing this, Luan Hui nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with Shun Ni's words. Then Shin and I and Luan Hui were in endless silence, thinking about some things that happened before. From the moment the Chaos Dark Yellow Copper Bell appeared, Shun and I, Luan Hui, as well as the monks of Tianxiong and Tianlian Mountain, all recognized that it was the Chaos Bell, one of the three treasures of creation. This is a very mysterious perception. Once it appears, you can recognize it. With the appearance of the Chaos Bell, not to mention how shocked the Tianxiong and Tianlian Mountain monks were, Shun and I and Luan Hui were almost shocked to the point point of dropping their jaws. Shin and I, and Luan Hui had never found any trace of the 3 treasures of Kaitian, and the mysterious Chaos Bell was actually in Yuan Lian's hands. They were completely unprepared. They even thought that the Chaos Bell could appear in the hands of anyone else, but not in Yuan Lian's hands. It was because Yuan Lian's equipment was already very luxurious. Except for some treasures that had never been used, the Qinglian sword was the lowest grade, but it was still a top-level innate spiritual treasure with 42 innate restrictions. Then there was an acquired merit treasure, the Hongmeng Heaven Measurement Ruler, an innate treasure, the 24th grade Pure World White Lotus, and the rest were all top-grade innate spiritual treasures. This luxury level was already the top configuration against the sky. If there was one more treasure of Kaitian, it would basically surpass everyone at the same stage. This was very unreasonable and impossible, but the impossible became possible, and the power of the Chaos Bell in Yuan Lian's hands was indeed terrifying. Under Yuan Lian's urging, the Chaos Bell rang, and its power was revealed, suppressing the heaven and earth, imprisoning time and space, and those chaos gods and demons were suppressed and imprisoned in time and space, unable to move. Although it was only suppressed and imprisoned for a few breaths, it was enough. With the attack of the sky, the deployment of the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, and the terrifying sound waves emitted by the Chaos Bell, those chaos gods and demons were naturally destroyed. Although the aftermath was large, because the Chaos Bell suppressed and imprisoned time and space, it did not cause much impact on Yuan Lian, so that the 24th grade Pure World White Lotus sacrificed by Yuan Lian did not have much effect. On the contrary, Shun and I and Lun Hui were already somewhat unstable due to the destruction of the Chaos God and Magic Body, and then Yuan Lian deliberately controlled the Chaos Bell and deliberately poured all the remaining power on the Chaos Fierce Array, making the Chaos Fierce Array even more unstable. Although there was no danger of breaking, Shun and I and Lun Hui, who were in the main array, felt very uncomfortable. Later, the Hongmeng Heavenly Ruler was activated by Yuan Lian again, and Shun and I and Luan Hui were constantly beaten violently, making the two of them cautious and unable to use their strength, so they retreated very unwillingly, and Yuan Lian obviously didn't want to chase, so he took back the Hongmeng Heavenly Ruler and let it go. When the silent Shin and I and Luan Hui kept recalling what happened before, they had already arrived at the Fierce Heavenly Abyss and dispersed the Chaos Fierce Array. However, the two did not enter the Fierce Heavenly Abyss, but looked in the direction of Tianlian Mountain, fell into silence again, and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, Samsara smiled bitterly and said unwillingly, "What should we do now?" With the existence of this Yuan Lian, it is estimated that the unified occupation of the northern land will be delayed indefinitely. Even if the remaining places are conquered, there is not much meaning. The Fierce Beast dynasty has been clearing the northern land of the wilderness in recent years, leaving only 2 or 3 Tianli dynasties close to Tianlian Mountain and several Tianli dynasties in the relatively marginal areas of the northern land, except for a few powerful innate gods and demons like Yuan Lian and Tianqiu. The Tianli dynasty close to Tianlian Mountain, only the Aurora dynasty still has a little bit of power, but now it has been destroyed, and the rest is actually not worth mentioning. Although the Tianli dynasty in the relatively marginal area is stronger, except for the Wuji dynasty, the remaining Tianli dynasty is only a little stronger than the Aurora dynasty, and it is not worth mentioning at all. As for the Wuji dynasty, if it were not for fear of Yuan Lian and fearing that attacking the Wuji dynasty would attract Yuan Lian, then Shin and I and Luan Hui would have probably taken action long ago. After all, the fact that Yuan Lian and Wuji Patriarch have a friendship is known to all sentient beings in the prehistoric world. Shun and I and Luan Hui really dare not act recklessly before they are absolutely sure. Now that they have such a quarrel with Yuan Lian, Shun and I and Luan Hui dare not attack the Wuji dynasty even more. The most important thing is that Shun and I and Luan Hui have witnessed the power of the 3 treasures of creation through the Chaos Bell today. The close friend of the Wuji Patriarch, the Yin Yang Taoist, also possesses the Tai Chi diagram, one of the 3 treasures of the creation, and its power is certainly not weaker than that of the Chaos Bell. If the Chaos Bell and the Tai Chi diagram were to be gathered together, Shun and I and Luan Hui would be worried that they would not be able to withstand the power of the explosion. Yes, oh, now that I think about it carefully, the development of the Fierce Beast dynasty seems to have entered a dead end, which makes Shun and I and Luan Hui feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, Shun and I did not answer Luan Hui's words, but continued to be silent with Luan Hui. After an unknown amount of time, Shun and I suddenly tilted his head and looked in a certain direction, and a little bright light gradually appeared in his eyes. "What do you think?" Taoist Shun and I. "Why not tell me?" Luan Hui and Shun and I are as close as brothers. Shun Ni's slight changes immediately let Luan Hui understand that Shun and I has some ideas, and naturally looked at Shun and I with curiosity and expectation. Shun and I did not answer immediately, but just looked in a certain direction, with light flowing in his eyes, and he was in deep thought. After a while, Shun and I slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Luan Hui, what you just said is absolutely correct. With the existence of this Yuan Lian, it is estimated that it will be difficult for us to occupy and unify the northern land of the prehistoric world. There is really not much meaning in continuing to focus on the northern land of the prehistoric world. But what Yuan Lian said before about finding another way out reminded me. What do you think will happen if we change the goal of unification? For example, while Shun and I was speaking, he raised his arm slightly and pointed in the direction he was looking at. The old man was very angry. Like there, where? Looking in the direction pointed by Shun and I, Samsara was confused. Hehe, fellow Taoist Samsara, the northern land has the most fierce beasts, and we are here. So although there is not much difference between the northern land and the other 3 lands, there are not many top masters. Except for Yuan Lian, if we really talk about other people, we really don't take them seriously. So, after all, there are too few masters in the northern land than in other places. If it weren't for Yuan Lian, it wouldn't be the current situation." For Shin Ni's words, Samsara just nodded slightly and said nothing. What Shin and I said was basic common sense that all beings in the world knew, and there was nothing to say at the same time. It was indeed because of Yuan Lian, an obviously very different existence, that their ferocious beast dynasty entered a dead end with no destination. But what did this have to do with the direction Shun and I pointed to? For a moment, Samsara looked at the direction Shun and I pointed to, and became more and more puzzled at this time. Shin and I continued, "I said so much because in the current situation, the other 3 lands are not our best choice. There are far more masters and powerful people in those 3 lands than in the northern land of the prehistoric world. Without occupying and unifying the northern land, and without the blessing of the heaven and earth luck of one land, even if we are extremely powerful and can stir up huge waves in any land and look down on the heroes, we will never be able to occupy and unify quickly. And this is very inconsistent with our current interests, so we have to change our thinking and not focus on the prehistoric land. But, fellow Taoist, are you talking about the North Sea?" Shin and I hadn't finished speaking yet, and Samsara had guessed a rough idea based on the direction Shun and I pointed to. While his eyes were shining, he also frowned. Although the North Sea is vast, it is too insignificant compared to the vast and unified prehistoric land. And just when Luan Hui was thinking about something, Shun and I obviously knew what Luan Hui was thinking, so he smiled faintly and said, "North Sea? Huh, how can a North Sea be worthy of my attention? I want the whole prehistoric sea." The prehistoric sea. When Luan Hui heard Shun Ni's intention, the light in his eyes became stronger, and his brows frowned more tightly. The prehistoric land is very big, and this big does not refer to the bigness of a single side, but the bigness of multiple sides. There is the boundless starry sky above, the vast land below, and some strange places, and around the prehistoric land are the 4 seas, namely, the prehistoric East Sea, the prehistoric West Sea, the prehistoric South Sea, and the prehistoric North Sea. The 4 seas of the prehistoric world are also vast and boundless. It is even rumored that the outermost part of the four seas is connected to the prehistoric world barrier, and only the Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian can enter and explore it at the same time. It is rumored that one can faintly feel the strange feeling that the prehistoric world is slowly getting bigger. There as for whether it is true or not, no one can tell clearly now. And this is not the key to making Samsara frown. The reason for Samsara frowning is the oath of heaven and earth when the fierce beast dynasty was established, and the fact that the four seas of the prehistoric world seem to have an owner. So, Luan Hui glanced at the direction of the North Sea, and after a moment's silence, he slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Shinny, when the fierce beast dynasty was established, it vowed to unify the northern land. Now it turns around to unify the four seas of the prehistoric world." Then, before Luan Hui finished speaking, Shinny shook his head and said, "Huh? It's okay. When the fierce beast dynasty was established, it was indeed a vow of heaven and earth. Theoretically, if the North is not unified, the rules of the avenue will be in operation, and there will indeed be a danger of the backlash of the vow of heaven and earth. But we didn't set a time at the beginning, and now it's just it is a temporary transfer of target. The danger of the backlash of the heaven and earth oath will not fall on our fierce beast dynasty." Well, that's true. After hearing what Shun and I said, Luan Hui smiled and relaxed his brows a little, and then said, "I just heard that the prehistoric four seas seem to have a master, and I don't know what the specific situation is. Does Daoyu know anything about it?" "I do know more about this than Daoyu." Shun and I nodded first, and then briefly told Luan Hui about some things in the prehistoric four seas. The prehistoric four seas are generally dominated by scaled aquatic creatures, but because there are countless fairy islands, there are also countless scattered cultivators, but these are not the key points. The key point is that the four seas of the prehistoric world do have a master, and the master of the four seas of the prehistoric world is the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan was transformed from a main tendon of the great god Pangu, born in the eye of the East China Sea, and got a share of the prehistoric world of the four seas. They are the natural overlords of the ocean, the king of the waters, and the emperor's temperament of the natural scale-armored aquatic creatures. They can be dark or bright, small or large, short or long, ascend to the sky at the spring equinox, and dive into the abyss at the autumnal equinox. Their horns are like deer, their heads are like camels, their eyes are like rabbits, their necks are like snakes, their bellies are like clams, their scales are like fish, their claws are like eagles, their palms are like tigers, and their ears are like cows. They are extremely varied and very magical and powerful. The patriarch of the dragon clan is Zulong, who is the same as Zulin, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. He is the one who enjoys the greatest fortune in the dragon clan, and is born with 9 claws. The dragon clan uses the number of its claws to show the concentration of its dragon bloodline and the strength of its dragon clan qualifications. 3 claws are the lowest, 5 claws are the most respected, and 9 claws are the ancestors. Legend has it that there are 12 claws, which is the number of Hunyuan Daiyuo or saints. However, the difference between the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan is that the greatest creator of the Qilin Clan is only Zulin, and the rest are various Qilin bloodline masters such as Thunder Qilin, Fire Qilin, Water Qilin, etc., which are relatively ordinary compared to Zulin. At the same time, this is also a characteristic of the Qilin Clan as a whole, with a wide variety of types done on the Dragon Clan side. In fact, in addition to Zulong, there are 3 strong men who have the same number of 9 claws as Zulong, namely Zhulong, Yinglong, and Huanglong. This Huanglong is not that Huanglong, not Sandwich Rinren. From this, it can be seen that the Dragon Clan is very strong, and the Dragon Clan, with Zulong as the chief and Zhulong, Yinglong, and Huanglong as the assistants, has been killing sea beasts and developing slowly over the years, and has spread all over the prehistoric seas at the same time. Relying on the unique talent of the Dragon Clan, they have unified all the scaled aquatic creatures in the 4 seas, and they are considered the overlords of the 4 seas, which is very powerful. But what can be done? In the eyes of Shun Enai and Samsara, the current Dragon Clan is no threat. Even if they are the overlords of the 4 seas, it is still the same. At the same time, the 4 seas unified by the Dragon Clan, and the 4 seas that the Fierce Beast Dynasty wants to unify are completely 2 concepts. If the Fierce Beast Dynasty unifies the 4 seas of the prehistoric world, it will destroy all the vitality of the 4 seas of the prehistoric world, and swallow up all the luck of the 4 seas of the prehistoric world. Only the fierce beasts can survive. The changes brought about by it are extraordinary and cannot be compared with the Dragon Clan. So after Shin and I briefly told him some information about the Dragon Clan, Luan Hui looked towards the North Sea, his killing intent rising, and he said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Shin and I, there is no need to rest. Let's kill towards the North Sea now, and vent our anger at the same time." Okay, Shun and I also nodded decisively, and then he and Luan Hui led the endless army of the ferocious beast dynasty, and once again set out in a mighty manner, killing towards the North Sea. The 2 of them were shocked and surprised. At this moment, in the ruins of the Aurora dynasty, Tianqiong, who was shocked by the power of the Chaos Bell and praised it, gradually calmed down and was no longer shocked. Then, at Yuanlian's invitation, Tianqing prepared to go to Tianlian Mountain with Yuanlian to talk about the world. However, before the 2 of them could take any action, the huge movement of the fierce beast dynasty quickly attracted their attention. Looking in the direction of the fierce sky abyss, they all frowned slightly, a little puzzled. This time, some Tianlian Mountain monks asked, "Tianzuan, what does the fierce beast dynasty want to do? Are they preparing to besiege Tianlian Mountain again? It shouldn't be. If that were the case, they wouldn't have left before. But they made such a fuss, and this Tianzuan is really a little confused." Yuanlian shook his head for a while, and really didn't understand what Shin and I and Luan Hui were trying to do. Tianqiong, what do you think? It's hard to say, but looking at the direction that Shin and I and Luan Hui are leading the fierce beast dynasty army, it is obviously contrary to Tianlian Mountain. Could it be that these 2 really listened to Daoyu's words and are ready to find another way out? Tianqiong said, his tone seemed very uncertain. Find another way out? It seems that it is not impossible. Yuanlian blinked his eyes and said thoughtfully, "Daoyu means." Tianqiong heard the words, glanced at the direction where the fierce beast dynasty army was running, and then blinked his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. Then Yuanlian and Tianqiong suddenly looked at each other. A light flashed in their eyes, and they said in unison, "North Sea." After the voice fell, the 2 looked at each other again, and then looked at the direction where the army of the fierce beast dynasty had disappeared, and felt that the answer should be almost certain. At the same time, Yuanlian and Tianqiong were also a little surprised at the sharp turn of Shin and I and Luan Hui's brain circuits and their strangeness. It was really a bit too sudden to move from the prehistoric land to the sea, but thinking about it, it seems that only this road can best solve the situation that the fierce beast dynasty is facing now, and it is also the most feasible. With Yuanlian in the northern land, the road to unification is probably far away. It is actually meaningless to continue to make trouble in this prehistoric northern land. The other 3 lands can indeed make some things happen, but if they want to unify quickly, the time consumed by the number of heaven and earth masters on the 3 lands is relatively long. It is estimated that even if Shin and I and Luan Hui are given another calamity, they may not be able to reach the scale of the current northern land. The remaining prehistoric starry sky is somewhat special, not a place, favored by luck, and it will not be of much use if it is unified. In this case, it is understandable to go to the SEA.it is just a mere North Sea, which may not satisfy the fierce beast dynasty. So, Yuanlian and Tianqiong looked at each other again, and then each turned his head to look at the general direction of the prehistoric 4 seas, and both had a general answer. It seems that Shin and I and Luan Hui are not only targeting the North Sea, but the entire prehistoric 4 seas. Tianqiong retracted his gaze and said slowly, "But I have to say that their chances of success may be very high, because although there are some masters and powerful people in the prehistoric 4 seas, there are fewer than in the northern land. And basically no forces have been established. The only force seems to be the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is the only one that dominates the 4 seas. If the fierce beast dynasty really shifts its target to the prehistoric 4 seas, then Tianqiong's words came to the end, and he didn't continue. But Tianqiong shook his head, which explained many problems. The prehistoric 4 seas are probably not going to be defended. As for what will happen to the Dragon Clan, it can only depend on fate. Yuanlian didn't say anything about this. Yuan Lian also believed that if nothing unexpected happened, the prehistoric four seas would probably be in the hands of the Fierce Beast dynasty, and the speed of unification might be beyond imagination and difficult to stop. Of course, Yuan Lian could stop it, but it didn't make much sense. Yuan Lian himself didn't want to be a savior, so there was really no need. Some things are destined to happen, and no one can stop them, not even someone as strong as Yuan Lian. But this matter has been going on for so long that it has spread to the four seas of prehistoric times. Will it wipe out the dragon race? Yuan Lian's thoughts kept turning, and all kinds of strange things appeared in his mind. But as I said, Yuan Lian is not a savior. Even if Yuan Lian has some special feelings for the dragon race, it is still the same. And Yuan Lian believes that with the ancestor dragoness, it seems that they have calculated the heavenly Tao, so that the dragon clan will not be settled by the heavenly Tao even though they have created boundless karma, thus exterminating the clan with great wisdom. If they really see that things are impossible, they will probably think of a way out, and will definitely not fight to the death with the Fierce Beast dynasty. Yuan Lian does not need to worry about the dragon clan. Therefore, after Yuan Lian took a last look at the direction of the North Sea, he stopped thinking about these things for the time being, just looked at Tianqiong, and asked, Dao Tianqiong, I heard that you just said something very logical, and it is obvious that you have some understanding of the prehistoric four seas. Did Dao travel around the prehistoric four seas on purpose? While asking, Yuan Lian took Tianqiong and the monks of Tianlian Mountain and walked towards Tianlian Mountain slowly. I have indeed traveled around the four seas of the prehistoric world, but that was a long time ago, when there were no dragons. So these things about the four seas of the prehistoric world are actually some things I learned about when I occasionally went out to relax a few years ago and met a fellow overseas cultivator. After a discussion, I roughly knew some things. I wonder what this fellow Taoist's name is? He can actually discuss Taoism with fellow Taoist Tianqiong, which must be extraordinary. Well, it is indeed extraordinary. It seems to be called Hunkin. His Taoist temple seems to be in the North Sea. This time, I am afraid he will encounter some changes. As for whether he can. Alas, as Yuan Lian moved towards Tianlian Mountain, Tianqing sighed for the last time, telling all the dangers. Hunkin? Interesting. It seems that the gears of fate have started to turn quickly. Some things will come sooner or later, but I don't know. Yuan Lian, whose thoughts were constantly turning, glanced at Tianqiong, who was sighing for Hunkin, and a faint light of worry flashed in his eyes. Yuan Lian had a feeling that even if Tianqing survived the Dao calamity, it was not all good. It was hard to say what would happen in the future, especially when the power of the heavenly Dao that was not out in the dark became stronger and stronger. But Yuan Lian could not say anything about this matter. She could only suppress many thoughts and chat with Tianqing while continuing to move towards Tianlian Mountain without haste. Thousands of years later, in the depths of the prehistoric North Sea, in a certain area where terrifying waves were surging, there was a mysterious cave heaven that looked like a giant island. It was the Beiming Cave Heaven, which was the Dao place of Hunkin. In a fairy pavilion inside, Hunkin was entertaining an old Taoist with many spiritual fruits. This old Taoist was none other than Hongjun. The two were now talking about the great Dao of heaven and earth. The mysterious Dao sound echoed in the cave heaven for a long time, and there were many mysterious and strange scenes, which need not be mentioned. One day, the sound of Tao suddenly stopped, and then the two seemed to sense something. Their faces changed, and then their eyes lit up, piercing through the void, and looked in the general direction of the sensation. The blood was flowing, and the blood was flowing. Blood, a lot of blood. Endless blood. At some point, a stream of blood, enough to dye the deep waters of the North Sea completely red, came from some directions of the northeast in just a few breaths. Because of the increasing amount of blood and its thickening, it had turned red to black and quickly extended to the vicinity of the North Sea cave. It seemed that because of the excessive amount of blood and its thickening, the huge waves that kept rolling near the North Sea cave were almost suppressed and calmed down. It was very strange and terrifying. Moreover, the thick blood seemed to contain a lot of evil spirits and resentful obsessions, and waves of ghostly howlings emanated from it, which not only disturbed the laws of heaven and earth, but also disturbed people's peace. The reason why Hongjun and Hunkin suddenly stopped discussing the Tao was that they were disturbed and felt something, and then quickly observed it with the Dharma eye. Now seeing this situation, the tall and thin Hunkuin, who was old and thin, wearing a black feathered robe and showing a carefree demeanor, suddenly stood up from his seat and said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Where did all this blood come from?" Hongjun also stood up, looked at some of the situations outside, stroked his short beard, pondered for a moment, and then said, "From the situation that the blood contains the evil spirit, it should be done by the evil beast. As for where the blood came from, it's hard to say, but the area is very wide, otherwise it wouldn't reach this level now." After Hongjun finished speaking, he looked at the blood that was so thick that it was red and black, felt the evil spirit contained in it, and listened to the faint and disturbing ghost howling, and his brows could not help but frown tightly. Hongjun now had a vague feeling that it was not good, and even guessed something, but Hongjun still didn't quite believe his guess, because in Hongjun's opinion, it was a little unlikely. But just when Hongjun was thinking, Hunkin was obviously stunned, after listening to Hongjun's words, and then said, "Did the ferocious beast do it?" But although the ferocious beasts are still breeding in the North Sea, after countless years of killing, the powerful ferocious beasts have basically been killed. How could they cause such a big storm in the North Sea? What's more, the dragon clan is also unified in the North Sea, and even unified the four seas, becoming the overlord of the four seas. With great strength not bad, the fierce beasts in the North Sea can't possibly stir up such a big storm. The dragon clan that unified the four seas, in addition to the dragon clan, also includes many scaled water creatures. All of them have the opportunity to transform into dragons, which is the dragon's way. I'm afraid it's not the fierce beast in the North Sea, but, Daoyu, are you talking about the fierce beast dynasty? But isn't the fierce beast dynasty tossing around in the northern land? How did it come to the North Sea? Before Hongjun finished speaking, Hunkin had roughly understood something, and while he was puzzled, his face was full of shock and solemnity. It's meaningless to talk about these things now. Let's go out and see the specific situation first. Hongjun walked out of the Beiming Cave Heaven and continued. But if this is the case, Daoyu had better not act on impulse, or give up this Beihai Daochong and plan for big things. This, Hunkin listened to Hongjun's words, obviously very hesitant, not knowing how to speak for a while. Although Hunkin had been persuaded by Hongjun on some matters, Hunkin always considered himself a cultivator from the North Sea and had never thought of abandoning his dojo. Now that the North Sea might be facing an unprecedented catastrophe, even if the dragon clan should indeed make great efforts, it was indeed difficult for Hunkin to abandon his dojo and ignore the North Sea. But, alas, let's see first. Hunkin sighed, and left the North Sea Cave Heaven with Hongjun, following the blood and exploring all the way. In the Hongwang North Sea, there is a huge and wonderful palace on the seabed near the coast of the North Sea. It is the North Sea Crystal Palace, also known as the North Sea Dragon Palace. It is a relatively good top-level acquired spiritual treasure refined by the Dragon Clan after unifying the four seas, guided by the Dragon Clan's luck and combined with the means of refining. It is the base for the North Sea Dragon Clan's high level to gather, live, and rule the North Sea. When the North Sea Dragon Palace was first established, Yinglong was in charge and led the Dragon Clan to rule the North Sea. Later, when the situation stabilized, Yinglong followed the order of Azulong and established the position of the North Sea Dragon King. Then he returned to the East Sea and practiced in seclusion. This original North Sea Dragon King was quite powerful, a mid-stage Daluo Jinxian cultivator. The clan is well managed, and the Dragon Clan and the scattered cultivators living on the islands of the North Sea live in harmony and jointly deal with the fierce beasts in the North Sea. After countless years, although there are still many fierce beasts in the North Sea, there are not many powerful ones, which can be regarded as a merit. However, the North Sea Dragon King is dead now, and even the huge dragon body has been swallowed up by the endless fierce beasts. Not even the bones are left. Even more accurately, the high-level dragons in the entire North Sea Dragon Palace are basically dead, and they have been swallowed up by the endless fierce beasts. And the cause of all this is naturally the fierce beast dynasty army led by Shun Enai and Luin Hui. With Shun Enai and Luin Hui using some special secret methods to rush to the North Sea, the fierce beast dynasty army arrived in the North Sea at a relatively fast speed, and arrived about 100 years ago. Then there is no conspiracy. Just after integrating some scattered fierce beasts in the North Sea, it is a burst of killing. That's where the blood that flowed to the depths of the North Sea came from. And because the army of the fierce beast dynasty was led by Shun Enai and Samsara, its overall strength was so strong that the North Sea monks could not resist it at all. So the North Sea monks were either killed or fled the North Sea in the end. Only the North Sea Dragon clan was a slightly tough bone to chew, but it was only a slightly tough bone to chew after all, so the ending can be imagined. The North Sea Dragon clan was no match for the Fierce Beast dynasty. The Fierce Beast dynasty directly attacked Huanglong and basically slaughtered all the high-level monks of the North Sea Dragon clan. The reason why it is basically, not all, is because at the last moment, the Dragon clan chief Zulong, led Zhulong, Yinglong, Huanglong, and a large number of countless dragon elites, through some special means of the Dragon clan, quickly arrived at the North Sea Dragon Palace, protected some remaining dragons, and confronted the Fierce Beast dynasty. Otherwise, the North Sea Dragon clan would really be completely wiped out. Shinai, Samsara, you really bully our Dragon clan too much. This feud will not end until one dies. It will not end until one dies. It will not end until one dies. The tall Zulong, wearing a purple gold dragon crown and a purple gold dragon robe, with a strong and domineering middle-aged appearance, stood on the sea. There was no corpse of the dragon monks, only the red to black sea water, and he could not help but shed tears silently. There was wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. He roared loudly with a domineering and powerful voice, and the thunder and rain were heavy, and the wind and waves were boundless. The battle was over. Never give up until death. As Zulong roared, the dragon army also roared loudly, with murderous intent. For a moment, the thunderstorm became more intense, and the wind and waves became more violent. Pa, pa. Shin and I looked at the endless terrifying thunderstorms and waves caused by the roar of the dragon army above the sea and sky, and did not have too many negative emotions. Instead, he clapped his hands, showing great appreciation. I've heard before that the dragon race is gifted and can control the changes of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning between heaven and earth. Every move must be accompanied by wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to increase their power. Before this, I didn't believe it. Now it seems that I underestimated it. But it's useless. Shin Yi's tone gradually became colder, and then the World Destruction Monument moved out, turned into the size of a mountain, and smashed towards Zilong in an instant. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning suddenly disappeared, and the huge waves disappeared in an instant. Only a breath unique to the World Destruction Monument enveloped the void, and with the momentum of the World Destruction Monument smashing out, it pressed towards Zulong. So strong. Zulong looked very solemn in the face of Shun Yi's attack. Zulong was in the late stage of Daluo Jingxian, and Shin and I was also in the late stage of Daluo Jingxian, but under the same cultivation realm. In addition to the influence of the number of Daluo Sanhua, there is also the influence of time accumulation. Take Zulong for example. His earth flower blossomed at the 9th level, while his sky flower and human flower blossomed at the 12th level. At the same time, Zulong had only just broken through to the late stage of Daluo Jingxian, which was much worse than Shinny. And although Shinny seemed to be nothing in front of Yuanlian, he was at least related to the chaos gods and demons, and had some blessings, so his strength was really strong at least now. When dealing with Zulong, Shinny's strong performance was completely revealed. This made Zulong clearly understand that if he dared to take the attack of Shinny's world destruction monument, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Therefore, Zulong did not show off his strength, but just looked at Zhulong, Yinglong, and Huanglong, who were all at the peak of the middle stage of Daluo Jingxian, and then led the dragon army to resist the attack of Shinny's world destruction monument together. Seeing this, Samsara, who was standing next to Shun and I, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Samsara disc rotated. While attacking, he shouted loudly, "Boys, kill, roar, kill." The fierce beast army of the fierce beast dynasty roared in unison, leading the fierce beasts of the North Sea to kill the dragon army. Boom, kill. Ah. For a moment, there were continuous roars. The red to black sea water kept churning. The killing shouts shook the sky, and endless blood kept falling like snowflakes, making the sea water even more weird. Somewhere where the sea and the sky meet, there are countless clouds, and two people are suspended in it, which are Hongjun and Hunkin. The Fierce Beast dynasty actually came to the North Sea. This is really unexpected. Has the North been occupied and unified by the Fierce Beast dynasty? This is impossible. If it is really occupied and unified, the world will be in turmoil, and all living beings will know it. Although the facts are in front of him, Hunkin still doesn't believe it when he looks at the crazy fighting in the distance. It is estimated that they have encountered difficulties that are difficult to solve, otherwise they would not come to the North Sea so suddenly. They want to give up the Northland and try to occupy the four seas of the prehistoric world. Hongjuan's eyes are shining, and the rhyme of Taoism is endless. He speaks word by word, and his face keeps changing. I don't know what he is thinking. Give up the Northland and occupy the four seas? This. Hunkin was shocked and didn't know what to say. However, Hunkin thought about it and felt that the facts were in front of him, and there seemed to be no other reason to explain. Judging from the various actions of the Fierce Beast dynasty in the northern land of the prehistoric world, if it had not encountered a difficult problem and could not completely occupy and unify the northern land, it would not have attacked the North Seas for what kind of big problem it was. Hunkin was still unclear, but he vaguely guessed that it should have something to do with Yuanlian. After all, Hunkin had also heard some news about Yuanlian's successive killings of Sangtian and Qingtian. Although the North Sea is large now, it is ultimately incomparable to the northern land of the prehistoric world. The North Sea alone is definitely not enough for the Fierce Beast dynasty. In this way, conquering the four seas of the prehistoric world must be the goal of the Fierce Beast dynasty, and it may be realized soon. Because as an overseas cultivator, Hunkin is very clear that although the four seas are vast, they are also rich in natural resources and products. That it is a rich land. But apart from the Dragon clan, most of the overseas cultivators are independent cultivators without any power, and most of them are far away from the most violent places of fighting and killing, so they are not very good at fighting and killing, which is much better than the creatures in the starry sky. But that's all. This can be fully understood from the current horrific situation where it is basically one-sided, blood red, and even the corpses are devoured by the beasts for the Dragon clan. Seeing that the Dragon clan suffered heavy casualties and retreated step by step after only fighting with the beast dynasty for a while, and was crushed by the beast dynasty, Hunkin couldn't help but frown tightly. Even Hunkin has seen that, except for Zulong, Zhulong, Yinglong, and Huanglong are already wounded and in danger of their lives at any time. Therefore, if the Dragon clan continues like this, the consequences are basically predictable. The Dragon clan should retreat in full force. This Dragon clan leader Zulong is really decisive and extraordinary. Hongjun looked at Zulong, who was extremely angry but calm, and seemed to be slowly leading the Dragon clan to retreat. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in admiration, "Retreat." Hunkin was a little disdainful at first, then he was silent, and then nodded and said, "As the head of the clan, he needs to consider many things. It is indeed not appropriate to fight to the death. Retreat is indeed the most correct choice. It is really extraordinary. Zulong, if you want to retreat, my Fierce Beast dynasty will not stop you, but you'd better withdraw from the prehistoric four seas quickly, otherwise, your Dragon clan will still be exterminated by my Fierce Beast dynasty." Shin and I saw that Zulong intended to retreat, and even used the Dragon Clan's treasure Dragon Ball to open a huge mysterious vortex channel. His intention to retreat was extremely obvious. Shun and I and Lin Hui, who were in a good mood, did not continue to attack, but just laughed and said, "Humph." Zulong's eyes were filled with endless anger. His face was ashen, but he just snorted coldly, and then he led the dragon army into the vortex channel and disappeared. Two Taoist friends, do you want to retreat wisely, or do you want to die for the North Sea and be buried in this sea? The dragon army retreated. Shun and I and Lin Hui did not care too much, but turned to look at the cloud space where Hong Jun and Hunkin stayed. 2 Kuo Jinxian late-stage cultivators, and they were absolutely extremely extraordinary Kuo Jinxian late-stage cultivators. The moment they arrived, Shun and I and Lin Hui noticed it. This is also a major reason why Shun and I and Lin Hui did not want to pursue the dragon army retreat. Hong Jun and Hunkin were extremely unhappy and extremely angry after hearing the arrogant words of Shun and I and Lin Hui, but they did not say anything, let alone take action. They just snorted coldly and went towards the direction of the eastern land. In the end, Hunkin did not fight to the death for the North Sea, but temporarily abandoned the Taoist temple and followed Hong Jun. Yuanlian Cave Heaven IT this time. Yuanlian naturally did not know the ups and downs of the North Sea, nor did she know that Hong Jun had persuaded another great man in the North Sea. Yuanlian just talked about the great way of heaven and earth with Tianxiong for thousands of years and talked about many things. After Tianxiong said goodbye and left, Yuanlian's figure swayed and came to the spring at the bottom of the Songguang Shinshui Lake. There is a lotus seed here, which is the original green lotus seed. This is. As soon as he saw the green lotus seed, Yuanlian immediately blinked and exclaimed in surprise. After getting the green lotus seeds, Yuanlian basically placed them in the spring at the bottom of the Songguang Shinshui Lake to cultivate the spirituality in the green lotus seeds and then open up the spiritual wisdom. Yuanlian actually has many ways to enlighten the spiritual wisdom of the green lotus seeds, but if he really did that, it would be like forcing the growth of seedlings, and it would directly ruin the green lotus seeds. For Yuanlian, who took the green lotus seeds as his apprentice, that was absolutely impossible to do. So over the years, Yuanlian just asked Qian Kun to Skian to preach here from time to time, and slowly nourished the green lotus seeds with the mysterious sound of Taoism and the Songguang Shinshui. However, although the effect is good and the spirituality is getting stronger and stronger, it is still very far from the transformation of spirituality into spiritual wisdom, because spiritual wisdom is not the same as spirituality. All things in the world have their spirituality, but spiritual wisdom may not necessarily have it. Spiritual wisdom is a special existence that perfectly matches its own foundation and perfectly controls everything about itself. It is a unique symbol of individual life and the basic origin of individual life. It is unique and supreme. And although the blue lotus seeds are extraordinary, they are only lotus seeds bred by the 24th grade blue lotus of creation. They are born with natural formation and natural obstacles to the difficulty of opening spiritual wisdom. Therefore, even if the blue lotus seeds are carefully cultivated by Yuanlian, it is difficult for them to naturally produce spiritual wisdom. However, Yuanlian knows very well that as long as he cultivates like this, he can basically let the blue lotus seeds naturally produce perfect spiritual wisdom in the early or middle stage of the next 8th calamity, even if Yuanlian is not in a hurry to find the 12th grade karma fire red lotus for a while and is willing to practice hard in the Taoist temple. As long as Yuanlian nourishes the green lotus seeds with the Daoyan law of the great perfection of the golden immortal from time to time, the green lotus seeds will basically be able to give birth to spiritual intelligence at the end of the 7th calamity, so as to accept Yuanlian's careful teachings and then transform into the world. But now it is unlikely. The green lotus seeds have been favored by the secret heavenly Tao. There is a faint invisible heavenly Tao power evolving, the heavenly Tao law lingering on it. This is preparing to be cultivated as an innate great god. I really didn't expect this. This should have something to do with the remains of the 24th grade creation green lotus. At the same time, it is also because of the deep affinity with me and the natural feedback of luck, which caused some changes. After speaking in surprise, Yuanlian blinked again, and there was a light flashing in his eyes, and then frowned. Yuanlian knew very well that the innate great god was essentially not much different from the innate gods and demons, except that they were one at the beginning and the other at the end, one belonging to the great Tao and the other to the heavenly Tao. If Yuanlian cultivated the green lotus seeds himself, although he was confident that he could cultivate the green lotus seeds with a strong foundation, no worse than the innate great god, he could also let the green lotus seeds have much more time than the innate great god. But the innate great god's unique luck of heaven and earth, his close connection with the heavenly Tao, the speed of cultivating the laws of heaven and earth, and so on, are difficult to match the innate great god. The future is the era of the heavenly Tao. Without these supports, some things are hard to say. It is very likely that the innate great god will come from behind and suppress the green lotus seeds. It is indeed very good for Qing Lianzi to become an innate god, but in this way, the time for his transformation is basically fixed. It is estimated that he can only transform and be born at the end of the 9th calamity. After all, the 9th calamity is the time period when the heavenly Tao is officially born and the people who are in harmony with the Tao are established. From then on, the heavenly Tao is slightly perfected, and the innate gods can transform and be born normally and walk in the prehistoric world. In this way, at most I can buy some time for Qing Lianzi to transform and be born in advance at the end of the period, which can be regarded as both pros and cons. Thinking in this way, Yuanlian still frowned, but he also felt that this was really good and did not think about it anymore. But then, Yuanlian looked at Qing Lianzi, shook his head and smiled. Although you have the opportunity to become a congenital god, you are really too shabby. Not only do you not have a specific dojo, but you also don't have a formation barrier naturally generated by the power of heaven to hide your body, and you don't even have a congenital treasure to accompany you. If it weren't for the power of heaven lingering around you, and the power of the laws of heaven slowly pouring into your body, then you really don't have the appearance of a congenital god at all. Swish. Qing Lianzi seemed to understand the meaning of Yuanlian's words, so he spun around endlessly, with a faint emotional fluctuation, responding to Yuanlian. But the emotion it exudes is not negative, but a kind of cheering emotion, and it exudes a faint admiration for Yuanlian. Although Yuanlian has not been in Yuanlian Cave Heaven in recent years, Qianku and Daxian is actually Yuanlian, and because Yuanlian's body is the 24th grade pure world white lotus, it is not surprising that King Lianzi has the current performance. When Yuanlian saw this, he smiled faintly and stroked King Lianzi with his hand, with a little doting. Yuanlian knew that the reason why King Lianzi did not receive the treatment of the innate great god should have a lot to do with himself. After all, King Lianzi is in Yuanlian's Taoist temple, and the secret heavenly Tao cannot do something in the Taoist temple with an owner, and King Lianzi and Yuanlian have a deep affinity. Even the heavenly Tao cannot isolate them. So, naturally, it can only be the current situation. It doesn't really matter whether there is a dojo or a protective formation barrier, but it would be a bit embarrassing if I don't get 1 or 2 companion spiritual treasures. Fortunately, I have some plans, so I can solve it. Yuanlian said softly, and the treasure light flashed in her hand. The Qinglian sword and Xianyuan water control flag appeared in Yuanlian's hand. The Yuan Shinjinling imprint inside had dissipated and became ownerless treasures. In Yuanlian's hands, the Qinglian sword actually played a small role, and Yuanlian could not use this treasure much. Now that King Lianzi is given as a companion treasure, it can be regarded as a natural fit. If it is refined in the future, it can also reduce a lot of difficulty and trouble. As for the Xianyuan water control flag, it is also because it is more compatible with King Lianzi, and Yuanlian also has a central Wuji Xinhuang flag that has been refined and has not been used much, so it is also good to change taste. So Yuanlian looked at the 2 treasures for a few times, stroked them reluctantly for a while, and then threw them to the green lotus seeds. They floated above the green lotus seeds, shining and illuminating the green lotus seeds, nourishing and strengthening the spirituality, which can be regarded as a kind of inheritance. Then Yuanlian did not return to the Yuanlian Taoist palace, but manifested the 24 grade pure world white lotus beside the spring, sitting on it, moving his lips slightly, making mysterious Taoist sounds, nourishing the green lotus seeds. On the other side, the lost celebration cloud was manifested, and there was a thing flashing with chaotic and mysterious light, like a light cocoon, and like a round placenta. It was the innate embryo that had always existed in the depths of Yuanlian's soul. the first time, the last time. Yuan Lian had always kept the innate embryo in mind and never forgot it. After all, it was an embryo of an innate treasure, and it was completely compatible with her own innate treasure embryo. Yuan Lian would never forget it. But first, in order for the innate embryo to be nurtured, Yuan Lian needed to reach the realm of Dao Jingxian. Another reason was that Yuan Lian was determined to practice, and there were some things to deal with. It was difficult to take care of the innate embryo for a while, so naturally the matter of the innate embryo was delayed until now. Of course, this was also related to some of Yuan Lian's own little ideas, so even if he reached Dao Jingxian, Yuan Lian did not deal with the matter of the innate embryo in the first place. Yuan Lian's idea was actually quite simple. He wanted to get the remaining 2 lotus platforms before evolving the innate embryo. This should be better, because Yuan Lian didn't know how the innate embryo evolved into the innate treasure. Was it a one-time evolution, or was it considered complete only after it perfectly matched with the Dao law that he cultivated? If it was the former, Yuan Lian felt that he had wasted the innate embryo. If it was the latter, it would be much easier. As long as it didn't exceed the level of Hunyuan Jingxian, he could slowly make fine adjustments until it was completely in line with the Dao law that he cultivated. So Yuan Lian was actually a little hesitant about the innate embryo. Fortunately, although Yuan Lian was hesitant, he had a rough idea of the innate embryo through the occasional detection of the Yuan Shen over the years. Knowing that the complete finalization of the innate embryo is directly related to the Dao law that he cultivated. It changes and is determined by the law that he cultivated. Only when the laws of the great way that one cultivates are completely determined, the innate embryo can be considered to have truly evolved, and the many mysterious abilities can be brought into full play. Therefore, Yuan Lian is ready to take advantage of this free time to roughly evolve the innate embryo and increase its strength. As for the complete evolution later, it depends on when Yuan Lian can get the remaining 2 lotus platforms. Yuan Lian has a rough idea of what type of innate treasure the innate embryo will become. Yuan Lian's defense is enough, but relatively speaking, the attack is slightly insufficient. In addition, Yuan Lian likes swords more because of the Qinglian sword, and it is more convenient to use, so he is ready to evolve the innate embryo into a sword with unparalleled killing power. It can be said that the sword will be completed as the heart of the Tao desires. In fact, I also want to make a big seal and smash people directly. That would feel pretty good, but this is somewhat inconsistent with my great power of heaven and earth, and the supreme temperament of the true Taoist. It's a pity. As for some other weird ideas, they are even more inappropriate. In the end, only the sword can show my supreme temperament. After all, swords have always been paired with heroes. Yuan Lian, who kept making mysterious Taoist sounds, was full of narcissism in his heart, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then, as Yuan Lian's mind turned, the law cloud flashed in an instant, and the innate fetus shook slightly. The Panga Yuan Shen that had been hidden inside was also taken out. Yuan Lian solemnly used a special secret method to collect it to avoid accidents. From the initial gestation of Dijuan and Tai, and from the changes of the green lotus seeds, the 12 ancestor witches should now be moving from the initial state of Pangu's blood essence to the stage of gradually developing spiritual wisdom, and thus gradually transforming into the 12 ancestor witches. Maybe when I have time, I will go to the bottom of Buzhou Mountain to see if I can find Panga Temple and take a look inside. At the same time, I will send Pangu's soul out, which can be regarded as a severance of some causes and effects. Yuan Lian, who put away Pangu's soul with a special secret method, naturally thought of the future 12 ancestor witches and some things, but Yuan Lian also knew that these things were not urgent, so he just thought about it, and then it was gone in a flash. Ready to formally evolve the innate treasure with the innate embryo, but at this time, there was a little accident, which scared Yuan Lian, causing Yuan Lian to stop using the sound of Tao to irrigate and nourish the green lotus seeds instantly. And look at the source of the accident. The green lotus seed that was being nourished and irrigated from many aspects suddenly shook slightly, and it actually stirred up endless waves at the bottom of the 3 lights divine water lake. And the undercurrent kept surging. Even if Yuan Lian's mind turned, it still had no effect to suppress it with the 24th grade pure world white lotus. In response to this situation, Yuan Lian, who calmed down instantly, I didn't feel too surprised. Because the root cause of this situation was not the green lotus seed, but the invisible power of heaven that kept pouring into the green lotus seed. It turned out that for some reason, the power of heaven suddenly became much stronger and richer. One after another, seemingly weak but more powerful power of heaven appeared, evolving the laws of heaven, and constantly pouring into the green lotus seed. All the changes just now were caused by these reasons. To put it bluntly, the unborn heaven increased the power of nurturing the green lotus seed, and it was more favored by heaven. In the future, the luck obtained under heaven will also be stronger. Because of me in the 20th grade creation green lotus seed can be an innate great god. But whether he can be the first innate great god to be born is relatively vague under the heavenly Tao before this. But now because I have passed down the treasure and I am prepared to irrigate and nourish green lotus seed with the sound of Tao for a long time, he has the qualifications to compete for the first batch of innate great gods to be born. It is completely understandable that the heavenly Tao has changed. After vaguely understanding the reason for this change, Yuan Lian showed a very satisfied smile. Even if Yuan Lian did not know all of the first batch of innate great gods, he knew that they were all very famous figures. Panga Sanqing, Dijun, Tai, and so on were all the first batch of innate great gods to be born. Qing Lianzi has the opportunity to compete for the first batch of innate great gods to be born. As a future master, he is also very respectable. From the current situation, the power of the heavenly Tao is getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that it is active frequently and cannot be ignored. It seems that after the matter of the innate embryo is done, I have to look for the 12th grade karma fire red lotus. If the power of the heavenly Tao is too strong, it will be difficult to deal with it. Just as Yuan Lian frowned slightly and thought about something, the weak and strong power of the heavenly Tao suddenly fluctuated violently, causing a mysterious space vortex that could not be seen but could be felt to appear above the green lotus seed. This made Yuan Lian stop thinking about things, and the 24th grade pure world white lotus and the chaos bell were dispatched together to instantly protect the green lotus seed to avoid any accidents. The more the sky is filled with dust, the more it will be. What does the heavenly Tao want to do? Is it targeting me specifically? Or, while protecting the green lotus seed with the 24th grade pure world white lotus and the chaos bell? Yuan Lian could not help but frown and mutter as he sensed the mysterious space vortex that could not be seen but could be felt. It is no wonder that Yuan Lian had such a strange idea. After all, he was also a person who had done some things under the nose of the heavenly Tao. Although there was no cause and effect, it was possible that the heavenly Tao was not very interested in Yuan Lian under the operation of the origin rules of the heavenly Dao. In this case, it might be possible that the heavenly Tao, who was not yet born, would do something with the green lotus seed. Although Yuan Lian had this idea, he also knew that he was overthinking. No matter how mysterious the heavenly Tao was, it was only a kind of order and rule of heaven and earth. To put it simply and directly, it was the supercomputer of the prehistoric world, a kind of program code of the prehistoric world, which calculated, operated, and maintained everything in the prehistoric world. It was emotionless, very rigid, and even full of loopholes. It was commonly known that the heavenly Tao was not perfect, so there must be some flaws. So there was a glimmer of hope. Yuan Lian felt that the legendary Hongjin Hadao was to make up for the imperfection of the prehistoric world with himself, so that the heavenly Tao could operate more flexibly. This was also what the heavenly Tao wanted, and it was even calculated by the heavenly Tao rules instinctively, in order to make up for the loopholes, perfect the heavenly Tao, and operate the prehistoric world better. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao could not be combined casually with a fragment of the Jade Book of Creation. This was impossible, but Yuan Lian thought about it and knew that he had thought too far, so he shook his head slightly, dispelled some messy thoughts, and thought about the current situation. Yuan Lian knew that no matter how much trouble he made, as long as there was no cause and effect involved with the heavenly Tao in the dark would not come after him. But then again, now that he was in the midst of the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao was becoming more and more active, no one could predict some things, and if the heavenly Tao did something secretly, it would be enough for Yuan Lian to drink a pot. Therefore, Yuan Lian was a little nervous and muttered about the sudden incident against Qing Lianzi. which was understandable. However, soon, the subsequent development of the matter made Yuan Lian feel relieved and happy at the same time. It turned out that just now, two precious lights suddenly rushed out from the mysterious space vortex that could not be seen but could be felt, and then the mysterious space vortex disappeared. At this time, looking at it again, above the Qinglianzi, in addition to the Qinglian sword and the Xian Yuan water control flag, there were two treasures floating above, emitting precious lights and nourishing the Qinglianzi. The two treasures were a treasure flag and a treasure tripod. When Yuan Lian saw the two treasures, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Eastern Blue Lotus treasure flag? Cauldron of creation? This heavenly Tao is generous enough. Yuan Lian muttered, and stretched out his hand to take the treasure in his hand. Eastern Blue Lotus treasure flag, which was transformed from a lotus leaf of the 36th grade chaos creation Blue Lotus, is a top grade innate spiritual treasure. One of the 5 innate flags, with the ability of relic light, calming the mind, all evil retreating, and invulnerability. In the version Yuan Lian knew, the Blue Lotus treasure flag was first owned by the Dragon Clan, then fell into the hands of Hongjun, and finally belonged to the Western duo. But now, perhaps because of Yuan Lian, the Blue Lotus treasure flag has not been born yet. In the end, because the power of the heavenly Tao that has not been born is getting stronger and stronger, the fate of the Blue Lotus treasure flag is controlled by the heavenly Tao, and the chance of its birth is even smaller. However, due to Yuan Lian, the changes of the Blue Lotus seeds continued, making the Blue Lotus treasure color flag destined to be with the person, and the way of heaven could only let the Blue Lotus treasure color flag accompany the Blue Lotus seeds because of its fate. In this way, the central Zhongwu Ji Xinhuang flag, the northern Xianyuan control water flag, and the eastern Blue Lotus treasure color flag are all in my hands. I have gathered 3 of the innate 5-sided flags. Should I find some opportunities to get the other 2 treasure flags in my hands to play with? Looking at the Blue Lotus treasure color flag in his hand, Yuan Lian began to think wildly again, but then he felt that he was too greedy, and at the same time he felt that this thing should not be done. Yuan Lian felt greedy. In addition to the fact that he had more powerful treasures on his side and should not be too greedy, it was also because of the innate 5-sided flag itself. If the innate 5-sided flags were gathered together, they would have the power comparable to the innate treasures. And they could also set up the supreme heaven and earth formation. And with Shuxian, the sword formation battle has many mysteries, which is more powerful than the 4 swords of Shuxian with the Shuxian formation diagram. So the destiny is not complete, and it cannot be gathered. At least in the many versions that Yuan Lian knows, the Xianyuan water control flag has been hard to find, and it is even hard to distinguish the true from the false. There are many different opinions, and the other treasure flags have their own owners, and it is difficult to gather. It must be due to destiny, and Yuan Lian thinks that it is unlikely to be done. Also because of the remaining 2 treasure flags, the southern Lidiang Wang flag is the companion of the Phoenix clan leader. In a short time, it is basically impossible to get it except for robbing. The last one is the Western Plain Cloud World flag, not to mention, it is one of Hongjun's companion treasures. If you want to get it, it is estimated that it is as difficult as killing Hongjun. After all, after being tricked by Yuan Lian for the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, Hongjun probably said that it would be impossible to give the Plain Cloud World flag to Yuan Lian. In this way, only when Hao Tian and Yao Qi appear can we grab it. But if that time comes, it is estimated that Yuan Lian will not be able to grab it. After all, Yuan Lian still has to save face. It seems that I can't do anything to gather the 5 innate flags. Maybe I can only rely on King Lianzi. Yuan Lian shook his head and smiled, put the Qinglian treasure flag back, and turned to look at the Cauldron of Creation carefully. The Cauldron of Creation, a top-level innate spiritual treasure with 47 innate restrictions, is the lotus pot of the 36th grade Chaos Creation Green Lotus, which was broken into 2 halves, one large and one small, and the small piece of lotus pot fragments. There is a legend that it is the future Shinong Ding or Jiuzhou Ding. As for whether it is true or not, it has no meaning to Yuan Lian now. The Cauldron of Creation can attack and defend, and because it breeds a group of divine fire of the origin of creation inside, it has many abilities of creation and vitality. So it is a treasure of the alchemy, and it can be said to have its own merits compared with the Qian Kuan Ding. This treasure should not have been born at this stage, but because of the Blue Lotus seeds, the destiny has destined the person to be born, and the unborn heaven can only follow the destiny and let the Cauldron of Creation be born in advance, accompanied by the Blue Lotus seeds. After Yuan Lian looked at the Cauldron of Creation for a while, he was ready to put it back and continue his own business. But suddenly, Yuan Lian was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and looked at the Cauldron of Creation in a strange way. The old man was surprised. Yuan Lian looked at the Cauldron of Creation with a strange look, and suddenly raised her hand to probe the inside of the Cauldron of Creation. The body of the cauldron shook slightly, and 3 thumb-sized pieces of chaos-colored jade appeared in Yuan Lian's hand. Fragments of the Jade of Creation. I really didn't expect this. Looking at the 3 thumb-sized pieces of jade in her hand, Yuan Lian couldn't help but be surprised. The Jade of Creation is a chaos treasure, and it is also one of Pangu's companion treasures. It contains infinite mysteries that cannot be described, and Yuan Lian knows very little about it. Yuan Lian only knew that the Jade Book of Creation recorded the laws of the 3,000 Great Taos. It was said that Pangu's Great Tao of Power was achieved by understanding the Jade Book of Creation, knowing the 3,000, understanding the 3,000, and finally transcending the 3,000, simplifying the complex. The 3,000 Great Taos all belong to power. Everything is power, the purest power, so it is the Great Tao of Power, and this may be one of the important reasons why Pangu is so powerful today. As for the truth or falsehood of it, Yuan Lian is not very clear, but Pangu's power is definitely inseparable from the Jade Book of Creation. In addition, Yuan Lian also knew that the original laws after the death of the 3,000 chaos gods and demons and 129,600 chaos creatures in the catastrophe of the creation of the sky were basically absorbed by Pangu with the Jade Book of Creation. The initial prototype of the prehistoric heavenly way was formed when Pangu created the world. The Jade Book of Creation was based on these original laws and evolved. However, in the end, Pangu failed to complete the creation of the world, and the Great Tao was not completed. The Heavenly Tao was incomplete, so Pangu sacrificed himself to complete the prehistoric world. And because Pangu's Great Tao was not completed and the Heavenly Tao was incomplete, the Supreme Great Tao was in operation, and the Great Tao Divine Thunder was sent down, which smashed the Jade Book of Creation and also split off a corner of the Heavenly Tao, which is the origin of the Great Tao 50 and the Heavenly Evolution 49. This split corner of the Heavenly Tao actually evolved into many things or things in the prehistoric world, and it can even be said that everything is the natural evolution of this corner of the Heavenly Tao. Among them, the Heavenly Tao has evolved into many innate things, and the innate spiritual treasure is the most conspicuous one among them. The law of the innate spiritual treasure is immortal, and the innate spiritual light is actually the branch fragment of the split corner of the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, the legendary beheading of the 3 corpses is actually to complete the Heavenly Tao with the power of all living beings, and naturally there is a little hope that the soul can entrust the Heavenly Tao and become a saint. But as for the specific situation, Yuan Lian is not very clear now, but Yuan Lian believes that although the method of beheading the 3 corpses is a drop in the bucket in terms of perfecting the Heavenly Tao, it basically makes no difference whether it is there or not. But the method of beheading the 3 corpses is a brand new good road when the Heavenly Tao is above and all living beings have no way, and it should not be accused and discredited. However, Yuan Lian only thought about these things briefly, and then put them behind his mind, and continued to think about the corner of the Heavenly Tao that was split out. Yuan Lian knew that the corner of the Heavenly Tao that was split out was also the origin of a ray of life. A ray of life can be infinitely large, including all living beings. A ray of life can also be infinitely small, limited to oneself, and the mystery is beyond words. Apart from these, Yuan Lian only knew about some information about the Jade Book of Creation. The Jade Book of Creation was broken into countless pieces. Some directly merged with the heaven and earth and disappeared, while others gradually evolved and turned into various treasures. In addition, there are pieces that retain the original appearance like now. Yuan Lian knew that the largest piece should be in Hongjun's hands. It is even said that Luoho also has a piece of Jade Book of Creation that is smaller than Hongjun, but also relatively large. As for whether it is true, it is hard to say. I'm not interested in knowing whether it is true or not. I just want to know what these 3 pieces of Jade Book of Creation contain. Yuan Lian said softly, and his spiritual consciousness probed out, carefully feeling the mysterious Taoism in these 3 thumb-sized pieces of Jade Book of Creation, to see how magical and mysterious these legendary Jade Book of Creation pieces are. It actually records the 3 laws of alchemy, weapon, and formation. These are the 3 giants of many cultivation techniques. If you understand them, you will definitely become the leader of this path. It is really amazing. But if I'm not mistaken, this thing should be Panga Sancheng's thing in the end. How did it get to King Lianzi? Is this an unexpected coincidence? Or does it have other meanings? Yuan Lian withdrew his consciousness and frowned slightly when he looked at the 3 pieces of the Jade Book of Creation in his hand. After a while, Yuan Lian glanced at King Lianzi, then muttered something, and then smiled. He shook his head slightly, smiled calmly, and placed the cauldron of creation on top of the green lotus seeds to nourish them. Then, Yuan Lian sang the sound of Taoism to nourish the green lotus seeds. At the same time, he practiced and comprehended the 3 pieces of the Jade Book of Creation, and at the same time manifested the Daluo Dao lotus to warm the innate embryo, and evolve the innate treasure with the laws of the great way he cultivated. There were naturally many mysterious and strange phenomena, but there was no need to describe them one by one. During the period when Yuan Lian evolved the innate embryo with the laws of the great way he cultivated, the land of the prehistoric 4 seas was bloody, and the blood would not disperse for 10,000 years. In this case, when there was less than 1,000 years left in the 7th calamity, the prehistoric North Sea, the prehistoric West Sea, and the prehistoric South Sea had all fallen into the hands of the fierce beast dynasty, leaving only the East Sea. East Sea Dragon Palace, a magnificent palace. Zulong, Zhulong, Yinglong, Huanglong, and other high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan were all sitting in their seats, silent. After a long time, Ao Donglai, who was designated by Zulong as the first generation of the East China Sea Dragon King and was in charge of the daily operations and affairs of the East China Sea Dragon Clan, stood up and bowed to Zulong, Zhulong, Yinglong, and Huanglong and said, Patriarch, Dragon Ancestor, what should we do now? We can't abandon the East China Sea now, right? Patriarch, Dragon Ancestor, the East China Sea is the birthplace of our Dragon Clan, and it is of great significance. We must not abandon it. Yes. Patriarch, the East China Sea must not be abandoned. We must fight to the death. Yes. We must fight to the death. As soon as Ao Donglai's words came out, all the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan spoke one after another, which seemed very chaotic. If you are familiar with the Dragon Clan, you will find that the high-ranking members of the East China Sea Dragon Clan are all here, and the high-ranking members of the West Sea and the South China Sea are also here. It turned out that Zulong saw that the fierce beast dynasty was coming fiercely, so he simply resisted for while in the West Sea and the South Sea, and decisively ordered the Dragon Clan leaders in the West Sea and the South Sea to quickly transfer all the Dragon Clan troops to the East Sea. Therefore, although the Dragon Clan lost the North Sea, the West Sea, and the South Sea, the overall strength was not weakened too much, but now only the East Sea is left. If the Dragon Clan retreats again, it will lose all 4 seas. However, facing the fierce beast dynasty that is about to arrive in the East Sea, and has become more brutal and stronger, no matter how strong the Dragon Clan is, it seems to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Therefore, facing the words of the Dragon Clan leaders who are fighting to the death, Zulong, Zhulong, Yinglong, and Huanglong remained silent. I don't know how long it took before Zulong stopped being silent and slowly spoke.